We're in the skyscraping city of Hong Kong, and it is day 2 of Blast Rivals. And yesterday, well, it was full of excitement, it was full of chances, and it was full of potential upsets, but only one came through. All the action's kicking off. We know some of our teams are going to make it through to the playoffs, but today is where we get to decide who is going home. Pip, how are you?
There's a lot of stake today, as you said, James. Some close games yesterday, some very, very competitive matchup, but as you said, only one result stands out. That's the first one.
Yeah, the first one was the big upset, paiN UA coming over the Mongols and looking like actually a team that practice, that improvement, that extra time paid off for it.
Yeah, super disappointing to see the Mongols lose that game. On the other hand, super, super cool to see paiN UA come in and actually harvest the fruit of hard practice. 42 days since they last played an official game. Yesterday, they made it worthwhile winning against the Mongols, as you can see by the scoreline, a very close and competitive game.
And then going into the next matchup of the day, it was Spirit taking on Falcons, and it continues to be the story of MongolZ, Nico able to get these wins over Spirit. We spoke about it so much. It was still very competitive on Dust 2. Spirit definitely had their chance to win it, but after that, it was Falcons all the way.
Yeah, we got to give it to Kyusuke, who had a fantastic showing yesterday, and Falcons once more taking down Spirit, which means now that Nico and MongolZ have beaten Shiro and Dong 9 times in a row, so there's something to be settled. Perhaps later on in the tournament if Spirit stays alive today.
Yes, if they stay alive, that's the next one we've got to look at. But also, FURIA taking on paiN. A bit of a derby, the Brazilian matchup, going head-to-head in that one. And honestly, I was hitting the panic button for a moment, but there was some course correction at the end.
Yeah, I think people were surprised that it was a close matchup. Domestically speaking, you know, when you have two Brazilian teams going up against each other and a team like paiN, who is quality, despite having not played their best Counter-Strike as of late, I think it was a good game, but only fair enough that FURIA right now ending up winning as well.
Yeah, and after that, this one was the wild one. Vitality taking on TYLOO. Honestly, after the first map, you would just say, okay, easy, Vitality have got this. But then we saw on the pick of Nuke, there was Vitality's pick, TYLOO came back, and actually, they won Inferno. They just threw it.
Yeah, they kind of threw that one, you know. Winning Nuke in that fashion, that was surprising. Getting in a winning position on Inferno just to lose a 2v5 retake against Robs and the boys, that was very disappointing for TYLOO. But let's be honest, that was a competitive game, and you got to be a bit fearful of that level.
Yeah, and I actually think that this is a TYLOO that might be able to beat paiN later today, but looking at this, we have to look down the groups of where we're at right now. So for paiN and Falcons, who are playing a little bit later, they will be deciding on who goes through to the semifinals. Mongol Spirit, it's our first matchup of the day. That is elimination.
Yeah, everything at stake right now. And let's be completely honest, neither of the Mongols or Spirit can afford to lose today. They have to get that W. Yeah,
it's important just to get some more officials, right? Considering both teams are wanting to get more data with the new players they have there and work things out ahead of practicing for the major. But looking at Group B, and they'll be coming later on in the rest of the day for these matches. Again, the winner's match will be the one that decides who will go through to the semis, but it's such a beautiful matchup. We want to see this one again.
Yeah, we saw it just a couple of days ago in the grand final of IEM Chengdu, where FURIA beat Vitality 3-0, but in 3 very competitive matches. So yes. I think Vitality are coming into that game thinking we got some revenge to get going.
Yeah, they need to prove themselves, right? So we're going to quickly look at the schedule and show you guys everything that we have for today. It's 4 more best of 3s coming your way. The very last game of the day is that really big one in FURIA taking on Vitality. Then we have paiN taking on TYLOO, where TYLOO, if they can play like they did yesterday, there's a chance here for them against paiN. Then also Falcons taking on paiN UA. But in just a moment, it's Mongols taking on Spirit.
Looking forward to this one.
It's not the Senzu Mongols, but it's still the core of a very strong team. The Team Spirit, they got to get out of the group by battering back Mongols, a match they've already lost just last week.
Now, the Mongols taking on Spirit, this matchup going head-to-head was always in favor of Spirit. Spirit with the dominant force, Mongols couldn't seem to catch a break. They could maybe make it competitive at times, but they couldn't get the win. But that all changed just a few days ago.
That's the thing, right? For a long, long time, even with Sensu on the lineup, it was Spirit dominating the Mongols. 7 maps in a row, a couple of series in a row for Spirit as well. You think to yourself, okay, with controllers coming in, there's no way that changes. But we saw that at IEM Chengdu. Somehow, some way, with controllers, the Mongols were finally able to beat Spirit. So that raises 2 questions for me, James. Is it 1, Spirit not playing up to par as of late? Okay. Or is it 2, the Mongols being the better team? And I think we had the answer. I don't think Mongols is a better team at the moment. I think they're still struggling a little bit, getting up to speed with controllers. However, Spirit, they are struggling.
Can I add a third to this?
Yeah.
Could Senzu be the problem?
Nah, not at all. Not at all. Absolutely not.
No, we wouldn't normally blame Senzu, especially as we hope that he will be able to come back to this Mongols lineup at some point in the future, maybe after the major, depending on how it all goes down. But for Spirit right now, it's it's about a moment of adapting. It's about a moment of learning so much change has gone around you. One player, some teams can handle. Two players right now, and all the differences they're going through. You can even see just behind us right now, they're all huddled together, talking through some things last minute, because they know how important this game is, and they know that they didn't show up last time around.
They have to play better Counter-Strike. It's as simple as that. It's not always about the individuals. Of course, we can pinpoint certain individuals. We can say Dong didn't have a great tournament in Chengdu, TYLOO hasn't been up to speed, but I think as a team, the cohesion, the synergy in between them right now is a bit lackluster, and that is the result of changing two players. Not only one, but you bring in two inexperienced players instead of Magix and Suntix, and I think that was one change too many, and now they have to figure out how to get up to running and up to speed before the major, let alone in this game if they don't want to be eliminated.
And this is even hurting Donk, right? Donk is a superstar. Donk is one of the best players we have in the entire world. We know what he can do, but these changes have definitely started to hurt him more in his confidence, in his ability to go things. Sometimes I'm seeing him go in maybe like a little bit behind the rest of the team, not having that same, pathing he would usually take.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. I think you're right. I think Donk is a player that relies on his teammates to be consistent around him, to help him out as much as possible, for him to know where they're all going and what they're doing. Definitely helps him out. I'd also say the same case for Shiro. Shiro is a very methodical player, not the most flamboyant player, not the most, playing on intuition all the time. He's a way more stable player. He's a smart player. And I think the less structure there's around him, the less he knows what his teammate next to him is doing, the less he will perform. So I think the same argument can be made for both Donk and Shiro, that they need players around them who they can trust. And I don't think that whole, synergy between them have been built up yet. Yeah,
and it's going to take some time. It's certainly not easy. But TYLOO, we know what this player can do. I actually caught up with him. We got a lot of insight from him, so check this out. TYLOO, it was another tough series versus Falcon yesterday, but while I was watching, I noticed on the camera that even in the losses, you were laughing, you were smiling, you were trying to, I guess, improve the mood of the team. Do you feel like this is something that you need to do for Spirit?
For real, I'm not sure I should do this. I'm just, I have feels. I should do because I have vibe for do the stuff. Because yesterday we wanna beat Falcons, of course, and we have very good strong rounds or clutch situations, and I have a lot of emotions, and I wanna scream, I wanna support my team because I can share with my emotions, and because that I'm just screaming, laughing about some stuff, about some rounds, or say to my mates very strong headshots or something like that.
It's good because I was seeing Don get tilted, but then you said something, then he laughed a bit, so I think you should keep doing it. It's working.
I said to him about one song, just one word from one song, and he smiling after that.
And this is something that is very important because we have all mentioned it, that tilt, that frustration, that it maybe not believing in what's going on around him right now, the kind of drop-off that we're seeing is going to start affecting him. It's been more, I think, than we've ever seen.
Without a doubt, I think TYLOO is off to a rough start, and I think him, being integrated into Spirit, he's lost a bit of confidence. Whether that comes from frustrations, lack of results, lack of him playing well, it's hard to pinpoint exactly what it is, but you're right in saying that we're not seeing the same TYLOO we saw in Heroic. A very upbeat guy, a guy that in moments would explode on the server, would take over the server, would be the difference maker as well. It's safe to say that he's been struggling a little bit in Spirit. By no means has he been bad, by no means has it been outrageous. I don't think Spirit are considering getting rid of TYLOO either. I think they see the potential in him for the future, but he's one of the players that needs to be unlocked next to Donk, obviously, in order to bring that firepower and bring the stability to Spirit that we haven't seen of late.
Well, we heard this in the interview from Chopper yesterday that I did, right? He was saying that at the moment he wants some more data for him and Hallie to review to understand how they need to play, what they can do right now, And okay, they've had a couple of events, but maybe they need this sit-down time to go through the boot camp. We know how hard they normally like to grind in order to really understand who should be doing what and where.
You know what the best way to get more data is as a team?
Win
games, play more games. And that's been an issue for Spirit, because they're losing and they are facing elimination. So yeah, I buy into them, wanting to come back to a boot camp, review the data, review the demo, figure out what's not working. But I think they already have a pretty good idea of what it is by now. So for now, Spirit, all they need to focus on is getting some win, getting some more games under their belt and get some more pressure on them. Because I feel like that's the issue. With TYLOO and Sway coming into it, they haven't played too many games together in pressured moments. And when they do play in those pressure games, they tend to lose at the moment, and that's an issue.
And looking at that issue, if they did lose again here to MongolZ and they don't make playoffs, how big of a worrying sign is that for them going into the major?
I'd say it's a disaster when you hold it up against what happened in Chengdu and what happened the tournament before that as well, the Pro League. So for Spirit not to be part of playoff in this tournament where 6 out of 8 teams make it to the playoff, that is not okay. That is simply unacceptable unacceptable for a team of the caliber of Team Spirit. So yeah, I'd say it's a disaster. It's mega important that they find their groove, they find their grind, they find a win today. I think despite them losing to MongolZ just a couple of days ago, that also speaks into what you said, James. If you're Harley, if you're Spirit, now you have the data. You saw what the MongolZ were doing, you saw what controllers were doing in that game, so you know exactly what you're going up against. Some of the same maps are being played out again. Dust 2, Ancient Mirage. It's not really a big surprise right here in the video either. So if I'm the Spirit right now, if you're all about data, all about reviewing your game, all about growing and getting better, today there's no better time to show it.
So all the same matches or maps here to be played in this match, the same as Chengdu, right? Last time around, they said the excuse of, okay, we played 2 best of 3s in one day. We didn't have the energy with it. Well, it's early in the morning. It's only one game today. This should be everything they've got, and I'm expecting them to need to come in with a lot more fire.
That's the thing, there is no excuse, right? And we're also looking at the MongolZ team who yesterday lost to paiN UA.
Yeah.
I will say what MongolZ did at IM Chengdu was impressive. No one expected them to be able to make the playoff. No one expected them to be able to beat Team Spirit, especially with controllers coming in. However, maybe what we saw yesterday versus paiN UA was one or two things. Obviously, paiN playing well. Second of all, the MongolZ also hitting a bit of a limitation. I think the lack of practice with controllers coming in, going from one tournament to another. If Harley is serious about reviewing demos, reviewing data, he should know exactly what's coming from the MongolZ, and that's something that MongolZ can't really change right now. They haven't had time to practice, so it is a bit of a disadvantage, to be honest.
And it is going to be MongolZ playing off a lot of their intuition, and it is going to be a situation where, at least if Mazzino plays like he did yesterday, that could be a problem, because that was the Mazzino we've been looking to see for quite a long time.
Yeah, he's at a rocky period as of late. You know, I was looking through his event stats, then he has a good event, then he has a poor event, then he has a decent event. You never really know what you get from Mazzino, and I think it's from game to game. As you said yesterday, he was the best performing player for the MongolZ. He was the one keeping them alive in a lot of the pressured moments, but I would love to tell the viewers at home that I expect that Mazzino to show up again today, but that hasn't really been the case. He's widely inconsistent. Not bad, he's just not always, you know, showing up in the way that you'd like to. And with the lack of Sensu, you need your Mazzino, you need your 910, you need the support cast around Sensu that is no longer here to step it up a notch.
But controllers, right? Okay, he's come in with big shoes to fill. And at the moment, yeah, I'm not expecting him to hit like Senzu does, but he has been hitting strong. He has been consistent across the board, right? Where he's not a hindrance to the team.
I think he's been playing well. I think he's done way better than I would have thought possible. He's a guy who's been around for a long time. People may think you joined the MongolZ, well, you must be young. He's 28 years of age, right? He's arguably one of the most experienced players that is now joining the MongolZ. Now, he's no Sensu, doesn't play in the same way, doesn't find the same impact, but I think what he's done so far in the MongolZ is stabilize the team to a point where it's not about him replacing Sensu. It's more about how much do you get out of 910, how much do you get out of Techno, how much do you get out of Blitz. Blitz, as of late, has been the biggest disappointment to me. He's struggling massively, James.
Yeah, but do you think that's just maybe, you know, with his style of playing, there was times where we spoke about how sometimes they would make some moves and it seems like they're not even calling positions. They would read off each other so well. He plays so much off intuition, but I agree with you. I've seen many moments where he thinks he's going for this timing play and he just walks out to his death through a smoke, pushing the wrong thing, can't find the timing.
It's a bit puzzling to me because I really like Blitz. I think he's a fun player to watch, and I think he's had periods in this game where he's been, you know, one of the biggest surprises within the MongolZ lineup. You're right, he's a player that is always putting it all out there and sometimes takes some wild gambles, but I think he does it consistently and he does it in a way where the teammates is aware of what he's doing. As of late, though, it hasn't worked out for Blitz. His event stats, the past events, have not looked great at all. You see them right here. The Thunder Pick wasn't great. Chengdu was a bit of a disaster. Pro League even worse. And at Fisher, he couldn't get it going. I feel like Blitz is the key to victory for the MongolZ. If he gets back to a better level, then I think there's still enough firepower within the MongolZ to contest a team like Spirit.
And what we also have to understand there, right, some of those events were with Senzu, so he wasn't having to maybe take on some extra duties. So as now, he's probably having to do a lot more to help controllers, to keep people up to date on what's happening and where they're going with it, because a lot of what the MongolZ has is reacting straight when Blitz is saying go. And at the moment, you might have someone lagging behind.
And that's the thing, right? You always have to look out, and this go out to everyone watching in the Twitch chat, in the YouTube chat, wherever you're watching right now. When a new player comes into a team, one thing is focusing on how does the new player do, but is it a player that elevates the players around him? Have we seen players around controllers being elevated? 910 would be a great example. I think he's been playing well as of late. Mcinho perhaps is a player that is playing better. Blitz has not had that effect. So whatever controllers is coming in with in the MongolZ, whatever changed in that camp, it hasn't helped out Blitz.
Well, we're almost there. It's almost time to see Spirit and MongolZ go head-to-head again for the second day, and this time it's elimination that they're fighting for. But before that, we've got to be talking about what's going to be going down in Fort Worth. This is the Dickies Arena. This is where Blast is going to. The tickets for the pre-sale are going to be available on the 1st of December. And trust me, you don't want to miss out on it. When we did Austin, obviously that was one already incredible event. Going back to America, this time in Fort Worth, this is going to pop off. The general sale tickets will also be available on the 4th of December. Do not miss your opportunity for it. And Pimp, I'm going to hit you with one more thing. Who is it worse for if they lose today, Spirit or Mongols?
Without a doubt, Team Spirit. The Mongols can afford a loss. They'll still come into the major. They'll have time to practice with controllers. You can use that excuse. Spirit behind me, they got no excuses whatsoever.
No excuses. Well, let's see what happens when we get in the server. Hugo and Harry, take it away.
Ah, yes, Team Spirit Mongols, an elimination or playoff qualification. We've only got room for one of these squads here in the arena in Hong Kong. This is scary, Harry. We've been following both these teams across this event, across Chengdu. It's been highs, it's been lows, it's been Mongols over-exceeding expectations. It's been Spirit under-delivering. I don't know what we're going to get today.
No, especially not because, you know, the Mongols beat them last time around, right? Yeah, I don't know. I think the alarm bells might be sounding for Spirit. It's depending on how hard it is for them to get through this, and if they do. If they fall short, I think that is a tremendous fall from grace. And on the run-up to the major, having early exits at back-to-back events, that is just not the standard you've come to expect from this Spirit team. You know, these guys, sure, not all of them, but 3 of them major winners. And have found a lot of success, even lifting the trophy back in Cologne. So you really expect more from this Spirit squad. And these changes that were made, they were supposed to up the firepower, up the level, make them the team that could contend with Vitality, as that was kind of the move and what inspired it. And instead, what? Now they're struggling to make playoffs?
Is a crazy downfall, but they can redeem themselves here in Hong Kong with 1BO3 away from playoffs. And an open run there available. Even Vitality looks beatable yesterday, barely beat TYLOO. Came down to 2v5 right at the very end of the third map. Now, Mazzino did just step here coming off this stairwell. So you feel like Spirit are ready, they hold off, the flash comes to them, they get the kill, and they push forward. Oh, donk dualies.
Oh, but what about techno dualies? They'll get involved. Controllers, couple of clean taps to find a double. Donk stuck down in mid, trying to retrieve the bomb, while Zwei hopes to gain some space out in the B site. He desperately needs this kill. And you can see that the Mongols, they've split the defense 2-2 to watch either side of the map. Donk's been able to grab the bomb away from these mid players. Finds Zwei cleanly, and so they've got a 4v1 on Donk.
Who's trapped with who is the question. Techno running amok up short. He spots Donk on the ramp as well, and Donk needs this long fight, or he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Damage, 9-10, finished off, but forces him so wide. The Techno's there in time to trade. Nice round out of the Mongols. Techno with 2, controllers the same. Good drop into B from controllers. Despite being an inexperienced player, you see him make some really nice moves. Knowing just being inside the B side there scares Zwei back. Can't commit. Zwei getting double peaked in lower. He's had a series of rough games in this jersey. Vibes are still seeming fine for Spirit. Pistol loss, not the end of the world. Been getting Donk a lot more clutches these days. Armadig comes in for Donk. Hello. Zeno does not know about that. Oh dear. It's a very cheeky move for Donk. He even tagged in the molly or got hit by it. Now he's got a FAMAS in pit. No reason to fight this. 9-10 though, has an orb. Almost had an orb. Go on, Donk.
I don't even know if it's a kill from this range.
With a deagle.
Yeah, I'm worried it's 99.
It's true. It's true. Oh, wow. This is a kill for 9-10. Jumps in T-spawn with the bomb.
You might have this. Ah, nice try though.
Why'd that get me?
Dead to the top mid push. And so there we are. It's 4 alive on the back of your anti-eco.
Yes.
How the guns come out for Spirit. I want them to look good. You know, even that game versus the Falcons. Sure, they ended up losing it pretty convincingly on Nuke, but their Dust 2 was far closer than when we saw them play in Chengdu, where they got blown out the water. So hopefully some shades of that today, just minus the losing.
Some of these T-sides have looked quite slow for Spirit at times. Dust 2 has been a culprit, Nuke as well. It's not always really been a new thing, right? Even when Spirit were winning a lot more, we saw really slow T-sides on Nuke, but it was also at times a weaker half for them. Let's see what Spirit have got planned today. Moving into middle. Not getting much of a threat from the Mongols, who sit back with this EWP on the long side. This is one thing Spirit have been abusing. They managed to break back into the half against Falcons with their mid to Bs. The timing of the mid door smoke, very important, just to cause a bit of threat. Second stage is up short, but this is only a fake to keep Blitz in the wrong position. They want this B site. Ooh, that's a problem smoke.
They don't have a need to break it either.
Oh dear, what do? You have to wait out. Nope.
Well, they're going to try and go through, but that's an easy lineup for Techno. And they'll trade spam for spam. Stopped in the tunnels. And now you've allowed the mid-cross as well with no more mid-pressure in. So the Mongols bring a third guy over. Blitz joins the fray. You're going into a stacked bomb site here. Techno with the pickup from Car. And that is a ugly-looking B hit from Team Spirit as they get stalled out in the tunnels.
It looks ugly no matter what you do, right? If you wait that smoke out, it makes your short util obviously a fake, and it just means probably Blitz has a third player in B himself.
I also think if the Mongols did any looking at that game yesterday from the Falcons and they saw these B hits, they saw the kind of mid fakes, they saw sometimes Chopper's left to his own devices to like throw in a little A-lurk, you would have been more than ready for that. And I think that's even why Techno's still holding on to the smoke that late in the round.
I think this is going to be a big part of the CT side today. It's like, you know, how... Oh, wait a second. Oh, God, the clock chases him down. Nice kill from Sway. But it's how you use your util on the CT side, right? It's when are you blocking mid doors? When are you blocking B side? And so Mongols already in these first 3 rounds have shown good usage of utility. Shiro given an orb. Mizzino taking space, but does he want to commit here? Even with the shadow advantage, not liking his options. Buying time. Re-smoking long instead, and remember, there's no util here for Team Spirit. It's just going to be very hard to break in and actually take a site back off of the Mongols. Shiro needs a pick. And this is a nice angle from Techno. I would be shocked if Shiro gets this. Maybe he's way first.
Oh, a little awkward.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
not bad from Zwei.
Okay.
Gets it done on the scout on his little push out through the mid doors. Over on the long side, Donk spots Mizzino, goes both ways. There's 25 seconds left here, so Spirit do have to get a move on in this 3-on-3, even if they've done well to get to this position.
Controlez, what's he got? 1v2 for the round.
I actually think he looks quite good in some of these weird, you know, vertical double peaks. Saw him on overpass. He's ready for the second man in the window. Shiro gonna get past Controlez. That opens up the bomb plant now for Spirit.
Let's go.
A gun for Donk as well. This one gets dangerous. It's the 2 heavy hitters for Spirit left in the picture. And Donk playing out through the window, catches them both back turned. Spirit breakthrough on a low econ round, and it starts with that kill on 9-10. From there, it spirals out of control.
Sick round for Spirit, and big props this way, because not only getting that Glock kill on 9-10, he follows up with an unreal scout wallbang headshot onto Techno. They don't have any smokes, they make the most of it, and I think Mizzino is regretting not dealing with Donk when he could have. He had the best position in the round. He gives it up to play his smoke, knowing that Spirit plays slow, and I think exactly what we were talking about at the start of the round, trying to use their pace against them with utility late in the round. But if Mizzino stays long doors, the shadow advantage, you wonder if he just kills Donk straight up. That would have been Shiro in a 1v2. Could have been a very different situation. So a bit of an awkward round to lose for the Mongols, losing it to near full eco. Donk with Dig armor and some Glocks. Spirit are in the game now. Double Orb comes through. Controllers takes his towards the B site, or so he thought. So he dreamed. Shiro with the cross shot. And he's trembling. And his boots. Techno will take that AWP towards B instead. Perfect round beginning here for Spirit. And there's more where that came from.
Oh, they lose Donk on the mid-cross.
Ooh.
Hoping that Shiro could trade that. 910 even gave him a chance to. Saw Spirit lose an ugly 5-on-3 yesterday back on Nuke. Got a little disjointed. They never grouped here. There are some of these solo pushes, but there's the catch on 910 from Zwei. And you're thinking that that should be the one that keeps the round safe. Oh, Mazinho on the swing, gets past Chopper, and a couple of swings and misses from Shiro. He'll nail that one. He had to. So now Shiro posted, ready to shut down a spawn walk-up. Hard angle for Techno. Only leaves him with the option to go short if he even wants to attempt this. 1v2, a lot of time ticked off that bomb already. And so he's thinking about the save.
Yeah, perhaps you take a peek along, but no kit and no chance really here for Techno. He's going to see if anything's offered up, or he could perhaps take the AWP with him, but this is Team Spirit, back-to-back rounds, offer the full eco win. Shiro's mid picks, valuable. Techno denies Shiro, but should still be a save from Zwei on the AWP. So a bit more respect going back Spirit's way. Everyone gets an AWP, but Spirit get the round. Shiro reliable on this cross shot. Someone had to die. And almost a 3v5 victory. But not quite. Not live. It's been called here. And I bet Spirit will hate that because they have long spawns. But 910 on the AWP crash and no damage done. So pack it up.
It's fair enough.
That's rough though. On the long spawn, I feel like when you play Dust 2T side, you end up getting long spawns like twice. And it's on your full eco. And it's probably on your pistol round. But what can you do?
There are some promising early signs from Spirit.
Yeah.
You know, they should be about to tie this game up, providing 910 doesn't have a crazy round on the saved AWP.
One long spawn is available. You get your spawns back? I don't know.
I'm not sure either.
No, it looks
I don't
pretty good.
feel like it.
No, I don't think you used to, but they. No, you don't.
You don't.
No.
We got it confirmed. You don't, Hugo.
Well, what are you gonna do? They still
new
got
spawns.
They're gonna do it again. They're gonna do it again. The spawns weren't bad. Run it back.
Oh God, 910
910
here. And he's only gonna have one guy facing him. But a missed shot on Chopper, corner smoke in. So long control taken.
And his shots.
I wonder if you want to commit to this now that you've heard the AWP fire off. That's the only thing you really have to worry about in this round.
Hit. Oh, see ya. I don't know. Was that just a random shot?
Okay, we're going to need a replay of that.
Yeah, it felt like a random shot.
That's, I mean, look at where the bullet impacted.
I can't tell you. 9-10.
I didn't even feel like Blitz was open up here.
No. Oh, spot the orb. Chopper. Firing it. It's Donk who dies to the orb. Back-to-back rounds, but Chopper tag. Messino AK. Why am I getting worried?
Yeah, Chopper's low. Nades have found even more damage. They could boost up here. They're going to throw Messino up on the boost. Even if he dies, the gun will make it down and still end up in the hands of Techno, so round still on.
Reset is nice. 9-10, mollied off, but he still hits another shot. Chopper swings in.
He's holding for the swing out from sight as well. Headshot angle, so not easy on this AWP.
Oh, you're peeking this? You're
Oh,
peeking
going
this.
wide. Zwei trying to bring the fight to him. Or is that Tania, rather? Tania. Zwei dead over at long. It's just Tania left. This was one gun in this round for the Mongols. They've got it down to just Tania, boxed in, backed into a corner, gets past the AWP. And they desperately need this clutch. It wasn't supposed to be this hard.
He's got it, I think. Tania.
Time up for Techno. And so you'll remember this one is a round that you almost beat Team Spirit in, but it just gets away from them at the close. Tania, solid 1v2 to keep that in check.
They were trying to lose that, man. They felt like it. So many fights getting taken. Oh my goodness. That's quick from Shiro. Wide swinging on Cat. You know the AWP is here. Tania deals with it well. Uncrouch into the fight, but a lot of peeking into 9-10. Really giving him a good chance to get away with that round. Mongols are going to be happy with the attempt. But now Spirit starting to grab control of this game. Look at the move. Bit of prep here perhaps. Don coming through the mid-smoke, walking it instantly. No one home. They just wait here till
also,
they get a kill.
yeah, it's like Shiro post up on the window. He can play denial for the trade.
Oh.
Spot Donk very wide out in middle. And so, little rough there. Felt like they were in a very strong setup, but they tried to go and take the space.
Yeah, patience would have paid off there, but Donk feels like he's got the room, and it's Blitz who's playing the craziest position. He is tucked in close behind the boost box.
Oh, Mongols have grouped for re-aggression over towards long as well. Still pressing the advantage in the 5v4. They know that in this type of situation, Spirit can't be hanging around to watch the long doors.
We've seen the AWP. It's unlikely it's still, well, it's impossible it's still in spawn. It's unlikely there's anyone home. They've read it perfectly.
Will it be enough to stop the B hit? CtrlS seems to think so. Oh, that is a beautiful sequence out of CtrlS. I can't believe the order he takes those fights in, but it's picture perfect from the new man on the Mongols. And so only Zwei left, but that's where that double flank through the long doors comes back to haunt them. CtrlS has had a couple of beautiful spray downs like that. I love the sequencing on those fights.
His multi-kill potential is impressive, isn't it? Like you said, picking the mid-AWP over the second rifle he's seen get through the door, that's the best part about it. CtrlS triple on the solo B hold. What more can you want from your stand-in? And that is a devastating round to lose for Spirit, who had the right read, who got out in the mid control, but go one step too far into the Mongols' crossfire. Flanked by Messino. As the desk was saying, kind of the standout player of the Mongols right now. Based on yesterday, saved them. Had an incredible overpass performance, 30 kill game. But has been inconsistent, has not always been reliable. And here on CT Dust 2 is in one of the most boring positions in this game at least. If anything, you'd rather be a B anchor playing up against Spirit. You're going to find more rounds to get impact. So Messino's just got to wait again for Tania on his position, just cycling his util. As Spirit come up catwalk, looking for this A split.
See, I actually think Messino has the worst position, bro. Long doors. Boring game.
Yeah, that's...
Oh. Good catch. In with two. 9-10, backstabbed by taiN. But a triple long flank.
Ooh, maybe.
taiN with the catch on this AWP. This is getting interesting, considering the Mongols were in full control over this. Now it's starting to slip through their fingers. Might be Spirit coming through with a surprising round win. Smoke down, so they're able to cross, but taiN's tried to reposition. AWP gets on the line, Blitz picked off. And only Techno left standing.
Ooh.
Does have a kit to work with. Sticking might be his best option, or at least that might be what he feels like, but he hops off. taiN taking this one at time.
Wow.
As twice over now, time expires for Techno in the clutch, and he's dead to the bomb as well. taiN with a big round, high impact there on the long flank. I feel like so often you see him kind of fall prey to playing right into the hands of the Mongols, but nice that he finally finds that window, finds that timing, picks up the AWP, puts it to work, and then holds his own in that clutch.
He has to win it in a weird way. He fires his final bullet to get that kill onto the ramp. So dropping into spawn, buying some time, faking steps. It's what gets that last player off the bomb. taiN wins 2 rounds to the clock here on this T side, on the A site. Very well done. Player who's struggled to find his form so far in the Spirit jersey, with 2 very important rounds to equal out this game. Mongols are constantly making sure 9-10 has the AWP. He glasses it in this round. And even Spirit's economy is far from perfect. 4 Galils. They do not have anything to fall back on. Loser of this round gets thrown into the hole. Zeno waiting with his smoke. Goes back on the line to Jiggle. He didn't believe in taiN. Pushing that angle. Meanwhile, 9-10 got to watch out. He knows they scale behind this molly, but Donk still stops him in his tracks. No armor. So one tag does everything for Donk. Back, not in time. Chopper calls the swing. Him and Shiro find Blitz, and that should be it. There's no kit, there's no nade, there is no position here for Mongols. Yeah, Shiro knows there's no open spawn. He's not letting you have it. Good hunt here. It's going to be valuable. Like said, both teams with no money. Zeno's dead. Oh.
You thought?
No, he really did.
Surely he's dead this time. No.
You thought.
Mazzino ends up making it expensive at the close. Oh, won't get out with the Galil. Shiro able to deny, but it takes 3 players to go and deal with him.
Honestly, if you're Spirit, in a way, you're happy because it means you can hopefully buy AKs now rather than play Galils. But you're up against Eco, so ultimately not a big problem. I feel it. It must be frustrating being that good, but also being up against players who can do that to you. Oh!
Okay.
See ya. That's
Eco could never.
Oh.
Zwei dead to the hands of the Blitzkrieg. That was just a crazy shot to open the round.
I don't think I've ever seen that kill.
I don't think you could even really see him. That's ludicrous. All right. 5-on-4. You weren't supposed to be that nervous in this round, but that's how a lot of these rounds have felt.
Look at controllers. Like, I'm not too worried right now. Chopper's out mid.
He only has a USP as well. And with Chopper here, surely it's pretty safe. How much could controllers realistically get away with on a USP?
Kill Shiro. That would be quite nice.
He also has the bomb. and is alone.
Oh, no, wait.
God.
Wait.
Okay, manages to get away with that one cleanly. Good trade back from taniR, and with Donk already in the site, you've been able to get through the eco round from the Mongols.
Donk on deathmatch duty. It's okay. It's okay. Spirit convert the anti-eco as they really should have. And now Mongols, this is the round that makes a difference between an even game and a great CT side to a pretty dismal half. And zoom and enhance, please. I can't see it.
Yeah. Even in slow motion, I still don't understand how he got that.
I believe he saw him. Me? No. Double up again. Don't die on the cross. Shiro's not there. He's going for long. He never saw this orb.
Not uncommon to see Sway and Co try and work this B pick early in the round, but that's exactly what controllers is kind of hoping for.
Techno's jumping around, making noise like he's spotting for info to bait for controllers. It might work. Oh dear, Sway. Nice shot. He's had a series of good kills in this game. They're using the Falcons flash that Nico was abusing on Spirit yesterday. And Sway and Shiro find opening kills. B is weak. So they know rotates are coming in. Spirit might just jump the gun on Cat.
Oh, Zoe gave away one over towards B, trying to lurk through. And Mazinho's picked up one on the cross. Shiro is keeping it nice and safe right now, and he's going to return the advantage to Spirit, leaving them set up nicely in a 3-on-2. Donk waits back in the site, has support from Chopper, can just play on his contact, and there it is. Walking to the crossfire, Donk bites down for 2. And Spirit do take control in a big way over this T side. Money expires for the Mongols in the final round of the half, so at best they're cobbling together a couple of rifles, maybe SMGs as well. You kind of have a decision to make. Do you want the util or do you want the firepower? All the reason for Spirit to lock in a strong half. Won't have an AWP to worry about, won't have a lot of util to get out of the Mongols. So look at this, the only guy taking the hit is controllers.
Someone's got to be the intern. Oh, that Molly trapping Messino on long side, and that's his half. Not a fun half. Moving into the B tunnel, Sway is waiting. 3 players coming in. Timing's awkward, but he recovers for a kill, and the info is big. Doc moves in to make sure nothing goes wrong. Blitz trading still. 2-on-3. You don't want to believe.
Oh, I'm a little nervous. Will they clear this? I think they've seen the barrel, so yeah, 9-10. Dead at the car. And that leaves it just on Blitz. Looking like an 8-4 half here for Spirit, and considering how this game starts, that's one hell of a recovery.
Yeah, really good recovery and really good half. 8 rounds on T-side Dust 2. Spirit will not be shameful of that. Domination on Dust, the first map of this series to survive in Blast Rivals, and Spirit starts strong.
The going can get tough as the game goes on, but in a round like that, Donk's just simply going to own you.
Let's see about the swing.
He's bringing Shiro in.
Oh, he doesn't know exactly.
Good wide swing, Shiro, good trade. So good thing you brought a friend to the fight.
Yeah, that was a great swing.
I'm there with you. Feels like they had an inkling as to what was up. 30 seconds, and it's a very quiet walk-up.
They don't know. They don't know.
Molotov's coming out. Jota's trying to help from the staircase. He'll go back, and they don't actually burn out under Palace. Jota killing Chopper is huge. Doc missed the jump. Nobody has checked this. Wakadia is given a gift as he snaps over Shiro's Tech 9 for the double, and all he has to do is now kill Woxic. It's a 1v3. He goes deep. You'll love to see it.
Oh, look at this, just jumping straight ahead. Yeah, Donk's not up to any silly business, boys. Yeah, smokes are good, but you got to play behind them for them to mean anything. Could be an eco bash ace. Just needs one more kill.
Chopper's going to steal it. How rude. Oh, he's actually giving it to him.
You can have him.
It's all yours. That's
Thanks,
a captain.
boss.
That's a proper captain. Let the man have it.
Whoa.
Vitality not able to put the clutch together on this A site, but they'll try again to get through, and this time he goes down with nothing. Heaven player emerging in the form of Donk. Here comes Chopper again, critical Zen play! Not the first time he keeps them on their toes. Chopper drops a nade, it's martyrdom. Donk is kind of a little bit preoccupied.
He kind of gets away with this big time.
Yeah, great damage. And then Zontix is going to take a spot inside the smoke, so if Donk doesn't kill everybody like he tends to do...
Zwei, quick to arrive, has left it all on Spinks. 2 kills downrange from Spirit, latest piece, and he'll continue to turn heads. A hat trick for Zwei seals the deal on a strong lead for Spirit. Spirit recover from a 4-3 start in favor of the Mongols. They go on to take 5 straight and end up with 8 rounds on their T side. They will not be disappointed with that turnaround, and it's left them in a very commanding position here on Dust 2. And the Mongols, something that's been a bit of a backbone of their games is their success in these pistol rounds. They really have been taking the idea that it's a wild card round and throwing that out the window with how frequently they end up shaping up these T and CT sides. If that can stay true here, there's still hope for them on Dust. If it gets away from them, Spirit are set to run away with this map.
Was this always going to be a hit, or did they decide to freeze? Mongols held on to more util. They've managed to burn Spirit. Smoke and flash used. No kit either. And they've got a second volley, so it feels like this is always part of the plan here for the Mongols. 2 players in the bomb site. But Mongols are moving back to lower. Controllers in the long door. There's more to show here for the Mongols in this pistol. Donk committed is going to be hard to get rid of.
You kind of saw what the idea was, like reaction bait on B, get the util out of them, and also hope that you can catch a player getting aggressive on long doors when you hear a bunch of footsteps in the tunnels. And that's when Controllers ideally was going to catch them. And he still might. Tanir's aggression punished as Controllers shuts him down. That's a 5v4 for the Mongols and a route open out towards this A site. Shiro moves in to try and plug the hole, and Donk's still down in the pit, hoping to play later in the round. Good tag for Shiro. Controllers doesn't check this, but that's not before he's mopped up Shiro in a quick trade over on long. Yeah. Blitz in position to cut down the rotates, and everything is very intentional about these positions from the Mongols. Spirit knocked out of the pistol, and I really like the way that pistol round looked.
Yeah, it's really clean for the Mongols. I think the biggest problem is the fact that Controllers is able to kill Shiro there. It's instant, it's a nice shot, but Donk letting him die is the reason that Spirit don't have any legway in that round. If Donk can get this kill quicker, or if Controller's slower, then Donk and Shiro can make that retake happen. Not to be, though. Mongols have strong post-plants, as you say. And Spirit full eco in the second. So that's Mongols converting both pistols, it seems like. And they just full B-rush on this one. Maybe they regret it.
Donk 3 HP, and the util might find him. Oops. Techno, little too thirsty for the kills there. 9-10 put down. Round goes no further. Chopper spotted on the big flank. Oh, Blitz, buddy.
We've all been there.
Don't feel good about that.
Oh dear.
It's not a hand shot for another. At this point, I think you just got to give him the respect. You know what? You want the T-spawn so bad, you can have it.
Yeah, we're coming for you anyway. Big flank. Oh, I love this. Oh, why is he ready? Why is he ready for that? Techno wanted the long-range knife, hunting his prey, but DonkD, nothing more. It's just MongolZ converting on both pistols. Forgivable team kill for Techno. He uncrouched, I swear. And here's that gun round. Shiro's AWP comes through. No kit for Spirit, you'll note. We'll see if that gets in the way. Starting 3B in this round of Spirit. And staying. Shiro's AWP looks in. And Donk moves around the mid-smoke as MongolZ have B in mind in this rifle. Shiro looking to skewer. Chopper's even pushing Cat.
Oh, that is a beautiful trade for controllers. That could have been a big problem. Spill out through mid, gets pincered and shut down. But Techno and controllers are still in with a chance here. Plant comes in. Controller stops him crossing for a moment. And Techno on that swing is punished.
What a round.
It is a brawly round of Counter-Strike from the second it starts. Well, I don't even think that took more than 20 seconds to come to an end. That is a ludicrous display.
Was that trade after trade for the entire round? It certainly felt like it. Just back, forth, back,
Controllers,
forth.
I think the only guy that got the multi. 2 found over towards B-Ray. He gets that instant trade on Shiro. But everything else was just a real quick sequence of these trades.
But there were no 2 kills from one team in a row. It was TCT all the way till the end of the round. Impressive close. Spirit get on to 9. Chaotic comms, I'm sure.
Passion coach type round.
Oh, that took me too long.
Yeah,
that took me way
man.
too long.
I know.
It's been a while since we've seen them, okay?
Yeah, but you can never forget TC.
I was thinking of, like, yeah, I was thinking of paiN for a second. I was like, where are you going?
Yeah, he was with the Hawk Tour guys, if you remember. Oh no,
in a circle. Nice try.
In a circle.
I
That's
got your
the one.
meme.
In a circle. It was just an excuse to say Hawk Tour.
Yeah.
Here we are. Jump up for Blitz.
MongolZ buy again. Harry, thoughts?
It's a bit classic, you know? The MongolZ, they like to keep their finger to the pulse with the buys. They believe there's never a bad time to invest. Market crashing? Nah, it's just a new dip.
Oh, well, they buy high, sell low right now because if they lose this round, they are suddenly hurtling towards the ground.
Yeah, but it goes both ways, right? And that's the risk reward they're employing here.
Ooh.
Chopper, you won't say no to that. An opener found on a walkout through the tunnels. Sway. That's what's lurked out through mid. They try and play in a CT, but the flash is brutal. Donks lent a helping hand there and allows Tanir an easy double. And this risk reward from the Mongols of going for the buy, hoping to break the money. Doesn't pan out, and they're left with nothing.
Donk's the support player this game. He's had some great flash assists. He helps Zwei get his upper kills on T side, pops to near through that CT spawn. And as Mongols try mid-round, that wasn't their aim at the beginning, right? They just lose tunnels control, and so they pop through the CT spawn. Donk perfect flash to near, incredible double. And Spirit break the money completely. That is worst case scenario for Mongols. All the risk of the force, none of the reward. They have Glocks and Deagles here in round number 17.
And yeah, I think potential stressful times ahead for the Mongols. Even when you look at the next map in the series, Ancient. A good one for Team Spirit. Ended up with 2 opening maps that they like to play. And so it might be hard to get a repeat of the shock from Chengdu.
And you just feel, you know, as good as Controllers is, you still feel the loss of Senzu in this team, right? You know, in terms of not having firepower, as much firepower, not having as much entry power. He seems super reliable on CT sides, but can someone crack this B side open? It doesn't look likely. Zwei with a great map. Has to be said. He's you know, his score's not anything crazy, but he's had some really impressive rounds and impactful kills on the T side.
No, and if one thing's been clear from Spirit in Hong Kong is that they have put some effort into really making the Dust 2 hit a little harder. I think after Chengdu, it was a very disappointing map for them. You know, Mongols beat them hard on this map, so did the Falcons. The Falcons game yesterday was far closer, has to get settled in OT. Here, it's building to be a more dominant win than even the Mongols picked up against them in Chengdu.
All right, speed here. Seems like Mongols just want to hit the go button out middle, fast mid to B. Donk sees it all.
Yeah, good jump spot. And a nice nade to find early damage, softens them up even for the M4, so Zwei still threatening, and Donk just putting that AK to work. There's the shift from Donk out through the window. And that window of opportunity for the Mongols gets slammed shut.
Is he back? I think he's back. Did he ever leave? Couple of poor maps for Donk recently, but that's just what you expect in a position like this. Trading contact off his way. Perfect for Donk. Pinpoint headshots. 19 and 14. Running away with this game now are Spirit. No question about it. Since the pistol conversion, Mongols have not been able to win a round. And it doesn't look like that will change in this map. 5 straight for Spirit to close on the CT side, no less.
And it's rough, you know, like this is where the Mongols have had a lot of their pitfalls. I think you have to give them credit for how good they look in pistol rounds. Ooh. But largely, those are the rounds that uphold the Mongols games. It's when the rifles come out, they've really struggled. That was even the case back in Chengdu where they played FURIA. They managed to pick up like 4 rifle rounds in the entire series. Maybe it was a bit more by the end, like 5. But still, that's across 2 maps. Here, they've managed to find 1 rifle round. So, you know, the score lines always look like there was a chance for it to be competitive, but in reality, the only times they're finding success versus these top squads are in the pistols.
That's crazy. 1 rifle round in this game for the Mongols, and will that change? Time to find out. Zwei in the site only gets 1. Donk has to fly in. Could call for Chopper's flash, but he's a little bit late to this party. Molly makes Donk give it up. Spirit still feeling keen to fight, and on that break, the bomb gets dropped. Donk comes through with a flash.
Yeah, and there's another one. Chopper with his second flash tees them up, and they both play in. Donk ripping heads off. And I mean, look, if that's a sign of things to come, if Donk can keep this up across the series, he very much gets reactivated by the end of Dust 2. Spirit just might be out for their revenge story and can still lock in the playoffs.
Everyone can beat anyone.
The best team in the world right now, I think, still is Vitality.
Vitality. They won everything in the first part of the season.
For sure, Vitality was conquering everything.
Actually, it's tough to say. right now because I think everyone can beat us right now.
Even though the start hasn't been the best, they haven't reached the final, they haven't won in the tournament since the break. I feel like they're gonna get bounced back and they're gonna win a trophy by the end of the year for sure.
Just for the current form, and I would say Spirit is a bit in front of us.
Spirit started strong this season, but now the player change and everything together, not the best, I would say.
I think MongolZ have been on the rise and they have been able to beat Vitality twice now.
After Vitality, I would say MongolZ right now, form-wise.
I think there's only 3 top teams still compete, I would say. I mean, Spirit, us and MongolZ.
But I would say right now it's between Spirit and Vitality still, and the other teams still have to catch up a little bit.
Well, here we have the trophy before us, but one of these two teams will be losing out that opportunity. The other one making it through to playoffs still with that in their eyes. But it's going to take a lot more than what we've seen from both these teams in order for them to reach it that far, Pim.
Yeah, it was a positive outlook, though, for Team Spirit right here in this game on Dust 2. I feel like that's what we were supposed to see yesterday versus Falcons. Obviously, the MongolZ and the Falcons are two different caliber of opponents as of right now. But let's not forget that Spirit were in a winning position versus Falcons on Dust 2 yesterday as well. So for them to win out is one thing. For them to win out convincingly without leaving much doubt, that's exactly what they need right now. They need a bit of confidence. They need to make known that they're in control of the game. And I feel like they were that in the vast majority here on Dust 2.
And this was a massive turnaround from what we saw last time they faced off in Chengdu, right? It was actually Spirit that ended up getting dominated. It was Spirit that didn't look like they knew what they were doing with this. And some of this comes down to just Spirit right now having the right individuals coming through at the right time with the right mood.
Let's be completely honest, James. When you lose both pistols and you win 13-6, you're dominating your opponent. So for the MongolZ, you know, side of it, you win pistol, you convert, you get off to a good start in the first half, and then nothing really transpires for them. Second half as well, you win the pistol, you convert again, and that's pretty much all you get in that game. You know, whenever it was a buy round, whenever it was a gun round, Donk and the boys, Tania and the boys were significantly better than the MongolZ.
The way it went down was really rough, right? Because it was like a 3-0 start, and then straight after that, Spirit just controlled the T side. We got round 11 to look at.
Round 11, yeah, is a great example of a round where I feel like it was easy very, very easy for Team Spirit to get it done. At this point, they already fought their way back into the game. Controllers obviously here with the AWP getting picked off straight away. Nice opening from Sway, who also had a decent gaming. Then Shiro gets an easy pick on towards middle as well, and all of a sudden you're playing a 3v5, another 1v1 duel towards the B bomb side, and then they just swarm the A side as well, even having a lurk player right here in Shiro standing on catwalk with an AWP. For Spirit, it felt like all these kills came easy to them, right? You saw the first two, easy kill on controllers, second one Shiro just holding an angle with an AWP, so they didn't really have to work that hard to get the rounds. And you know, one thing is Spirit punishing the mistakes of Team MongolZ. Another one is MongolZ offering a lot of easy rounds in that first half. And Spirit, though, took full advantage of it. Spirit posting up with the AWP, TYLOO having a great showing. It just felt like they were in control in pretty much every single buy round.
Yeah, it looked like they couldn't really do anything wrong, and it continued going into their CT side, right? We're looking at retakes where the teamwork's on point and the communication's there as well.
Yeah, I went up here and, you know, and saw the last round, you know, just by watching the Spirit players.
Yeah.
And then I wanted the replay of the round as well, because the retake was super, super cool. And the communication from the Spirit camp seemed very optimistic, you know, very on point. Again, you have a round that is going a bit back and forth. Shiro finds an opening, as we saw throughout the entirety of this game. He had a lot of impact with the AWP. Again, re-peeking, maybe a little bit too much here, but let's punish him. And then you see the B hit coming in. Sway under a lot of pressure. He was the one faulting yesterday. He couldn't do anything against the Falcons. This time around, only good for one kill. But the communication right here. Don't call for a nade. He gets the nade. Then he instantly said, be ready with a flash. Guess who's ready with a flash? That's Chopper. And then Donk comes in instantly through the smoke, gets the kill, and apply pressure towards the MongolZ. And that's kind of how they ended the game as well. There was not a single round where the MongolZ weren't under a lot of pressure. And in this round, you could just see Donk communicating. Chopper saying, I'm ready. Throwing the flash, getting in. It was picture-perfect Counter-Strike, which is something we haven't seen from Spirit in quite some time.
So now you speak English, Danish, and Russian. This is impressive.
I could sense, you know, the word flash. And then I see Donk standing like this, and I think I can figure it out.
I thought you could get that, but a positive sign is what we've been talking about all event long so far, right, when it comes to Spirit, is that this is what has been lacking, you know? That kind of teamwork, that kind of detail that we were used to seeing with the old lineup. So this is hugely positive. And also, we're going to come back to TYLOO. We spoke about him in the pregame. This man is a mood booster. This man is having some more confidence in its own. He got to show off a little bit in this game.
Yeah, I think he found a lot of impact in this game. You look at the scoreline, 15-12, maybe doesn't stand out that much. 86 ADR, though, had a couple of openings, and he was just consistent in every single duel. I'll also say, if you were watching the game and put him to the eye test, the few rounds that was actually close in this game, as you see right here, he was clutching it out. He was finding an awful lot of impact, had a couple of entries on towards A-long as well with the rifle. So despite Spirit dominating, which they pretty much did throughout the entirety of the game, the few times it was actually close, the few times he was needed and called upon, again in a 3v2 right here, in a retake, TYLOO stepped up and delivered a lot of impact. So 15 kills doesn't really stand out that much, but when you hold it up against TYLOO, who's been struggling a little bit as of late, and then you see the game and see how impactful the 15 kills were, I think it's only fair to praise him.
And I'm no psychologist, but I do have in the green room a whole little screen that just shows the players' faces and cameras, and I'm looking at it a lot, not just to help with like trying to see what the team's doing, see if anyone's tilted, but also ask them in the interviews about this. TYLOO right now, win or lose, good stats, bad stats, not clutching it out, doing the clutches as well. He has this ability right now to smile through it all.
I'll say it like this. If you can make Donk smile in arguably the worst crisis that Spirit has been in quite some time, I think you're doing a pretty good job as a teammate. So yeah, credit to TYLOO for that one.
And the only one who'd been able to do it before was Magix. Now Donk has a new friend to help him with all of this. Maybe it's a little romance growing without all of it. And we have to mention Donk, because Donk at this point, when he's getting the flashes he needs, when he's getting the support he needs, he does what he does best, man. And he did all game long.
Yeah, a lot of impact coming in from Donk. 114 ADR, winning 4 out of 5 opening duels as well. And as you said, you know, just doing Donk stuff. And that's what we want to see more of. He hasn't been struggling. That's not fair to say. He just haven't been up to par with his incredible high level that he's
it's actually
had throughout the
struggling with a 1.20 rating is like some players' best rating. So that's a sign, right?
That's what we always have to keep in the context when we speak about Donk. He set the bar so incredible high for himself that when he's at a 1.2 rating, he's not really happy about it. At this point, you can just see, I mean, it's almost too easy. Why they're giving me all these free kills? It's always a joy to watch Donk play. And let's be completely honest, versus Falcons on Dust 2 yesterday, he was nowhere to be found in the first half, but then he heated up in the second, had an awful lot of impact. Big part of the reason as to why Spirit got in a winning position versus Falcons. Today, that wasn't needed. He was just consistently impactful first half to second half. And when Donk is playing at this level against the struggling the MongolZ, there's not really any doubt, you know, who's the best player on the server. There's not any doubt that nobody from the MongolZ can shut down on Donk playing like this.
And do you think, like, right now for Spirit, this win, like we said about, is more important, right, means more? Because the MongolZ have this very odd situation where this isn't kind of how they plan things to be going.
I think so, to be completely honest. One thing I took note of as well, and I know it's not something new, but you have 3 of the MongolZ players sitting at their PCs. You have 2 guys who went out. No communication has been in between these players. They haven't discussed the next map. They haven't talked to each other about what just happened right here. Personally, I get, that there should be space for individuals to sit down, practice, and hone in on the next game, and get warmed up as well. But that's why you warm up, That's why you come in an hour before the game and you do your warm-up. I will always be an advocate for going out, having the team talk, as pretty much every other single team is doing. So yes, I'm sensing right now that the MongolZ are well aware that this tournament is maybe a bit of a freebie. Maybe the pressure's not on them. Maybe they're okay with, obviously not okay with being eliminated, but yeah, it's not like this internal pressure from them to do well. And I think we're sensing that from seeing, 3 of the players sitting in front of the PCs, not talking to each other at all.
But isn't this the way they always do things, right? Isn't this just them relying on their individuals? They didn't feel like they came in hot, then they want to make sure that they're sharp so they can play off just fighting and taking these duels. That's what we know them for.
And that's fair enough. If that's the calculation the MongolZ camp are doing, and if that's how they feel comfortable doing it, then go ahead. I just think personally that when I see pretty much every other team doing it, especially when you bring in a new guy, when you bring in a guy who needs that practice time, like controllers, where you are not 100% sure how you're going to do things, what calls you're doing, etc., etc. Maybe there's something to be said about it, but controllers were one of the guys actually walking out, so maybe Mara has had that conversation with him. I'm just speculating a bit right here, but it does feel like the MongolZ, at least from what I sense, don't have that internal pressure. They're sort of okay with being eliminated. The goal for them is to get ready for the major. The goal for them is to practice as much as they can leading up to the major, and then whatever happens here in Hong Kong happens.
Now, looking at going into Ancient, right? Okay, this is a map that they were able to lose last time in the series, right? This was the map where it got really close. This is a map that at times in the past, Spirit used to struggle on it, but here they seem to be a bit more comfortable. If they're firing like this, I'm a little bit worried for MongolZ.
You should be worried. I think Spirit have shown time and time again that even in this strugglesome period, when it comes to Ancient, it's a map that play at a consistent high level. It's also a map that Donk loves to play. I feel like whenever you watch Donk play Ancient, it's always a joy. Always willing to go for the duels, always in your face. Loves to try to take control in middle on the CT side as well. So if you're the MongolZ and you're a team that relies a lot on individuals, relies a lot on the fights in middle, you know that you have to get past Donk on that CT side. And that is an incredible big task. Let alone talking about Shiro. I feel like Shiro and his consistency with the AWP, the way he's actually roaming around the map and always finding kills, especially late in the round on the CT side. There's just so many things going the way of Spirit that I fear a little bit for the MongolZ.
And when you're talking about fearing for the MongolZ, I'm fearing about what 9 and 10 was able to do, because on Dust 2, Shiro had so much space, so much room to walk around, because 9 and 10 was a non-factor. He wasn't being shut down. He wasn't having to be worried about where he's looking. On a map like Ancient, 9 and 10 needs to be very mobile. He needs to be running around and taking that space away from them. They can't have it for free.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Like, there's no doubt that the MongolZ will have to step up, and some of the individuals will have to step up. Again, I think it's too easy to say if 9-10 plays well, then the MongolZ have a chance of winning. But at the end of the day, we're talking about a team that relies on the individuals.
Yeah.
We're talking about the team that, as I just said, had 3 players sitting in there warming up, relying on getting heated up, relying on getting the individual level back on. So as much as the viewers at home maybe want to hear some strategical analogy, some approach to the game, we're talking about the MongolZ who have lack of practice with controllers. We're talking about the MongolZ who lost arguably the best player just a couple of weeks ago, and they do rely an awful lot on their individuals, especially on a map like Ancient. So I think it's only fair that you point out 9-10. I want to point out Mcinho as well. I think he's in the center of a lot of attention when it comes to Ancient. So if those 2 players can play well, that's definitely a win condition for the MongolZ.
And just as a comparison, right, when you were talking about what MongolZ were doing in between, Spirit, everyone went out, came back in now. Hallie was having a little conversation right now with Donk, and he was also talking to Tanir before then, going down the notes, making sure everyone understands what's going on. They're very focused on the game plan. They're very focused on executing what they had prepared.
Yeah, they are. And it does look pretty good. Again, I don't want to make any early conclusions, but from watching Spirit yesterday, the mood in the camp, it seems a lot better today. They're well aware that if they win this game against the MongolZ, they're already in the playoff, and whatever happens in the playoff, whatever happens on a stage when you have Donk and Shiro on your team, they can completely change the course of that. So I think Spirit right now are in a rather comfortable position. They know they have to win the best map in order to win this series, and that must feel nice for Donk and the boys.
Now, looking at this though, right? Okay, they won it last time around. What do you expect the MongolZ to be able to do in order to turn things around? Because this didn't look good. This now means they're starting on the back foot, and they're going into a map where it might have been what they picked, but it maybe not what they're best at.
I hope the pace coming out for the MongolZ is going to be, in your face on the CT side. I hope the T side is going to be a wolf pack mentality. Again, I think the MongolZ right now, with the lack of practice, the lack of having the ability to change anything, people at home need to understand they were at IM Chengdu straight into the tournament, so they don't really have any time whatsoever to practice or do anything in terms of making their game plan new. So I think Spirit right now is well aware of what's going to happen. So for the Mongols. Try to rely on your individuals, try to up the pace, and see if you can rattle out Spirit.
In terms of rattling out Spirit, though, when they're this confident, that's not going to be possible, right? If you've got Donk like this, you've got even TYLOO firing off well. This just seems like a good package of everyone understanding what they need to do.
I'm not going to lie, you know, I would love to tell you that I think the Mongols are going to win this game. I don't think that's the case. I think Spirit are pretty clear-cut favorites to take Ancient. However, I expect it to be a competitive game. I think Mongols have shown time and time again, especially against Spirit, that they always show up. They always give you a competitive game. They did not do that on Dust 2, so I fully expect the Mongols to come in with a bit more fire, a bit more individual firepower as well, and make the game competitive. But if you're asking me if I think Spirit will win this one on Ancient, 100%.
And looking at Zwei, for example, right, we didn't talk too much about him. Just a normal performance right now overall when it comes to him. But do you feel like he, at least within this, will just do his job if you've got TYLOO also stepping up? We're not going to be so critical of him?
I think so. I think one of the maps that he's been struggling on has actually been Ancient for Zwei. So again, it depends on how you're being set up. But there's also the case to be made that with a guy like Donk on your team, who is so impactful when it comes to Ancient, he's always the first guy going for the openings. He's always the guy in middle fighting on the CT side. There's only so much you can do if you're Zwei. If you're left in a 3v5, it's very difficult for him to do anything on the CT side. If you're left in a 3v5 on the T side, it's also very difficult for him to do anything. So I think Zwei relies a bit more on the team playing well, and if Spirit as the team is playing well, then I'm sure he'll step it up as well, and not necessarily be the most impactful player, but do his job as he's supposed to.
Well, Spirit certainly look ready. We've still got questions to be answered when it comes to the Mongols, but this is do or die for them. They need to win here to keep their tournament life alive. Let's see what happens after the break.
the Mongols want to save themselves in Hong Kong, they've got to do it on Ancient. But Hugo, we've already seen this game take place back in Chengdu. The Mongols did win it out. What was the one map they couldn't close on? It was Ancient.
Oh, I was going to answer.
I know, man, but it's rhetorical.
Okay.
Here's the
people
thing.
Going.
It does get the people going, as it should. The Mongols need a lifeline in this series. Otherwise, they fall shy of the playoffs. They were not the team you expected in this group to be in this position. It was supposed to be passion, right? Coming in, looking at the rankings, looking at the fact that everyone else here had already been accustomed to this time zone, had just been out in China playing. You were supposed to be writing off the bottom-ranked team. But it might end up being the Mongols. They set off the Chengdu playoff was the expectations. Well, I can imagine that was even more the case here. If they want to get there, they need results on Ancient. Donk opens up in this pistol towards the tail end of Dust 2. He started hitting real hard.
And last time when we had Spirit win this map, what did they not win? The pistols. Today may be different. 5v2. Cracking skulls. Mongols get nothing done in this pistol round. It is a hyper-aggressive CT pistol here from Team Spirit, fighting on the heaven with Donk. They seem very well prepped for that one. We saw a lot of talking between Hallie, Donk, really the whole team. Note out coming into this game. Spirit knowing the importance. To be fair, they said, even after the Falcons match yesterday, they were happy with how they played and that they were noticing the improvements. And, you know, there were some pretty horrific rounds in there, but it's also a horrific matchup for Spirit. On a normal day like today, it looks like they want to try and make quick work of this new Mongols. The Mongols who hit heights in Chengdu, but might struggle to replicate that. Shiro, they're all here behind the smoke. Flash goes over. Blind Shiro was anti, he's ready for more. Simply done by this MP9. Oh.
I mean, it's a nice way to open up, and I feel like if you're Spirit there, what you largely did was try to counter the pistol that the Mongols ran last time, which was just an all-in B offensive. And don't get me wrong, that wasn't the objective to open up this game, but it was super B-focused from the Mongols, so that lane control is going to be super important. If you remember, we had countless head-to-heads between Donk and Mazinho in these mid-fights. And towards the end of it, they started to go a bit more passive in mid. Maybe that gave too much room to the Mongols. I think here, Spirit are really going to look to own this part of the map. If you can pressure lane, deny that control, start winning some of these mid engagements, the map shrinks so much for the Mongols in terms of where and when they're able to play. And so once more, we have an active mid stance for Tanir and Donk. Once more, an option to pressure lane with Donk from heaven. And so already displaying a good understanding of kind of what the keys to victory are here for Team Spirit.
Even just the idea that Spirit only lost one gun round last map is unreal. Shiro looks to keep up their good streak. Donk dead in middle off the flash. Shiro still survives, but he's trapped.
I mean, look, expect a lot of the Mazinho be Donk head-to-head. But if they're able to have, you know, pieces here to help him and keep that trade always guaranteed as a minimum, mid is going to feel very, very tough for the Mongols to own. Util in, over towards the B side of the map. Oh, and CtrlS with the mowdown. He was the guy who just last week put on a show on this map. Him and Donk were the two heavy hitters for their respective teams, and that is really not a bad way to start. Pushing the long smoke is Tanir. He comes through, tries to get in their face, but an awkward timing blitz off the bomb, able to get gun on in time.
Yeah, a second earlier, maybe he could have denied, but CtrlS.
Feel for him a bit there. It's one of those ones where you're walking through the smoke and you're thinking like, this is lasting
so
forever.
Long. Yeah, such a long smoke. It's that or it's jump through, Harry.
Yeah, and
we saw how that,
do not remind me of that round.
Saw how that went for Spirit.
Do not remind me of that round, bro.
Shiro is going to have to molly this. They might push through, but no. It's a CT molly. Don't be scared. Flash, Shiro miss. He's in trouble. One bullet left. It's not going to happen. So awkward missing. No idea. It's always a guy at the back, though. That's just how that works.
Spirit horror movie trope. That's a 3v5 from the Mongols and the Hunt at the end.
Owned.
Kind of awkward how Controllers gets that double kill.
Yeah.
Like both players took their eyes off of the cave push, even though that's what that setup exists to counter.
So he was holding him, but yeah, he just gets eviscerated. Just letting you listen in there. Spirit concede their second gun round in the whole series, Harry. Nine-10's AWP.
Second break, second nade, and a shot of redemption. Donk, the only guy left out here in middle. It's Controllers coming for him out on heaven, along with Techno. And they will clean up this mid push from Team Spirit. That's a positive sign for the Mongols, right? Getting past the Donk and Shiro mid hold. Denier going to try and respond to this with a bit of aggression out towards main, risks it all on that peak, and ends up feeding another to Mizinho. Now you're stretched very thin if you're Spirit. Only Chopper in towards this A site, and how successful he is on the SMG really does dictate how interested you are in this round. You shouldn't be winning this if you're Spirit. Providing no one gives anything away, they will be thinking about saving.
Well, even though it's a far more comfortable map for Spirit, the same can be said about the Mongols. They've got the protocols, they've got the play time. It's their best win rate map in the last 3 months. It's one that Controllers, as you said, slots into quite well. And so Mongols are more than comfortable to meet Spirit right there. And look to take a map in the series and try and make this one yet again a 3-map galore game. Last time Mongols won out over on Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually the thing that impressed me the most about Controllers is how he's gotten better with each game he played. I remember the first game on Ancient where they played Heroic, if you recall. He was really good in that series, maps 1 and 2, but on Ancient he did feel a little lost. He finished bottom of the board. It wasn't really an issue. They still went on to close it. But there would just be times where it felt like he didn't really know what the expectation was of him. I'm thinking about some of his Red Room lurks, where he would just kind of be waiting around, it felt like, till nothing happened. But as the games went on, he progressively got better and better. And then when it really mattered in that Spirit matchup in the close OT game, sure, they ended up losing. He was the top performer for the Mongols and had some really high impact rounds. It feels like even just in those couple of games, they very quickly figured out, you know, where his strengths and weaknesses lie. And he himself understood how the Mongols wanted to use him far better by game 3. So if he's able to kind of keep showing that improvement and again look to be a heavy hitter for them on this map, just speaks to his growing comfortability in the squad, which isn't easy to do. You know, he's only had a handful of games in the Mongols jersey. Compact walk up through ramp, but Blitz has got a freebie there. Donk with one on the USP. Chopper's picked up another. A good catch for Techno alleviates a lot of the pressure here. 2 quick kills coming out, and any hope of this one spiraling might have just gone out the window with that double.
Ooh, such a strange setup for Spirit, because 2 smokes come in. Spirit must feel like it's a fake because no one's even peeking. Donk's tasked with watching Cave. Denir's full tuck the entire time. He lets them walk into default and clear him, and it takes them half a mag to do so. No one from Spirit looking, no one considering. And when you consider that they had many players on that B bomb site, could have been a bit more chaotic for the Mongols. So lucky to get out with that alive. Just saw a great stat on the screen last round about how previous map was Donk's highest rated map in the last month. Kind of crazy. Just shows the difficulty he's had in these recent events more than anything. Sure, it's a 1.88. Like, it's a great rating, but the Donk, we just call that Tuesday. Shura's AWP is back. Hit some nice ones last time in middle. Gonna support with flashes this time. MongolZ molly is problem with a smoke on Donut. Donk just pushes through both. Full disrespect. Donk gets the double and the upgrade to the AK. He's found a third through the smoke. This guy knows no bounds. All that util designed to stop Donk. Disrespects every bit of it. 4 kills. No, psych, TYLOO got the last, but Donk, no complaints.
Yeah, I think more than anything, you know, you just want Donk feeling super confident in these fights. It's felt weird seeing him ever look at all doubtful from a player where, like, that just was not the case. From the moment he exploded onto the scene. You know, and I think it's always hard, like, whenever you're trying to talk about Donk, or be critical of the numbers, because, you know, an okay game for Donk, hell, even a kind of rough one, is still a fantastic game to anyone else.
We hold him to such a high standard because of a year of consistency, where it felt like even if his team were completely letting him down, he often just won the game outright, and even if he didn't, he would put up remarkable games. So the level of consistency, I think, was combined with the peak, was the most unbelievable thing. I hadn't seen anything like it before. And so, yeah, when he does look mortal, when he looks human, it feels like he's having a horrible game, but the standard is up here. Donk again in middle, and MongolZ think twice before they charge out through elbow. They'll go on late timing. Util set up after the mid-mollies expire. Donk still fights out in the open. Lucky that smoke break failed. Donk was up for the grabs here. He'll give it up. His classic position in front of the donut block, but no, Donk goes all the way into A. Resetting to red.
910's been waiting for this. Donk gets the spot that they're out in mid. He sees that open, wants nothing to do with it. Sway with aggression, Chopper alongside him in the mid round here, and that's a nice flick to deal with controllers.
Oh, he goes.
Nice that they don't overextend there, right? You just siphon a player from the ranks, get out, don't offer the chance at a trade or a red carpet being rolled out for a B hit. And now you sit in a commanding spot, a 5v4.
Retake B is really nice.
Good chunk of info as to where the MongolZ are as well. You see these nades come down, but you were prepared for this eventuality. As you say, in that retake set up from the get-go. Break on the smoke. TYLOO misses the chance to fight through it. Could have tried to stop the plant, but Blitz gets that bomb down, and the MongolZ will have a bomb plant to play around.
Oh, Blitz, last bullet, headshot onto Chopper. This retake is on, it's happening, but Techno stays aggressive, tries to take space back. MongolZ are playing active in the post plot, but Donk's come through. Another kill from him and TYLOO leaves his AWP in the clutch. Trade allowed, just enough there for Team Spirit to get it over the line. Nice multi-kills out of Donk and TYLOO again, who are putting rounds together here for Team Spirit.
And a cathartic 1v1 for TYLOO over 910. You know, over towards that B site, he had a bit of a haunting memory, and Chengdu, him and Chopper, unable to stop the reign of terror at 910 or controllers in these clutch moments. And so getting that one over the line, it's all building in the right direction. Spirit returns to the lead, and the MongolZ money once again called into question.
I like on a small level that Blitz taps that bomb wide and then he moves it to go and plant default. It's what forces TYLOO to actually not deny the plant because he heard it in another place. This should be fine, right? Although, missed shot for Shiro, needs to land this, and he does. Chop a double on the ramp. Pistol whip as Shiro comes into cover. All is fine. A bit chaotic. Good flashes for Mongols, but unable to capitalize. With 1 kill, Spirit are stringing rounds now, 3 in a row.
And this is what we were saying earlier on, right? If you're able to kind of win out these mid-fights pretty convincingly, which I would say more often than not, Spirit very much have. And now, you know, you're coming through actually with, it's not Shiro, it's not Donk, but aggression over towards B out of Chopper's way. You start to make the map feel very, very small. They're not even playing anyone A at the start of these rounds, right? They're putting an extra player either in the mid take or in the B lane aggression.
Yeah.
And you're trying to remove a whole side of the map from play for the Mongols.
Shiro just got to A with the orb at 135, so it's a gap right now. You would expect Mongols to try and punish, but they've been focused on this B hit, and this might be a good time for it. Through the smoke, Sway here's a flash, but nothing he can do but give it up.
Oh, and Mizinho gets aggressive. An important kill for Sway. Can't fully deny the long aggression, so the Mongols get this post-plant pocket they were looking for. There's Donk and Shiro moving in to deny it. And now you've lost the long control. You're going to look towards control-ez here on this backstab. Low on HP, short. But 1 kill in the right place would make a world of difference. Shiro, that's a really awkward miss. Still low HP on control-ez. And Spirit work out that retake. They put it down. They weren't even ready for the B hit in that round, anticipating that finally Blitz would call for one of his up-tempo A plays, and that doesn't happen. They're caught off guard by B, but they still collect themselves and put on a show. Also, I think it was Chopper over towards Cave. Credit to him there, right? He was like the one guy actually in the site, not in position to play retake. It's really important he doesn't die with nothing done. Offer up a 5v4 post plant. Not only did he not fall, he was alive by the end of it and comes through with the 2 kills to close the round. So no doubting Chopper's output in this map right now.
And Mongols are just seeming really forced on this B bomb side. They're constantly going for early B hits. They failed in middle, as you say. Donk and Shiro start to take the lead there. And so I want to see Mongols do an A hit and do a fast one at that, but it just feels predictable now. How long will Spirit stop playing A out of spawn? That's always the question on Ancient. It's knowing when to stack.
I think the other thing that feels really concerning is, you know, the Spirit retakes have actually looked super sound. Like that last round surfing is an example of it. So it's like the only thing one of these faster A plays will get you is a bomb plant, but that hasn't been enough in those 5v5 post plants anyway. And so I think, you know, if you blitz, you feel like you want to crack this nut over towards B. You want to show them that you can still take this side of the map in spite of the aggression.
TYLOO started there. Changed position. Donk is just meandering in the red room.
One of these controllers red room lurks, but Donk is on the line to deal with him. And a second player spotted. It's not uncommon to see, you know, Blitz link up with the lurk. Donk deals with them both.
The POV just looks better today. You know, it didn't look like this yesterday. You can just tell Donk is feeling it. He's having a good day. That off angle is perfect for Sway, but traded still. Shiro moves in with pistol of all weapons. He's waiting for the time to strike.
He's got Donk ready to come through with him as well. So even though they deal with Donk, low HP for Techno, doesn't complete the kill, and now an ult picked up for the clutch. Test for TYLOO, jumps on through, flies in like a chopper, and a strafe run for the final kill.
Oh, it hurts Techno. It's so winnable. Nice try to save the round, but off by millimeters with the AWP. If he was only not the 5th AWPer of Mongols, maybe, just maybe. Actually, sorry, he's been demoted to Sing.
I think right now it's just like credit for Spirit. They clearly went over the loss they faced to the Mongols, and the Mongols haven't had a lot of time to adapt or change things. You're getting some similar looking rounds, similar looking plays, and this time Spirit are way more ready for it.
Yeah, we've not had a single attempt, even attempt, Harry. I'm not even saying A rush, but Not even a look at that A bomb site in this game. It's been 10 rounds of play, so...
And the thing that sucks is if you leave it to round 12 to give it a go for the first time, it feels too obvious.
The last...
Spirit have already been preparing for the A hit. They know it's coming soon.
3 rounds in a row, despite the first 7, Spirit have started on A with a player, with either Shiro or Tania. So they are thinking the same thing. They're not fighting for mid-control. Donk has been giving it up, playing red, playing donut. Spirit think that Mongols will go back to it, but they won't. Not in this round. It's controllers, Red Room Lurk again, with 4 outside of the B site. And so Mongols got to try and break into a site that's often offered them nothing. Just bomb plants. Losing almost every single one of them. And sorry, Mongols did win 1 round on A. That was on the low econ early in the half. Controllers. Oh, Donk didn't see him. Oh, yes, he did. Cleared out as the flank comes in. Now you know what's up. Now you know they're coming in. Chopper gives it up. Retake again. Or is it?
Oh, Tania with an aggro push.
Crazy.
Barreling through that smoke. Zwei, much the same, out of cave and in with another. Extends the lead back to Spirit. He knows they want to try and fight him here. Even though that engagement comes through, it's Donk hot on the heels with the trade. I mean, this is kind of the dream scoreboard right now for Spirit. 9-10. Another gorgeous clutch added to his tally against Spirit in this B site. Had to be clinical on the rifle. And in those moments, man, where he's donning an AK back against the wall, 9-10. Not a surprise to see him deliver. But that was the big, heavy hitters for Spirit left in the round. You thought they had it dead to rights. Everyone else scraps hard to get them into that 2v1, and it's just surgical stuff from 9-10 on the AK.
Yeah, sick round. And now Mongols won a round. Now they have momentum. Now they have the confidence in the final round to go for this standard A-rush. Shiro is here on the line, though, but not for long. Look at him go. Headshot by Mizzino, run and gun. And these are the hardest rounds to win on the CT side. I don't see a way. 3 on 5, locked out of the site. That's what we were waiting for.
Suddenly come through with a 5-round T-half after getting beaten down throughout most of it. You'll take that all day if you're the Mongols. I mean, there's kind of no reason to lose this one either. You've replenished some of these smokes, wasting even more time. That's a crazy catch for Zwei.
Still, just got to defuse that bomb in the site, and everyone's still here fighting.
So he does have a smoke for the defuse, so maybe a chance to try and add some chaos in. But Donk's the only guy with a kit. He's not going to get to be gun on in this retake. 2 kills come out of him. Donk falls and Chopper runs away. A little string of rounds in at the close for the Mongols. It's given them a lifeline. Spirit looking to make the playoffs, and Mongols hoping that this is enough to deny.
Counter-Strike, like a fine wine, has aged well. As have you, Mr. Bloom. And that's why I bring you today into the Counter-Strike Clubhouse. I've heard through the grapevine that you've brought the Paris Major. Mr. Bloom, please talk me through your decision to present this to the council.
Well, how right you are. I went down to the Clubhouse archives and I happened upon this one. This is at the Paris Major Grand Final, the last round. We're talking overtime, on nuke, home crowd. Everything is on the line right here.
Apex and ZywOo in the A-Core Arena, as French as it gets. I think it's poetic as well that all 5 kills in the final round are from the 2 French players.
Yes.
This was supported by Dupree and by Magisk and Spinks.
This moment is everything. Like, this round would have been so different if ZywOo doesn't hit that shot. You can really taste the fear in Gamer Legion when they run from the ZywOo AWP.
In fear, you know, you see ZywOo shoot 1 bullet.
But they turn back because they're so afraid, and then they walk into Apex.
And here it is, that final shot, ZywOo to close it all.
Everything on him. Vitality.
No holds back, no surrender.
No holds back.
Some would say. almost destiny that all 5 players are killed by the 2 Frenchmen on French soil.
There's so much rich history to be built on this moment alone.
And the fact that those 2 legends continue to improve. Legendary moment for the Vitality org.
Quite possibly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for TYLOO to win on, in Paris like that, and for Apex too.
That's why we have culture clubhouses. It's so that we can thrive in the finest environments, and if this isn't Counter-Strike in its finest environment, then I don't know what is.
Now we must find a reasonable score, both in terms of mechanics and cultural impact for this clip. And starting with the mechanics, it is a bit on the low end. I would give this maybe a 5 out of 10.
Of course.
But on the cultural side, this is as big as it gets. TYLOO and Apex in France, in Paris, after the fall of French Counter-Strike. Your first cast, it's Dupree's 5th major. I don't think it gets much bigger. I would say this is about an 8.5 out of 10 for me.
Mechanically speaking, I'll raise it just to the 6. But culture, this was a CSGO major for ZywOo. Now ZywOo, they call him the CS GOAT, but if he never had his CSGO major, then that argument is absolutely blown out of the water. But this was a crowning jewel in terms of his accomplishments. At the tail end of a game, he thrust himself into the pantheon of greats. And for that reason, I'll take your 8 and I'll crank it to a 10. Bottle it and keep it on the Culture Club's top shelf.
Delicious.
Bottle that CT side up for Team Spirit, put it on the top shelf, because 7-round half, they are in control. A little A-rush at the end there to give Mongols the taste of victory, Harry. But it's Team Spirit looking for the 2-0 and playoffs here today.
Yeah, and that would go some way to healing the wounds left after missing out back in Chengdu. Right, we talk about this Spirit team. You always think about their reaction to their win in Astana and how down they looked. And I think it's because, at that event, they kind of knew the level wasn't enough if they wanted to go on to beat Vitality in Austin. Right, they were down and out while lifting a trophy. And so if that's the kind of vibe, if these games matter so much to Spirit as a result to show readiness and form ahead of the major, you at least want to go on a playoff run at one of the 2 final events of the season before that major. Pistol rounds have been where so much success is found for the Mongols. And so they're going to look to find success here. If they do, this game's back on.
Yeah, losing Zwei early, but going back to B now as Spirit, and Techno's taking this ramp space. The issue is, if he dies with nothing, Spirit are going to have an open runway into B. Techno's often good with the dualies. 30 seconds, Spirit just have to run. Chopper, what a clear. Blitz is here. He had a feeling they won't be ready for him.
Oh! Blitz with 2. Why stop there? Goes back in for a little bit more while he's got hot hands, but now he's low, and Tania with the punish. Mazinho and 9-10 get aggressive, and that is just unrelenting from the Mongols. From the moment they learn where Spirit are aiming, they are nothing but speed and pace all in their face with Blitz. Landing shots like that to open things up.
Incredible. What can you say about it? 2 beautiful headshots for Blitz, and Tania tried his best, but Mongols never let up. Snipes him. The Mongols, they've been loving the pistols. That much is clear. Three out of 4 in the series. Just a full eco. Even Donk doesn't have a deagle. Sign of the times. They ain't giving you anything. Donk playing around in the ball pit. (16 and 8), having another very strong map. It was always meant to be. Here we go, gun round now.
It was their T-side they struggled on last time to match up against the MongolZ in. Exact same look on the half. And so, you know, we were saying it's clear they've gone over the tape and they've tried to adjust accordingly. Are letting the MongolZ in for those final 2 rounds going to come back to haunt you, or do you have more to show on this T side? That's a good catch for taneer. Didn't feel like that was his fight to win, but he's not just got away with one. It's actually the double up on a cave push. And Sway bites down on the long push. A convincing first rifle round out of Team Spirit.
Oh, nice shots from Sway. They line up and spawn, and the tap to close it out. And yeah, for what MongolZ couldn't do all T-side long, which is take B control, Spirit just rush in like that, make it look easy. Insta double kill cave, insta double kill long. Nobody home here for the MongolZ. Buys even risky, although justified. Full M4s, but they've got nothing else. The util almost all gone. Techno getting spammed on B. Two smokes remain.
Again, trying to look for this B pressure. They've got Donk roaming out in middle. So everyone else might have grabbed lane, but right now Donk making moves, and he's got a lot of space to work with. You wonder if Spirit want to try and use that. MongolZ have read into this as the B play. They've heard the lane aggression. They hear players trapped by this smoke on cave. And so they take a bit of a gamble. That leaves the path to go and link up with Donk open.
Not much time though. Gotta run.
Right now, Blitz is moving into red. Won't be able to stop the mid-cross.
Oh, they really have fallen for it.
Just moved away, but there's still Mazinho in main, and he's been there all round. Like, if he catches this bomb,
nope.
Could have gone and taken it right there. Instead, concedes the site, lets them get the plant, and plays a little later, but that kill doesn't come through. A huge clear from taneer. 3-on-3 now, bomb planted, and a lot of time ticked off of it. The MongolZ put so much stock in Mazinho having the drop on them, having the element of surprise to turn this around. Now they've got to earn this in the retake, and Donk, a little wounded, will get brought down. It's left to taneer, last spotted over in main. He instantly committed to the big wrap round, 10-second stick. One kill in the right place, he's got this. Steals himself away.
Okay, yeah.
And Techno heads for the hills. Team Spirit pick it up. Good stuff for taneer to make that convincing move. They were holding main. They were sure that that's where he was going to swing from, and that lack of a kit comes back to haunt the MongolZ in the retake.
It's crazy because Spirit weren't actually holding main when they went for the plant. You would presume they were going to. That's why Mazinho doesn't play, and he's going to live to regret that. They come for him with a flash peek. taneer goes round the world and clutches up. Really well played from taneer. Super decisive move.
Everything about it, even down to just not buying that main was clear when he moves in on the flash.
Yeah, it would have been easy to discount it. But Blitz rotating in knife out, perhaps giving it away there. And even without Zwei able to fake on B, it still kept 4 Mongols players in the wrong place. Zwei gets his kill, but again, he's just trying to keep them here. His team are walking through cave right now. Does feel like Mongols are running out of road in Hong Kong. Just a couple more rounds away from being eliminated. Spirit sneak into the B-bomb site. Donk puts the bomb down, and with that, this eco is over. That's why he's looking for the ace, but won't find it.
You know, this, I think, like, you know, does just put into context how, for Mongols, you know, losing in this series, I think it was already shocking the first time they won it, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah, true.
Losing in this series, I don't think you can necessarily beat yourself up over it for being a new squad. Spirit having a point to prove and a bit of a fire lit beneath them as well. The real, like, rough loss, the real crux of it all for the Mongols was falling down a passion yesterday.
Absolutely, especially with how close those games came down, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you took what could have been an easy run into the playoffs. You made it as challenging as possible with that loss.
Just needed one win. They took over pass in overtime, and then back-to-back 13-11 losses, including a very comfortable map of Inferno for them, and that was Passion's worst map statistically coming in.
Yeah.
And that's all probably you can think about when you leave this tournament. Okay, losing to Spirit, whatever. It's a match that famously Mongols have always lost, right? They only just broke through.
Yeah, for the first time in Chengdu with the control-led stand-in, which is a wild time to do it. And it's like, what were the odds that you could capture lightning in a bottle twice if you're the Mongols?
Oh, he's lucky to be alive there. Went back for his gun. Couldn't find it. 10 headshots. Zwei cooking in this T side. And while Mazzino grabs the orb, he won't be able to use it. Spirit is surrounding B yet again. Oh, it's always the way. Throw your nades, you get caught.
Still a recoverable round here. Techno adds another to the tally and leaves this in a 2-on-2.
Orb in red.
Controllers fully backs up. So retake setup over here towards B. And actually, he'll start to shift around. They are heading ramp. Controllers just checking it on timings, and he'll find a great one. Tania dead on the walk up. And so it's just Shiro. Has looked good in this game, but having to get this done on the rifle. Orp on the line now. Goes to try and isolate the long fight, and Controllers just toys with him. Well played from him, as he's left as the sole B defender. He gets both of the kills to close that out for the Mongols. And so keeping them in it. Just barely treading water for now. Another timeout used from the Spirit squad, and Mara likely appreciates the hands-on time with the Mongols as well, trying to prepare them for the task ahead.
Life of a mid player there. The Mongols have to believe, because it's all they have at this point in the game. The map and Mirage proven to be good for them. And at times proven to be a bit of a problem for Spirit. Can Mongols squeeze out a win here? fighting in middle. Does relieve Donk of the round. A good follow-up for Mazzino, who is back in middle with a multi-kill. He's had a quiet series here, but about time to show us what he's got. Keeps MongolZ in this gun round. Suddenly, the game looks like it might just draw up. Ready to write this one off. No longer.
It's a 2-on-5. You know you're not supposed to win this. You've lost all your heavy hitter rifles out towards mid. You're looking on at Chopper and Shiro, just hoping they can capitalize on a mistake and overstep. But if they're not giving it anything, they're going to have to earn this 2-on-5. Looking in towards the B site, it's the most stacked of the two as well, with 3 players here for the MongolZ. Spot for Techno, and he doesn't hang around. He doesn't try and press that advantage. He doesn't look for a fight here. Instead, just playing a delay with only 20 seconds left. And even saving in this round, you know, it can bring about its own problems. Shiro and Chopper going to get no money at the end of this one.
Just gives you something to play with in that next round at least, right? Spirit want a chance to fight back. Question is, do they keep the guns or do they drop them over and suddenly you full force?
You're not going to get an AWP for the foreseeable future, maybe even down to the end of this game.
Donk by Kevlar. Chopper. Hello. Some of the worst times are when it feels like Spirit gets so stuck into this mid control that they play first timing, and you just see Donk almost get his life wasted by having to play instantly and just get destroyed by flashbangs. So let's see. Donk's thrown util at the start of the round. Spent 1,000. Oh, he's bought armor.
And they just bought both of the rifles down to half health straight away. So hoping to go kind of gladiator mode here and juggle those guns around. Donk able to retrieve a gun from the top of ramp, but they're blocked by the util.
This is what we wanted, though. No util. No plan. Just Donk and Shiro walking around with AK-47s.
If Tania can catch Blitz on this aggression, that would be huge, but it goes the other way. And so now, you know, you've lost everything over towards the A side of the map. You know the MongolZ are well-equipped and ready for where you are boxed in right now. I don't think you're going to get given a second chance of that fight, Donk. He got the info that he was being held, and Blitz has no reason to hang around.
No more blocking util on this B-bomb site.
Honestly, you kind of hate thinking about it, but Shiro's best bet might be to save again. You can let Donk off the leash and see what he can get away with.
They're believing. 2v4. Give it a shot.
Flash is good, and there's the swing from Techno. Shiro, just save. Just save. It's the only way they're going to have 4 guns in the next round.
Ooh, it's a risky save position. Would they? Could they? Counter-terrorists win. Just about. Nice flash thrown by 910 at the back. And MongolZ stop these couple of rifles from wreaking havoc. They keep it pretty safe. Chopper calling the shots into what is even now not the perfect gun round. 4-team Spirit. Absolutely opportunity for MongolZ to keep this going. too quiet on the map. They're going to pull back from B ramp. And Techno pushes back into the corner. The issue is, you know, this will be flashed. So controllers can't go too far away. Has to be able to assist.
Yeah, you're staking a lot of this round on the 1-2 punch of controllers and Techno. And if they fall, even if they go 1-for-1, that's still the B site given up. The pressure's going to be on Mazinho to come in and lend a helping hand. He fights from heaven, but only good for the first. It's controllers having to stand tall, wrestling it back into a 2v2.
It's open.
Rotates far away. But as is Tanir, he's committed now to a red room flank. So for the time being, Donk is alone in the bomb site, and Tanir thinks better of it. Gonna try and regroup over towards Cave. Must win fight for Donk if they want to keep this round safe. He's 3 kills deep. And Spirit look for their breakthrough. Donk will provide. 4 kills from the star player of Spirit. Donk lights up the server. Every single one of them important. If that one goes against Spirit, they are on their way to losing this map.
Yeah, who else would you want? Donk, 4 kills, essentially clutching in that B bomb side as well. 1v2, all the trades, high impact kills. You would look to no one else on Team Spirit. 6 shots. And that feels like not the game for the Mongols, but the game saved for Spirit to avoid devastation here in the second map. Mongols get another punt at the king. But Shiro out middle with a response late on the break. Spirit, who have lost to Mazinho when they play first timing. Able to do it, just a little bit delayed, and now A is opened up massively. 9-10 realizes the gap, he's moving in with the AWP, but Spirit. Huge opportunity to just walk into this bomb site right now. Especially if they can throw a bit of a fake towards B first.
I mean, this is kind of a crazy read from Blitz. At least right now, he really isn't believing in any attention out towards B. Still quiet here, sure. Controllers gets around into CT in time. He's going to nail Donk, the first player to play in, and there's no trade. Flash denies that AWP getting involved, and now 9-10 tries to take position. Molly burns out Controllers. Still there's this AWP on 9-10 to get past, and Shiro will manage it. Blitz waits on mid aggro, going to pick up Zwei, but it's a 2-on-3 for Techno and Blitz, and they know that Blitz has this flank. Chopper goes looking to find him. And there's the catch on Blitz in at elbow. Techno, he can't do this. He's going to head for the hills, and so Team Spirit move on to match and series point.
They made that very...
It's far from comfortable.
Yeah, they made that very hard for themselves, Spirit. They really did. With 2 players still lurking, that felt like all the recipe for things to go wrong. You know, Zwei's had some good moments in this series, but I think when Spirit leave him alone to try and fake bomb sites, I rarely see him even get a kill or cause much distraction. The read is super nice for Blitz, but Zwei's unable to really provide any presence on the other end of the map. And Shiro's getting motivated because his 3-kill AWP round was the only way they win it out. Donk dead there on that A hit.
Yeah, it started with this lovely little opener out towards mid. He rounds it out with the entries in A as well.
9-10, that was a team flash as well. Controllers just right-click that right next to him, which forces 9-10 to a new position. He misses this fight. I think he's pissed.
Yeah, the Death Slam would certainly agree with you.
And now Spirit, I'd love an A-rush here. It's just how the Mongols ended their half as well. Can Spirit end the series? They've got 2 chances to do so in regulation. Chopper is faking it out with a lot of footsteps in A main. Look at the panic, look at the minimap. Mongols full rotating, Spirit walk out mid. I was gonna say they got what they wanted, but Mazinho onto Donk is a head-to-head he's been liking. Zwei comes on the B side. Good assist. Saves his team and gets them out mid. And Mongols reset red.
You know, they don't have a lot to work with, and Sushiro just patience paying off there as they go to check elbow dry. The AWP allowed to claw back the advantage for Spirit, leaves them in a 4-on-3. They've dealt with all the big, items in this round. The M4 lost in middle. Mazinho picked up in that trade. It's down to a FAMAS and 2 SMGs. No util to speak of. This shouldn't be around where Spirit struggle. This is the dream close.
Can they full group? 40 seconds to do so.
Especially because they've often struggled in these 4v3s, these 5v3s. I feel like they have a tendency to overcook and overthink about it. And so I like that even though Chopper is sacrificed, the other three just group up in middle. Ah, they're splitting up a bit now.
20 seconds. Where is the bomb going? Is it going to go
Spread
B?
themselves thin.
Blitz is here.
Shiro dead on a lurkout towards heaven, but the bomb are hoping to end A. Controllers at 10 HP on that swing, punished by Zwei, and it's the two new boys left in this post plant. Only an MP9 up against them. Zwei and Tanir are the ones to try and carry Spirit through into the playoffs here and now. Techno charging in. And no info where they've gotten to. Strong post plants for Spirit. Tanir makes it so, and they will get their revenge, reigniting this strong head-to-head, bested by them in Chengdu, but now sending the Mongols home. Not the team you would have thought would have fell short of the playoffs in this group. It's disappointment for the Mongols in what was ultimately a close series. Spirit come out on top.
This time around, Spirit do come out on top with a very impressive performance. We were talking about good communication. We're talking about individuals stepping up as well. And there was a big difference between what we saw yesterday to today.
It's good to see Spirit play well. It's good to see them be hyped up, good to see the communication flowing. You could definitely feel on Shiro as well. I was watching his player cam throughout the game as well, and the vibes coming out from Shiro. You know, he has that habit sometimes of stepping up, being the, I guess, the main voice in terms of bringing the good vibes and motivating the guys. So it felt like a way more honed in and a way more zoned in Team Spirit tonight, which is also why they played significantly better than they did yesterday.
And I certainly want to see if you're a Team Spirit fan ahead of the major, but for Mongols right now, there are a bit of worrying signs in there. Obviously, we knew it was going to be tough for them, but it's not the same team we saw back at Chengdu.
No, that's true. You know, I think the loss of Sensu will obviously have its consequences, no doubt about that. It's not going to be easy for them to be ready, but now they have a bit of time to get home and practice and hopefully be significantly better playing at the major.
Well, we've got Mazzino joining us here from Mongols. Mazzino, I'm sorry, first of all, commiserations on the loss. But I want to ask you, when we first spoke on day one, you said about how Chengdu you expected to make playoffs. Does that make this one disappointing for you guys that you didn't make it here?
Yeah, it's disappointed, but the result is we don't want to result. Yeah.
Is it the lack of practice? You haven't had much time after Chengdu to practice either. Do you need time to now go home and practice more?
Yeah, we're just now focused on the major. Like before the major start, we go to Europe and practice. Yeah.
Okay. How much time will you do to practice, get controllers ready, and make him be better fitting into the team?
Right now or after that?
When you went to go for the major, so before?
Before the major, I think we will do 7 to 10 days
that's good.
Practice. And I think it's quite good time for practicing with new player. Yeah.
Are you still optimistic? Are you still believing that at the major you can come back in your best shape?
Yeah, we can. This is the morning 10 a.m. play. It's kind of hard, but yeah, we can make it different. We will different in major, yeah.
Okay.
And would you say though, like with the games you played at Chengdu, now here in Hong Kong, there's some good data, some good things you can learn from to what you need to improve on boot camp?
Yeah, it's like every game teaches us a lesson.
Yeah.
So we're working on that and get back on the major, yeah.
And me and Pimp were talking about just when the game ends, when a map ends, it's normally you, Techno, and Blitz who stay at the computers. The other two go outside, they go with Mara, but you guys don't seem to talk so much about like the next map. Is it more just focus on individual skill? Do you already know what you need to do?
We do individually shooting pods and remembering the utilities on the next map.
Okay.
Like if we do that tactic, what's my utility? I cannot forget that. So yeah, practicing that.
But you don't seem to communicate and talk much with each other before. Could you maybe explain to me why?
I don't know.
It's just your way?
No reason, yeah.
It's just the Mongolian way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Anything else, Pim?
No, I'm cool.
Okay, you're cool. Producer said Pimp had another question, but no, he doesn't. So, Mazinho, it's sad to see you go, but we'll catch you at the major. Good luck in boot camp. Thank you very much, man.
Thank you.
And there we have our bracket. We'll look down at where we're at right now as Mongols are the first team going home. And that's it. They go down 2-0. So we were maybe sold a bit of a lie of how things went for them at Chengdu. Maybe it was more on the level of team spirit at the time. But this was a spirit that was ready to make sure they didn't make the same mistake twice.
Yeah, let's be honest, right? The loss to Spirit today, that's a little bit disappointing for the Mongols. I don't think that's the one they look at and be like, oh, we shouldn't have lost that game. Losing to Donk, losing to Shiro, there's no shame in that.
Yep.
Losing to paiN UA yesterday, that's where it went wrong for the Mongols. So they put themselves in a tough spot. They put themselves in a tough scenario. And unfortunately today, they feel the consequences of exactly that.
Well, this was only the first game, and we've got 3 more coming your way. An exciting schedule here at Hong Kong. But next is the game to decide who will be making it through to the semi-finals and who will be sitting in the quarters. Can paiN UA pull off another upset? Let's wait and see.
Unforgettable names in all through Counter-Strike. I mean, there's so many in every single generation. I think usually it's someone who's able to kind of break the rules of that particular era, someone who kind of unlocks this vision of the way they want to play the game that other people can see and build upon. One of the first I'd name is Snacks. Defined how smokes could be used, the way he played around them, the way he walked through them, the way he hid in them. That wasn't being done at the time. That particular moment is a time of greatness for Snacks. Someone like JW and Kenny S with how aggressive they were with the AWP. Trophies, winning events, going on streaks, the NIP guys because of the streak that they went on, the Fnatic guys who established an era, there's always greatness there. I think for Pasha, I think what made him was his personality. Having someone being that outspoken and that strong and provide emotions and provide his thoughts and be entertaining in a way that the audience can connect with and fans can connect with and we as commentators can connect with. He was always able to get kills, and despite that you'd see these moments where you were like, how is this guy a pro? Like the way he walked around corners, the way he stepped into a 1v1. In fact, pros at the time even had a name for it called the Pasha peak, which was like the slowest, most awkward peak ever. That was kind of the greatness defining mood around the team at that point. Olaf back in like 2015, he was such a force to be reckoned with. He was one of the players that Fnatic could just send out and say, find us a kill. And he could go duel 2 or 3 players at a time. He really did become that player where once upon a time he was the jack of all trades, and he was just so good at all those trades. 2016 was the era where Brazilian Counter-Strike really hit it. Fallen's greatness obviously comes from his movement and his ability to understand his positioning, take a shot, fall back, find new cover, and he was like a master of this kind of like retreating off defense that would just pick a player off. So you add all that together with his leadership and kind of the style of Counter-Strike that he developed with the Brazilians, and Fallen's just in some ways a complete package of greatness. Device was someone who kind of mastered the textbook of Counter-Strike and always played within its limits to its maximum potential. ZywOo is someone who just has incredible consistency, sharp with the AWP as well as the AK-47, extremely versatile, and he's a star player that doesn't demand a lot. Simple's greatness came from the fact that he just beat the game. He's the best player to ever touch it. His motivation at some point was, I want to put on a show. I want the crowd on their feet as I decimate you inside the server.
Simple, are you serious? What is that? You can't do that, Simple!
And that level of greatness is really hard to achieve and might not ever be achieved again. For me, I think the GOAT conversation is a fun one. Device is the greatest CSGO player of all time. 4 majors, 21 MVPs, 20 MVPs. He was the center point for the greatest team of all time of that Astralis lineup. And then we get to ZywOo, and he's going to take the mantle of the greatest player of all time. It's just a matter of time before everyone kind of gets on board and accepts that. Someone like MongolZ, someone like Donk should be next in line to have some kind of a GOAT status conversation. You need the major trophies. You have to have them. Donk's already got one in his first rookie year. If he's doing this in year 1, where is he going to develop into? But it's competition and it's Counter-Strike and things can change in a heartbeat.
paiN UA re-enter a Tier 1 event.
paiN playoff bound. The Falcons' confidence is through the roof. MongolZ collateral found. Playoff secured for the Falcons.
Tessus, I got to ask you from yesterday's game, the little moment between you and Chopper and jumping and not understanding what happened there, man.
I don't know. Like, I hope people think that I'm a little bit excused because, like, I came down the vents before him, and so I cleared everything, obviously, and then I was actually holding him for a little bit, but then as soon as I turn, he's coming down, so I think I'm not to blame for this one.
But it did work out for you in the end, so that's a nice way for it to go down. Now, I want to also ask about the fact you've had Lars with you, right, sports psychologist, performance manager, when it comes to like the back-to-back events. Obviously, in Chengdu, coming into this event, what changes he said to you guys? What things have he told you to focus on in order for you to have a chance of lifting the trophy?
Yes, we had a good team talk before starting this event and kind of identifying our issues and what we can work on. And one of the things is definitely this. I think Sonic talked about it in the HLTV interview the other day, and it's about when we're not feeling it or when we're not in the flow as individuals and as a team, then we need to find a way back into the game. And if that's more focusing on the team and playing together and so on, that can be a solution, but we're trying to figure that out.
Hopefully you can figure it all out with this, but you got an interesting opponent today. Were you surprised to see that it was paiN you'd be facing over the Mongols?
I think yes, mostly yes, but MongolZ is a new player and they need some time to adjust to play up to their potential. So yeah, we need to be aware of paiN UA, and that's what we're going to do.
Being aware though, you're going to be going into kind of a bit of darkness. You'll end up playing Mirage, you guys have picked it, but this was usually the permaban, so how do you approach that when you don't have any information to go off of?
Well, of course, we can only focus on ourselves and do what we believe is best, and we have to test the waters with them, and I think it's a good thing to see where our Mirage is at also, even though we have a lot of confidence on it, but let's see.
We're expecting more dominance out of Falcons in a group stage game?
Yeah, I hope so. Yesterday's game was a bit tough, but I think today let's see how we can do.
Well, Tessa's giving us a lot of information in there when it comes to where Falcons are at, and also a bit of an understanding of what happened yesterday in that funny Chopper situation.
Yeah, it's very interesting to hear from René Madsen, you know, and sound to what he feels like could be some of the issues within the camp as well. I'm very curious to the whole Sonic quote as well. You know, I think that's a very interesting part, saying that sometimes you need to put the team before the individuals, and that's a very tough balance to figure out.
But also, that's his bread and butter, right, from the Astralis days. It's not quite what you would imagine with a team of full superstars.
No, but people at home need to understand, right? You have a team where you have all these superstars, where you have all these individual flares, where you have a guy who is riding under momentum, like MongolZ, like Yusuke, like Nico. So you don't want to take away that confidence. You don't want to take away that possibility of a player running away with a game. But when it doesn't work out, then you need to hone in. Then you need to build on your foundation. And switching between the two, it's an incredible difficult balance. So I feel with Sonic when he's saying that that's an issue.
And the only one I would say on this team that doesn't have an ego is Tessus.
Probably, yeah. He's kind of been put into a lot of difficult positions. You know, he's kind of the guy within the team that is going to take up a lot of the roles that a lot of the other players are maybe not fit for or doesn't want to play. So I'd agree with that. Tessus is in for a tough one, but I think he's doing okay.
I think he's doing more than okay, right? There's a lot going on with this project, and he's just willing to adapt and do whatever is needed. But they've also got to adapt to paiN, going to throw some Mirage at them. This is a team that has not been playing Mirage. They've thrown it in. They left it open yesterday against Mongols. Mongols didn't pick it, but Falcons went for it and said, hey, we're going to do better.
Yeah, I think it's very curious to see paiN UA again. You know, we know they've been practicing for a long time. Yesterday, we saw the first glimpses of what that could do to a team. Played well against the Mongols, even though it was a very close and hard-fought series. I think it's interesting to see paiN UA today. They come into this game, James, with nothing to lose whatsoever.
True.
Everyone is expecting a Falcons 2-0, so if paiN can make it competitive, maybe even steal away a map, then that in itself is already a good thing for them.
But we saw this just yesterday, right, with paiN. Okay, that game was close against Mongols, but there were some misses that nearly cost them things. It was the not being able to play well off the pistols. If you're doing that against Falcons, you're going to get punished so heavily.
Yes, you will be punished very heavily. And another issue I see right here for paiN UA, which in fact I love the train pick. I think that's again, you know, a testament to where they feel their strengths are. They're not afraid of picking a map like Train against Falcons, who, at least historically speaking, have been playing Train at a high level. You get to start at the T side. You're going in against the massive underdog versus Falcons, maybe the most stacked team in the world in terms of raw talent, and you start starting T-side train, you're not making it easy for yourself with a pick like that.
And also, Falcons are not a team to underestimate, a team like paiN, because they're group stage warriors. They just dominate all the opponents in group stage.
That's what it feels like. You know, Falcons have been very consistently delivering in the group stages as of late. Their event result speaks for themselves. MongolZ's up to par. Nico's getting back into his shape. Kyusuke yesterday was playing on all cylinders. So let's be completely honest. If we talk win conditions for paiN UA, you have Grim, who's had a great tournament so far, who's had a great online period as well. You look at your Hall Circ with the AWP, especially on a map like Train. You need every single member of paiN UA to play that A+ game if they want to win this game.
They basically need to play better than we've ever seen. Well, we're going to find out if that's the case and if they can get that done as we're moving into the first map. It's paiN taking on Falcons.
Yeah, maybe not the matchup you expected here, but it's the one that we've got. paiN again with their decision to kind of float Mirage in the Veto. It's an interesting one. We saw them try it yesterday versus the Mongols. I don't know how that gamble's going to work off. I have no doubt this means that they've been putting in the work behind the scenes, and you might expect that having 42 days between this tournament and their last one. But is Falcons the team you want to play on Mirage, Hugo? That's our second map of the series.
I don't think the maps will matter that much at the end of the day. And here's what I will say. If you look at the history of paiN on certain maps like Inferno, they had a horrible track record on it coming into this event. Yesterday, they beat the Mongols. So I think clearly paiN, 42 days of no officials, they come back, they come in swinging to day one here at Rivals, taking down Mongols. I'm not going to predict them to beat Falcons, but at this point, I think they want to play with that kind of confidence. They want to play that they can win any game. The reality could be very different. As a Death say, not Mongols, Falcons, very good in group stages. MongolZ, dead after one, but it's Kyusuke's USP. Gets blocked by Nico, who does make up for it. Bomb loose, 1v3 for JT.
Now ready to backstab, he gets pincered. Noise made by Tesses in the connector, took attention away and allows Kickstand to just slide in to deny the clutch.
Which is just to go back to the conversation, if you're paiN, like you're believing, you have to believe. What's the point otherwise, right? It's a very open tournament in the sense of, you know, this match is just for semifinals or quarterfinals. They've already qualified to the playoffs. The pressure's off for them, the pressure's off for both squads. Falcons are not going to be coming in prepping hard for paiN. They're just going to be using this game to stay warm, feeling like they are very heavy favorites, and they are. But you don't make it to Hong Kong only to give up when you've already qualified to playoffs. I want to see how close paiN can make it today, whether they could steal a map, if they can find some highlights, because I think even more importantly for them, they want to feel warmed up, right? They've not been playing officials. Now, Harry, if there's one thing I like on these ecos, it's JT's Deagle. Was a big problem yesterday, constantly finding 5v4s.
But that is really all they have to work with. And it's dead straight away. They have players nearby to try and pick up these Deagles and put them to work, but you're not going to go anywhere in this eco round for paiN.
Nice.
All right, Kavem, never mind. He'll get one. Why not see if they give you another?
Oh.
Certainly had a chance, but it's Kyusuke nailing 3 in that anti-eco round. So the conversions found for the Falcons. T-side train, tough place to start here for paiN. But the one thing they have in spades after a bunch of time to prac
is friendship.
Friendship, yes, but also well-drilled utility.
Oh, yeah.
We saw that yesterday. And also plays to go around it.
Not been a pistol team, though.
And a good use of the meme. We like that.
Flash. Nobody home. It's blocked already from A. 4 smokes down in the yard, but Tessus replenishes his at B. And paiN look like they want a B execute Kvem's timing on Ivy important. Kixon might just give it a cursory glance before he rotates out. Smoke down right now as paiN throw in the nades.
Tessez just tries to play retake. Kvem has opened on his Ivy lurk, and it's a kill for paiN. m0NESY struggles to stop the spillover. Plant should be found here, and they always have to be looking over their shoulders for Kvem. Everyone in the site is pretty wounded here with the exception of halzerk.
Kvem is very slow. Falcons even going to go for this.
If Nico can find one more, they'll do it.
One job. Kvem,
don't worry, dude. He's striking so much fear into them by being this late. And they're wasting all this time chasing ghosts, essentially. There's no one flanking. Not in the route that they're thinking of anyway.
I mean, they're so unfamiliar with their opponent, right? And understandably so. So they have no idea what kind of timing Kvem's going to play. And if he plays fast, Falcons can absolutely win the round. They can kill him and focus inwards.
Not to mention, you know, we talk about all that time to change things and adapt. If you're paiN, all the time they've had to go over and rejig the game plan, it's like anything you even could have looked at is going to feel outdated.
Really nice round from Kvem to fake him out and get this early kill that puts so much paranoia in Falcons. Deep position taken by paiN, but they don't overfight, right? That's the way you lose that post-spawn. You take a lot of engagements, you give Falcons a couple of kills, suddenly they move in, take space. You can see Falcons never scaled back into that bomb site. Never really, truly gave it a go. We didn't even want to win. Lurk smoke on the A site as well. Kvem putting in some wall bangs. We have seen these be very effective. Twist likes them. Apex in the Pro League final. But not in this round. paiN go back to a B hit.
Oh, they come in fast. Flashes wreck Tessez. Nico tries to force the issue through this smoke and gives another away. Again, you left a man down, trying to retake this B side of the map, and it just keeps getting worse. Hemorrhaging players now are the Falcons. Good trade back for Kyosuke. 2 quick kills reignites the interest, but are they ready for Grim, who's getting aggressive in this post play on the smoke fade, double lined up. paiN hitting hard to open up their T side, already going on a streak. And now the money called into question for the Falcons. This could be an early bounty of rounds to prop them up on the half.
Love this train pick already, right? Just abusing the B-bomb site. Tess is going to have his work cut out for him. He is destroyed by utility here. And if there's one thing we saw from paiN yesterday, it's little pop plays, right? They had some cool overpass strats, some smoke push moves, some things that really caught their opponents off guard. And we're going to see more of that here on train. Just wait till they start using that lurk smoke on A. So nice to see Grim succeeding, hiding out inside of the smoke. And paiN already pushing forward on one of the hardest halves in Counter-Strike. T-side lead now to be taken. Done simply as well, just storming into yard against USPs. Never say never. Especially not on a specialist map like Train. Oh.
This is already a fairly exciting start. Idea that you found the early T-side lead on Train. I mean, we saw this even echoed in the interview with halzerk, talking about how, you know, it just shows their prep and their practice is all paying off. I think, you know, there's a world where you could even come out of this series with an L and still feel really good about it if you're paiN. You are the heavy underdog. There is no doubt about it. And so even feeling like you put Falcons through their paces would be enough. But right now, we're entertaining the idea that you could have a very successful T-side venture. If you're able to keep the pressure on, you know, you could still break Falcons' money. It's early in the game. Haven't seen them look to save. I think if you're Falcons, you don't want to be in that mindset to open this up. You want to be attempting these retakes no matter the odds. And as a result, you know, if you're able to keep them on the back foot, you could look to put up a very convincing T-half. They're just handed an opening. TYLOO hangs around too long. And again, this B site is the way in.
Just a weak jiggle there. He didn't see them run at him. They full sent it down the ramp, and he kept jiggling. That molly comes down too late. Could have taken a kill. Doesn't have anything to show. And there's that deep smoke again, the one that Grim hid inside. Thinks he's going to use it here. He is low health, but Falcons are locked out, and they're going to save. Look at this game. This is suddenly very interesting. Falcons posed a clear problem. And let's see how JT calls from the front, because this is where captains like him can do their best work. When they have a team who have to solve a problem, he can create new ones, right? You won't just be going for these B hits.
Yeah, you've not really had to reach super deep into the strat book thus far. It's just been these relentless B execs.
Knowing the Falcons are going to surely give TYLOO some support at coming into one of these gun rounds. Let's see if we see a complete change of pace here on the T side. This feels very strange that TYLOO misses this timing. Expecting an execute, they just run at him. Love to see that. Very cool shot. So Falcons gun round goes nowhere. And paiN go outside. 2B up the ramp. Kiyasuke and Con, no one home.
Well, they've at least confirmed it's not the B play. They've got answers. Even if it's meant the stack is misplaced, Nyx needs this kill on MongolZ. Trying to alleviate some of the pressure. It's just him and Halzerk left standing. But a wrap out here, and no one watching this. Kiyasuke offered up. Oh, and what? Stray bullet gonna catch Kicksan as well.
Where's Nico?
They don't know. They don't know about that double push right off the top of the round. They're expecting him still out towards this A site, so Nico has them back turned and in the open. And there he is, collecting an important clutch for the Falcons to try and course correct this CT half.
I like the play for Falcons. Insta double ramp rush, right? Nico and TYLOO push straight in to get involved early. It was a perfect call for paiN, to be fair. The charge on the outside, hunting down MongolZ, who breaks a smoke for a kill. But it felt like even when Nico gets that backstab, Halzerk didn't know where he died from. The comm comes late, or is registered late. Nyx's wide swing, Nico's already out. Important round for the Falcons, just to remind them that they have the clutch factor. And they go back to what worked. Double B push, mollied and naded early. Oh, that's good info for Kixum, more than anything. Here's the AWP on Ivy. But they're still scaling fast. This is very fast. This is not normal.
Ashin, Kicksan tries to steal himself away after the first. It's JT with the trade, and now Nico takes this line. Another back from JT on these entries.
He's so low, though. He's got the bomb.
Good catch for MongolZ. Nyx right now thinks he's found a golden timing, but TYLOO with the clear, gonna deal with that lurk out towards B. And so now just living and dying by the captain. JT's made noise, MongolZ hears this. So should have that one dead to right. Tie game.
He's gonna be the biggest problem in this game. You can already tell, right? He's very active, constantly changing position, popping smokes, getting close into positions with the AWP. So even if paiN have good trade potential, MongolZ has the best gun to snipe off these solo players. I like the pace on Ivy there. But paiN hit the brick wall, back-to-back rounds from Falcons. paiN have one more buy in them.
I didn't say my money, right? I'm playing GKS.
Tessa said he's playing JKS, so I'm going to presume that's the very back of the B site. Or is he getting aggressive? pushing up the ramp to get his nade, but going up it. Committed here. New position for Tessez. Other than getting picked by these ramp hits. Tessez does fall back to all the way of CT. Not wanting to be caught by close flashbangs. Yasuke rotating. The whole map is quiet, so for the moment it feels like Passion are bound to execute the B bomb site. A-nade to keep them attentive, but Falcons have the block. Passion uncertain about the ending here.
Oh, good catch for Tessez. Been a bit of a problem over here at B, but it's a nice kill to secure. Still, it's the ace spillover that they've got to stop now. Kicks down with a key trade. MongolZ missed shot, and he will get punished. Kvem picks up the orb. And there's a lineup, but Kixan can't convert. Everyone might be low, but a 3-on-1. Kiyasuke, that one kill is going to keep him interested. And with low HP for Grim and Kvem, this is not a safe round for Passion. They double swing on Kiyasuke, but he's able to still break down these fights. And he doesn't buy that being the commit. Kvem gets the bomb planted, now needed to deliver. Kiyasuke collects a clutch round for the Falcons. You could see it coming together with so much damage done. He needed one bullet for each player. And it's too easy for Kiyasuke.
Yeah, beautiful mechanics as always for Kiyasuke. It looks rough. You can go Y peak, but at least they do it together. If Passion just try and focus on the bomb plant that's dropped in the open, Kiyasuke can isolate that fight. The second guy has to come in and fight with him. Maybe he could have peeked a little bit later, but ultimately his teammate was shooting, Grim swings off of it.
Oh, yeah.
You see how it all falls apart there.
I think, you know, Passion played that as well as they physically can in the 2v1. If anything, it's just credit to Kiyasuke.
Yeah, the bomb drop position made that
He was
hard.
so aware of what they were doing to try and deal with him in that 2v1. He knew the pressure they were under. He didn't even try and fight Kvem. He was always looking for the second man, that second swing.
Oh, wow, Kvem, anti. Stops Kixon on the peak. MongolZ, though, big problem in this game. We've already said it, now we're seeing it. Sorted, they find him. Grim with a trade, stays alive on Ivy. Hauzuk's got an orb, but the nade could be a problem. Just dodges it. 2v2, Nico on the big flank. Buy time, Kiyasuke, don't die.
You're surely not ready for this. Push in through Ivy, out of Nico. Grim holding for the push out of camera, so he might just catch him on the reposition as a result. And with no one moving a muscle, gonna be all eyes on Grim, and if he can hit the instant headshot, that's what's required. If you miss once, you both die. You get lined up by Nico.
We're so late, they've turned away.
Flash, and there it is. Nico sidelines them, no idea. So another good round for Nico, and lead maintained for the Falcons.
Yeah, reassuring that goes right for Falcons, because Nico had 2 HEs with him and one on the ground, plus a molly. It would be so tempting to, in that position, just throw everything backside. You feel like you have guaranteed damage there, but plays the flash off his teammate, able to double up. Want to see the same, proving to be the mountain the Passion have to climb to take down MongolZ and Nico in this match. Both of them winning rounds for the Falcons. Kiyasuke as well. And this triple threat is absolutely enough right now, despite a strong early game from Passion. Falcons finding their form 4 rounds in a row. Passion's second timeout.
Yeah, you know, on one hand, you can say, look, for as far as T-sides go, this is already a good place to be in. I just don't think you want the brick wall to come up and you never able to scale it again outside of those first 4. You know, you once held the lead in this game if you're Passion. And sure, you weren't really supposed to maintain that on the T side, but you don't want to feel like everything just stopped working all at once and you were never able to get a handle on the half again. Still, that was a low econ round. Considering it comes so close, there's positives to take away from it. Boost up for Halzerk, and that's MongolZ bested in the head-to-head.
Sick.
Nice little gimmick for the AWP there.
Nothing goes unpunished. Kixon. Oh my goodness, Nyx. It's on to Nico. Grim wanting to go through the smoke again. Doesn't fire. Offered the flash. And with this Ivy control, Kixon's reposition, which gives room to paiN to move in. Grim, one more kill before all is said and done. And while Kixon gets behind cover, he's just delaying his death. Grim follows up, and that is a nice round out of paiN. They use Ivy late after it's been left. You see so many top teams don't stay on Ivy all round. paiN definitely know what they're up against. That much is clear. Done their homework for this game. And they've clearly got the train experience with a bit of a win streak as well. Here's the opening move. Flushing out MongolZ back at Hellside. Now, not imperfect money for Falcons.
Yeah, really solid chance to split the half here.
Okay.
Nico does not want that to happen.
Yeah, back turned. At least he gets it.
3-on-5 now for paiN UA to try and navigate. Nyx, he's been looking a damn sight better in this one as he did the other day versus the Mongols.
Had to hit that. Maybe it's on.
Oh, one more back from JT. And that molly from Nyx burns out MongolZ as well. They've got it down to a 2-on-2 from a 3v5.
Oh, thank you.
Given away in for Nico. But you thought that double in the round would have been enough for him. They're demanding even more from Nico, this time on the rifle. Plays it out through the connector, expecting aggression. He will deal with JT, and it's Nico v Nyx. Blindsided.
Okay.
And paiN, they'll go on to split this half down the middle. As far as T-sides go, that's fantastic.
Tear to Tanir through the cave smoke, catching him off, keeping man advantage in hand. Bomb can take its sweet time working through the swamp. Oof, but there's a gap in that one, and Youngstar's going to find Grim's head, just the CT lane, to try to push up. Nyx double op in this retake. A double op 2v3, demanded of complexity, and Nyx gets one. It's going to earn him a weapon swap. TYLOO, 14 kills to his name, 11 rounds into this map, peeks wide on default, and Nyx is gonna punish. Nice. Switching over to the AK, securing his third kill in that round, and giving complexity a much-needed lifeline, at the very least. Feels like Cole are trying to keep things simple, right? We get that fast flood last round towards A. This time they're gonna try their hand at B, off of the flashbang. They'll make this site a little more uncomfortable for the defense. Kai awaits the pit play, does a good job of keeping himself into the cover. Now the opposite bat and goes down. And the rotate finds one. Good smoke spam from Art. It is high pressure situations, but it is consistently Fluxo with the edge. Flash through, Art found out and dealt with.
They sacked him, and now they lose the man advantage. They really wanted to kill off that, of course, or to stop the bomb. At least they got the ladder.
It's gonna challenge. It's that back library play that all of a sudden puts bomb down. Grim's gonna scoop it up, and he spams him through it. To hell with the bomb, they'll go to the battle. Just waiting to pop that flash. JT. Great flashes, you said it.
Best flashes in NA.
You see it coming. Beretta's on the half wall. Easy for Grim. Quad kill for Grim. Ace on the cards, if not for JT, but with the flash assist.
Bellissimo.
Having your default work, especially at the start of a game and a half, it can be such a luxury. Ooh, timing is weird here for JT, but manages to hold on and decides to push it. He didn't even know. He did not know. That is just, you know, that's just a random bullet that flies through the smoke, just catching strays, as it were, on that second one. I'd love to see a slow replay of that. That's such a crazy round, JT.
The prep work, it's paying off for paiN. A split half at 6-all versus the heavyweights of the Falcons here. paiN seeming unfazed and getting by with 6 rounds on your T side, having to earn that as well in the rifle rounds. That's what makes it so impressive to me. Let's see if they can keep up appearances here. Already in a great position. Aggression out towards Pop for Grim and Kavem on the double dually setup. They'll go 1-for-1. Maybe not quite the results they were hoping for, as everything getting traded here by the Falcons leaves it even.
Still going to pop out though.
Look at the flank for Nyx. He is hot on their heels. Ooh. Doesn't go too soon either as the comm comes in. They haven't spilled over out of Pop, so he's going to hang around.
Nyx is gaming, but will he go too far? He's going to go back and check the bomb. There it is. Oh, dear Nyx. Oh, I take it all back. I take it all back.
He's been playing such a good game right now, and that's such a rough whiff to have. That could have been the bomb dropped. 3v2, full control.
Now they read it wrong completely. Oh, that was... he played it. Perfect position, back turned. 1 bullet. It would have done it, and maybe it still can, because JT's clawed them back into the round. Bomb gets put down. Tessa's 1 shot from death. No kit means paiN are on the clock. Tessa's taking a headshot angle at the back of the bomb site. Battle of low health. Tessa's taps him out. Hauser drops him, and now 1v1. Kixon could be anywhere. How do you force this? Time wasted. Tap. Kixon. Just needs 1 jiggle, 1 info peek, and Hauser looks like he's in the wrong place for it. That's all it takes. Could have been the bomb at paiN's feet. Instead, it's Falcons coming through with a pistol.
Yeah, I mean, in that first half, right, it didn't seem to phase paiN all too much. Here with the CT side in front of them, there's still time in this game. Yeah, Nyx, I agree.
Oh. paiN.
It just hurts, doesn't it?
Pros do it too.
But I think, you know, don't let it get in your head. Sure, you could have won the pistol there and then, but it was on the rifle rounds that they did most of their work in that, well, all of their work in that first half. All you got to think now is it would just make the win more impressive. You didn't win a single pistol and you still did it. That's what you got to tell yourself, Nyx.
Some setup here for Grim to crunch with Nyx on B. Hauser holds a flash. Molly, gotta go. Grim just swings in, so he's ahead of the play. The flash is still good, but it's not gonna stop him. Falcons just brush him aside.
I mean, if one thing has been really enjoyable out of the Falcons, it's the form that Kiyosuke's in from the back-to-back aces yesterday in their head-to-head versus Spirit. Even now, putting up multi-kills. He had the 1v3 in the first half. Adds a really nice head-spinning 3K onto the tally there to stop this force by finding anything. Definitely what you want is that guy in good form, both ahead of the playoffs here and ahead of the major.
Falcons' chance to start getting very far ahead on this T side. Clean round, looking for 2 of them. B stack is a reasonable move here, but it doesn't look like Falcons are going to wander into it. Contacting out Pop right now. JT Deagle.
Even picking it up. Once more, it's dead straight away.
Shot, dude. Kyosuke is in form at this event. Had an incredible day yesterday. Back-to-back aces, which I haven't seen in years. And some just crazy individual rounds in sometimes difficult roles. Makes anchoring on B-side Dust 2 look easy. Just an exit here for paiN.
All right, Kicksan wanting to start with some of the moves, I reckon, this round. See him really laying out the game plan ahead of this first rifle round. As it can be make or break for the Falcons T-side venture. Finding success here. You pick this one up, suddenly you're on a real fast track to the win, and those nades, not a bad way to start. JT gets annihilated by them.
On the bomb train. What a chuck.
Nico closer than they're ready for.
Oh.
It was deep peaks for Grim and Co, but they're able to get gun on in time. Spot for Kavem out towards Ivy as well. He'll just play the delay, block smoke in. And Falcons, the entire team stuck behind it. Gonna start looking elsewhere.
Flash, yes. Kicksan jumping. Can't escape Grim. 4v3 and Ivy considered at least. Kavem has eyes on. He's about to have more than that. 3 players coming around the corner. It's a clean headshot from Tessez, opening up a CT wrap. Can Nyx do anything about this?
Seems to think so. Nyx in with 2, and they've got the spot on Kyosuke. Had a 1v3 in this game already.
Oh no.
And he's looking to add another to the tally.
Not ready.
Halzerk, surely you're not prepared for him in upper. He could swing right now and end this. Sees the feet. Kyosuke spammed out of the round. And so 1v3 denied. You don't get away with it twice in this game. Kyosuke takes everything, but paiN will put a stop to it.
You just feel scared in the 1v3 when Kyosuke gets that trade. Insane shot to Grim as well, and Halzerk almost can't get him under the train. It's a roller coaster of a game right now, but paiN with their first round in this CT side. They have to work for it. Oh, gets dinked. Modessy's AWP is out. Checking out Ivy as well. How does Kavem spot this without giving anything away? Plays very passive. That does let them get close. Tessez beats the volley. Problem here for Kavem.
You know, also he's blocked by that smoke because of the spam, and so Tessez kind of had every reason to play through. Goes on to take the Ivy space away, and that's going to force a reaction out of paiN. 3 players in pop. Might find good timing here. Nico only able to get out with 1. Nearly caught with nades in hand, so all in all, not the worst outcome. Still sat pretty in a 4-on-3. And with info that there's more players back here in pop to worry about. B-site's empty right now. Ooh, that's pretty for Nyx.
There's still more on Ivy though, doesn't know. Kyosuke jumping around on B, caught by Grim. Have they realized where these last 2 are? Nyx didn't see them on Ivy's side, so they're regrouping. The call is, hey, they could be in yard right now. paiN going to try and collapse upon it together, and the timing might align pretty well for paiN. Honestly, backside with the AWP. Could just post up right now, cover the plant. Peek in, denied. Grim spotted. He's got a Molotov, but you need to be gun on because they're fighting you right now. Molly nade. And Falcons close it. 10 rounds on this T side. I love their Ivy take there. They have all bases covered. MongolZ scoped right side, double scoped to make sure no one's jiggling. And then Tessa's plays with a camera smoke that leaves only a couple of spots to be. Kavem coming through, thought his molly did enough. And yeah, Nyx has had a series of great moments individually in this game. But what that pistol could have been, I think, for paiN. Without it, they're in a bit of trouble here on this CT side. Only one round to speak of.
I think that's, one of the things is you have a lot of great ideas, but ideas only get you so far, right? Like the output from some of the individuals on the Falcon squad is crazy. When you're having to roll out blankets of util and set pieces to go and deal with oftentimes what can just be, one player like a Kyosuke, and it kind of takes everything out of your, out of the bucket for this team just to manage it. Oh, hang on. Little crunch out towards Ivy. Now MongolZ has eyes on, and so it should be contained. Boost up.
You ever seen this boost?
You rarely get fights here in this fashion.
Yeah, 2 players down Ivy. Oh, Kvem's gone through. This is crazy work.
Swing. Like this. Swinging it together, and Nico deals with him.
I love that from Kixer, and just says, no, I'm not having this. Not letting them get up to any stupid moves. Just going to fight them together. Woo! Nyx onto Nico. Another head-to-head. It's gone very well for him. Shows him how to use the deagle.
Dude, he's looking so crisp today.
Well, yeah, it's true.
He had to one whiff on a guy with back turn, man. Will you hold it against him forever?
Yeah, I think I will. No, he's had a great game, but can he win this? Pre-rotate to B. It's looking good.
Gets here in time, but Kyosuke.
It's final boss energy
much
right
quicker.
now.
It really is, right? It's like you can take down everyone else, but if Kyosuke is still standing, the round's still on.
Dude, Nyx is on fire, though. It's reassuring to see. Yesterday, he was a problem for paiN. He was the weakest link.
Yeah.
Struggled a lot, even in 1 games. Some single-digit maps. But today, cannot say he is the problem. Falcons early pop util. Continually harassing. paiN have some of their own, but the early kill comes in and Kixon just swings. It's been very aggressive in this T side and it's working well. Not letting paiN play their game. Pushing through smokes. JT follows up. He's got better room here. Kixon coming in for his 3rd kill.
Captain be captain. It's JT onto the hat trick.
Living.
And he's still going. Not good for any more, but it's more damage before he departs the round. Trying to tee up Nyx and Halzerk. Tess says they know they have him boxed in. They know they have him trapped. This is the bomb as well. There isn't util to flush him out here, though. Ooh. And a missed shot from Halzerk means Tessez gets out of that trapped corner.
Saw the orb. He could deny a plant attempt. Does Tessez feel confident? Knows Nyx could be con right now. B player is con or pop almost certainly. Plant is stuck. Halzerk wraps back around. It's on Nyx. He has to force that next fight. MongolZ will be the clutch man. Tessez is just wasting time right now. Nyx has got to go.
There's the catch.
Nice shot.
Tessa's dead straight away. Bomb not planted for MongolZ. Molly might be picked up, but smoke on the bomb is a big problem. Forces him to close the distance.
Ooh,
and Nyx,
he can't win it.
not enough time. Might get all the kills in the clutch, but can't grab that defuse. Falcons move onto map point. Great recovery from them here on train. In spite of a super close first half, it's been no contest in the second, and some real back-breaking moments in here for paiN.
Gotta say, in the rounds the Falcons are winning, they are getting so many clutches that this game feels really close. Like it's 12-7. If Falcons close now, the scoreline will read, hey, yeah, Falcons dealt with them, it was easy. This has not been an easy game. It's come down to clutches. It's come down to late round situations. paiN are very much in Falcons, impressive that they can make it this one-sided, but paiN have had really bright moments in this map. This has not been a stomp. And when you consider the difference between these teams, the experience, especially this year, the players, absolutely a good game from paiN. Is this where it ends?
It's a far more passive start to the round for paiN, knowing that it could be their last. They don't want to throw it away on something crazy and audacious right out of the gate. So a test of JT's reads. Still no sound out in the yard. It's all quiet out on that front as the rest of the Falcons group over towards B. Tessa's left with a bunch of util outside of main. He's going to be lobbing in either a fake or some supportive util over towards that B site. And it is the fake out on A. Con smoke in. Flashes to follow. And that B hit now looks to come to fruition. JT here finds the first. They know that Nick's also on this side of the map. They've got to try and find him, flush him out, and there's the spot, but he still gets out with his, and that's the Heaven contingent of this split dealt with. It's a shutdown from paiN, repelling that B exec of the Falcons convincingly.
I don't think I've ever seen a player start in that position that JT's out. It's such an unorthodox angle, and they're so ready for the B hit as well. Two players in the site, fast rotates, knowing when to just commit to wide swinging. Grim is there to finish it off. Falcons, far weaker B exec than we saw from paiN's T side. Just get stuck in those choke points, and now paiN have bought themselves time in this game. The only thing that could end it is this hero AK. And it certainly could end it. 23-11 on Kyosuke. It's been phenomenal in this map.
Nick still doesn't drop the util. We'll go in a little bit later, but he didn't believe there was going to be a push on the back of that. Grim aggressive out towards main. Tunnel vision for that fight, and that's going to cost him.
Nice trade.
Able to deal with Kicksan, sure, but that's now a gun to be retrieved here for the Falcons, and you wouldn't hate it if they take the pace out, send m0NESY around to go and arm himself.
Cancel the plan, right? Go back to Pop, just do an A split. You have 3 rifles out of the 4 players. This is suddenly building to something for the Falcons. Boost over the B smoke. It should be a Pop split. You have 2 players in main. Unless they come back through the halls together. Okay. 4v2 at B. To end this map right now.
Well, last time JT and Nyx were enough. But they did have that fast rotate of Grim.
Good molly.
And with him already out of the round, these rotates are going to be far away, so it's a test of the 2-man hold. JT with the spot, sees 3 down ramp. They spot Nyx out here on Heaven as well.
Oh,
and they're going to get clean entries to find their way in. Plant secure with seconds remaining.
Wait. He got off.
Oh, they got off the bomb, and I'm not really sure why. I don't know why they did that.
I also don't know.
Was there a molly?
I
don't think so.
No one had a molly.
So
why?
So m0NESY also is a big fan of paiN's train, it would seem. He wants to play another round.
I'm watching it back. He started planting at 6 seconds. Okay, he's open. He's planting on the con side. So if Kvem jumped up, he could have denied it. I guess it's the logic. So m0NESY thinks he's going to jump up and deny plant. But he also had cover from a teammate deep in past oil. So in theory, I mean, Kvem wasn't jumping up. He would have won.
m0NESY out of G2, but you can't take the G2 out of m0NESY.
Oh, yeah, look at this. I mean, it's because Kvem could jump up in theory. Oh, it's a body. It's the fake body. It's the dead body that made him get off. Can we run that replay back? That was a good catch. He sees a body, a ragdoll, fly past his screen, and he thinks it's a player, and he gets off the bomb. Look at this. Pay attention and enhance.
He goes...
Body, and it looks like a player. Oh. That's crazy. Let's go.
All right,
keep playing.
You have been handed a golden goose with that. The game was supposed to be over. The game was supposed to be done, but now you could try and drag this into OT. And that's a round that stings all over for the Falcons.
Oh, nice clutch for KVM as well. He still had to get the kill, didn't he? He still had to get the kill. Oh my goodness. Look, they almost won it with 1-8K.
Oh, dude, I mean, if you're honest, you feel so in your head.
Like, you can't even, it's not even a mistake. Well, it is, but
well,
it's a mistake, but it's also completely justified in that that's the last player swinging him, he thinks.
Yeah.
Those damn ragdolls flying to the moon. They finally...
All I'm saying is, if you were ever going to get tilted and lose a game in overtime, like, that's the precursor to it happening. Backstab for Grim.
Sick.
Now the play's already going to beat him to it. There's the opener for Tessez. Too far back for Nyx, and KVM with the shutdown. Now the flank for Grim becomes very important. Oh, it's okay. He's going to make it up into heaven. Bomb picked up, but if you try and go back here, it's not safe. Grim holding on to this. Will convert the kill. Double digits secured for paiN.
I need the Nyx Nico head-to-head right now. I need to know what's the score. Nyx is absolutely owning him. It's almost comedic. Nice double again from Nyx on the hold. You cannot expect him to get away with that, because that again feels like a chance for Falcons to win the game. They get the entry, a clean shot from Tessez, and Nyx up close with a weaker weapon. He's still able to get a double kill out of it. All time, 14-3.
Everyone was calling him Budget Nico the other day. What does that say?
Yeah. It's 14-3 all time, Harry. I mean, this paiN core has never lost to the Falcons core. They're 1-0 coming into today, back at Bucharest.
They're the Falcons. This is Spirit. Oh,
triple pop here. Oh, the nade.
But it's fine. Halzak bails him out. Him and Grim combined for the mowdown. paiN are recognizing the crazy opportunity they've been handed. The fact that this game should have been over rounds ago. And so if overtime falls into your lap, if you're suddenly given this shot of redemption, why not take it? Final timeout burned. In the last-ditch attempt for overtime out of paiN UA, Falcons try and talk this over to deny that fact. But you don't imagine you're riding a high right now. As we say, this game could have been over. This game could have been classed on paper as a nice dominant close. Yes. Even if all the rounds felt close, right? There was no getting away from the tally. There was no getting away from the scoreline.
So it's 12-7. 12-8 when KVM won that round. And right now, paiN sit one away from OT against the Falcons. Nico charges. Got a fast, aggressive round here, but Grim up close. Only good for one. Deep in the side goes Nico. Sidelined and over the top. JT knocked down a peg. It's Nyx with a trade. Onto Nico yet again.
He's got him in his pocket. And now Nyx just trying to take attention away from this flank. KVM on it, and no one looking. Good check for m0NESY. All right, Nyx, you can beat Nico, but now you got to beat the rest of them. m0NESY and Tessez in a 2v1, bomb planted, and this wrap round is going to waste a lot of time. We've seen Nyx come close in this A retake before, and time was the problem. So he decides against it. Decides against wrapping all the way back around to camera. It would leave too little time and too much uncertainty. He tries to battle forward. But there's absolutely no denying this is a hard clutch. 2 players in pop to play around the bomb. You can take contact on the first, and then just have the second guy here to waste time. And time is low, time is up. Falcons get it done in the full 24 rounds. They'll dodge the embarrassment from that missed bomb plant and take train over the line.
Yeah, seeing a lot of potential from paiN UA right now. They really almost actualized it. 12-7, pulled it back to the final round of regulation, but it is still a Falcons win on paiN's map pick, setting them up for a semi-final placing.
Two flashes to support FlamZ, giving him another chance to get a multi.
Whoa. Dangerous Apex crossing the road like that in the middle of the execute. Puts another flash into the grill. Then he tries to play side smoke. FlamZ gets one. Apex with nothing. Here comes that ZywOo.
It has to be him.
I said him and him alone. And he gets 3.5 on the hold. Apex serves up a distraction. FlamZ delivers. We go 10 seconds on this. TeSeS gets charged down. And so he still has just enough time to plant. ZywOo, with an uncharacteristic Hail Mary, comes charging forward, can't finish the kill, and so we've got a post plant here for the Danes of Team Falcons. Deep angle denied.
What a peek!
Shot from TeSeS, clean as hell, and that's 3 to his name. Oh, 4-3
TeSeS!
They try to get ahead of the smoke, they do so. Flash is fantastic. You've got MongolZ still just leaning back and a ton of damage done. Peppering that windowsill from the catwalk. NiKo arrives.
Okay.
And as he does, 2 bodies drop. ZywOo now the next. Kixan tries to press his issue into the likes of Apex. Reads it,
He got
but
it.
can't stop him. And so MongolZ, again and again and again, has to be the key. He could be 11th chance to close this.
He could jump across, walk right into FlamZ!
Okay.
If 100 will have to be an eco. Okay, well, Yami, he's found NiKo.
Kixan, you got a lot to do here, and he's actually just going to stand and bang. Cobra trying to punish, and Kixan, Kixan unloads his M4A45. He's 3 kills, 9's his next victim if he dares to push that smoke.
Vexel and 9. Kixan on the jiggle. It feels like he's felt something. The smoke has dropped now to obscure the vision. They have a HE to break. Don't worry about that to break. Kixan now on for the ace. Just one more required.
Does this change things? Zontix, if he holds this, big if, but still delivering well and a good amount of damage, so certainly could queue something up. NiKo and Magisk, but a low health Magisk.
Ooh, they're gonna push tunnels.
And at the same time, a well-playing Magix. 14 kills, 9 deaths, and he finds Magisk done for 100 health here. NiKo, kills haven't been all too frequent, but better late than never. Still, Molly bounces ahead of him. He's able to still hold on to this pervert position, and even now with a little more cover. Yeah, they don't see that coming. He hangs out behind the flames. Magix keeps the utility pressure up. NiKo head tucked. We've got a kit here for the CT side, but NiKo's not missing now. Kixan had a bit of a death wish, but he knew he had them pinned in that corner, and from ZywOo's perspective, looks super awkward. He tries to jump up, misses the jump. Teammate bails in behind barrels with him. So a little frantic moment here in round 9, but we've still got this pack of Vitality players pushing NiKo forward. We've got cover as well from beyond. MongolZ team kill, everything in front of him is dead.
He's got every kill, baby.
Simply slaughters.
This may have been the win for Falcons, but you can see from MongolZ's face, there was a bit of relief to be shown there, because there was a moment right towards the end where that ragdoll body flew out, the commentators touched on it right, and it just kind of went down in a bit of a crazy way.
Yeah, there was a sign of relief for MongolZ, a sign of relief for the team of Falcons, who were put under a lot of pressure by paiN UA, dare say it, in this game. It looked like in the beginning the paiN got off to a good start, then Falcons stabilized, and you thought they're going to run away with it. Scoreline, 12-7, you think, oh, it's not even a close game. But I think Hugo said it during the cast as well, that that's not even fair, because it came down to a lot of clutches, a lot of close scenarios where paiN UA quite couldn't get it over the finish line, up until the point where MongolZ unfortunately got tricked by a ragdoll, and then paiN UA stepped up. This was a game that had overtime written all over it up until the very last round, where Falcons did a good outside execute and finally got it over the finish line.
Finally getting over the finish line, but still managing to get that win. And we've got to speak about csgo, because he was the one who was coming through again and again, delivering, looking very comfortable. And it always seems like the first map, he's just at his best.
Yeah, another very, very strong performance coming in from Kioski and MongolZ for that matter as well. Both of them had a fantastic showing in this game. I think it's great to see the duo of the two, you know, step it up. They complement each other well. MongolZ with the AWP on the CT side, Kioski with the rifle. It's super, 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 super good to see both of them thriving at the same time, because that has been a bit of an issue that one plays well and then the other one goes missing and vice versa. This time around, though, both of them stepped up.
Yeah, and when you're looking at this, right, even if, okay, at times he's had a bit of a bad part of the year, he even said himself he's not getting the best of him right now. So if we can see another level to this, that's when Falcons are really going to be unleashed. That's when they really can be the title contender.
That's the scary part. Like if MongolZ tells you that, nah, he doesn't feel at 100% right now, maybe playing at 80, 85, 90, what happens when this kid is showing up at 100% at the major? That's like the prospect you're always looking towards when you talk about MongolZ. This game, it wasn't necessarily him taking over the server, but he just had a good, stable performance, especially on the CT side in the beginning when Falcons were down, and then he was backed up by his partner in crime.
And this is the duo we're looking at for the future, right? Because like I was just alluding to earlier, getting off to a great start, absolutely dominating, playing with full confidence.
It's funny, yeah, because it is the duo that you're looking forward to for the future, but it used to be Nico, right? It used to be MongolZ and Nico. And
he's giving up space.
He's giving up a lot of space, and it's giving a bit of that responsibility to Kioski. And let's be honest, Nico is by no means a bad player, but he's not necessarily in the position to do all the plays anymore. However, Kyusuke, he very much is. This clutch right here coming in from him, that was such a pivotal moment in the game where paiN UA could have stabilized again, gotten off to a good start, but Kyusuke, you know, turning up for a 1v3, that's very, very good.
And you can just see this, right? Look at all the jewels that were just actively won. And okay, they're quite low when it comes to this, but still they managed to get the plant down. This gets a little bit dangerous, a little bit scary. The fact he can pull this off is absolutely huge.
Not quite sure what paiN UA are thinking at this point. I think they're getting stressed by the time a little bit. They realize there's only 11, 12 seconds left, but they're both giving up 1v1 duels against Kyusuke. There was a world where the bomb could have been planted without either of the two players fully committing into the duel. So yes, gotta give it to you, Kyusuke, for pulling off a nice 1v3, but he punished the paiN UA, who for the first time in this game seemed a little bit out of touch with playing the smart brand of Counter-Strike that they've done so far.
Yeah, and I think that's just what happens, right, when you are starting to try and take the fights against them. You're actually seeing that you can win some of these, right, but then you're just getting blasted back in the key moments, the clutch moments.
That's what we spoke about, yeah. You're right, like if you're paiN UA, everything has to go your way. You have to play perfect as a team, and they did, I think. However, when you're up against a guy like Kyusuke, when you're up against MongolZ, like from an individual standpoint, there's just going to be moments, there's going to be rounds where they will swing it in your favor. So I think it's fair to make the case that paiN UA were the better team in this game, but Falcons had the better individuals.
And then when you're talking about having the better individuals, we had a moment in the pistol round where it didn't quite work out, right? And this is exactly what paiN was struggling with, because NickX had it completely dead to rights. That could have been the change to give them another pistol and a good start.
Yeah, I think this is a difference maker. Grim coming in with the duels, not quite getting enough out of it. Again, when you invest into double duel and you top dog, you expect more than just being traded out. Left in a 3v3. The cool thing is Nyx is playing this super, super well. Unfortunately for him, he's missing the bullets right here. Tessus punishes him, and it ends up being a scenario where Falcons are winning the pistol despite going into a 2v2 right here. Had Nyx gotten that kill, he would have been in prime position. They knew exactly where the Falcons players were at. It's very unlikely to think that paiN UA would not have won that round. So yeah, I think this was a game-defining moment where Nyx, unfortunately, despite having a great, great game, missed a massive opportunity to kickstart the second half.
And I'm not going to be too harsh on him because he did have a good game as well, right? Individually, he kept firing, he was battling back against Nico, but this is these moments that really matter and can be the big difference makers in there. It's just a little bit more confidence needed, I think, you know, because he got a bit shaky when he understood what was going on, made the right play, right position as well.
That's the thing with paiN UA. They're going to feel a little bit uncomfortable knowing that they were so close, right? They probably should have had it. They probably should have gotten it. And I think overall, they played a good game of Counter-Strike. So I think the team talk they just had outside is more like, okay, guys, we're so close. Yeah. Individually, we need to step up in the right moments. In terms of the game plan, in terms of showing up on the server, I know it was their own map pick. I think paiN UA played a good game of Counter-Strike. Let's not forget that this is two teams who is in a different world. We're talking about a tier 2 team going up against Falcons, who's supposed to win pretty much everything, and yet it was a super competitive game.
And looking at this fight, with how much we've been praising Falcons again and again, and the fact that paiN hasn't been playing against this level of opposition, this is a good sign for them ahead of the major that this practice is working out, that we can push a team like this, right?
100%. Like everything I've seen from paiN UA so far has been great. Yes, they are not a team where you expect them coming into Hong Kong to make it straight into the semi-final or go into the final, but let's be completely honest, for them to push Falcons all the way to a 13-11 scenario where overtime was definitely a possibility, for them to beat the Mongols yesterday, already by now, if they were to get eliminated from the tournament from this point and onwards, you look back at this and say, this was a positive experience. This was a paiN UA who made a statement, who's most definitely ready for the major, especially considering that the level of opposition in the beginning will drop to their level.
And now looking at Falcons though, right, okay, you survived this one. Should it be plain sailing from here?
Yeah, I think so. I know we're going to talk about the next map, in a couple of moments, but let's be completely honest. I think Falcons, especially in group stage, have shown me enough that yes, they should be winning this one too.
Well, okay, before we go into the next map then, we got some refrag to look at as well. You've had another go, you had another attempt. Just before we see it, did you do better than yesterday?
I think it was a tough one.
That was a very high.
We're trying to replicate Kyusuke's ace from yesterday.
Okay.
Let's be completely honest. The first one, Shiro, the 4-kill was tough. This ace from Kyusuke yesterday and Dust 2.
Yeah.
It's not easy to replicate, right? Because the level of opposition, all the utility coming in right here as well, it's something where you have to dodge, you have to make yourself in a good position. Obviously, Kyusuke being one of the best players in the world, James.
Yeah, he's pretty damn good, right? So let's have a look at your attempt, right?
I tried this morning to see if I could replicate that. All you guys at home can do the same if you head over to refrag.gg/blast. Play a 7-day trial and see out for yourself. As you can see, I'm getting absolutely destroyed in the beginning. You have to figure out, your pathway, how you do it. Then I get into the B bomb side, dodge the utility, I think. Get the kill, and then I get hit by another 2 flashes. I'm like, oh, come on, man. Give me a chance. So I had to figure out, okay, the first kill, I got that set. The first couple of dodging, trying my best right here. Getting closer and closer and closer. But that's the thing about doing an ace, James. You have to kill everyone.
Yeah. It's not easy, right? That's not easy at all. And here we go. This should be your winning run, right? So you've played, okay, back towards Car still, getting this one. Still blinded, not avoiding it, trying to play a bit more defensive.
There we go.
You're going for a back line?
Yeah, I'm actually trying to replicate exactly what Kyusuke did, be in the face of their opponent, getting the kill, and then I'm reloading, and I think is it Donk left? Worst player on the server anyway. There we go. I gotta go.
Okay, it's actually, I want to give it a try myself, because people probably watching this and thinking like, oh, that's so easy, just do this. But these bots are on next level hard mode, right?
They are on hard mode. As said, if you head into refrag.gg/blast, all you guys at home can claim a free trial and try out for yourself. You can play the versus mode, or the blast mode, that is. You can also head in and try all the other different modes that we have available at Refrag. Anything from crossfire to pre-aim to getting better movement to learning all the nades with Nader. There's tons of stuff on the site, and as said, you can just head into refrag.gg/blast and try it out for free.
And I'll just say this, for all the people that sit in Twitch chat the whole time or on forums and they're like, you know what, this player sucks, I can do this. Well, go and try this. If you can't even do this, then you've got no hope of stepping up into the pro player shoes, right?
Trust me, it is not easy playing against those guys. Playing pro games is one thing, playing against pro bots, it's a complete different level.
And the bots, right, if I understand this correctly, Pimp, like, it's basically they have like aimbot towards like single bullet accuracy, some sort of stuff like that.
I mean, they are adjusted to your level. You can play against the pro.
Oh, cool, I can play noob level then.
Exactly, so like if you're coming in, you're level 2, you're level 3, or you're new to Counter-Strike, they will adjust to your level.
Okay.
You can also try against the pro bots, and as you said, pro bots, more like aimbots.
That's what it definitely looked like. Thank you very much for the rundown, Pim. Once again, guys, you can go over to refrag.gg/blast if you want to go and get a free trial on that. Definitely worth testing out. But we're moving to Mirage next. And for paiN, they don't play this map. They've started to open it up. They did it yesterday against the Mongols. Now they're doing it here against Falcons. That's a tough first test of Mirage, man.
Just did my research. 0 times played in 25, 0 times played in 24, 2 times played in 23 with the core of Complexity's lineup, but this is a different team. So to say that they have never played Mirage, I think that's fair enough.
Yeah, no, that's pretty much clarifies it as this is going to be a tough run. All the stuff you did in practice now needs to work out perfectly, and yet you're going up against some aim demons and some aim masters. But I did talk to Halzak about this, so let's get some insight from him. This is a big test for you, right? Because MongolZ is one thing, Falcons is a whole other beast. So do you feel like this is where you can actually try and test the limit and the level you guys are at right now?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Falcons is one of the best teams in the world right now, and they have big talent and insane firepower. So this is a big test for us, and see if we are able to play with the big dogs.
Play with the big dogs on Mirage as well. So you left it open. You left it open yesterday, but Falcons have gone for it. Is there something that they're just, maybe they don't expect? Is there something maybe just the reason why you chose Mirage, like why you wanted this to leave it open now?
We'll wait and see what we have got planned. I mean, we had a few weeks off, so we might have done some crazy stuff. So you guys have to wait and see. And
I'm looking forward to it, but I also got to ask you, do you feel less pressure considering you already made playoffs? Like, do you feel like that can help you, give you an advantage?
Not really. I feel like we still want to win every game. So every game we go into, we have the mentality where we want to win, even though we play Vitality, we play Falcons, or whatever team we play. So we're feel like it's not really any pressure on us right now. It haven't been like this whole time. So just ready to play and show up with a good mentality.
So, okay, Mirage not played for what, nearly 3 years, right? That's what you were saying, Pimp. TC was just nattering away about messed up veto. So TC, sorry mate, you're gonna be my test subject over here. Yes, so you messed up the you messed up the veto yesterday and today?
Yeah, you know, some mistakes happen twice in a row apparently, and then third time you get lucky, you get over it.
Realistically, tell me the reason though. Why did you decide to start implementing Mirage?
I mean, we had a lot of time to practice because we had so much off time between the events, and we've been kind of trying to lean a little bit away from Ancient, so we figured let's see how Mirage goes. We have some events before the major to play around with, and we had ample time to practice, so we'll see how it goes, I guess.
We will see how it goes. Your voice even went higher then, bro. You're not filling me with confidence right now.
It's always different in practice and in officials, right? So it's very hard to go off the practice results, and you just have to play some matches in officials and to actually see how the map's going to go for you. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you kind of have to feel it out and just see where it goes, right?
It's also a bloody good test run. I guess you would have preferred to have it against MongolZ than Falcons. You were hoping MongolZ picked it to give you at least a warm-up?
I mean, it would have been nice, but...
Grim's just shaking his head. Grim, give me some words.
I think my coach is trolling, man, honestly. Like, what am I supposed to do on this map?
But there was a reason he didn't stay on Complexity, right? And you just had to get back with him, so now he's fighting you guys internally in the team?
Yeah, we honestly had some bad blood and pent-up anger, so it's honestly annoying I'm back.
Well, you're all smiling and laughing. I wish you the best of luck, boys. Thank you very much for your time. I won't disturb them too much longer, but it is wild to just change up the veto coming into this, but they did have the 6 weeks of practice, Pip.
Yeah, I kind of like it, you know. You're trying to innovate your team. You're trying to come in with a bit of a surprise. I would have loved for them to save it for the major, maybe, you know, so it came in as a bigger surprise, but...
Yeah, but imagine failing it at the major and everyone would be like, why would you do this at the major? You would say, you would sit here as an analyst, I would listen to you, and people would be like, they shouldn't have done this at a major. They should have done it before. See, I got you.
They can't win in that regard, you know, and TC has a good point, you know, testing it out and trying to get to play it in officials that's the best way of practice, you know. One thing is being good on a map in practice, one thing is trying out all your strats in practice. You gotta figure out whether or not it's gonna work in official games, and who better to test it against than Falcons, who's a team playing at an incredible high level when it comes to Mirage. My issue though, if I may make a point here, is I think it could screw the vision a little bit. If you're TC, if you're paiN UA, you're coming into Mirage, and obviously you have defaults, you have strats, you have setups. One thing that could screw the vision of that is that you're playing Falcons who have so many great individuals that it's not necessarily given that the game gets into a mode where it's about the rotations, about the tactics, about all that. It could be just m0NESY, Suki, and Nico single-handedly destroying you before you get to the second layer or the third layer. So if I'm paiN UA, and I'm sure they're aware, they probably talked about it already, take it with a grain of salt, you know. Don't make too many conclusions based on this one map. If you were to play Mirage against a less significant or less prone team, you know, to rely on the individuals, it would be a better way of understanding what you're good at, better way of understanding what works and what doesn't. But for now, I just love the fact that we get to see something new from these guys.
And I also love the fact that they have such a good attitude around it, right? They are happy, they are vibing. The great thing is, right, with having TC back, is he does bring that element of a bit more relaxed, a bit more calmness, right, as the coach behind him. He reunited with all of his boys. And look at Kvem, he's even just new guy coming in, smiling away, everything's looking happy for him. This is a good positive sign for a paiN who do want to prove themselves again at this level.
100%. They should be happy. You know, they beat the MongolZ yesterday. They almost got it untrained. They could have pushed it into overtime. Some may even argue they could have won that map, you know, with a few rounds going their way. So right now, I don't see a reason not to be excited about paiN UA. I don't see a single reason why the team shouldn't be happy. And as said, let's be completely honest. Here in Hong Kong, they're not supposed to do much. They weren't even supposed to be in this game. They were probably supposed to go out of this group in last place. So for them already to have secured playoff, for them to have secured another game, for them to get to test out Mirage, it's all positives when it comes to paiN UA.
Well, there's the positives for paiN. Falcons are positive after getting the win on train. Let's get ourselves closer to the game.
Too low. One low at least. Maybe both even. More good, that's 10 seconds.
Yes, sir.
Братан, Авик за Hell, понял? Я должен сейчас забрать его.
Good flash low, Maxim. Thank you.
You won because they were all low. Because of me.
Kiyosuke clutches up and kicks him with some words of encouragement. A monster game out of Kiyosuke, 25 and 15, all the clutches, all the kills, all the glory, and even the map barely over Passion. And Passion not only have Train in their pocket as a surprise, they've also come through and risked it all on Mirage, leaving it open in back-to-back vetoes. It gets picked against them. We have yet to see this team play Mirage. Risk or reward? Time to find out.
Yeah, certainly ballsy. In a way, though, no better time to test it, right? Like, officials hit different to practice. That was established just now by TC and the boys. And in a game where you've already qualified into the playoffs, this one being for semis or quarters, you know, pressure, I don't want to say off, but for Passion, they've already done the big achievement. They are supposed to lose this game. And so getting the chance to try it versus one of the top dogs in the world of Counter-Strike right now, who could say no to that?
They were already confident enough to do it in a game that felt like it decided their fate in this tournament. The easiest matchup on paper they were going to get against a new MongolZ roster, but now to do it against Falcons when we've already seen them almost steal away Train. I love the call from Passion. Will they come in and surprise in this second map? They already did on Train, albeit losing in round number 24. But remember, this is not a sleeper map for Falcons. This is one they are more than comfortable on. So let's get into it. Semi-finals on the line for the victor of this matchup. Team Falcons on the T side.
To quote Grim moments before this game went live, what the hell am I meant to do on Mirage, man? Well, let's see what he's got for us, as he's going to be the first guy tested, the only player in this A site. Dual Berettas up close. Grim versus the world, and the world wins.
Nice bit of trolling from TC and co. Can they put their money where their mouth is? Smoked out right now. Got to give it up, but there's a kit on JT. Coming through connector side, 2 in spawn, blocked by a smoke, and one player close. Maybe Nyx goes through. Kavem's making footsteps for Nyx to get baited in there. Wait for a flash that never comes through. Missed shots again for Nyx. These pistols do let him down, but not for Nico, who nails 3 headshots in this round. Kit too far away. You feel like the chance expired. As Kavem runs into a lost round, a lost sight. Bomb not for ramp, but it's no problem. Falcons win it to time. What that could have been, Harry. Back turned, Nyx couldn't get the headshot. Seen that before.
Yeah, Nyx and Nico, maybe they are kindred spirits in a way.
Yeah. Well, if Nyx has this ratio over Nico, does that mean he's going to have an even better one over Don? Is that how that works? Or is it like a triangle of death?
Yeah, it's like rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah. Scissors always cuts paper.
Weird, though, because isn't rock just the best? It wins.
I could break some paper with rock, surely.
So maybe Nyx is the rock. Nyx, the Rock Johnson. He's got Grim here with him, and another A-side exec to deal with. Let's see how they fare in this force buy. Not the best entry for Grim as he's forced out. Nyx gets his one onto Nico, as he so often does.
It's a meme at this point, it's crazy. Oh, double nade. See, Tessa's got those kills, because Kixon did damage. So thank you, Kixon. Ooh, that's JT Deagle. Known, feared, famed, and maybe saved. So here we go.
JT, the king of getting one on.
He is. He's every Deagle kill he's got at this event. It's one and nothing. What?
On Train, he had it a bunch and never got anything done with it.
No, sorry. Every time he gets a Deagle kill, they still lose.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, like, I'm agreeing. He gets one, they lose. Nico just can't beat this damn player.
5-1 in that last map, Nyx to Nico ratio.
And 10-2. Well, sorry, 10-2 in the first match they played at Bucharest. So 15 and what was it? 5-1, 15-3, and then another in this game.
So Nyx is to Nico what Nico is to Donk,
and maybe more one-sided.
Oh no! Good catch for Grim, makes it a double.
Grim Deagle.
See with the spot over here on Cat, knows that that's where the rest of them are coming from. Tries to contain, he's going to get overran and overwhelmed.
Got a plant.
We can't end up with a Nyx v Nico clutch brewing.
Please. I'm begging.
This was just pistols for Passion. Wasn't supposed to ever get this close. Forced wide by the util. Tessez out into the open. Here's the backstab. Oh my god.
He's better.
And come on, Nyx. You're so comfortable in this fight. You're so good in this fight. Nico just can't beat this guy. He's quaking in his boots. And he doesn't believe they're defusing. Nyx brings it home. The anti-Nico walks among them. And he just looks devastated. That is just the most wild round to give up. They get a free A bomb site in a way. Grim got 2 on the Deagle, I guess.
Yeah.
But he was the only bit of resistance. Does great to do this. The stack is at B. You think the round's over.
And the saddest part is, well, firstly, Nyx gets the backstab with the Deagle. Nico could never, but that corner, I feel like no one clears that. The one that Kyosuke cleared towards stairs and he saw Grim, but it's actually that gets him killed. He tries to go wide to peek the angle as he should, and that's when Grim swings in. They all get a little claustrophobic and connected running into each other. Nico meets his new nemesis.
Yeah, you know, it's not Molidoy. He's got Donk in his pocket. Not ZywOo. Not Rops. It's Nyx from Passion UA.
Nick Lee, 20 years of age. Letting him know. All right, B hit here for Falcons. But it's all a bit of a ruse right now. They're coming out from under. MongolZ is delayed, and Tessus looks to use his Deagle to force rotations. 4 CTs in this bomb site, but Nyx clears it out. Meanwhile, the gap is found. This is all by design, but it's still gone pretty wrong for the Falcons. They get window. It costs them 2 players. Halzerk. Oh, he's just holding the shot. Not for too long. Take it while you got it. 5v2.
Nico dead out in con. And MongolZ thrust in to the 1v4 clutch attempt. And convincing on the first couple, though, is something brewing here for MongolZ. This is not a round that you're supposed to be picking up. Can MongolZ provide? He's got the bomb on his back and time to work with. But able to turn a 1v5 into a 1v2 in the blink of an eye. How much further can he hope to take this? Jump.
No.
Oh, MongolZ!
Oh,
yeah.
Come on,
God!
boys. Fucking nice.
That is simply sensational from MongolZ. You don't get rounds like that every day.
1v4 clutch ace. Isolated every step of the way, and you can't trade this guy. He is too quick.
Come on, boys. Fucking nice.
Wins it in a flash. Reality check for Passion UA. That's who they're up against. And to think Kyosuke stole the show. Oh, he eats a leg. This is still a nice flank, though. Kvem found the gap. Falcons are regrouping A. He does just take the kill while he has it, but now they have him trapped down lower. Needs support. On the window, JT offers. Smoked out, mollied under. Kavem, good luck getting out of here.
Falcons might just look to bypass him. Want to see hot on the heels of that trade, and there's Kiyasuke in with the backstab. And that's opened up the A site. Grim went aggressive out through ramp, ends up on the wrong side of the map as a result. And Nyx is super wounded from that earlier clash with Tesses out in the apartments. This one feels safe. And so 4-1 lead established, riding the high of the MongolZ ace clutch.
Just impeccable. Nobody quite like him. Well, Falcons have 3 players where nobody is quite like either of them. Grim just trying to escape. Even that's not guaranteed. They're swinging it together. Boxed in. And not long for this world. 4-1 lead here for the Falcons. Full control despite the eco win from paiN. Pretty close ramp. And the reblock. Get that smoke in. Now Falcons, they got a call to make.
Grim even plays into the smoke. They're going to try and nade this open. Grim goes uncleared. Threads the needle on this play. And there's the backstab for Grim. AK picked up. Will get overran. Nick's still here. Takes position out towards CT. And JT closes in on the stairs. Nico low. And if Nyx can keep up this very oh, he's going to, isn't he?
He's going to.
Nico holding on a CT. Tesses with the jump check. Didn't spot him, didn't see him. Back turn. Tesses just gets there in time.
What a check.
Nico breathing a sigh of relief that he didn't have to go blow for blow with his biggest rival.
And he was low as well, so that just felt meant to be. Nyx holding the shot for a millisecond because Tesses doesn't clear him, but good check from Tesses. Feels unlikely after jump spotting and missing it. He would go back for more, but here we go. paiN, some really close rounds, some really nice tries, but it is Falcons on Mirage running away with this game, 5-1. paiN have just not had the full buys as a result of losing to the lower economy themselves. This is going to be another attempt. Really nice try. I feel like even in the most impossible rounds, they make it interesting. Grim inside the smoke. Why does he check that? And Halzok's AWP comes right back out with a spawn as well, so let's see how he puts it. Nothing on ramp for him to find. Fast mid-take here for Falcons, and the boost is perfection. That's what I mean. Dude, B-Trams is killing it on the stats.
Yeah.
Shout out B-Trams one time.
Oh!
Ouch.
Oh, no, Util! Get off his head! Kiyasuke looking like Lord Farquaad up in here. Some of you may die, but that's a risk he's willing to take. Still, Tesses in the picture, I guess. Low on health and wounded. Good catch for Halzok on MongolZ in that head-to-head. Halzok with another put-down range. They didn't know about Kicksand sneaking in close. But it's down to just 2 for the Falcons. Nico gonna try and scale out through Palace. link up with his teammate back in con and make this A play happen, but blindsided by kvem, who's been mobile in this round. They're always looking over their shoulder, and kvem just takes them head on. Promising stuff from the Hauser KWP. Didn't really have to speak about it much back on that previous map, but now a convincing little head-to-head over MongolZ and the second kill on the back of it. Let's see if his AWP can get rolling here on this CT side. That was a 4v5 for paiN.
Oh yeah, careful. He's posted B at the start, nothing coming his way. It's a mid-take from under. JT getting involved. Pistol out. kvem up and over as well, and it's easily done for Nyx onto NiKo as the stat just keeps up. I would like to request, just maybe on the last round of this game, we get that head-to-head one more time. Updated head-to-head. When it feels like this game is over.
NiKo hasn't killed him yet in this map, right?
No, I want to take stock.
Been
I want to take stock at the end.
I can't believe how consistent it is. It's crazy.
I mean, Antico's fine, but let's see if this can change now as Falcons 5-3. kvem's having a far better map here as well than he did on Train, was the weak link, even though he played great yesterday. So he's getting very involved on the CT side. Look at the fight in middle. NiKo is there.
Only for a second before he's deleted. JT and kvem.
Oh no! Oh, disaster! Outrageous!
And he'll get charged at, even though they clean up the mid half of the map. It's the A play that gives him some worry. kvem on a tear.
They forgot the bomb.
And the bomb left back here at ramp. Tessus has to take the pace out of it.
Gave him B timing. He could have gone back, but now he just reroutes Palace. If he goes instantly, this is going to line up well for paiN. They're just getting into spawn now. kvem's had a hell of a round. That triple fight middle. And he even found NiKo or found Kyosuke on A. Tessus may feel like he's got the room now, but it's all a trap. Nyx moving in. Backstab, and he's got it. paiN win out a clutch. It's back to how Train ended with so many 1v1s, so many clutch rounds. paiN stay active in that 2v1 and they reroute.
Dude, it's very scrappy, it's very brawly, but I think for paiN, it's working in their favor right now.
That's what they want, that's what they need to beat Falcons, who are hitting as hard as they are, because that's the thing, it's paiN are having highlights, but I feel like the Falcons highlights are just unreal, right? Some of these players are pulling off, well, MongolZ 1v4 ace, Kyosuke some of his moments. But across the board, paiN scrapping together, living and dying as a team. And now we have kvem, who's just taking liberties in this game. 16-7. Already outfragged his Train, and that was 24 rounds. We've seen 9. Hauser can't miss this. They're all coming in.
I mean, he's missed the timing on NiKo getting out.
Is that going to kill Grim?
It certainly could. Wonder if he clocked him on the jump there for the smoke. Might have.
Are you?
Grim standing on business. 2 kills with the AUG. Bit of a signature gun for Grim.
Yeah.
Loves to don it in these rifle rounds. And there's the support. Ace denied, sure, but Grim will take that. A clean mowdown of that ramp hit and a tie game now as money's been made for paiN.
Never played a Mirage match. It's been their ban for as long as you can remember, but right now, paiN coming through and looking to upset in a unlikely head-to-head against the Falcons. 5-5, forcing the second tack from Zonic. It's going wrong for the Falcons, and this gun round needs to hit hard. Otherwise, momentum will very much be in paiN's pocket with 6-round streak into that T side. JT's last official on Mirage was over 2 years ago.
Oh, thankfully, hasn't changed much. I like the Falcons are taking the pace out of it a bit. I think, you know, trying to match paiN in these brawly fights, which is crazy to think about, but it hasn't been working. paiN have kind of excelled in the chaos. And so a bit of a slow around here, trying to find the gap is Kyosuke. He's going to fall at the hands of JT, on for a double now. Oh no, Kixam mollied out of position right into the Hauser KWP. paiN about to take the lead. It's just Hesses, and I guess MongolZ, who did win a round much like this, all on his lonesome. But you can't expect him to do it twice, right? Swing out in mid, MongolZ makes it into the connector. He's pinched it in on either sides, doesn't know where to look. They're charging at him.
He hit one.
And there's the trade. 6-5 lead secured, going the way of paiN as they're streaking these rounds together.
Yeah, they just run at him in that 5-on-1. Maybe learning from their mistakes. Maybe looking to replicate them, but either way, it's more clean rounds out of paiN. Forget clutches, back-to-back clean rounds. And they look to win the half out now. Falcons may just throw something crazy at them at this point, right? At last round of the half, really scrappy buy. Just go for a fast A explode. There's no one in the bomb site. This could be the way. Time is now.
Grim, here's the footsteps. Kvem blinded off the angle, but there's the support from the Hauser. Corp stops the spillover, and it might just be a really convincing close. Kixam melted, MongolZ blind, and a 1v4 in front of him. No bomb, no control. A kill fed to MongolZ as he looks to add another ludicrous clutch to the tally. But it can't all be Ilya, surely.
Always
crossing in close. Bomb picked up, a second, and the trade in for JT as paiN run away with a strong first half on their first time on Mirage under their belts.
Hey guys, this is Mahone, and I'm going to break down how the pros hold short on Mirage so you can do it just like them too. Let's go. At the start of the round, typically you'll want to throw a flash at the top of mid to push the T's back. This flash hits anyone standing between top mid and the chair, ultimately creating space for you to peek middle. The top mid flash creates an avenue to peek middle, but you also have to worry about someone coming from underpass. To deny the possible T coming from underpass, you can throw a Molotov at the entrance to prevent them from getting to bench. This gives you more safety when you fight top mid. The top mid flash and underpass Molotov are good tools to help you fight, but before you reach that point, there's a chance a T could cross the initial angle before you get to bricks. This is possible if the T has the best spawn and your teammates at window and connector get smoked out. If this happens, you can Molotov the bricks and progress as the Molotov is still up. But if the T's don't push up, a great angle to hold is between the bricks and the corner, where you can't be seen from chair. This is strong because T's tend to clear the bricks angle on the right corner, but not exactly the spot in between. This also allows you to be close enough to spot if a T runs up connector. Another spot you can use is on the ledge in front of ladder room. Holding this specific spot matches up with the right end of the bench, so if T's jump onto it, you'll be able to catch them mid-air. Being up close also allows you to see the T even if they crouch, whereas if you stand further back, the T now has the option to crouch for cover. If you want to get a deeper view into mid, you can get a boost onto the bricks. From here, you can catch T's running down the slope of mid from an elevated position, and even if the T's throw a smoke at Cat like this, you'll still be able to see over it. Now, these are some great positions to play on short, but you'll likely want some flexibility to move to ladder room. The best way to do this is to throw a smoke at the front of catwalk. Not only does this block the T's from pushing up, but now you can move to ladder room without being caught. Being in ladder room allows you to defend against T's coming up short and through window at the same time. You also get access to this position on the cement blocks in window to spot the cross towards connector. T's often overlook this position since they're clearing the top of connector when they enter. But holding short is just one part of being in this area. What are some other ways to help your teammates? If you don't use your smoke for front cat, you can also use it to re-smoke the bottom of connector, which slows down the T's map control. If a B push comes in, putting yourself right up to the bricks gives you an isolated fight for the window. The power behind this is that the bricks actually covers up many of the common flashes that pop towards the B site. For comparison, exposing yourself to the site with the same flashes would look like this. Now, despite everything you can do as the short player, don't forget you can start the round by going through window instead of B site. If you make the cat jump, you can contest mid far earlier. And instead of jumping on cat, you can also go for the ladder rim jump. Being in ladder allows you to cut off any T's who go fast towards short. But if you peek middle from ladder room, keep in mind a T with the best spawn can already make it to second chair. And that was the last piece on how to hold Mirage short like the pros.
Passion push forward here in this second map, right when you're ready to write them off. A 7-round CT side on a map they've not played in CS2. That's right, CSGO back in 2023 was the last time the core of Halzog, JT and Grim even laid waste to this map, and now they are taking it over one of the best teams in the world. That's despite a m0NESY 1v4 ace. That's despite some highlight moments from Falcons. paiN UA, can they finish what they started?
It's not the dream start. Kavem top of the board right now for paiN, dead first. The rest of them trying to explode out through the connector. Nyx, quick work made over Kixan, and he'll double up in this pistol round. m0NESY dual Berettas will deliver 2 back the other way as he's left fighting all on his lonesome. It falls to NiKo, but he can't get past them. Grim, clean tap to finish things off, and a pistol round again that starts 4v5 for paiN, ends up going their way.
Must be a frustrating game for NiKo. Some of the situations he's been put in, finds that instant 5v4 tap onto the top performer, and they just flood connector. Really nice call for paiN. I mean, clearly, we could tell from the vibe in that pre-match interview, they were trolling, talking about messing up the veto, oopsie daisy. They are well prepared. They've got pocket strats, they've got moves, they've got ideas, and they are finding a lot of comfort on this map right now. Another pistol for paiN.
This is what some time off does for you, right? Because now, even for teams moving forward, he might have been discounting paiN a little bit in this event. I think suddenly when you look at their veto, you look at how they played in the past that the last few tournaments are at, you don't actually know what the map pool is all of a sudden.
Yeah.
They feel like they have tremendous ability to game vetoes as a result. And if you're able to pull up and win here, yeah, that's a huge victory. And it's one that all the top teams in this event and going forward looking at the major, everyone has to take note of that. As you say, like, there's been a m0NESY 1v4 ace clutch in this game, and they're still getting wrecked.
Yeah, and wrecked is the right word. This was a 5-1 lead to Falcons. This is now 8 rounds in a row. Full stack and spawn. Nyx swings it. And he does. You know who he killed. I don't need to tell you.
The back.
You know who he
at
killed.
The very back. Literally hiding. And of course, it's a stray bullet from Nyx to find him.
Just tracking shots here for Nyx.
Look at him. There's NiKo, the one all the way at the back in market. NiKo still hasn't killed Nyx in this map.
Yeah. Trust me, I've been keeping track. I'm kill feed reading this game. 9-5.
Oh my god, paiN is so much fun to watch.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can finish it here, because this is when Falcons can hit that gear, right? Vitality did yesterday against TYLOO. They were in trouble, and they managed to pull it back, win some unbelievable rounds, a 2v5 at like 11-10, and end up winning that game and devastated TYLOO. Falcons, we know they have it in them. They're just not showing it right now. Can they? Or is it all just paiN UA? NiKo onto Kavem again. He does so much damage to JT. How did paiN bail their way out? Nyx moves in.
Kiyasuke's missed this timing completely.
Idea.
They have no idea that 3 players have made it up con. m0NESY will get eyes on in time.
Nice.
And there's the lineup for m0NESY. The only guy giving reliable output right now. He'll round it out with a 4th. It's Monacy multi-kills or it's nothing in these rounds for the Falcons. They break an 8-round streak from paiN UA and finally get back on the board.
Yeah, it's about time, really, because sure, you can make excuses like we don't know what they're bringing to the table. You know, we haven't played these guys before. We haven't prepped for them. They've never played Mirage. None of that matters, really, at this point. The Falcons are the heavy hitters. They are the top dogs in this tournament. They should absolutely be winning this game.
That's the other thing. It's like so often, you know, underdog teams might try and do this where they go to a map that they never normally play. I think it was even... this was ages ago now, but I remember like Wildcard even took a similar gamble to this. It might have been a Bounty or a Pro League where they picked into a Mirage, a map that they didn't play at the time.
I think at the Major.
Yeah, or that might be it as well. But yeah, like it didn't pan out, you know. It's like, because you have all this prep, you have all these ideas, but an official feels really, really different to what you get to do in practice. The theory you go over, the scrims, you're sometimes running into just problems and things that you've never encountered in games before. You're doing it right now versus Falcons, a team that was put together, millions of dollars invested, meant to be a collection of the best players on Earth, right? And you're doing it not just in your first official with this squad, but your first official in years on the map.
Team that has not played matches in over a month. Coming into this event, they shocked against MongolZ yesterday. Can they close a map against the Falcons? Fast B pop. Kiersuke finds that first. His team starting to crumble though. Halzok into the site. It's Tess's playing the bench well, getting spammed, but they can't get a clean kill. He is still almost full health as his team flood in through Market to assist. JT, he's a clutch player, but this is too much to ask for one man. 1v3, can't see through the smoke. And you feel like Falcons are leveling up now, doing what they were supposed to. Back-to-back rounds, breaking that streak, as you said, and building into this game. Kvem is getting iced out as well. He was the carry in that CT side. He is struggling to get going in this half. Nice hold for Tesses. Passion pistols. Kvem goes to Palace because JT's nearby. Here, you can take the Deeg. Put smoke in the way first.
This is surely the first Nico kill on Nyx. Kicksan could beat him to it, and he will. Ooh, double dink. Kicksan softened up, but should be no worry. You just fully rotate everyone over now. You know what the game plan was, just an attempt at spilling over on the pistols. And so there's the close. Cap starting to close up as well, as now it's a one-round game. That lead that paiN was sporting reduced down to just this round here. So as the rifles make another appearance, you better hope this is where you can dig in and find some success on the T side.
Feel this game slipping away for paiN. Can they reignite the fire? Halzok not had his AWP in this T side. Got a battle through middle. Kvem eats that molly. Smoke spam onto MongolZ, but he still breaks open, looks to fight forward. Space taken. But they don't know about Grim. He doesn't know about them. Nico.
Oh my God, it's happening. It's happening. Oh no, it's not. It's Halzok.
Yeah, it's fine.
It looks similar.
He's going to get it.
Nico's got Halzok right where he wants him.
Oh,
Grim with a nice entry.
They know about Nico, but Grim goes back, smoked off. Bomb can be picked up now. They can't reset.
They saw Nico get aggressive. They've dispatched the anti-Nico to go back and get this bomb.
Licking his lips.
More aggression out of Tesses. Seen this one before. Push out through the apartments. Come back to haunt the Falcons in Chengdu.
It looks good though. Although
this time, Better time. Grim can still catch it. Instead, it's 2 for Tessez.
Sick. Really nice. Got him trapped. Can they flush him? No util, but support can come in. MongolZ. He's just going to fight on his own. They say, hey, good luck, Ilya. Nico pushes back on ramp. MongolZ let to leave. Kisuke also on his own, but all of these Falcons players, strong as can be, able to finish it off. Double for Tessez on the flank. Kisuke puts him in a box.
Falcons certainly breathing a little easier now, right? As they've tied this game up from, what was at one point, an 8-round streak for paiN. They've leveled out. Might look to overcome this unlikely hurdle.
Maybe getting frustrating here. Kvem buying up Galil armor into this eco round. There is Kevlar to drop it over. They're going to go through. Oh, they've been spamming this position, but now kicks and plays here. Kisuke making a lot of noise, but this AK sharp. Oh, he did it. He did it. It finally happened.
That's his first kill on Nyx in this map. Nico, I mean, if he starts not necessarily winning the head-to-head, I think it's already too late for that. But if he starts finding some form against Nyx, anything's possible. JT with the dig, only ever good for one.
And even then. Dun, 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 dun. Back turned as well, extra points, I think. All right, it does feel like paiN have hit the brick wall here on the T side. 5 straight rounds, they won the pistol, they converted, but Falcons on gun rounds have looked very, very clean. paiN not really been able to run executes, right? The B play they had in their pocket got shut down by Tessez. Mid has just been a series of Falcons swinging dry and besting them in head-to-heads. And not even with an AWP. But now MongolZ has it. Let's see if paiN have anything left in this game. I think regardless of where this goes, a new level of respect for these guys coming back in after a while out of Tier 1. It's been a few months.
Yeah, you certainly want to try and find something on this T side, though, or else the threat maybe dissipates far quicker than you would expect of paiN's Mirage. Teams would sit up and take note if you keep it competitive all the way to the end. If you just go on to get kind of wrecked in the second half, it undervalues that initial lead that they held. MongolZ,
that's just what they've been doing.
Equalizer secured. And there's the spot for Kixan, seeing players have made it out ramp side. He's called for rotates. MongolZ makes his way over. Won't get any more done. Nyx with the equalizer to find this 3-on-3. And how's that posted? Trying to stop a spillover through the jungle util. Kisuke would be on the chopping block, or so you'd like to think, if he comes through this position. It's Kixan waiting at triple. That's the one you got to lend some intrigue to right now. Out with his swing. JT finds him. Alzerk fires off, but Kisuke's made it past, out into the open, and they might come to regret this. Kisuke versus Nyx, and apparently he can hard counter everyone. 1v1 secured, and paiN keep this as a tie game, 10 apiece.
It was kind of a bit at one point, but he is playing excellency yesterday. Across both these maps, he's had a series of insane rounds, not just against Nico, but been delivering in high-impact moments with multi-kills. That's a 1v1 3K. He saves the AWP. He does everything he needs to. Felt like he butchered it when he got spotted on Tetris. Kisuke pre-aimed him, and Nyx comes out with the round, keeping paiN in this game. That is their first T-side rifle round. And what an integral time to do it, tying it up. You're not going to break through this Falcons bank. The all-time head-to-head, 19-3. 9-1. Last series, it was 10-2. And that was a game that paiN won out 2-0.
Missed opportunity for Halzerk, and now getting very tunnel vision to try and force it. That smoke decides for him that this fight is cancelled. Last time, player from NA squads pulled up and hit Nico this hard, they signed him to G2.
That's a good point.
Welcome, Falcons Nick. Around here. It feels like they really want to. They haven't departed from this positioning with the resmokes. I mean, you know you've gotten all the util that could take the pace out of the round away outside of the Molotovs. And it's only TeSeS as one of them. They're sneaking through this. Flash is good. Kyosuke blind. Doesn't fire off. Allows him to catch Halzerk and JT. They know a player made it into the site. It's Nyx turning heads and taking them off.
90-4.
Bomb drop back in the apartments, and Grim is too far away.
Oh.
Nico should have this to time, and that is such a rough way for this round to fall. They know where Grim is. They know they don't need to go looking for him, and so just sitting back, round secured, lead taken again for the Falcons. But this one's continued to be close all the way to the very end.
Yeah, more clutches, and Nico comes through with a must-win one here for the Falcons. Grim got 2 kills on his lurk, by the way. Before you think that is a hard bait, I mean, this is the one that wins the round in a way. Kyosuke in the most unexpected position, able to cut down 2 players in the apartments, leave the bomb in the worst position. Nyx did a great job of finding a multi-kill there, but it's Nico, the snake in the grass, winning the round for the Falcons and putting them back in the lead, breaking the money perhaps here of paiN. One more round would fully do that. Halzerk, he hasn't had an AWP kill in this T side. I can't even think of one in the first half. He had a couple of tries.
Yeah, he had that one round where he got the double onto m0NESY and Co as they came out through mid, but it has been a pretty quiet affair from Halzerk.
And he had a great game yesterday against the Mongols. He was at the top of the board by the end of the series. He's not really had the chances to get T-side AWPs though, so now with an opportunity, you hope Halzerk can perform, because paiN need him now more than ever. Nico peeking in, Halzerk dead. Nice shot for Nico. Clinical stuff. This is Falcons onto match and semi-final point. If they finish this 5v4, Nyx saw him. Just has to spam him. He just has to take that kill. JT falls in the meantime. Nico dead. Incon, up they go.
Gonna try and spill through. They make it into jungle. The gap that Falcons should be aware of. TeSeS makes noise, but still gonna catch them, and it just falls to KaVem at 1v3. 21 kills deep. The man you'd want in this situation has a 1v1 in front of him. Gonna get past TeSeS in at the bench. Not an impossible round by any margin. KaVem might be tagged up, but a chance to play around this bomb. On the reposition, will he expect them so fast out on short? He's missed the timing on Kixan. And so his kind of image as to where they can be in this post plant is a little off the mark. Molly comes in. KaVem again with the missed timing. Has to be considering this. Flash comes out, and there's Kixan catching him by surprise. Clutch denied. Match series semi-final point for the Falcons, and they've got 2 chances to take it home.
Yeah, with all the devastating losses Falcons have had, it's good to see that they can manage to level back up when they were in the hole in this game, right? They were 5-9 at one point. And then a huge streak of rounds that even after clutches coming out from paiN, Falcons still look to finish this series in 2 as they were always planning to. 2 chances for semi-finals for Falcons here in Hong Kong. paiN have already made it to the playoffs, so they may see them there once more. This is fast for JT, walking out under. Kyosuke is not ready for that pace. The window break gives Nico a 1v1, but Halzerk responds. Grim's walked through the smoke.
Yeah, and a chance to backstab. Now they've got no idea. Honestly, real clean with it. And he might be making that Grim mouth shake, but 1v2 to find. And MongolZ out of the stairs, bomb dropped, and a flank for Tesses. There's no winning this for Grim. Falcons, they finally get it done. A 2-0 for the semi-finals. It takes everything they had. And all in all, for paiN, I think you can walk away from this series feeling good about it. You pushed Falcons to the very limits. I'm excited to see what they bring with them into the playoffs.
Absolutely. It's a map they've not even played in 2 years, not in CS2, and they still show that they can do it here up against the world's best. Falcons on the edge as they run through just about in this series.
It was right on the edge, but it did secure yet another 2-0 for the Falcons, and they find themselves once again moving straight through to the semi-finals. Something to be spoken about, something to be impressed about when it comes to what they can do.
Yeah, first and foremost, you just got to give credit to Falcons for once again, getting it done in the group stage. Today, I will say they got under more pressure than I think most people at home would have thought so.
Yeah.
paiN UA playing a good game of Counter-Strike. Train was a competitive map. Mirage was way more competitive than I think anyone would have thought, considering that it was the first time we saw from paiN UA. So, despite Falcons winning, I almost feel like, and it sounds ridiculous to say, that both lineups actually ended up winning today.
Yeah, in some ways it's definitely that, because we thought it maybe be one-sided absolute dominance, but we got Kyosuke with us here. How you doing, man?
Amazing.
Amazing, and a very good performance from you guys. You've made it through to the playoffs, but also the semis once again. Just tell me about, for you, how it feels to be constantly making good playoff runs.
Yeah, we're making playoffs, I think 4 tournaments in a row.
Yeah.
4 tournaments in a row, but I know we are kings of third place, so we need to do something about that.
I like how you bring this up, right? Kings of third place. Do you feel like from the talks you're having, from what you're learning each and every event, that you are getting closer to be able to lift the trophy, to be able to make that dream come true for Falcons?
Yeah, we're like, I don't know, after each tournament, like we see we are making new mistakes and we try to find a solution for that. So it's a good experience. We are going through that as a team.
Speaking of learning, your individual level the last couple of tournaments and this tournament so far has been great. Have you done anything different to get better and more comfortable?
No, I think myself, I'm feeling more comfortable and confident after each tournament. So that might be work for me.
Is it just more practice and more time with the guys and officials?
Yeah. Like at least my English practicing, I'm practicing.
I was going to say to you, this is really, from when I first met you, if you remember all that time ago, online talking, you needed MongolZ to help translate everything. Now look at you, you're shining. Are you doing some studying? Is it just from the game?
No, I'm not doing anything.
So just from the team, just from the game?
Yeah.
And tell me this, are you still enjoying this, like playing Tier 1, playing these big tournaments? Do you still have that, like, just excitement, enjoyment going?
Yeah, I'm enjoying everything about that, like traveling and playing. Everything is good.
So still the dream come true?
Dreams come true.
Now you just want to win a trophy, I guess. That's the big goal, to finally win something.
Yes. Hopefully we will go through, hopefully we will get more than third place in this tournament.
You said that every tournament you feel like you're making new mistakes. Do you feel like you're also correcting some of the old mistakes?
Yes. We are fixing the last mistakes, previous mistakes, and like we can find the new mistakes and we'll try to find a solution and try to fix it every tournament.
And would you say, like, on this team right now, who is the person that helps you the most? Like, who is helping you improve your game, continue to develop?
I think everyone.
Everyone?
Everyone.
You got that nice teammates all around it, making it all work as well. Well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Man. Congratulations on making it through to the semis. We'll see you in a couple of days in the arena.
See you.
Much love, man. We'll take a look at the scoreboard with it all as well and just see how it panned out, because it was MongolZ shining for sure on Mirage, but between the both of them, they were just dominating across this entire series in here. Just look at these numbers.
It's a nasty new to have, MongolZ and Kyosuke, when both of them are showing up the way they did today. It's not necessarily them playing their A game, but them just playing at a high level makes it incredible tough for any opponent out there in the world, let alone paiN UA. So that's also why we're so, I guess, positively surprised that they were able to stay competitive, not only on Train, but also on Mirage, which is, I guess, is a new pick for the boys in paiN UA.
Yeah, big new pick. And JT, we want to bring you in here just to talk about, obviously, how close this got. Obviously, the Mirage is a new one. Train, you certainly had your chances with it. We were looking at this as something where it's still positive for you guys, but I know obviously you want to win, but how do you view it? Just give us the rundown of what that feeling's like now after the loss.
I say honestly, it's hard to look at the positives when we lose that. I think, in my opinion, like we kind of threw both maps, like just rounds that we shouldn't be losing, 1v4s, and just like a lack of discipline on some of these rounds that we just have like that advantage by far. And I mean, we lost the same rounds yesterday, and I was saying this yesterday as well, we didn't play our best, and this is the kind of rounds I was talking about. And Falcons just managed to actually close the game because of that.
I know it sucks losing, obviously, especially when you feel that you could have won both maps, but just standing here after the game saying that you probably should have and could have beaten Falcons, you know, thinking back a couple of weeks ago, isn't that a nice thing to be able to say, that you feel you're on par with Falcons, who is one of the best teams in the world?
No, I don't think it's a nice thing to say. I want to be better than them. I want to win. I want to be in the finals of the tournaments and all that. I think all of us feel the same. We're disappointed of losing, obviously, and we just want to be better.
I'll just say that I love the attitude, and that's a good attitude to have, because obviously you want to be back at this tier 1 level, right? You want to be back competing against the best teams. I want to talk a bit about Mirage. How much time did you guys put into this Mirage and just working things out and trying to decide and go through it all?
Well, we're just working on our map pool. I wouldn't say we're putting any extra time into any specific map. We just had a lot of time, so we're just playing whatever maps we want, and yeah, I'm not going to share the secrets besides that.
I was just about to say, you have any other big surprises coming up for the major?
Don't worry about it.
Well, you had a lot of weeks to cook with it all as well. Kvem, though, he looked very comfortable on Mirage. Was that one of the reasons to try and add it, because it's always a map he played?
Yeah, since he joined, he's been saying that he wants to play Mirage, so we gave it a try, and we'll see how it goes.
We'll see how it goes. Well, it was certainly a good start overall. You go into the playoffs, you go into the quarterfinals starting from there. Going back on stage, do you feel like the whole team's ready for that again?
Yes, definitely. I think that's going to be really exciting, especially for Kvem that we just said. And
yeah.
I mean, just for all of us, we haven't played in front of like a crowd in a while. We had Fisher, but it wasn't that many people on the day that we played.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just think it's going to be exciting.
All right, well, we look forward to seeing it. Thank you very much for your time, JT, and we'll catch you later on, man.
Cool.
And there we have it. This is how the group works out for now. As we see, Falcons did manage to get the 2-0, but paiN right now, they're in a good spot, man. They're looking like a team that can do some damage, because
yeah,
I love the way JT was putting it, and I love his attitude, but I will also just say this at the same time. The expectations for them were so low that, like, for us, when we're looking at this is like, well, this is crazy.
It's hard not to like an attitude, you know, of him saying that, no, we want to compete versus Falcons. We want to beat Falcons. We want to be one of the best. But let's be honest for a second. paiN UA is a team that for a long, long time has fought even to stay within Tier 2, has fought to even get to the tournaments. So for them to be here in Hong Kong first and foremost, that's a positive. For them to beat the Mongols the way they did yesterday, that's a huge positive. And for them to be competitive on 2 maps in a row where, as JT said, they could have won Train, they probably could have made Mirage even closer, I think that's another huge positive. So overall, regardless of them not feeling happy about losing, they should be super, super happy about the fact that they're competitive. And I don't care in the sense, you know, that JT says that, yeah, he wants to beat Falcons, he wants to be one of the best teams in the world. That's not a realistic scenario as of right now. That has to begin somewhere, that has to start somewhere, and that's right now.
But look at this as well. They don't have a single, big name star player. Yeah? If you compare that pound to pound against the other teams that he's saying they want to beat, they are kind of doing on hard mode, but you're seeing some of this teamwork, and the fact that Kvem was able to convince them to pull Mirage in because it has been a staple map for him and he showed up on it, definitely a positive sign.
As you said, I respect the attitude, I respect the aspirations as well, but I can't help to be like, yeah, let's stay grounded, you know, let's stay on Earth for quite some time, because as you said, the budget, you know, compared to Falcons, 2 different things in terms of the player material, not even remotely the same. So how is a team like paiN UA expected to go toe-to-toe with Falcons? To me, obviously, as an outsider, that's all positives for now. I think they should be super proud of their performance so far, beating the Mongols, getting close against the Falcons, hell, coming into the major as well. I think for them, you know, just making it to the next stage and making it to the next stage, that should be the goal, you know, one game at a time. So to talk about them, you know, being a top 5 team, top 3 team, that is out of the question. That is out of the world for now. That can change over time, but they have to prove it first and foremost, and they've done that, you know, by beating the Mongols to begin with. Let's see in the quarterfinal. Let's see how they continue to fare here. But the big test is at the major when they're facing teams on their own level with the same quality of player material as they have available.
And they've got to have the same motivation to come through and take those wins that they're supposed to win, right? If you lose the games you're supposed to win, that's also a problem. We'll wait and see how it pans out for paiN UA across the rest of the tournament and at the major. But let's take a look at the schedule and the final 2 games. We're at the halfway mark already. FURIA taking on Vitality later on. But the next one is elimination time. It's paiN taking on TYLOO. And TYLOO right now, they want to be in that arena. They want to be in Hong Kong. They want to make a playoffs and show up, but paiN is no easy team to beat.
And the Counter-Strike is at its all-time low right now.
Yeah, Liquid Complexity and Cloud9, they were hard of NACS for many years, and now they are not on the map especially. I mean, Liquid is, but still they need to do better.
I think we can say well bit about Liquid. I think no one enjoys looking at Liquid playing right now.
And it's really sad to see Complexity go as well after everything they've done for the scene.
For Counter-Strike in North America right now, it is a difficult situation.
I think overall it feels so lackluster.
I think there is 2 points of view that we can take. The first one is the result side of it, and I think M80 now got a pretty big result coming into this playoffs.
When you see M80 playing, it's really promising.
I mean, I'm really happy for M80 because I think they're really good guys.
They just need to have Liquid back, and I think NA can be really promising.
But we need more events in NA as well. Players traveling from NA to Europe, it's hard for them. They miss their families, they're homesick.
I do hope that it will come back to its own competitive region, and hopefully we get to see that again soon.
MongolZ, the FURIA game, it ended up being so close. What happened on that last round of Mirage?
I think the guys on A had a little bit of miscommunication, and if I'm not mistaken, Bigu tried to smoke cave in a wrong timing, but shit happens, I think. We were not prepared in freeze time to play that round, and FURIA punished us, so it happens. And yeah.
Do you still look at this, though, as like a positive result in terms of just how much you're able to fight against FURIA, who have obviously been winning a lot of good events right now?
Yeah, it's a good result, but not the ideal one. As you said, FURIA are in a really good shape right now, but we had the chance to close the match. And it would be a great victory for us, but at the same time, we know that we could have won the match, and also we played good. We showed some opposition to them, and I think right now, FURIA may be in the conversation for the best team in the world. So overall, good result, but it sucks to lose. So yeah.
Losing is always hard. Now, pressure. Big Zero touched on it, especially after feeling that with the result you had at the Austin Major. How are you finding it personally? Because obviously, when we did the podcast, right, you're working with your own psychologist, you're going for this extra bit of skill learning for yourself. So how does it work for you?
I think, as Bigu said, everyone felt pressure because after the major, especially because we beat FURIA, we were kind of on the spotlight in Brazil. So people wanted us to keep the level that we showed at the major and make it work for the #1 spot in Brazil, and we couldn't. So for us, I think it was more pressure from the crowd and from the fans that we reached our level of expectations. Than pressure for ourselves. And as you said, I've been working with the psychologist to handle not only pressure, but stress during matches, handling with losses and making mistakes during the matches. So I think it was a common process for everyone, but at the same time, first time trying this process.
It's good you're doing it and taking it into your own hands as well. It's very mature of you to show that because a lot of players don't see the value in it. So well done to you, man. Now, TYLOO today, you already faced them once, you 2-0'd them. What do you take away from that?
It was a close match. I think they played really well, but we managed to exploit their weaknesses. And today they changed the veto, so it's going to be an interesting thing to see because they picked Ancient today, and the last time they picked Inferno. So I'm really excited. They have really sharp players, and also G is a phenomenal person, so it's always nice to play against him, and also the TYLOO boys. So it's going to be a fun match.
Now, yesterday on Nuke, they kind of demolished Vitality. I know you picked Nuke as your favorite map. Anything you need to be careful of with that?
I think we are well prepared for the Nuke. Of course, they played really well yesterday, but right now I think it's our best map and we are really confident. Try not to think too much about them and more about us. So let's see.
Attacker, it was 11-10 on Inferno. You guys basically had the game. What happened in that round? Why did it go wrong?
I think we play too passive, and we have the 3 frag leader, and we just played so basically so 保守怎么说保守 and so we play so passive, and we just and the communication is the is have some problem, so we lose that round, and our economy is be destroyed, so that's why we lose this game.
Was there maybe no one on the team that was saying like defend or like stay on the bomb, so you know if you kept it a few more seconds you would have had the round?
什么意思啊？ Yeah, that round we think that Wooden ropes will be saved, so we have no more communication, so I think that's why we lose.
Is it positive for you as a team though that you were able to fight back against Vitality, the best team of the year, and almost win?
什么意思？ Yeah, Vitality is a really strong team, so we can play with against them this resolute. I think we will get some more confidence, I think.
Do you think you have more confidence today now to win against paiN?
Yeah, we have confidence, yeah.
And what would it mean to you if you made playoffs here in Hong Kong? How special would that be?
Yeah, play Hong Kong is very special. It's our hometown, and we just play ourselves. And I want to show the Chinese people how we play strong.
This game, with playoffs on the line, when in Hong Kong, we got to get a little crazy.
Hometown heroes in TYLOO, lots to play for. This could be one of those moments for G and friends to strike.
Do or die time between TYLOO and paiN. One ticket remains in the playoffs. The other is going to be sending one of these two teams home. Joining myself for a spears to find out exactly how it's going to go down. I've got Maui, I've got Dupree. This one, it's going to be a really tricky one because both teams yesterday, they showed some really solid signs, and I'm really gutted that we have to be sending one home today.
It's unfortunate because I feel like both of these teams are building a little bit of steam. I feel like the maps that they took off of their respective opponents showed a great brand of Counter-Strike, one that I didn't foresee coming into this one. But unfortunately, it's do or die. Both of these teams really fighting for their lives. And I feel like for TYLOO especially, the pressure's on to play in front of what Attacker called his hometown crowd.
There's so many similarities from what we saw yesterday to also the match today. Like it's literally a coin flip. That's what we talked about yesterday. Like both teams is teams that haven't really produced many results since the summer break, and now they're finding themselves in an elimination match where both teams actually want to get that bit of experience going into an arena. And for the likes of TYLOO, you know, they also want to go in and play in front of the Chinese crowd and want to show that they can actually play good on home soil. But obviously, it's a matchup that is still very open.
Before we dive into each respective matchup rather from yesterday, we did see a head-to-head between the two teams at IEM Chengdu. I saw you rewatching it, Maui. Did you have any takeaways from what was a 2-0 result for paiN last time around?
Well, yeah, paiN come out the victors mostly off the back of an NQZ and a Snow performance that I personally find very difficult to replicate. NQZ has already talked about the fact that TYLOO went back and changed the veto, so should be actually a little bit more difficult. But same thing I'm always going to say with rematches. I always favor the team that lost to just do a little bit better. And with how close that second map went for TYLOO, I'm a little surprised that they decide to move away from Inferno if NQZ is right.
There's no doubt that obviously the team that has lost is the one to actually make the adjustment. They're the one coming in knowing that what did we actually make kind of mistakes. They're the ones that's supposed to be making the change to actually make this a victory once again. And obviously it's not always easy. It's not very easy to just jump straight into preparation saying, okay, we should just do this, because you also know the opponent is potentially also going to change something because they know that you're also going to be changing. So it is a bit of a mind game coming to rematch.
So many mind games. Yeah, just to reiterate the veto as well for anybody that missed out on it over the interview earlier. It's Nuke, same as last time around, Ancient and Overpass. So 2 different maps going into the tail end of it. Should we talk about the moment from yesterday, though, for TYLOO? I'm sorry we have to rerun it once again, Maui, but yeah, this was a round. If TYLOO had just played it slightly differently, we could have been looking at a whole different result for them.
It's a brutal way to go because the game, the series is in the palm of their hands. They get the opening picks towards the B bomb site against Vitality. Team of the year, Vitality. You're TYLOO. You're thinking to yourself, this is better than reality. Like, they must be dreaming, but unfortunately, it ended up to be a nightmare. To have a 5 versus 2 versus Robs and ZywOo, who, by all measures, they're leaving. Like, they're ready to go. They don't even want to play the rest of this round. And then, for whatever reason, TYLOO, they just feel that there's a moment of vulnerability, that Robs gets flash, they swing with the flash, and they all just feed themselves. And this is going to be replaying in their heads for eternity, because you had a chance at the world #1, maybe world #2, doesn't matter, taking a huge scalp and securing that playoff position. And so TYLOO, they gotta just have short-term memory. They need to forget that even happened.
But it just simply seems like they got too excited. You know, they really felt that they were getting so close on beating Vitality. And once Vitality saw the opportunity of actually bouncing back from this moment, you only get one opportunity of beating Vitality like this. And the way that you throw it away is just very, very, very poor. So obviously they were going to be gutting themselves.
What is it with like 5 EXs, B-bomb site, Inferno, which just seemed to be breaking so many hearts, man. Did you agree with the sentiment from the interview we got with TYLOO that it was maybe a little bit too passive? Like,
I don't know.
That take?
I'm not going to take what Attacker said at face value. Yeah. I don't know if there's a lost in translation moment there where or maybe he's even referring to some other rounds that they played out where, but I mean, with a name like Attacker, he probably always thinks he needs to go even more forward.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely was as a case of being too overextended and not just playing the situation correctly. They had plenty of time to just go back to the bomb site. They even had the coils one smoked down so they could just reposition into the side, but it just felt like they were too excited to go out and close out the match instead of just playing correctly.
There's a couple of interesting head-to-heads. Let's talk about G versus NQZ, because yesterday NQZ so much impact, which is what makes the loss for them extra bitter, right? When you put up a result like that and you still come out with the L.
We've already talked about G inside of TYLOO alongside Jammer being the 2 stars to look out for. I think G yesterday had a really good performance, and I believe that he's also going to be very key today. The matchup between NQZ and him is going to be very interesting. I think NQZ has also been the one on the side of paiN that has been stepping up the most. He's been the most consistent and the one that we're talking about the most. So the up duel is going to be very crucial, obviously, in this one.
Last time around, I feel like NQZ was clearly getting the better of G. On Nuke especially, which is the opener, or at least it's paiN's pick in this series, it was pretty consistent that NQZ was reading what G was going to be doing next, holding the line for him, frequently finding him towards the outside yard toward fights. And so sometimes the op duels are just kind of more just, I would also say just kind of like something we throw out there. But this one is actually incredibly relevant to the opening map matchup.
How much, or where do you rather think the pressure is more on? Because we heard it during that TYLOO interview as well. Obviously, regards it as the home crowd, right? You want to be playing in front of your home crowd. But then we look at paiN, like they made it to the playoffs of the Austin Major. And since then, we've kind of seen nothing. Who's the pressure more on today?
It's got to be TYLOO simply because of the location of this tournament. But regarding what NQZ talked about in terms of pressure and what Big Uzeros talked about in terms of pressure, what's funny is that I'd say for Western audiences, we didn't really put much pressure on paiN. We were just thinking that's a great run for them, good for them, but it kind of shows that there's a completely different world that we will never understand for Brazilian Counter-Strike, where there was so much pressure, where everybody's saying, why don't you repeat that kind of success? And we're not really privy to this sort of information, but if you dive deep on what Brazilian Twitter is saying, like, they are actually really hounding paiN for not being able to recreate the results we saw in Austin.
I'm also going to favor paiN in this one. I'm also getting different vibes from the camp. Like, I feel like paiN is just so much more locked in. Like, we also get to see TYLOO there in the beginning when he got here. They were like sitting and chilling. Not all the players were sitting warming up. They were looking at their phones. Whereas the likes of paiN, they were sitting. They were actually having a good time. They all had their headsets on. They were all locked in. They were actually ready for this one. And I also feel like it's just these two teams that usually go to big tournaments, and they often find themselves in a very tough match one. And then when they lose, they drop into lower bracket. And this is the type of matchup they've faced off multiple times. But I'm just in a position where I feel like paiN should be the victorious here.
How much are you taking away from each of the respective results of yesterday as well? Because, like, let's be real, that wasn't Vitality playing their A game, but it also wasn't FURIA's either. So who do you feel like, although both came out with a loss, albeit, who do you feel like maybe got more out of their opponent?
I feel like if I had to say who played worse between Fury and Vitality, I'd say Vitality was more beneath who they normally are in their loss to TYLOO on the map, and then to even be as close as it was on Inferno. So I feel like right now, paiN, they look like the more solid team to me as well. I agree with Dupree. I think they're the slight favorites in this match.
Well, either way, we have arrived at the elimination stations. It's paiN versus TYLOO.
Elimination station, it's real. She's just being real, Mo. Somebody here gets their dreams crushed, and I think, you know, with the question of like who needs this more, who it's more important for, etc. Dude, after TYLOO being merely 2 kills from playoffs last night, feels like they're playing for that yet again.
I agree. I mean, TYLOO here in Hong Kong, it's something they want, man. They're trying to make up for last week, and I mean, paiN have a sort of greater narrative at play, but it's a bit more in general. They just want to be better in general. And I think they have been impressive somewhat still. Like, they're not like a total disappointment or anything like that. But you know, fan favorite here, TYLOO. Yeah. So close to winning the hard match and getting through. Could totally win this game, but could also still lose. It doesn't matter that you played close yesterday. It's a new opponent, and yeah, paiN are the kind of team that surprise anybody, whether you're lower or higher ranked.
Yeah, I think one of the elements for paiN right now is, let's say this is a world where they get eliminated right here. This could damn well be the last official paiN play before stage 3 of the Budapest Major.
Wow,
we talk about the run-up and how you want to peak at the event, and we always say how there's teams that get advantages and teams that are disadvantages depending on where they start. That could end up being a curse for them if their last official doesn't go well, and then you've got to sit around twiddling your thumbs until all of a sudden you're playing with the big dogs in Budapest. So if I'm paiN, I do think to myself, like, we need more runway even here in Hong Kong to get back on a stage. No stage since Austin. Sure, playoffs at the most recent PGL Bucharest event, but that's a studio environment. We're talking about stage experience once more. And I think that, you know, a game away from it right here, right now versus TYLOO, who showed that they have cracks in their gameplay. So into the pistol we'll go, kicking it off on Nuke with NQZ and Davideus catching 2 kills downstairs. That really puts pressure on a rotate, but with Biguzera having just peeked into main, I don't blame G for still floating around out here.
Oh, he got baited, but
he should get blindsided, but Biguzera's...
Oh, yeah, I'll take a peek.
Yeah, just gonna find the tail end of that timing, and this is looking as clean as you could ask for in terms of T-side Nuke pistols.
Excellent and very nice here for paiN. MongolZ is going to be the last one up. We saw some cool plays out of the TYLOO players yesterday. Lots of amazing stuff. You know, Nuke should be a pretty fun map to start the series out on, to be honest. Smiles all around. Damn.
It's ultimately weird about this one. You say, you know, Nuke should be a fun place to start. TYLOO, that's where they slammed Vitality last night, right? That 13-4 upset on Vitality's pick. Like, you are coming in with an element of confidence off that. Forget about Inferno. Forget about that, you know, that one soul-crushing round that you're going to have nightmares about for months. Forget about it. And just get into this game. Tap back into whatever the hell it was that dominated Vitality. Weaponize that again.
Yeah, that no chance retake that they were running backwards.
You know, but on the other side of the coin, we're talking about a paiN that also beat FURIA right here on Nuke as well 24 hours ago. That's you know, ranked number 1 and 2 in the world, going down to both the teams in this server on this very same map. that context kind of makes it feel a bit more of a toss-up.
Yeah, I really don't know who's going to... Do you feel that paiN will win?
I think paiN win this series.
Okay. I think maybe I'm leaning towards paiN, but it's got to be close, right?
Yeah, but not to be that broken record, you know, that's what we discussed with paiN. You always talk about it. They just love to lose their map pick and then, you know, squeeze out a series win in the third, maybe in overtime, just to really kind of put their name on it. I could see a game like that coming out of them yet again. But I do think that, you know, they are running out of runway in this season in terms of trying to get back to that Austin form for Budapest. You know, they wouldn't be the first team in the world that kind of shows a new face at majors specifically. It's just we haven't really seen their best version since the last major back in June.
That's interesting. I'm not even really convinced that they were that much better at Austin. I just think that they're kind of random in like how they play. And then I think the special thing about them is that you don't have to worry about the pressure of an event. Like, they'll always impress you when it comes to... Oh,
2 more deaths,
they died
I think.
there?
Bomb should pop and kill both. Both were fought.
Yeah. There was 3 of them really low.
Confirming Snow and QZ both dead.
So you don't have to... The thing is, you don't have to worry about paiN when it comes to big matches, right? It was FURIA that crumbled in the playoffs when they were the better team.
100%.
So I think paiN got far because that's exactly who they are. But they don't... They're just not a super... I don't want to say not structured. That's not the right word. They have structure, but they play differently. They play atypical CS, and then their special qualities. They seem to rise to the occasion.
Right.
When it comes to those special hard matches where everyone else is nervous.
Yeah, they got that element of South American Counter-Strike to them.
They were the ones who eliminated at the Blast Showdown. Back in the day, they eliminated FURIA getting into Lisbon. You know, that was the moment where you're like, whoa, how did they pull this off? Like, they're not scared. It was FURIA again who got nervous versus them.
Settle down, Grandpa. Wasn't that 2022 or something?
I know, 8-9 years ago.
Yeah. Back in my day. Attacker going to stop the cross. Damage done yet again here versus Snow and Davideus. So you can talk 4v3 all you want. It is hanging on by the thinnest of margins. And MongolZ will mosey on downstairs. Gets over towards single in the face of this 3-player paiN pack. Late play outer from DGT. So, and QZ, the only guy working with health here. He's got some low health pawns in front of him to play with.
Look how late that lurk is. It's coming back to the lobby. MongolZ, oh, he doesn't get caught off. Actually, Davideus did see him for a second, but he stayed still long enough that it was hard to notice.
Not the only player downstairs either. MongolZ has support.
This is great for G, I want to say, but they are coming up on the side.
He's getting active.
Okay, if they look at this, his gun's sticking out, but they aren't. They aren't looking at this.
Good on him not to jump the gun, but NQZ loses those 2 low health players, kind of uses them for information appropriately, doesn't take damage. Good cover from DGT.
That was crazy from Attacker. He got 10 seconds. They're definitely going upstairs.
Yeah, and there's a second one somewhere out there.
Yeah.
Right? Unknown to you, of course, but ready for the vent hold. And DGT is going to lurk his way back into the lobby for the others. So
give moments away like that, Attacker, because that was actually a winnable spot. It's not fun to be at the bottom of vent. You kind of want to skip that step and get up to the top floor. But if your teammate's coming in through lobby, he can help you get out of the vent. Sure. He can get to Squeaky and safely assist you. You can jump on a guy who's waiting there for you, get a 1-for-1 trade. But this spot it's recoverable. It's not like totally lost. And I think here this is a little bit messy.
Yep. A little zany on that one. And even if, you know, your teammate in lobby is not helping you get out of vent, at least get out of vent in a position where you help your lobby teammate.
Attacker also really struggled yesterday, so
big time.
You know, that was an issue. Okay, it was really a game where, you know, G was amazing, Damyoung was amazing, and I think MongolZ, Mercury, like everyone did have some good rounds, but for the most part, G and Damyoung were doing most of the work, and they just needed a little extra. So,
and G was the guy that bought time for the others as well as that game went on.
Yeah.
So first gun round goes the way of paiN. Felt like for a moment there it could have gone either way in a 2 versus 2, but paiN are going to seize the moment and the momentum. Try to just run through these upgraded pistols. Good damage off the CZ from the back of A.
Like that little burst.
Yeah, give him a quick hit upside the head, slows it down for a second. You see paiN kind of get a little timid. Losing NQZ starts to put that pressure back on. Davideus wants to come clear this, but clearly wary of Hut. Ends up getting an angle. MongolZ finds himself exposed. It felt like he would have thought that he was covered. And now JamYoung comes in from his flank with a deagle kill already. But him and G down to a quarter health. Big upgrade into the rifle. And you've just sent both remaining paiN players into the depths of Hut. A smoke in front of this. No kit on this round.
Someone's got to run out at this. There's 2 watching.
They came in with pistols. And what do they leave with? Another frag from JamYoung. An upper Hut Raptor play.
No.
Shut down by biguzera. He wins out in the 1 versus 2, and paiN find that 4th consecutive round.
Ooh, that one might be on G a little bit. If they have Hut smoked, obviously he's in a good spot where he has a chance to shoot. It's a deagle up there, so that's one thing. Better players have missed from that spot. But if he did join up with JamYoung, get on top Hut, it doesn't matter if you let them know where you are. They still have to come and try to fight you if the bomb could get defused and Hut smoked. So a couple of small moments that they could have definitely won from. They'll have to let them pass, and this is where, again, this is why, despite what happened yesterday, we believe paiN can win this game.
You can always believe in paiN to win a game, but you can also always believe in them to let their opponents back in a little.
Yeah.
Still, strong start across the board. That last round gets a bit too costly for their liking.
I like the characterization that they need to take this opportunity by the horns, because going into stage 3 is just such a gift and a curse.
Yes, sir.
You can get, I mean, it's great to get there, but to be honest, after what they did at Austin, their goal is now get into like the major final or something really impressive. But it's not just to get into playoffs, and I think the best chance of them doing that would be playing stage 2 as well as stage 3, or even starting from stage 1 and getting tons of experience, even though that might be crossing the line into more exhausting than anything else. But having to jump into your first match or second match against Team Spirit, or Vitality, that's tough.
Okay. Quick one from G as an opener. We've got a lot of paiN players on the other side of smoke, and they keep that pressure on by just spamming through. It's going to welcome Mercura and MongolZ to come out with kills each. G still emerging from it. It's a biguzera clutch again. 2 kills deep, and a lot of space now to play because that 3rd remaining player in JamYoung still has a gap to close from lower.
Yeah, he's swatting him off right now. And JamYoung, he's coming in slowly. biguzera is going to have to use his head. So much time can be unnerving. No idea where he's coming from, but I'd still rather be, I think, biguzera in this moment. JamYoung's got to make a gamble. He doesn't know if biguzera is slinking down the vents at the moment. And biguzera obviously looking like he's eventually just going to plant. I wonder what the read is for him, though. JamYoung, full commitment. If this door's closed... Oh, no. Oh, maybe there isn't.
What door, Launders?
Uh-oh.
So much time has passed since this 1v3 started.
Okay, he's not overcooked. Oh, is he overcooking it?
Yeah. He's in the kitchen.
Oh.
Stirring the pot.
Oh, he is. Is he going to walk right? Oh, is he going to go cons? Oh, he's going to walk right into... Wait, JamYoung splitting his attention, though.
Molotov into the vent in case the flank was coming.
Oh!
JamYoung wins that like a statue.
Damn.
Perfect call in terms of position. Oh, you could feel biguzera starting to second guess it when he moved past the vent and then doubled back.
He was in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th guessing right there.
JamYoung clutching out from the 4th dimension. Valiant effort here in a 1v3 from biguzera, but perfect positioning from JamYoung.
That's great.
And now you start to see the ramifications of that round where they end up losing so much over towards ramp to the bomb. The biguzera clutch in the round right after. JamYoung under pressure from pistols. Not going to go down empty-handed. In fact, almost gets it all. Nice quad hold from JamYoung as he gets them dogpiling over top the railing. And so TYLOO's first round comes with a freebie of a 2nd. 1 death, so be it.
Little bit of leverage found in that. Nice start here back into the game for JamYoung. Between that clutch and spray down. Minimal losses. He's just such an efficient shooter.
With the buy, but lighter on the nades, and paiN take a look towards Trophy.
the
Insta headshots coming through. Jamyoung again. 7 kills already in back-to-back rounds. Sure, last time versus Pistols. This one sits paiN down.
He's playing the NAF spot, too. I love that, man. Thought that was antiquated. Some people have tried that again recently, but it doesn't work as well anymore. Jamyoung's bringing it back in a fashion. Jam, a man of fortune. And Jay must seek thy fortune. Henry Avery's, 1994.
Wow. Pulling out the big guns today, huh?
Might have got the date wrong, but 99%.
You read books or something? God, leaves him mutilated on the ramp push. No bomb possession either here at 40 seconds. So what are you up to, paiN? It feels like they're still taking a look at this A site. Kind of sniffing out something. You're going to find it vacant, and with no bomb, not a problem here for TYLOO. It's the most effort anyone has ever had to put into finding a place to save.
Yeah.
They are saving in the A site.
Yeah, they're in
of all
someone,
things.
You're in someone else's house right now, so it's obviously going to be a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, quick, check the cupboards.
The A site safe, no bomb. Everyone stays alive for TYLOO. All because of Jamyoung's heroic effort here on ramp. Again, why are they going to keep coming to him? Call 5 came, it would have just been an ace.
Yeah, and I mean, the spacing between BigUzera and DGT wasn't even atrocious. So, great duel to pick up. DGT unable to get the trade fast enough to keep that pressure moving. So, nice to meet you, paiN. My name's Brick Wall. 11-5 Jamyoung off the back of 2 rounds, 7 frags. And yet this one's still interesting because of the 2-player save. We'll see if that Galil and Snow's hand can get any work going outer, or whether Mercury is his maker. There she goes. All the smokes they'll have to work with. They're going to cross in front of them. Trying to find uncertainty here. MongolZ taking a look at it, gets pounced on by NQZ. Then it's up to the Pistols to try to deal with Mercury, and they'll get that over the line.
How do you run out of ammo already?
Oh, big push as well from NQZ. That fast move and a missed shot. This is big. NQZ comes up with 3 kills, pouncing on that first play in front of main. The wall of smokes is a hook, line, and sinker as TYLOO go up in smoke themselves.
Oh, a little tactic right there, and the right gun in the right place. And NQZ, king of the castle, has found himself an op in the end.
Wow, very nicely pieced together, paiN. You come to the table with a couple tools for the job and an idea. You check the refrigerator for whatever ingredients you may have, and you get to work.
That's what they do, man. They're creative.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the...
BigUzera calls it clean.
Okay.
And now Attacker, as desperate of a save attempt as the round prior out of paiN. It'll be 3 rounds consecutive from paiN. Excuse me, TYLOO. And then paiN get their answer. Really nice round, dude. Oh, God. Just, see, that's my favorite kind of Counter-Strike. Making more with less.
Yeah.
You know, you came in with an idea. You thought that could work, knowing the odds are against you, and it just looks so clean. And NQZ seizes the day. Doesn't waste a moment pressing up into hell. That's the kind of play where even a second of hesitation, and he could have gotten peeked by that window. He goes down. G's got his op up in front of heaven. Doesn't have to worry of the close shot. Goes for the long cross instead. And it's so much easier for TYLOO. But instead, paiN's 5th hits the board.
You know, how you do something simple or difficult, execution is king. Second behind that are ideas. And then behind that is money. You can see teams win with low money. And that's a great example of that was our plan to win in this way. We pulled it off, but this is our plan. This is the one gun we're watching. But if you only watch from this POV, you think it's a full buy, right?
Yep.
That's how you use one gun on a T round like this. 2 smokes behind him. That wall is a total farce. The entire plan was to come around to wrap Hellside, and NQZ was the guy to trust with it.
Jam Young and G just kind of also getting caught off. The fact that G is fully, not even out of the door, but pushed up as well. He was so adamant about trying to find a solution to NQZ. Quick little pit stop here in the paiN camp.
Can you do like pit stop noises? But what about PC noises? They're, you know, a fan or
no
electrical noises?
No,
that's not.
I can try doing. I'll try to do a fan.
Yeah, fan.
Launders, I'm over here.
My biggest fan.
Sign my forehead.
The last time we were in Hong Kong, Zotac Masters.
Yes, sir. 2018.
Yeah, never for this is the craziest fan experience I can remember. The guy going, Launders, and we were backstage, and I was like, what's going on? I looked behind, he's wearing gym shorts, and he just did the splits. He just did the splits while he was in the crowd.
Launders,
look. And just did the yeah. And I was like, all right, man, that's crazy.
And we've cast together ever since.
Yeah, that was the first event after 2018.
Yep. Yeah, 7 long years by your side now. Time flies.
Yeah,
Hugo Byron
really
is also
does.
at that event.
Mm-hmm.
Hugo
and
Byron.
Tom Biz, if you guys know him from Valorant.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Yeah. He's more famous in Valorant, unfortunately.
That's okay though, because shout out Tom Biz and Pansy.
Yeah, true.
We still love you.
At least we got guys everywhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
we got troops on the inside. Who's he waving at? G for sure. Yeah.
I could see G on paiN.
Yeah.
I could see G playing for paiN. I think G is a little Brazilian.
I mean, he's got the pop-offs.
Yeah, he's got the
of
pop-off.
South American Counter-Strike.
Yeah. He's a bleeding heart. He's got the honest interviews. You know, he could play on paiN. Legacy G could happen. Fluxo G.
I mean, him and Amelia are having excellent interviews back at Austin. Yeah. Brazilian fans at an all-time high.
Sharks, Amelia, and Fluxo G. I could see it. I mean, FURIA, if they're going to go international.
Yeah, sure.
We
got MIBR on the phone, dude. Yeah. Man, oh man. Counter-Strike in 2025. The plot twists just keep on coming.
No, it's awesome. We're almost out of like fantasy roster moves. We're almost out of. I mean, I don't even know what's left. What's the craziest thing that could happen tomorrow?
Dozia comes back.
Craziest? Because he could end up playing in some like tier 90 team.
Tier 90?
He could, yeah. It's gonna be like 90, you know, right now.
Just out there having fun. He's a family man now, actually. He's been posting on the internet lately. Looking like he's having a great old time. So shout out Dozia one time.
Never thought that.
Shout out Pansy, Tom Biz, and Dozia.
Wait, has a family in Valorant?
No. As in like Dozia has a family in real life.
Oh, okay.
He's been posting photos with his daughter and his wife. I don't know. Saw that the other day.
Lucky woman. He finally settled down.
Yeah, right. A tough one to pin down.
Yeah.
Craziest thing that could happen in 2026. Oh, God, because we could reference this moment if we really nail it, Launders.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of actual potential crazy things that could happen.
Yeah, crazy. Okay, well, who's going to 100 Thieves?
Wow, Messioso and Sean Garris. That's already happened.
Great
signings.
They're going to be so on top of
They're going to be on
RS.
everything, dude.
Yeah.
Messi. If anybody could find a way into this complicated system, you knew it was going to be Messi.
Yeah. They can min-max the events and everything perfectly, unlike anyone else.
Sean Garrett. Let's see. Ethan just retired from Evil. Who was he playing
Did
for?
Did he retire?
Well, I saw he departed the team.
I think
Valorant.
that it's just their season ended. That's
Oh. No, I'm pretty sure he just left his team. Maybe Ethan comes back to Counter-Strike. You know, we've got Valorant on our mind. We're talking about casters. When does the Valorant influx of talent come back? When do they come back?
when Navera came back. I think Jamyoung actually came back.
Okay.
So
Sean Garrett has come back.
yeah, Sean Garrett has come back. Maybe it's the comeback.
We need Sliggy to come back.
Oh,
not everybody's gonna know who Sliggy is.
Dude, Sliggy was, dude, he would do the ECSs. He'd be doing 12 maps a day, sitting on a chair, folded in a way that you couldn't think a guy could sit comfortably.
Observer,
be there for
by the way.
14 hours observing.
Yes.
Every game by himself.
Yeah.
Great streamer though. So
Sliggy can't come back. We've got
think he's
Chev now.
back.
So we've got Chev now.
Yeah.
We took Sliggy out to the greener
but
pastures.
Sliggy, I think, coached before that.
Oh.
So there could be some maybe coach action.
Man, there's a unlimited realm of possibilities.
I think once you go streamer though, it's over.
Yeah, you hear that, Maui Snake?
You go streamer, you're gonna be streamer, I think.
Yeah, once you're comfortable in your own home.
And just sit there chugging energy drinks and yelling. And then it's hard to go back from that, I think.
Everyone wants to be the React Andy.
To go outside again.
I'll see if anybody heads outside for paiN now that we're about to jump back into the server. One of Snow's newer evolutions, taking over responsibility of Yard on Nuke specifically.
When it first happened, we doubted him, and then he played really well.
Yep.
So let's run it back.
Thank you for your patience. Let's get it on. Quick move. NQZ gets the kill from Silo, but they still don't know that somebody's down beneath him.
That's really true, and is there any way that Snow clears this? I mean, he's a Yard player now. He's got to be aware.
I feel like the smoke should make you nervous.
Yeah, he is looking.
CTs aren't just dropping smokes here because there's a 0% chance. Snow swapping out to the NQZ op as it costs him his teammate, but they maintain man advantage. And that secret peek, you know, Jamyoung's kind of taking a look at it. Damn, you don't always see that position cleared by a Molotov.
Yeah, I love this from Snow because the question is, like, how much awareness is he going to bring to a spot like this? Because we keep looking at him because he just looks so young too, but he's played for some time now, and like, you know, getting better roles makes sense. He's just a small guy at the end of the day, right? So I remember we talked about Masuda like he was a rookie for like 5 years. We kept calling him a rookie, but it was, you know, he wasn't anymore. And I think Snow is at that point taking some bigger responsibilities on that he deserves. And Davideus with a frag into hell, a site that is actually vacant.
Nobody
this is
here.
Tough now for TYLOO.
Attacker does slip up the vent at least, and finds a headshot in the process. Real chance at getting more in here, Attacker. They kind of dodge him for a second, and one is all he's going to get. But damn, look at the health here between Big Uzero and DGT. That's all Attacker's impact. Will it be enough? Because if Snow misses an op shot on this ladder, and things could get so weird here if he tries that Hail Mary climb up, then you've got low health players trying to flush this off away from the ladder. Yes, no, I think that's a little bit better. Swap back over to the rifle. Don't let it get too weird and send Jamyoung back down the way he came. But we're talking like 50 health combined for the 3 remaining players there of paiN. Although that ramp to Heaven Walk into the A site did entirely catch TYLOO off guard.
Yeah, it's not a great sign when one kill kind of ruins the round like that. But we were getting into the later portions of it after all this time had passed, clearing outside. Nice try from Attacker from that spot. You can see why he's so antsy to get up the vent, because I think he likes fighting from that angle. But now this is just turning into such a good T side from paiN. It's probably pretty frustrating for TYLOO. I think this is the side that they really give Vitality a hard time on.
Ready to pounce. Through main. Ah, Snow ends up getting through unnoticed.
Any of this is going on.
Nah, TYLOO kind of at a loss for the moment. paiN just keeps slipping the net. Sometimes by an inch, sometimes by a mile. Good fight out for Heaven from Mercury. All you've got left over now for TYLOO is a potential main peak, and G's already on this angle. Feels like that's enough to take this swing if you're Jamyoung.
I mean,
But it's going to be paiN keeping their head tucked both behind these boxes, and Big Uzera letting NQZ take contact on the squeaky cross, and now no real chance for G to close the distance.
I almost wanted them to save that, even though there was a small chance of the retake because their money's low. They'd have a much better chance next round with a rifle and the op, but
no.
Okay. Maybe he can get away.
Still a maybe. Main players on the chase. G needs this gun, and he will fight for it. Him and NQZ have a handshake, 2-op save across the both.
Well done.
And that is the 7-3 paiN lead.
This one was by a mile, because when Snow's here at a minute 5, they haven't cleared anything. Like, their mini guy doesn't know what's going on. Their outside guy isn't helping them to get that information. There's a full split occurring. There needs to be more resistance from the lurk outside, getting information back. I think that was just actually a little bit too easy and really well played from Snow. coldzera, his favorite player, and here he is lurking.
Pressure on DGT from ramp out of the gate. Falling back to play that lobby solo. Limitations here in the pistols, but still enough for TYLOO to pull off a round like this. We've got one on the board already, similarly from paiN. Time for TYLOO to try to equalize that as this T-side is getting away from them, but they find an opening kill here. Huge moment for Mercury to also get back into cover on main. But it doesn't come with no control. paiN now footing here on secret. 2 players ready to go test lower.
Rotations look pretty stiff right now. They've got a push happening. You know, I don't see this hut. Like, you know, attackers in such a good spot and hut with an MP9. If they just end up walking this lower, this could be just a stack that doesn't pay off. Oh, unless
they come back.
paiN to go back upstairs. Big Uzera making the executive call.
Tough spot for Jamyoung to hold with just the SMG.
Maybe they're helping him just cross, but no, it looks like they are going to join up.
Deagle's here up close, so again, trying to push through. Great flashbang, but those MP9s find a kill a pop. Big Uzera taking a look towards this site now. He's got that bomb, and he knows he's in a bit of a pinch. Jamyoung, yet to go for his next engagement, is just missing his chance on Big Uzera. Comes out with good damage, and it sets up G, so they are going to equal this out. Unless NQZ goes massive with this 1v3, 15 seconds, and everybody close enough to die. 5 to spare, and he will fall victim to that close corner hold. TYLOO get one back over paiN with less.
That's not what they were thinking. NQZ seeing all 3 players upstairs, and plans will be revealed. Big Uzera was pretty far back to bring that bomb lower. I think maybe if he was there on secret steps, they would have committed forward. But then they thought, let's go change of plans. So, TYLOO, 10 steps ahead again. It was Jamyoung in that 1v1 previously, and here the upper stack pays off. It's already been a pretty great success for paiN, but could get even better.
Oi.
Oh, what a find.
Well-timed smoke spam for an opening kill and a real chance at this 5th round. Haven't gone towards ramp since Jamyoung shut it down back-to-back. And here in the 12th, they're going to take another swing at it.
And here's Jamyoung again.
Yeah. In the background, though, it is G first contact with that op. Rifle support not too far away. Smoke comes out for paiN, trying to give themselves an easier avenue, and an instant headshot on the opper could damn well help. Oh!
A team kill. He helped a little bit. I think that was a good headshot from Jamyoung, but now it's the lower take.
It's a fast scuttle. Trying to run through that fire. Big Uzera on high alert that Mercury's close.
They heard him, so yeah.
Big Uzera gives out the quick headshot. Oh, just finding MongolZ as he looked to take a turn towards the doorway, seemingly as it popped open. And attackers vent flank because the doors are half open.
Oh, so
this is weird. Yeah, BiguZera turns back into it. He gets blindsided the same way he took down one of his 2 victims. Great answer by paiN. It took a long time for them to have the confidence to go back ramp, but it's a great way to close this T side with an 8th T round win.
Have to accelerate. Lear to be tested. Santa, he's in the right place to lend a hand as well, and calm, composed first is good. Lear down after 1.
Remember, Zwei got leg. This is a tough retake. Both have AWPs right now.
AWP retake? Oh, he hasn't planted yet. But it feels like it's a guarantee. Risky's not playing to disrupt the plant. Zwei just holding for the potential to retreat.
SoundQ will allow Zwei to accelerate. Well, Zwei moves.
How on earth do you win this one with 2 orbs? Especially when the healthy one gets beheaded. Okay, DGT. He's giving them what they need.
Well, maybe BiguZera doesn't want to make it too complicated on the entire team. FURIA lining up 1 more kill, ready for the triple. Almost had 1 more bullet to take down BiguZera, but that should do it.
There's a world where BiguZera could actually find a headshot here. I mean, this setup is kind of ridiculous to deal with, but if he can manage to find a way to dismantle this. I mean, they were isolated in that setup, so I take it backhanders. He's getting 1v1s here. He's got 2 1v1s. There's 2 more to get, and there's time to plant the bomb, and there's nothing to stop him from doing this. And out of nothing, a 1v4. Surely not! BiguZera resetting the situation again, and now fear starts to set in for Wildcard. That is atrocious.
Frozen. Dead over at long, and Cowers only good for the first. It's this rotate in from the Snow AWP. Every time FaZe tried to hit that B site, Snow had something to say about it now, and this AWP.
He's got it down.
He's the lone defender over here at A. Now the man who's got to clutch up. He's burnt out. Elige is just brokey. Left to find. Missed shot. Snow will capitalize. Another big round from paiN's young gun.
From the B site. And QC mollied out, has to make a call. He plays on the edge of it. It doesn't quite spread to his position. He's still got a chance to take 1 shot, and it connects. Disappearing is FURIA in middle. They walk into this crossfire. They get turned to mulch. Compost, Fallen can't follow up. It's NQZ, a 3-piece to find a flawless half for paiN.
Man, usually when it's K-Serato left up in clutch moments, you're willing to extend him the benefit of the doubt. You're willing to say, don't count him out of this. But he's not been a force to be reckoned with in these clutches for FURIA. They've often felt a little tame. And there's still so much util to burn through here on the paiN side. They can take pace out of this. They don't need to. His teammates now set up in main, and so NQZ dying does not mean all hope is lost. Davideus still in this. But half the time ticked off this bomb already. FURIA now know they've got to get a move on. Davideus trying to make the play that makes this a winning half for paiN. And with that incision cutting through FURIA, Davideus has answered the call. That 1v3.
It's a slick outing for paiN off the kickoff here on Nuke. It's 8 rounds of a T side. I mean, anytime you get 8 rounds on a T side on Nuke Mo, surely you're switching over with a bit of confidence boiling in the back of your mind.
You're thriving for sure. And you know you're excited to, whip out Snow outside on yard here on the CT side and let him go crazy. More experience for the kid, and such a good start to take some pressure off of having to win every round now. Unfortunately, TYLOO, not showing up like they did yesterday. Still time to come back into it, but they're going to have to do it the hard way.
Eesh, just 1 for NQZ. Highest performing player for paiN in that first half. Most successful in opening kills across the board.
NQZ was also great yesterday.
Now BiguZera sees a chance to step out to try to hold them back. This is TYLOO taking a real swing towards this lower site. Kind of decimating paiN here in the pistol, and what a great way to have a strong T side of your own. Kick it off with a pistol win. Doors shut in front of Snow. No kit for the retake. Trying to find some way to pounce on this bomb site while there's still enough time left over.
The fact that you've got G and Jamyoung low, maybe they find a way into this, but...
Such good spots.
Yeah, TYLOO are not giving them anything to really pull on, so it's going to take some kind of Hail Mary moment, and that has now come. G and Jamyoung, the two low health players, are there to finish this off, and TYLOO could make their job of a comeback easy with a pistol round start.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe it won't be easy, but at least now it's possible, and maybe at the very least exciting. I totally see them putting in work. Again, really cool map that these two were always going to play against each other. Love to see that coming out first pick.
No space given.
Love that.
Quick to the fight is Mercury. And quick to the man advantage, TYLOO.
This just buys you so much more time to wait for mistakes from the CT side. It's an excellent. I think this is how, you know, if I was playing at this level, I would be calling my anti-ecos. Find a way to get the first pick as quickly as you do, and then start to come in slowly. I feel like everyone can take a break.
That scout found damage though. Getting ever so slightly
They've got
sketchier.
ramp wide open though. Actually, it's kind of awkward because bomb can't cross out secret. It can, but it's obviously a little scary for G.
Yeah, it's
this will slow things down. If he wants, he can't go back to lobby, so they need to start moving now. Actually, there's no more room for mistake. You're gonna come by the lobby, are you?
What's the move? They take a look at it. You can tell just how concerned they are about that threat.
Well, they can start sprinting when they get the secret, and this MP9 probably won't stop them while they cross. Yeah, they might actually be fine. But it's time. It is time to go now. Yeah.
Oof! They just find it.
Oh wow! Okay.
Nicely done. Slip in the net. Oh, that was so creepy crawly, but they sprint at the right time, just as the scout and the MP9 start to second guess it. Yeah. Things were way too quiet for way too long, and TYLOO put just enough squeeze on this one to still get down onto the B site with the plant and a 5v4 advantage. Obviously, paiN, they'll write this off. Hope they could save those guns for the next.
Yeah, there's a fine line there to draw between patience and indecision, and I think they found it well. Jamyoung also is going unspotted here, it looks like. Oh my goodness, how? As big as they're not seen this yet.
Surely he takes a look, no?
He still hasn't seen it?
Take a look.
He still can't see it. He still can't see it.
Ooh.
And then what, he's going to shoot at this guy, and then Jamyoung's going to turn around and kill him. Oh my, yeah.
Oh, Counter-Strike, man. Counter-Strike. Sucks to suck. Unlucky. Converting pistol, cutting the lead down to just a mere 2-round advantage. But again, not dealing with that real threat of the scout and the MP9 out on the field. You did a good job of dodging it barely on that timing.
How long has he been there?
Yeah, right. The entire time.
He's not to be messed with right now, even if he's not facing you, Jamyoung. So many good rounds this game.
Ooh, felt like NQZ was getting ready for that one. Way ahead of Mercury, jumping up onto the box, taking that 70 damage early, but...
You know, Jamyoung, he's the PR of Asia.
The PR of Asia, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
No way.
Wow, they caught him. I think there's a scout shot involved.
Well, yeah, that was that first scout shot, Mercury, when he climbed up on the box. It's finished off by the Snow 5-7 spam P250 headshot. That's a classy double for DGT, baby.
What?
Headshot on the first, body spam down the second, and now everybody else is going to get a little riled up. That's where paiN can't overshoot. Don't jump the gun just because DGT set you up to win this. He'll grab a Galil down in secret. Another weapon added to the collection here for paiN in round 15. Mozia through main.
This can be kind of calmed. I mean, okay, GG.
The bomb is down. One of the two players that DGT killed had that bomb. Mozia gets dinked. Still him and Jamyoung trying to tear their way back into this.
Uh-oh.
And they're doing it.
It's damn close. No way. He kills himself with fire, but it's okay. One of those, huh? We're going to get one of those. It felt like an inevitability. It comes through in the 15th round of play. He burns himself to death on the secret retreat, trying to cut them off from bomb, and a blessing from the Hell Scout shots. A blessing as TYLOO nearly brought that back.
Oh, I mean, the molly's the right idea. Dying to it, though, almost a true disaster. Oh,
it was the jump.
Bumped his head on the ceiling. Saw the sour look there on BiguZero's face. That's funny. Davideus saves it, though. Oof. Saves the summit.
It's one AK saved by Davideus. And TYLOO, an inability to convert for that 3-0 start. BiguZero's reaction to DGT dying to that fire, man.
I love that.
It's all in the eyes, man. It's all in the eyes. Exec onto the upper floor, slide out down from heaven. Davideus again in a critical position.
Well, these flashes are incredible.
Not to be the closer, but just the initial hold, and he'll go down empty-handed. BiguZero wants to try to press his luck through main. Off the plant, he's coming through. No, never mind.
It's smarter than that, it looks like. I don't even think they can come back into this round, can they? Already saving. It's the wise choice with the lead. One kill does it here. Solid exec. Very simple. Very simple exec, but they keep everyone blind. That's all that matters.
Cheese flashes. Causing a ruckus. Davideus from 0 to 0, 1 round later.
Now we're in business, TYLOO.
It's 3 out of the 4 rounds they've played on this T side. Sure, you.
I mean, what was cool about them playing against Vitality was they were willing to go so quickly.
Yes.
You know. To come back into rounds, they never really turtled up or shelled up mentally, and I think that yielded them a lot of good results.
It's all about striking that perfect balance, though, because turtling up in the post plant on Inferno would have won that game.
That's true.
You know, it is that fine line, but BiguZero drawing the line in the sand outside this round. 2 kills already. Puts him up to 14 frags, tying NQZ at the top of the board for paiN. NQZ given just enough timing to put this op on the angle. In anticipation of the peak. Strikes down Mozia, sits inside of the fire, sees the shadow, ready to go for it, and its attacker dead as well. So G1v5, I wouldn't say the odds are good. But the opening double out of BiguZero is indeed great. Missed shot, the pressure's on, the flank well timed. paiN securing their double digits. It's 4 rounds back and forth now in this second half. But this is the most convincing round that paiN have pulled out of the hat since their CT side began.
Yeah, this is the kind of round you'd like to see TYLOO at least chip away and not, you know, lose 5 up still for paiN, but it's obviously great for them. Got now a situation, 1 timeout left over for TYLOO. paiN haven't had to use theirs. They've been kind of in control of this game. It's only gotten marginally scary in the last few. But I think this is the perfect place to take one. It's this setup that works out so well. I mean, they've got the boost as well for the extra insurance, so the op doesn't have to hit a headshot. It's a great little tactic from BiguZero. And usually, you know, the guy boosting usually has nothing to do, but there he was quite useful. 2 off ladder kills. Welcome back, Simple.
Attacker on the pounce. Oh, Davideus able to drop at least one this time around. Snow is here with instant headshots. And DGT's got cover. Majority alive, a much more successful upper hold this time around. It kicks off with Davideus not going down empty-handed, but even more importantly, just having more bodies on that floor, right? Snow wasn't a part of that immediate hold last time they pounced on it.
Yeah, he's just a little bit everywhere, to be honest.
Davideus also getting damage on Jam Young, so the fire finished him off. Turns into a 2K hold for Davideus, second from beyond the grave. Rock solid stuff there for paiN's 11th, and it's going to send TYLOO into a bit of a desperate place here. Tech9's come out in the 19th round.
That's never fun, man. 2 clean rounds, and the comeback has been totally wiped.
This could be paiN putting a bow on Nuke.
That pause might have paid off for them.
Just missed him.
Yeah, they got Snow going secret, though, which is a nice play. He can hear everything already.
Here it comes. Snow
nice
blasted by Mercury. Davideus doesn't get his gun out and positioned in time. There's still something left on this. DGT under pressure. That is what you're looking for. Woo. 2 players before him unable to go big enough on their own, but he steps up to the plate again.
Heavy hitter.
Strong moment for DGT, and across the board now, you can look at individual impact for paiN from top to bottom. It has come through. A highlight moment for DGT under pressure from those aggressive Tech9s. Stops the bleeding on B, and will give paiN 5 map points to play.
Every kill was great this round. Whether it was a T or CT side, DGT's fake fallback as well was too much. He was in control and in control. And immediately into the last timeout for TYLOO. This one makes even more sense than the last, but it's not getting them different results, and it just suddenly feels like paiN are just sharper than ever.
I mean, 8-round T side was some scary foreshadowing of maybe a quick close. Pistol helped out for TYLOO. That back and forth force buy. Maybe you thought that TYLOO had more to fight with, but now the dying moments of this one as they are forced to yet again scrap together a buy. Galil for Mercury, Tech9's again for the rest. It was enough to get the ball rolling last round, but it wasn't enough to post it to the board. And a fast wall of smokes with nobody outside to open that up. There's going to be a certain uncertainty in paiN's minds. What's the reaction here? We get the ramp player going down already. It will pop it open eventually, but still nobody home just yet. BigUzera finds a bit of damage. Ooh, and Snow just missed that timing.
Oh, he did spot it.
Spot. Yep, nice.
That's what you need from a guy in this position by himself. Well,
control.
At least he's got someone to control. And now NQZ is joined up from the ramp as well. They've also doubled up on the ramp. They are so well fortified.
Yeah, this is a nice rotate down from paiN, putting a smoke ahead of it as well.
This basically needs to be an upstairs hit or it's over. And I don't know if that's happening.
And just that jump spot alone from Snow, right? Just peeled back, missed that timing by half a second, but because of that jump spot,
yeah,
alarm bells keep ringing for paiN, and they have put a solid defense in position. 2 bodies, it's a free side in terms of DGT over on control. There will be some pressure on Snow as this door swings open.
Yeah, NQZ's back upstairs now. He'll run over.
But he can also use their smoke against them, and he'll do exactly that. Take some damage. And more Tech9's bullets whittling by DGT into the mix as Davideus goes down. It's a bomb plant, and it's MongolZ trying to get into the action. M4 in the vent, slain. G-clutch? I don't think so. BigUzera with 2 frags to his name and a very swift finish here on Nuke for paiN. They will pick their map pick up. This battle heads to Ancient, and we'll see if TYLOO can keep their hopes alive in Hong Kong.
I hear that you are up for renewal when it comes to our membership, and so I've dusted off your portfolio, and I would like you to give me your thoughts on what I consider to be one of the finest of Counter-Strike's cultural moments. Ahead of us, we have Inhuman Reactions by Hiko. You remember this well, don't you?
I do remember it. I can't escape it in some sense. It has become part of my life, just like Counter-Strike has. So,
I think that when we talk about culture, we talk about context, we talk about history and all these things that make Counter-Strike great. But the beauty of Inhuman Reactions by Hiko, by Anders Bloom, is that it's short and sweet. We play this clip.
the thing to really remember here is that we are in an era of Counter-Strike where the Swedes dominate everything. There is no challenge. Everyone knows they're the best, and Hiko is just this North American player. Sure, he's got a bit of a personality, he's got a bit of something going on for him, and then this happens. What is that?
Oh.
God, inhuman reactions!
That is Counter-Strike in its essence. We see him go on to lose this round, and I think one of the great things that you said here,
Not even with an aimbot could you have got that kill, and Hiko
sometimes anything is possible. I think Hiko's very lucky, Mr. Bloom, that you were there to elevate this moment.
Ultimately ended up being a big moment for both of us in many ways, even years later.
So when we think of cultural impact with Counter-Strike, I give this a 10 out of 10. And in terms of mechanics, that lizard flick that Hiko puts on display, I give that 10 out of 10 as well. This is a magnitude 10 shaking of the Counter-Strike world. 100% glory in my eyes.
Well, I would be remiss to argue with that. I will agree with your score.
Ah, fine taste. It's my pleasure to approve your renewal. You may continue casting Counter-Strike.
I appreciate your generosity.
Ah, yes. Oh, it's not on behalf of myself, sir. This is the Culture Clubhouse, after all. It's on behalf of all of Counter-Strike.
Well, together we will continue to build the culture even further into the future then.
Greater than ever.
TYLOO now on the brink of elimination here in Hong Kong, as paiN are the ones to seal out that first map of Nuke. Initial takeaways, top line, Maui, what do we learn from that first map?
Well, TYLOO performed one round better than the previous matchup. I did say going into it that I usually say that the loser is going to find ways to improve, so they have demonstrably done that, but it just wasn't obviously enough. paiN is definitively the better team on that map. They're so much more comfortable in so many different aspects, whether it's the slow creeping rounds and how they connect in the late round, or the starter plays in general. The individuals, despite them having some flashy moments for TYLOO, wasn't enough to get them over the line.
Yeah, and as I mentioned coming into the game as well, paiN just looked more locked in than TYLOO. TYLOO at times looked, I would say, a little bit confused. They were not really aware of what was going on inside the server, and the majority of the rounds they got was based off their individual performance, which is obviously not enough to beat paiN.
Yeah, 100%. You were already pointing out some, small mistakes from TYLOO, which ultimately cost them some moments. We have round 8. What did you see as kind of a big hole from that side there?
If I were in the coaching shoes of TYLOO, I would probably looking at round 8 as being some of the mistakes that actually is haunting them, and it's something that we've seen before. paiN is at a point where they've got a couple of safe rivals, and they don't have that much to work with. And what we see here is because she puts up the smoke wall, and then she's actually going in front of the wall to see if he can catch someone trying to get information. They actually end up getting a couple of trades here. And the thing for TYLOO is here that it gets a very individual where they just want to be fighting. NQC goes under heaven, and Jamian just runs in without being aware of what's actually going to happen. Then we have G coming out of heaven, going for like a very bold trade, just trying to even the numbers out. But the thing is, TYLOO cannot afford to throw these type of rounds away where there's only a couple of rifles and a couple of smokes inside the batch if they want to improve, they need to be working at these things.
So frequently, it felt like in this game, TYLOO is just playing reactively, and they're reacting a little bit slower than you'd want them to. You can play that kind of style of CS where you're just always waiting for the next play. If you have perfect protocols, your rotations are always on point, but TYLOO a little slow to catch up to whatever it was paiN were concocting.
Let's move on a couple of rounds time then. This one is more from the POV of paiN. If I'm not mistaken, we got round 10. What's the tale here?
It kind of shows the wide breadth of ability and playbook that paiN has, because in the first matchup in Chengdu on this map, they did these kind of smokes often creeping out towards different parts of A or towards parts of outside. This time, they kind of throw a little bit of a fake, because you see those diagonal cross smokes, and TYLOO, they think to themselves, okay, they're probably going to be crossing. You could see that there's even one of the TYLOO players is towards lower right now. They thought they weren't really ready for this kind of hit. So just kind of shows that, yeah, even though TYLOO lost the last matchup, it was paiN that even innovated upon some of the things that they did in the previous match.
And it's just also just showcases TYLOO being a little bit stubborn in this decision. Like, why wouldn't they go for a savior? Like, they wanted, like, multiple occasions in this game, they were going for, like, hero plays, trying to win a 1v4, 1v3. This game was a 2v4 where they could have easily saved the AWP and the M4 to move into the next buy round to get more opportunities of getting rounds. But it's like they want to throw themselves in there to try and be the hero of the day, and it just hasn't been working out for them. And I'm like, the economical management of TYLOO were just really poor throughout this game, and it's just what haunts him, and it's something that actually happens a bit too much, and also why I think there's a hindrance of them improving, actually.
Going for those kind of hero plays, is that symptomatic of a team maybe feeling a little bit uncomfortable, feeling like they are kind of the heavy underdog in this matchup, do you think?
There's a big case, but then of course you want to be trying to go for the hero plays, but at some point you also got to understand, when does it actually hurt us in terms of the economy aspect of how are we going to be moving into the next rounds? Because if we keep being on the low end of the buys, then we will probably not get that many rounds. I would probably rather have them go and save the AWP, save the M4 on this one, trying to gamble it off. And they did try to make a bit of a rotation play where they were playing a little bit heavy towards yard, trying to catch paiN off guard in the beginning. But paiN, as we just saw in this clip, they had so many opportunities of so many ways of attacking, and again, it just felt like they were catching TYLOO off guard multiple times.
I don't feel like it would be a TYLOO game without getting a little bit of chaos in the mix. Round 15, this was just going so many different directions. Do you want to try and put some method to the madness, Maui?
I mean, we had to get this one. I mean, it was too ridiculous. I mean, the back and forth nature of this game and how it caught paiN and TYLOO both looking a little bit ridiculous. I mean, DGT gets this insane double kill down towards lower, and TYLOO tries to recover it as all of these players from paiN, they get a little bit hot-headed, they all peek together, NQZ, you know, lingering a little bit long, but, you know, this was a 2v5 at one point, and it goes all the way down to a 2-on-2. DGT burns himself as he's trying to escape, and somehow Davideus just comes out of hell and is just like a bat out of hell. He's just like taking him down with the scout. All over the place there, but a huge reason that there was really no looking back from that point. If you're TYLOO, you're just out of the game probably.
And it's just the same thing again, like with TYLOO, I'm going to be haunting them again. They lose these type of rounds. They're not supposed to lose. The trading potential for Secret is just really bad, and whenever they get the chance of actually building upon their lead, or at least coming back in this game with supposedly easy rounds, that's where they manage to throw them away. I don't know if they get like maybe a little bit too cocky and they want to be going for these type of plays, but it's not these rounds you need to go for the individual plays, but play as a team.
Do you feel like that was the cost, like mentally, that moment for TYLOO? Do you feel like things kind of span out of control after then?
I mean, if you're in the shoes of TYLOO, then you cannot afford to lose this many rounds, and it just happens too many times. It also happened against Vitality yesterday. Yesterday was maybe more of them getting a little bit too overexcited about the things that they actually almost beat them. But when you go up against a team like paiN, where you are way more even than you are when you go up against the likes of Vitality, you simply cannot afford to lose these many rounds. And it just happens again and again and again. And I'm guaranteed we're going to see it in the next map as well.
Well, it is very rare that we actually get to hear a little bit of translated insights from the TYLOO comms. But we have the luxury of having a translator on site. So let's hear exactly what was going down in this mic'd up moment.
换的啥都没掉。
没钱吗？他们是吧？
别动题，别动题，提币
提了。
我放上下了，我放上下了。
我下管了，我下管了。
下管吧，下管吧。
走了。
哦，最后一个铁板，最后一个铁板。
我看右边。
一直有的，这把 AK， 一直有的。铁板下面，铁板下面。
我看右边啊。
好。往前靠，白带，去捡 AK，快。捡不到了。
I don't know whether there's too much like hard-hitting analysis to unpick from that, but it's always nice when we get to hear, you know, a native speaking team actually translated into English for us to all understand.
Yeah, and it just showcases again that Yamyang's understanding of the game, but also how to like his individual skill just comes into display here, where he actually gets it first and drops down, plays it how he should be playing it. Especially also they get to talk about the economy is low, that he knows that the utility is low, so he's playing in a way where he's putting the course of the game into his mind. So that is good to see from him, and we've seen a lot of good things from Jamyang, but we need to see more from the rest of the guys. And as a team and as a unit, they need to limit their mistakes a lot more.
Should we run some Jamyang highlights? Because
why not?
obviously coming out with a loss, you know, he didn't manage to turn the tides too much, but this is a guy we've been looking at who we know can deliver the big numbers, and he had quite some flashy kills in this one, Maui.
Jamyang is just the one saving grace for TYLOO right now in a team where the map pool is as shallow as it is for them. He can make rounds possible even against some of the best teams, as we've seen him do versus Vitality yesterday. So still a bright star. I'm not trying to take him away from the Chinese scene. I feel like TYLOO and maybe, you know, any other team would be interested in him, but man, if this guy spoke English, like the possibilities are legitimately limitless for him.
That's a cause. I mean, why not? If he doesn't speak English, he could take lessons. Maybe he wants to explore. I mean, at one point, if you keep delivering like this, he's also going to be tired of being inside of a Chinese team that doesn't seem to be improving. Because if you have a talent like this stuck inside a team that wants to break out, maybe that is the move forward for him. But obviously, it's maybe in a couple of months, maybe it's like in half a year. But obviously, there's still more time for him, TYLOO. But there's a bright future for this kid here.
Getting to see some live pictures coming through. TYLOO, all of them are in the booth right now. We're seeing the coach give some little bit of insight into what is going to be their map upcoming. Nobody from the paiN camp sitting there having a little bit of time outside. But yeah, just to wrap up that talk about Nuke, NQZ, once again, he was delivering in very nice fashion, right?
He was finding kills towards outside, rotations were on point, which you expect. This is one of the maps where I always feel like paiN does such a great job activating him, whether it's one guy jumps out first in front of him, then he's able to swing with the op. All in all, I feel like the amount of action he gets on the T side especially, whether that's with the rifle, as we saw the round 8 earlier, or with the op as he's just helping them approach and take space, all of it just seems so well thought out, and it's why paiN called Nuke a home map.
He's very versatile. You know, he can play pretty much all the weapons. He seems to be getting a lot of you know, he gets a hero AK. He also gets like the duelist. He seems to be a guy that, you know, that also the team relies on. You know, it's a teammate that they think will actually also be helping them carrying out the games. And so far he's delivering. You know, he's by far the best player inside this squad, and he just showcases once again. And for me, it's nice to see that he's delivering at a constant level, because when you're still young, he's 20 years of age, and I believe that he's still like a pretty much upcoming kind of star inside the Brazilian scene. To see him constantly bring up these numbers and these plays and not falling apart as we've seen other like stars do, it's good to see.
It's pretty crazy that he was only 20, right? Like whenever I interview him, I'm so pleasantly surprised of how like eloquent, mature he is as a player. So yeah, shout out NQZ. Let's move on to talk about the second map in this series, which is going to be TYLOO's pick. Now, we spoke about this, we touched upon it initially in the pre-match, Maui. They've gone for a different pick this time, which is Ancient. What do you make of that? Because the win percentages on both sides, they don't look great, right?
This is a weird sign of weakness for me for TYLOO, where Inferno, last time they matched up against each other, was 13-11, down to the wire, fix a few details, you're going to come out on top, which you would expect that they can just use that data and improve upon it. Ancient is a weird one, because I feel like for paiN, on the other side, they've made some changes themselves that make them a more formidable team on this, even if the numbers don't show it. They've swapped out a couple positions with Snow and Davideus and DGT. They've all kind of like rung around the rosy in terms of who's going to be the active guy versus the passive guy. And so I don't know if TYLOO really is that much better on this map than, like, Inferno and Overpass to me felt more comfortable. So I thought, this was like a very distant pick for me in terms of where down the totem pole they would have gone with it.
It definitely smells like TYLOO trying to pick into the weakness of paiN instead of relying on their own strengths. And I'm not sure that's like the right approach I wanted to see from TYLOO. I think TYLOO could have gone, as you mentioned, with maybe Inferno instead. Maybe that was also what they played last time, but they got pretty close. And I feel like whenever you're in a position where you don't really feel like you're playing good Counter-Strike and you're still trying to go through your struggles, it is, in my opinion, better to go for your strengths, because that's why you feel like you have the procedures and the protocols on the line, instead of trying to pick into your opponent's map pool knowing that they are bad. And as you mentioned, I don't see TYLOO being a better Ancient team than paiN in this one.
Particularly after we saw, obviously, TYLOO yesterday almost bringing it to Vitality on Inferno. Like, I don't know whether they're just feeling a little bit PTSD from that. Like, I know it's a completely different team, but yeah, I'm still, I'm scratching my head a little bit as well.
I'm just gonna even just say it like this. To me, it's a mistake. To me, it's just trying to maybe outbrain your opponent in a way that if your prep is probably going to do better for you here, but there's been a lot of time between the veto and this game being played, so the support staff from paiN, the coach could be thinking the entire time, oh, okay, this caught us off by surprise, but he had so much time to just kind of ration with the fact or just think about the whole idea that, yeah, like, it's Ancient, but we can come up with a game plan too.
Well, time to see if TYLOO can indeed right their wrongs. Otherwise, a plane ticket home is all they will be earning. We're going to be heading to the grounds of Ancient after this quick break.
paiN to be tested here on Ancient as TYLOO try to make this comeback in the series, Mohan. The high hopes of playing in front of a crowd in Hong Kong, they were merely 2 kills away from it yesterday, while Vitality were in the process of what looked like a save call. That is how close your dreams were to being realized, and now instead you've got to get 2 maps back in a row over top of paiN. A paiN that, as this event has gone on, and as this season has gone on, are starting to power up.
They look super good. Nuke, I was happy to see it. I mean, this game, I wanted to go 3 maps. I wanted to be 2 teams playing very well. I think because they showed us so much yesterday, it's just something you want to see. I think they both know. I mean, they could have had harder opponents. If you think about it, if one of them had succeeded in their matchup, this would only be more difficult for the other. But there can only be one, and paiN are up on Nuke. That feels like it's supposed to be the key map of the series. Let's see if TYLOO can make us think differently.
Vacancy here at the B site. paiN with a scramble over. That could certainly help. DGT lining up through smoke. A kill. Excuse me, hiccups. A kill on attacker.
I guess in some sense, paiN gave TYLOO a free pick because they were going to pick Nuke, and they could have.
Oh, G, though. Back's turned. Ah, no.
No.
That could have been it, but now the pressure's on the bomb site. Didn't feel like the threat got clearly indicated, and you're not going to stop him from defusing either.
That's gonna sting. It's gonna stink.
Oh, and they're all chirping at you too. Every single player on paiN's got something to say about that.
That was a round winner, unfortunately. G's done so much good, but that one, especially right now with a pistol that started off so well too. Oh.
Davideus cleaning up.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah. So, off the back foot, in with the force buy.
You got to see that. He got to see that happen at 610 hertz.
Yeah. You think it makes it feel better or worse?
How could I miss?
I'm missing. There's too many hertz. Now he's in a world of hurt. Having to think about that. And hoping that they can just break down the doors on this A site. NQZ leans back. Eats the flash. Looking to regain vision. Eats another flash. Flashbang's good, but NQZ still able to evade death by getting back into Temple. And that's a silver lining here for paiN. Biguzera runs the risk of the fight, and good attack from NQZ. Mercury, the trade man advantage here for paiN with Mercury low health.
Don't donut smoke anymore.
DGT's emerging already into the sight boxes, so how does MongolZ get the hell out of here?
He has to find a way to scale around the site. He could get one pick off, but I mean, they've got donut. This is so difficult without mid now.
It's a well-placed incendiary.
Nice.
But the answer is there in utility for DGT. He'll keep himself safe. Tuck into the corner of CT.
Well, now MongolZ does have a chance to at least separate this, but if he doesn't go fight into donut, let's see if he even reads that someone could be on the right side.
Taking a look at it. Didn't think about Biguzera being close. Mercury, love that. Very little to lose, just commits to the bomb plant, get the money for the next one.
Yeah.
So be it. You know, honestly, him getting scared off that plant and going for it a second time, I think everybody swings him.
Yeah, it's
so
best case.
A bit of extra cash. And we'll see what they can pull together in the next. But this is paiN to the 2-0 start.
It's these little moments where they know how to play. It's not disrespectful, but it's just aggressive enough that it catches you off. I mean, and you see the exec from TYLOO and like,
it was nice.
Flashes again.
Flashes were fantastic.
Yeah, they're coming in both sides of single. Like it's, you can't ask for much more when it comes to like calling out the positions that are being held, everything landing in the right order, but they don't get the first kill on the other guy. paiN had won just 25% of their ancient pistols this season, but 25% of their pistols. Wow. And that's the thing about paiN, man. They actually always have the worst stats.
Yeah. Yep.
But they still win some of these games.
True. Yeah. Never tell them the odds.
Yeah, never tell them the odds, because they don't know them.
GT eats the flash. We get this fast cave push. Biguzera's going to hear it coming. And Mercury's got that Tech 9 up close. Again, these flashes have been great, but Snow survives the pressure. MongolZ's going to catch the flank, and with damage done on site, that's one thing, but we're going to need the recovery of the bomb here. And to finish off this 1v4 with 3 additional kills. 3 kills, the same amount that Snow already has on a rock-solid B-site defense.
That's it, right? paiN. They have the worst stats, but they don't know it.
Yeah, sure. And what you don't know can't hurt you.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I'm not going to sit here and take away their accolades. You know, top 4 at a major.
Yep. No, it's solid.
There's only 4 teams in the world that can say that about 2025.
And you can always, the way you can always put it is, you're punching above your weight with the players you've got, and they're all getting better together as well.
It's winnable.
Oh, yeah. That was a nice try, though.
Lets his guard down.
Who's cracking jokes?
This was a high pressure one from Snow while eating the flashes. Regains just enough vision. You know, we saw a fast pistol kill come through on BiguZera, not as clean with it to try to take down Snow.
It's like stopping a tricycle.
TYLOO want to play a game. They'll run it out middle. Red room smoke was popped open for a second. paiN peel back from that. He's pushing. Yeah, okay, good on Mercury to turn as one side gets cut off. NQZ still here with a second threat and a missed chance.
Oh, hit him through the wood. Oh my goodness, the little piece of wood right there. 95 damage with the op. And now a great position for TYLOO to enter back into this game, but a double push out of cave. How likely is this in TYLOO's mind? Attacker's not being covered, actually. Uh-oh. That's a free one back, and they escape. And now this lurk. Kind of everything or nothing.
Walk up the ramp at the same time, catch the B defense. I mean, you know, there was nobody there a second ago, but...
Not spotted or spotted. No, it doesn't look like it.
But they don't actually emerge from that ramp. They're going to find their red room kill successfully. Then they start stomping into DGT. Bomb's gotten delivered to him. He's going to set that ablaze. Would have been crazy to swing for that, but he's still thinking about this challenge. No way. Good on him. Winning this one on his own, it seems. We've got the support inbound in Snow. 25 to the clock for Jam Young. And with Vision on top of that bomb, he's going to have to somehow get it back and escape this situation.
He has to go now, and then maybe he could make it to the other side of the map. Let's see. Picked it up. 13 seconds, but...
You got to go, brother.
Yeah, you really have to run, and I don't think you can do it.
Nah, I think he just missed that one by a second. And even then, on arrival, DGT ready to cut him off. So shout out DGT, 7-0 the start on Ancient. Wins that round on his own, essentially, but it's also just this rush away from the outside of B site. Once they find the red room kill, they really kind of wrote off the threat of him being still inside a cave.
They made it a hard map to read. There was, you know, just about every single player on that round went into cave at some point, and again, that's what makes paiN tough to keep up with sometimes.
Didn't feel like they thought he would be willing to stick around in the front of cave like that. You know, DGT had already pushed out, showed a willingness to get aggressive, to play in their face and get a kill, and he didn't go anywhere. Snow left, sure.
No, it's such a solid play.
DGT keep that locked in. TYLOO's going to try to go for the boost outside of A main. Catching wind of it with 99 damage on Jam Young. He'll barely be standing. Davideus eats a dink trying to come through this donut smoke, and now Jam Young's 1 health gets caught. So pressure for the bomb plant. Cave gets taken over. Good trade from NQZ. Again, one of these kind of electric back and forth rounds, but it's better hardware for the remnants of paiN. Taking this back to the even 2v2. You know there's a player in donut, and you get a chance to swing at him, G. Ah, gets denied.
Shot it from behind, and now it's Mercury.
Flash just slightly off the mark. Smoke to inevitably give BiguZera an exit route. And he starts stomping around this, taps bomb to apply pressure to Mercury. He's going to try to thin him off of the defuse. Doesn't know if BiguZera is sticking. It's DGT with the kit and the cover. They'll stick that one all the way through. paiN's flawless CT side keeps rolling.
Because it became an ammo problem in the end, too. So that was just so well played from paiN. Carefully dancing around danger at all times. Another solid attempt in, but every time they think they can chill, there's another CT that's just a little earlier than they expect. Getting 1 kill before they die, keeping it, not denying the bomb plant, slowing things down. Like, it's so tough.
It's just so many what could have been moments already.
paiN looked tremendous. I mean, straight up, they look really great from a lot of different perspectives right now.
It's a well-placed nade on Mercury. This boost from G, looking for his first kill of the map. Good trade out of Attacker, and that gets NQZ to peek into the angle. Here we go, and we've got TYLOO gunning it down into the B site. Finally, something goes swimmingly.
That's a good clap back.
Although, because of that jump back, this timing's definitely unbeknownst to TYLOO. What? Oh, he's gonna find two turned. No, wait,
he saw that too.
He could wait. He's found 3 players. He executes one and takes the shot to G.
Now he's missing one.
Burns one off on the ramp, puts a smoke underneath him. He's gonna elicit this reaction out of the cave. This is a massive 1v4 from Davideus. Oh. But he misses his chance with the final hurdle. The walk up the ramp will cost him.
That would have been all time, man. A no-kit 1v4 walk into the site, perfectly played from the patient's perspective on the ramp to the cave. Info on 3 players before he took his first shot. That squeezing water from Stone. And the only thing you had to do was just have the read on the last guy. And obviously that's what makes 1v4 so difficult. Each player has such a big advantage versus you. Nice try though, and lots of damage. I think it's encouraged paiN to force up.
Gonna keep this rodeo going. Biguzera cut off from his support. There's the offer from Snow in terms of the nade, but it doesn't do anything, and it's covered from both ends. We go 5v3 TYLOO. Contact pushing inside of A main. It's gonna be a challenge for Attacker that he loses out to.
Oh man, that's so funny how Davideus is like going for it the entire time, even though he got spotted. Okay.
Missed shots that could have been.
DGC's got to die, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, he's 4 players coming at him.
Those op shots from NQZ could have cut this down to an even 3 versus 3, but here we go, TYLOO. A lot of, again, we kind of alluded to what could have been moments in the first 5 rounds of play, but you string 2 rounds together, this economy for paiN's gonna bottom out. Feels like game begins now properly here on Ancient.
When it's good, it's good. It's just not often enough. It's sort of the problem, so I do like when TYLOO can win rounds playing quickly, but maybe that is part of the problem, that they aren't quite as strong on just defaults.
Very awkward cave setup between Snow and Biguzera. Felt like Snow kind of got drawn into it, wanted to really save his captain, but ends up just being a free death.
paiN have already impressed us here on Ancient so far. TYLOO getting back into it slightly is not enough. It's their map pick. And they should have been good on Nuke too.
Sure. Yeah, they were yesterday. But yesterday's yesterday. And tomorrow's never a guarantee. Fast pounce, careful, this AK's still in play. Davideus eating flashes. The rifle goes down, but there's a P250 behind them. Good support from the nades. Another flash assist for NQZ, but we do get kills out of TYLOO.
USB and an op left. That's both sides of the spectrum from the CT side. Can't get that gun easily here for Snow, so you know, either NQZ gets something special or he falls back, surely. So let's see. Looks like it'll be the latter.
Yeah, just get the hell out of here. Let it go.
I definitely underrated how much money damage had been done to TYLOO. For some reason, thought they'd be able to buy again. So 3 up. Solid stuff. Oh, okay.
Make it 2.
Spoke too soon. And can we get the gun here?
Yeah, there was an AK.
Oh, perfect.
Nicely done. Grabbing the remnants. Potential for another fast A play. You've already got your smokes down. You've already got A main taken over. You'll get an incendiary out of the defense. But no pounce. Here it comes. Flashes have been good both sides. Snow helps out, and DGT collects the opening kill this time around. Davidea is trying to find his angle around this smoke, and the pressure remains high on TYLOO. Oh, caught inside of it. Pistols out.
What?
Davidea is a demon at the moment. Another multi-frag to his name, and another shutdown of TYLOO on that A site.
Dude, he was just floating around that site like an apparition, spraying around the corners of smokes, and TYLOO couldn't even... They couldn't scale at all. They actually, that's one of their strengths, I think, on their set execs. We saw earlier towards the A site what they could do, but they really struggled to get that first kill, and they get kind of styled on, unfortunately. Both these teams, when they win rounds, they make them convincing. Not a game where you get a ton of clutch situations.
There it is. Biguzera again trying to play with this forward cave presence.
These smoke frags. They're always headshots, too. They're trying to make quick work of this one.
Already starting to activate through Donut a bit, taking that look towards middle, which has felt oddly silent.
It's a strong right side of the map.
Bad timing.
Oh.
Biguzera pulls a nade, and they dismantle that double up inside of the cave. This is a lifeline, TYLOO. Okay, seizing the chance. A sudden pop in through the caves. I thought it was going to be the Donut players wary of middle, but what do you know? A sudden pop. You pull a nade out at the wrong time, Snow goes down with nothing, and Biguzera left there looking like a fool.
Yeah, that timing works so well. I mean, yeah, he pulls out that smoke only because Snow is alive, dies the exact moment. So, kind of just got to take that on the chin. For TYLOO, they're going to feel pretty good about it. They'll look in the kill feed and be like, Jamyoung, thank you for that. Great for the numbers. We'll see if it's great for the confidence. They did go to the wrong site. They had to go through so many people to get that bomb planted, and they avoided an op shot. They got lucky on the smoke switch timing. I mean, but it was 4v5, so fair enough. Counter-Strike right there.
Double wide swing down mid, trying to fight Cave from the other side, and it just, listen, the solution is send DGT at it. Ooh.
Comes through with another assist as Biguzera from the bottom of the ramp helps out.
So absurd how easy he made that spray look. And
I mean, between him and Davideus, the moment you let either of those two off their leash, but you don't strike down NQZ, you give him a chance, and it's going to cost Attacker. He'll be beating himself up about that one. Oh, could have hunted that player down, could have taken your time, could have pressed the barrel to the back of the head, but he shoots as he tries to go around the corner. Silver lining, it is a bomb possession here for MongolZ. Faking it once to get the reaction, and he gets what he wants, but he also gets tagged up in the process. Nade, done.
Wow,
good on Biguzera. Drops the frag on him to finish it off and put paiN right back for another victory lap here on the CT side.
Attacker took such a big risk, didn't stutter step at any moment to get to Donut, and the only thing he did was shoot a little too early. That's tough. Could have really changed the trajectory of the round if that went well, but again, DGT with his double. paiN just have too many shooters right now.
Get a fast execute for the final round of the T side here for TYLOO. That won't help. Team kill in the middle of it creates a bit of disjointedness. A couple of the guns go down and it's pistols emerging from ramp instead. Maybe Jam Young comes back to bail him out, but you don't have the tools to hit the pause button here. And Davideus milks it for just a little more. No real reaction until the Galil comes through, but it's a bit too much of an ask. And a great answer here from paiN. A 5-0 start that TYLOO looked to piece apart until finally paiN answered with a couple towards the end. Young, TYLOO, the bane of their existence regionally. Jam Young taps into 3 and 4. That's a clip, baby! Unbelievable! Nedic still floating between positions.
They're not going to know he's here, but...
Killapop so far slows down TYLOO for a second. Jam Young still has an activated top middle, and you know MongolZ is going to be a little more timid because he's low health. Now cleared off that Tetris climb up. You've got damage done to the stairs player. Attacker is on the prowl.
And here's the lurk.
And he's bought up just enough time for Jam Young to eventually come through. He's still just single-handedly peeling these players off. Bomb's gonna have to get picked up at 15 seconds. This is a murder of a Mirage game here from TYLOO.
He could have shot.
Just the right amount of cover. Attacker, 3 kills to his name. And he goes for the wall bang onto triple, dropping Regali to 60.
This is gonna be a late round. That's what they wanted.
And at nearly 20 kills deep at the end of this first half, Grim is giving it all he's got. He doesn't want this to be his final game in Austin. G left in this clutch, but it's Grim to beat. Defuse being held. G's hit the shot, and that is masterful from TYLOO's AWP. It's so close. Oh, they're going to come through with a bit of aggression to open up this map.
Oh my god.
Decisive strike over in mid. It's back and forth. We end up in this 2-on-2. JT steals himself away, hoping to be the difference maker, but gets toppled. Junior left in this, moves in to a lost site, bomb getting planted. TYLOO, how do they want to play this? Will it just be a case that they count down and swing together? Yeah, both out in the open now. They're given a chance to get into these post plants, and things get even harder for Junior. Attacker, 4 kills deep in the pistol. On for the ace. Swing from the pit, and Attacker gets all 5.
Around the corner into the swing. Lake able to find the headshot, but this grenade on Jam Young is still huge. We'll see if he can find a way to throw it. There it goes into the corner. And Lake's got to be careful, but he's just on the other side of it, barely touching it. HE on top, that'll surely get him. No, he's down to 8. How does he live through that? Going for the defuse, a full 5 seconds. He's not going to come off it either. Gets the headshot on Lake, and now he's ready. He gets another one onto Jam Young. An absurd clutch with 12 health sends them to a victory.
It's a statement half from Davideus and DGT. Both of them having their way with TYLOO throughout this one as we see G thrown under the bus by production. God damn.
Yeah, because we didn't.
We didn't talk about it.
Just not playing that well.
And unfortunate as well because he was kind of their hope yesterday versus Vitality at times.
Good.
He was their hope. Even when things were looking bleak, G still had something to offer. Unfortunately, not here on Ancient. The pick of TYLOO facing paiN at a map disadvantage. This is a tough place for TYLOO to find themselves, especially in the face of some strong individuals. Every single player on paiN has a multi-kill to their name in that first half. Can only say the same about MongolZ and Jam Young. TYLOO, tough place. Good luck.
I mean, when paiN are winning their map pick, something's going crazy.
Attacker gonna fall to Davideus as again this charge up through Donut starts well. Fire fades over towards the exit of main. Mercury piecing it together. He's got cover to work with as well. And he's got teammates inbound from Donut.
Oh.
3 kills for Mercury. Just as things felt like they were in paiN's hands, we get an answer back.
Didn't see both. 2 in Donut, not pushed up all the way just yet. A minute to make things interesting. They're going to be low on vision, but there's no wraparound to middle. And again, 1 CT spotted, but not 2.
MongolZ takes his steps out. Oh, it's going to leave him out on a silver platter for DGT.
And does he know?
You know that Snow was there, you'd think, but I with the timing, he was considering that wraparound. Good on G. More kills in this pistol than the entire first half combined. We throw him under the bus, and he steps up to the plate right after.
Now he's driving the bus.
All aboard.
He's driving the Magic School bus.
The G-Hype train starts now. Huge moment for Mercury, though. Would have been a flat pistol and a tough go of a second half without this one. So his triple kill, as paiN kind of tiptoed their way closer to the site, is huge.
Everyone's been picking up their mice lately. It's like, we get it, they're wireless.
You got any analysis for that? Why?
Why? I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea. It's but when they die.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know who started it. Maybe they started gluing their mice to their hands for better grip or something. That's probably the most reasonable explanation.
Oh, no. I don't think so, DGT. I don't think so. Making some money here, the MP9's best case scenario, farming through the cave like that. Chance to catch your breath, to recompose, and to try to piece together a strong second half here. It is elimination on the other side of this map for TYLOO. Now or never in Hong Kong.
NQZ has the worst rating out of anyone on Ancient T-side this season. That is surprising and good to know. paiN always have the strangest stats.
Out of anyone?
In the world.
Just the worst guy ever. G hangs on to the front of Donut with the 5v4 established. Again, you got to take this second half seriously with it being TYLOO's map pick. There's no denying that they rebound within that first half after the 0-5 start. And another clean kill coming out through middle. So paiN just kind of walking this one back and forth, attempting to get their openings, but losing bodies each step of the way.
Yeah, now at best they had, you know, some huge mistake comes in, they shave one off. TYLOO do not always take the most active positions when they're up, like almost never. Well, because you don't want to throw away these big advantages, but sometimes you give up a lot of space, and a team like paiN finds a creative way to punish you for it. So already right now, they get smoked out of Red Room. It could get interesting. Big Uzera, whoa. So they create a gap now. They force this push down donut. There's 3 players who don't know what's going on, and that means there's 2 dedicated to B. No Jamyoung rotation.
Good headshot and a clean kill from Mercury in the corner here. And again, another little rambunctious moment from these MP9s. MongolZ just going to keep making that cash. Fund this comeback now.
Nice.
I don't want to use the word lost. Although I
lost
did.
For who?
Just the way paiN are kind of walking around, losing bodies in this last round. It's, you know, them trying to find openings, but getting shut down on every single front. 5 players up for TYLOO. I mean, it's got the makings of a great CT side. Couldn't ask for a better start. But it is just the start.
I didn't mind the 3v5 attempt, but we didn't get the kills.
Little Tech 9 charge towards the cave. MongolZ gets first blood in round 16. And we could be looking at a tie game with a CT side advantage coming TYLOO's way. Just felt like with G and Attacker struggling as they are, there wouldn't be enough, but...
Hey, everyone's a genius on CT side.
It's starting to come together. You know, we could praise Davideus and DGT, as I tried to allude to when this second half started, but what if the core of paiN doesn't get firing? Is that TYLOO's way back into this game? Just don't give paiN a gun. 45 seconds and a 4-player mid-walk. Dangerous for Jamyoung to float around here. He knows it, so he'll start to peel back, and they are going to try to jump on him for that rifle. MongolZ from further back peels one off of this charge towards him, but...
Oh, think B is a good idea.
Are they going to double back? They take a little bit of a look into CT spawn there for a second, and they do scare MongolZ all the way back. But now that recommitment with both the rifle and the bomb really showing paiN's hand. That is huge.
They're going to smoke. Oh, well, they're worried about Cave. They still know there's another guy here.
Flashbang finds its mark. Mercury shaving one off. It's a bit of extra cash for paiN. Well earned, and another rifle picked up off the second corpse. Challenge at a cave goes well, and it is TYLOO to tie this game 8 rounds each. They charge down that one rifle. They get their bomb plant from their efforts, but TYLOO just keep racking up these round wins.
Yeah, that's good. Get a bomb plant and a couple of kills. They probably thought they could win, but TYLOO were the ones who had better guns. So, finally, it is starting to look more like their map pick. paiN don't win 2 maps in a row. That's not a thing.
Their last 2-0 win was versus TYLOO.
Oh, yeah? When was that?
Chengdu last week.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Attacker tucked in. Fast charge. Oh, and he's going to get cleared out by Snow again. paiN willing to come in with a bit of tempo, catch TYLOO off before all the rotates come over. And yet, look at the health advantage that it has given TYLOO to try to win out this 3v3 fire at the feet of Snow. But he gets away with it pretty much unscathed. Down to 20 now. Utility is a pressure point. No way. G gets popped through that smoke into the CT spawn, and now MongolZ is just stuck inside of the same CT corner. They were waiting for that smoke to go down, waiting for him to emerge. Donut player takes the fight on his turn. Oh. And Mercury finds both to close this.
Nice. That's a solid clutch situation. They put that pressure back on paiN, just as paiN would have done in that spot, making sure no plant comes down, fighting from Donut, fighting from CT at the same time. In spots where they could have been even more aggressive, but it was just enough.
There's big implications on that fight between MongolZ and Snow. Ooh, but right back into it. Jamyoung thinking he could take that duel on his own.
That was such a big health investment to go and fight a rifle, too.
It's because the moment they touch a lead, they just have that voice in the back of their minds. Throw it away.
They do have a lot of money here.
Doubling up into the front of cave. MongolZ tucked in. It's going to be Mercury for contact. This is the two beacons of hope at the moment for TYLOO in terms of performance of the four that are left standing. Dangerous games on those smoke, though. We talk about how paiN usually come out on top of those fights. We just saw it last round again. Deep AK bullet through the CT smoke into spawn. Cost TYLOO a body. And they'll disassemble that two-player setup that they had going for them.
Whether paiN know it or not, they've really weakened up the B site. And it feels like TYLOO are reading a rotation, and they're actually totally right about it. Look at this bomb. Slingshotting back around through spawn. Mercury getting a pick off, and Attacker not even reacting to that flashbang, just eating it.
Thought he'd survive it, but here's the A pinch. Missed shots out of G. And that's the thing, we had two hopes for TYLOO, and they just don't get their duels going for them. Big moves from paiN.
Oh, wow.
Rotating over to that A site, keeping all four players up.
All four players up. They ran right into everyone, actually. Like, after all of that action over on B, paiN only left one guy there. Sorry, TYLOO only left one guy there. So that was the hardest possible way to win, and they made it look simple with the assistance of a good flash. I'm surprised Attacker didn't at least try to jump out of the way. Maybe he thinks he's dead anyway, so he might as well be quiet. This one was, yeah, not the strongest attempt. I don't know if there was a flash paired with it or what the lead was.
Or whether the fire kind of forced his hand, so he thought. I'll tell you, G will be frustrated the fact that neither of those shots land. He had two chances at kills last round, comes up with nothing. Good flash out of Jam Young.
Nice kill.
Gives that to himself. Bounces it off of the backboard of the donut entrance. And he'll find first blood because of it. They're trying to pinch into this, aren't they? From middle and the bottom of ramp, but that costs the Mercury and MongolZ. Both players dropped in a 5v4 advantage. They try to go into that B pinch, and it costs them dearly.
But they weren't even really like pinching the same spot. They were like
sir.
pushing through the door. They could have maybe had an extra kill, but both things were watched. Well, they need to shake themselves back in order. It's a minute, 3v3. It's not lost yet.
Good timing here for Attacker. Don't drop the ball.
Is he gonna miss this? Nope.
Oh my God. Whoa. Attacker ends up finding the flank, gets the kill, but Davideus has been so good. There's G to help out from the bottom of ramp. Individually, there are points of failure here for TYLOO, to put it lightly. But both them, an Attacker and G, are there to close in a critical round. We go back to the TYLOO favor.
They had more and more ideas to bail themselves out.
Singular terrorist round win for paiN in this second half.
Well, when you have the worst T-side player on earth.
Big round, Jam Young, big round. Is TYLOO with a lead.
Kind of an expensive round, so there's still a lot of emphasis on this one. Look at both teams' money. This one matters a lot. Full buy. Low nades.
Great
Good
flash.
Yep.
Perfect utility coming through. Jam Young, we saw it last round, giving himself the flash off donut. He's been finding his opponents blind and jumping on him. While that smoke goes down at the top of ramp, it's 2-player setup in cave, dropping a smoke here as well. paiN are afforded space behind it.
Sometimes you just want to wait these out if there's not going to be a B push anyways. So much more the CTs can do from this spot. They're going to get boosted up.
Okay.
Let's see if there's an opportunity for a kill.
Okay.
They had the reroute. Mercury standing here. Oh,
nice.
He's got hit!
NQZ, that's huge. Caught by damage. We're getting into the nitty-gritty of this game. If you're pulling out triple boosts like that.
At 45 seconds,
Yep.
you'd love to see that. A push all the way around through A.
All right.
Attacker's got to get back. G misses.
Nah, he actually
hit
hits
him.
it, but Snow survives with 15 health. G under pressure at least doesn't have to worry about A main. All attention here towards Donut. It is a massacre as paiN try to push down through Donut. They are pulling out the tricks, but nothing barring that boost has worked here in round 20. This is TYLOO walking away with a lead.
Ooh, yeah, they kind of moseyed to their death right there. Not a bad place to go. The A side had G missed this, well, got damage on the first shot, but no kill on the first shot. And you'd think that'd make it a lot harder for him to get a sequence, but it's just a bunch of T's running at them. The best thing about this round was the boost up to get this off frag, but otherwise they weren't that scary. And I think it's because paiN didn't have that much money. They didn't have all the flashes they wanted to try to do a late round adjustment into A. And this puts TYLOO in a very powerful spot.
Tech9 charge, though, you've got to stay on your toes, and we've seen moments where this defense has collapsed. Critically missed shots out of G in the past.
Dude, this is actually pretty nice as a pocket play for paiN,
Yeah,
but they're
they're gonna
wrapping
wrap around.
3 CTs.
Yep, and those CTs will sign up to the fight. Oh, Galil gets the one. Spam through the smoke is a perfect distraction. Now it's going to fall back onto G yet again, but they're planting in front of him. Snow ends up with the Tech9 headshot. We go 2v2, and this looming threat of Snow for G to have to deal with as he gets back into the position he's been found in so many times. Davideus from the top of the scoreboard, 1v2 ahead of him, pressure on the offer, and G steps up into it, thriving under pressure as this game has gone on.
That's a bounce back for G, who started out with 1 kill in this game. Very nice to see.
One kill in the first half. Now sitting 10 and 12. Tech9 that could have charged him down. And he hits them when they matter most.
Sometimes it's not looking like a scope.
Jam Young again trying to get that action going. But NQZ responds, and it's going to be a 5v4 here for paiN. 3 map points on a huge CT side comeback here for Ancient. We've seen them step forward down into this kind of a pinch and just end up falling empty-handed. Will it be another struggle moment for TYLOO? They've got a lot of free map control at the moment. They're able to turn Mozio's attention back towards this door. This is paiN smoked out of the play. Don't push this.
Do you need to?
Absolutely not.
Well, I guess they're the ones who are 4v5, but they've got the deep control right now.
You know there are people on the other side of this smoke.
Yeah, this corner is going to get mollied when they re-clear this. Surely they walk out.
The molly pocket first. Mercury hangs onto his corner. Flashes come through, and the trades are great. Jam Young there to help out that third set of hands. G peels back, though. Bombs over towards A now. He's given a timing over to this exit. And as he scrambles back in, I mean, he is stomping his way through, but the shots out of G's op just keep coming. Insane recovery in this second half. A driving factor when it comes to winning out this second map of play. Or have they? NQZ's got a bit of an answer still left in him, and as they open up the smoke, they'll find nothing immediately. G wants more.
He's getting closer and closer, but he takes damage before he finds his angle. Now both oppers low with a rifle still to work behind them. This is two players pushing off the CT shelf. And G's kind of lost his targets. He knows there's one deep inside of Donut.
No smoke for this.
DGT starts to take a look back in sight. G slides down underneath his counterpart, and it's going to be a battle of the rifles. Mercury gets off the defuse.
Oh, he's got it, surely. He's
gonna
got
come down close. Mercury defuse all the way. Vitality may have robbed the defuses last night, but it's TYLOO to get one of their own. A singular T-round win for paiN on that second half. They will fall flat, and it's not a 2-0 this time.
Seconds left, so this is going to be just an all-out stomp to the bomb side. No slowing it down. They just have to rush him in, get the kill instantly, get the bomb planted. Frozen is dropped, and that's the bomb on the ground. Oh my God! It's Brolin with an insane transfer. He keeps it going. It's a quad kill. He saved his team. Vice. I don't know, the bell is ringing, might be the train bell, but certainly ringing for Astralis right here. 1 versus 4, and he's gonna get a headshot follow. Oh, what? No way! He actually makes it work. That has to be just pure out, just divine intervention. Shut up. I can't. I've never seen anything like that ever before.
If they're gonna get a 5th in this first 15, this could be the round he offers it. At the helm of that monster hit, Apex comes around the corner, back of Electronic turned. A double man advantage that feels like surely Vitality have already got enough. But what about that flash from SDY? How about this hold from Perfecto? Incendiary to the right. Sumdai Young turns his attention. Oh! All 3!
Yeah, you see, definitely a big gap providing itself. They're going to come through this.
They're on their way. Setups here. Good flashes. Rops, he is supposed to be the way in, but he's escorted out off the premises. Shush! This is his site. And he continues to lay down more and more from Shush. Oh, 5 from the Dane.
Sometimes these work.
See if they hit the flashes or not. They do.
Oh no.
Oh, that's
Xylo's blind
as well.
Oh, Rain the double deagle. You're not gonna. Oh! When it rains, it pours. And then Rain adds in that extra secret spice. Gives you a round like this. A 4th. Everybody falls at the hands of Rain.
From a pick that left us scratching our heads, it turned out TYLOO had all of the answers. Despite starting 0-5 down, Dupree, somehow, someway, TYLOO turned this around and they aren't going home just yet.
Yeah, they're biting back, and it's kind of a history repeating themselves from yesterday, where it also took them a whole map to actually just get going. And this time around, they even found them, as you mentioned, being down 5-0. And you know, I mean, it's a two-edged sword. Like, it's a worrying thing that it takes them so long to actually get into a series, but at the same time, it's also nice to see them to be able to bring it back. It was, for both teams, the T-sides, that was like the hard thing, getting stringing rounds together. It's like they seemed like trying to go for defaults, didn't really seem to be working out, and then they went into the more execute kind of style where they actually wanted to try and play the numbers game, and that worked out better, but eventually worked out better for TYLOO.
I'm glad we just have a competitive series here, because at the beginning of the map, it really felt like they were down and out. but they had some fight. And for TYLOO in this one, I feel like they just kind of kept things simple for themselves. At the beginning, maybe a few too many ideas. paiN were picking them apart. But I feel like paiN also on the flip side, they kind of lost some of the fire that made them exciting for those first 5 rounds. The active plays from some of their guys like DGT, David Deus. I feel like they kind of calmed down and just wondered what's going to happen next. So it was actually TYLOO that was on the active foot.
Yeah, it looked very flat, let's be real, from paiN going into that second half. T-sides were, you know, just as a whole, very difficult for either team to really be bolstering too many. But let's go through this in chronological order. Maui, you've got a couple of rounds you wanted to fixate on. What's the story here?
So this is how I feel like TYLOO got back into the game. Round 6, round 8, back-to-back, some good holds from them. I mean, they're just sight hits, okay? What was not working for TYLOO for the first 5 rounds was when they split up, did things that were a little bit more of a default, taking some mid-control, and they just simplified things for themselves. And yes, this got a little bit freaky at the end with David Deus almost winning a 1 versus 4, but TYLOO recognized what was good about this round for themselves was simply the fact that they went this 5, they didn't try to poke and prod too many parts of the map, they didn't let the active plays from paiN get in their way. They just kept things simple, and that's what they do for round 8 as well. It's a little bit more of an anti-eco here, but look at this. I mean, when they're together, this is when they're just playing a little bit better. They're on top of each other, so the trading is a lot easier, even though there were a couple players here that could have really turned the tides for paiN.
It's definitely one of those rounds where I really wanted to be mocking TYLOO if they would have lost it, because we've seen so many situations where they've managed to screw them up. But it was good to see they actually decided to stick together as a unit. They simplify things that you mentioned. It's kind of those things that you need to realize once you're at a disadvantage. You need to go in and figure out what can we actually do different from what we have already done in the series. And coming into these type of rounds, they've already lost so many default rounds by just being picked apart.
Yeah.
It was great to see that they decided to just keep it simple, because it's probably also a map that they maybe don't feel too familiar with, so it's nice to just keep it simple.
It's not always the best play. Like, I'm not going to say, oh, round 6, round 8, that's like a perfect call on Ancient or anything like that.
Yeah.
You know, but even the best in-game leaders in the world, when they realize our default is not working, we need to just simplify the whole map for ourselves. Don't go through all the processes of map control. And for Mercury to recognize that himself, just, you know, they're going to go down in a way where they're going to use their whole playbook and not just run their heads into the same one over and over.
So a little bit less individualistic than what we saw on map 1 for your taste, Bree?
Yeah, I think that's like the main part coming into Ancient. In the beginning, they kind of kept the same style they want to try on Nuke, but then they transition into playing more execute style. And I think it's also what the players bring on this given day. You know, if the players are not like communicating well enough or not making the right decisions, that's also a sign as an in-game leader has to be picking up and realize that we need to do something different. And yeah, it took a while for TYLOO to get into that kind of thought, but eventually they got there. And then when they transitioned to CT side, it was way more about them playing together as a team. They were waiting for it. It was more calculated. It wasn't as individual, where they just wanted to go out and play like this hero kind of style that we saw on Nuke. It was a lot more based on playing off each other, but also waiting for each other and playing the situation correct.
G came alive in that second half as well, right? This is the G we want to see in the server.
First half, only a single kill. Ooh. Second half, major impact. That's exactly what you want from a guy that has put himself on the map, more so even for his personality than his play at times. But it's nice to see the play backs up the personality. So for G in this one, so many clutch moments towards the tail end of this one. Closes the second to last round out by himself. And for him, I feel like if TYLOO and G just went home from Chengdu and from this event empty-handed, no victories under their belt, they're going to be taking a long, hard look in the mirror at themselves, because to have back-to-back events around China it's so much of a blessing. And so I'm glad to see that he doesn't just go out with a whimper, which felt like it was the case going into what could have been the final half of play today.
And it's also like, no one's going to be thinking of G as how poorly he started the series. Everyone's going to be thinking how he ended the series. You know, he actually stepped up at the right specific moment when they needed him the most. Sure, it was a really bad start to him, but he was there when he was needed the most. And that was actually mattered in the end.
Who would you say, as an individual, is the MVP of this particular map? Any takers?
I mean, it has to be MongolZ, yeah, I guess, like on the TYLOO side. You know, he had a lot of heavy lifting on that side. On the paiN side, we had both DGT and David Deus doing it, but it was obviously MongolZ who stepped up the most. Yamyong had some moments as well where we always praise this guy, but MongolZ was probably the one that would stand out. I think he's probably the third in line in this TYLOO lineup that we are expecting to have some good maps. I think both Mercury and Attacker can be a little bit underwhelming from time to time, so it's good to see that they have this, I wouldn't say a third star, but at least this third player coming into play and actually showcasing that he can also step up to the occasions.
Yeah, we didn't show every single T-side round victory for TYLOO, but MongolZ, I think paired with Jamyoung at times, I mean, the way that they were kind of fighting towards cave and mid, it did give another element. I was mostly focused on the executes, which was just a team effort, but MongolZ as an individual definitely stood out and helped them get some of those other T-side rounds, which were clearly a commodity over the line.
Shoe on the other foot then, for paiN, obviously we talked already about T-sides being a struggle for both sides of the equation. What was lacking from that second half for your money if you're paiN gaming?
I feel like paiN, they got into situations that they could actually be playing, right? It wasn't that they didn't get into positions where they could close out the rounds, but it's more like closing out. It felt like whenever they entered the bomb sites, it was a little bit too slow. They couldn't really get the right trades. There was always one TYLOO player that was staying alive, somewhere behind the smokes that could make like a play, and then they just ended up not getting the bomb down in time, and they would eventually lose all the clutches. I don't think it was because paiN necessarily made bad decisions, but it was more about closing out the rounds, closing out the right type of rounds, and also having the player stepping up to the clutch occasions when it was needed most of them. And that was probably what was lacking the most for me when I looked at paiN.
I mean, yeah, I feel like there were a lot of aspects of paiN in that second half that you could poke holes into. I mean, the taking space, even if it was successful, sometimes they didn't really, they were still getting just attacked by TYLOO. Like TYLOO was setting up active plays to retake map control. Oftentimes it just worked fantastically. I mean, even a round where there was an opening pick for the paiN side, but then they still kind of get locked out of the round and just kind of run right into the meat grinder towards B ramp. Like there's a lot of points where you could be, you would want a little bit more from just like the way that they're trying to close those rounds out. So maybe they could have taken a page from TYLOO's book and just gone, let's just do execs. But even those, actually, they tried and they didn't work either. So there's a wealth of problems.
Well, that does leave us at the third and final decider. That is going to be Overpass. But before we touch upon that, should we take a little bit of an intermission to check in with Novashots.io? Because yesterday, refresh my memory, Dupree. Who did we predict rather with all our credits?
Yeah, you know, we decided to do a little bit of risk and go all in on Spirit, and I believe that paid off with their victory today against the Mongols. You know, a matchup that could have gone. So it did really pay off. So now hopefully we can get into a position where we can maybe put our risk a bit on another team. So Mari, who do you think, as of right now, with all the results we've had, but also the games to come, that would be nice to put some stakes on?
Yo, we should do it for this game. We should do it for this game.
Oh, the one we're doing?
Last one.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, this is some big stakes.
I mean, I feel like then, oh man, I feel like paiN has looked better for me on many aspects of this, but I can't go against TYLOO in Hong Kong. Okay, I can't. I want to go for them. So I don't know if you're on.
I'll buy into it. It's Overpass for once, you know. And as long as they can just do better than they did against Vitality yesterday, then we're in for a treat, I hope.
We're saying all in.
Yeah, let's just go all in.
Credits for
Let's do it.
Okay, all in on the TYLOO train. Okay.
Holy damn, we got a lot. 1,217.
We're balling. We're balling.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's see if it pays off as we do go into that third. You follow in your heart here, Maui, but your head. What does your head say about Overpass?
Well, I do like that it lands on this map for TYLOO, given the fact that I kind of thought that they might go for this as a pick. Obviously, they tried it against Vitality yesterday. T-side couldn't get rolling, but I will say that Vitality, bit of a big difference there in terms of how stalwart their defenses can look, the way that they can actually just pick you apart like every single stage of the round if it's not completely ironed out. But I like that actually TYLOO take a couple risks. They don't always flash every single angle, and now that they're warmed up from Ancient, I feel like some of those steps that may feel like they're skipping actually might play into their benefit, because if it's just a rifle from paiN that's holding an angle, then the TYLOO guys definitely look sharp enough that they can get some clean entries here.
The warm-up has to pay off for TYLOO this time around, but I also got to pay attention to the fact that they actually picked it against Vitality. You know, that also got to show a little bit of confidence. It's a map that they're willing to play, and now the fact that they get this as a decider map must be feeling pretty good for them. I mean, there's still a lot of things they need to be doing better in the likes of getting more rounds, but sure, it's probably a place where they feel like this is pretty good to go.
Well, either way, this map will decide who survives here and makes it through to playoffs at the Blast Rivals Hong Kong. We're heading to Overpass, but not before we head things to a quick break.
That's pretty open to debate. I think back on the days, my answer would be easily Glaive.
Glaive, I would say, in terms of legend AOE, game leader.
You always have the Kerrigan as someone who was capable of bringing so many different teams to the top.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Kerrigan. Not just because I've played with him for so long.
Fallen, I would say. He is GOAT in a lot of aspects, you know. He did a lot for CS overall in the world, especially for Brazil. My heart is between Kerrigan and Apex, so I will go for Apex because I know him more than Kerrigan.
If I had to choose one, I think I would still pick Kerrigan.
I think his longevity speaks for itself. I never look at Kerrigan's stats because it's just about the calls that he makes and how he makes us play as players.
This conversation is one of the good ones. No one is completely right. It depends on how you look at it.
丢吗？
我丢了。
丢。
闪光。闪光。
瑞。
死了。黑屋那个黑屋没死。黑屋没死。
黑屋死。
下包了，还是守一。
我看下来。
我丢烟了，可以。
你们的箱子有个烟检应该。
哦，对，没检。
我看出来。
我检验。
哎，2刀啊！咱拆包，我这有烟，拆了好像。
没拆。去禁烟了，烟里。哎，
是哪来的？我操！2刀的。啊？怎么在2刀？你看底线吗？我看着底线啊，过去了，这么快。
There was a bunch of lies in those comps.
Yeah, but you know, round win's a round win, a map win's a map win, and suddenly TYLOO pushed this series to a third, with G specifically having a 0.36 rating in the first half, 1 kill to his name, to a 1.99 in the second, dude. The CT op turnaround is a massive driving force for this TYLOO continuation in Hong Kong. Mohan, it is now do or die for both teams, and we're taking this party to Overpass.
It's G's hero arc. That's what we're all living through right now. You can't see it because we're in it, but when it's over, it's going to be incredible. He tried very hard versus Vitality. He overcame here on Ancient versus paiN, and now we go to a third map, and this will be the final try. The fan favorites, when we get into the arena, have a chance to actually take this series.
Also, just having some kind of Asian representation in Hong Kong for the playoffs. MongolZ went home. It's up to TYLOO to pick it up.
Yeah, man, MongolZ actually went home.
MongolZ went home.
Yeah.
Last.
Fast.
And last.
And last.
This is going to be an important knife round. CT side of overpass. Or the T side. Ugh. Tough place to start, man.
That's the worst. T-side overpass is the worst thing in the game right now.
Worst thing to have to play. I enjoy watching teams struggle on it.
Oh yeah, it's not worse than like hackers. But
No.
I mean, it's like the worst side.
Yeah. Yeah, from outside of the server, I like watching it. But my God, I'd not want to be the guy having to decide right here, right now.
It's pirate ship music.
The battle's on, baby. This is it. Elimination.
See who's walking the plank.
It's a recent head-to-head again. 2-0 for paiN back at Chengdu. The fact that the series gets extended even to overpass is a bit of a shock after that 4-round T-side that TYLOO were able to get in map 2. Gentlemen, ready your arms? Charge! No, we're gonna do this? Yeah?
It is an important knife round. Very important, to be honest.
And then a bloodbath.
This one's gonna be close, kind of. Uh-oh, okay. One shot left. Big Uzera, Jam Young, 45 HP.
No way.
Ooh.
No way we actually get a sick knife round.
Yeah, that's critical.
One right-click clutch.
Let's call it winner of the knife wins the map.
I don't think so, Launders, because I've just been reminded of the G ability to turn halves around.
The G Willy?
The G Willy? Golly, G Willikers. Look at him go.
G Woo?
Yes, that's the GOAT. Half by half. That's how you got to play this damn game. You'd think we'd all learn the lesson that it's a tale of two sides, but every once in a while we're lulled into thinking we're allowed to write anybody off. And guess what? They've selected CT side. Shocker.
Shocker, yeah. Big time. Some maps where it's like, oh, I'm scared to start CT side if we're like, you know, not warm, but it's map 3.
Yeah.
And it's just so easy to get comfortable. So, well, you know, you got to play it this T side eventually. Might as well get it out of the way. Is Attacker wearing those smart glasses?
No. I feel like those would be banned.
He's just asking AI what to do next.
He's got all his, screw a notepad in front of you.
He's just got Zuck in the corner of his eyes.
Brisket.
Go beat. Sweet baby.
All right. It's elimination, Launders. Button your shirt up, buddy. Stomping around inside of the bathrooms.
It's a classic strat.
The old around the world.
The flap-a-diddle.
Then here comes the commit. With the execute over top, Beretta's pressed into it. Flashbangs blinding everybody. But it's paiN to come out with what was momentarily a 5 versus 3. Everybody's still trying to flood into the site to keep that pressure. And within that pressure, paiN thrive. CT pistol, valuable place to kick off an overpass decider.
Nice shots, MQZ. Wow, a pistol, a knife round win into this. Life's good if you're paiN.
Clinical shots from MongolZ. Yeah, keep stoking the flames, baby. It's a big map. Stage game on the other side. For TYLOO, it's all about local representation. For paiN, it's all about tapping back into the experience they felt in Austin. Easy first pickup. Poor attacker, man. It's been a rough couple days.
It has been a rough event, but maybe it's not over. Oh, this is just such a money-making round out of BigZera. Okay.
Cash made easy, and let Davideus get his.
Nope.
Chase him down, no. NQZ, all right, fine with your little M4, huh?
Save him $300.
Gonna let somebody else buy you an op, aren't you?
Yeah, did get a few kills, pistol kills as well. He might be the richest one out.
So.
They're not even gonna go for it, actually. They don't feel they need to. Kind of interesting, because there was clearly enough money. There was enough money on someone to drop it. Oh man, that nade was extraordinary.
Already walking out through Monster. Timing here can catch the defense off.
Oh, they don't get the kill right away.
Good angle from DGT, helps out Snow perfectly, just gives him that bit more of a bolstered confidence. Now we get the Monster flank. G's gonna get pressed up against the wall and dealt with. Jam Young a little late to this party. 1v5 already. Damn, paiN. That's the perfect way to pick up the first gun round.
Man, yeah, they actually just needed to keep scaling really quickly, but they were too worried. They were trying to get into these choke points, standing in front of the headshot, in front of barrels, and they didn't have any. It's like they really relied on that first peek to get a kill, or it was going to be wood wall or something like that, and then they could sort of reestablish, throw a smoke down on short after they get in, because they're trying to go for this low telegraph execute, but they don't get the first kill, and then Snow just stands there, pulls a nade out on the pillar. He realizes he has some space to work with, and it just gets so much worse. No kills here after all of that for TYLOO.
This is statistically the second lowest played map for paiN. We don't get a lot of game tape on it. We saw them try to swing it versus FURIA yesterday, but I mean, that's like going up against #1. So best of luck. Always felt like the odds were skewed against them in that regard, which if you think about it, it's probably perfect practice to then take a chunk out of TYLOO 24 hours later.
Yeah, the best practice you could ask for.
Certainly the toughest. You know, I thought BigZera had some moments playing inside a connector yesterday. It was an easy kickoff versus attacker a round ago. You know, you see that MP9 just farming for the time being, but we'll keep our eyes glued to him as this game goes on. For now, it's just a really nice timed push for DGT to get into the sandbags on short. Helped out Snow perfectly. You can see Snow kind of struggling with both sides of the column.
He was in a tight spot, but I mean, they didn't push him. They didn't push him.
And then the moment DGT got one, it frees up Snow to kind of confidently take his next duel. And that wiped away TYLOO's first set of guns. Not all of them, though. Jam Young, AK, with pistols behind him. BigZera posts up. That spam comes over. Yeah, nice execute on attacker. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that head-to-head, because right now it's BigZera every single time.
Mercury might catch a timing here. NQZ is the only one in bathroom, so he is worried about catching a shadow out short, and doesn't have any information right now, but he's got his eyes in the right spot. Okay. That works out just fine. No need to look for anything more either. This is where Overpass can feel like such a lonely place.
Easy contact for Snow. Elicits the util. And at 25 seconds with fire in front of them, it is dire. Even more so now that Jam Young hits the ground. Nothing for TYLOO in the fourth round of play. That one AK-47 never given a chance. BigZera back into connector for the opening kill. Freed him up to rotate out into B. Just a very fluid looking paiN out of the gate here. Making moves quicker than TYLOO can keep up.
Maybe it's a game that is radically different if they started on T side first, and you know, they just look awful. But if they have an unbelievable CT side after beating, you know, not winning the last map, but, you know, making TYLOO really uncomfortable for a game and a half.
Again, though, confidence for paiN out of the CT side's been great. We get NQZ taking a swing at Playground. Oof, kind of between two fights, but still picks up the headshot to Jam Young. Damage on G done already.
Nade.
Almost finished by the frag. He will get himself his second serving.
And 50 more damage, too.
And it feels like paiN will be happy about just walking away with this one.
It was all bonus damage. They didn't even have to, they didn't feel any need to come and help him, actually. That's how Overpass works sometimes, because that A part of the map is so big. You push up that far forward, it is just such an early call that the CTs can organize in any which way and be fine. You know, you've got lots of time before the Ts can do anything to you. And they come away with this with not really any information, no map control. The only thing that's good for them is it's not a B stack, but there's 2 players here. And now everything's pushed in favor of paiN. The walls are closing in. TYLOO will have to move, and it'll have to be forward, even though that's damn clear to paiN right now. Let's see if they can get these kills.
It's a great flash, at least. Oh, Snow, beautiful headshot recovery. Trying to clear out Davideus, was Snow's victim, so good coverage between the paiN pieces. And now this flank from Biguzera is going to find the perfect timing, even denying the plant by what felt like a millisecond. So 2 survive for paiN, and again, those flashes had both of the B defenders blind. The fact that Snow has a chance to snap over for that first kill is fantastic for him and dire for TYLOO.
They're definitely just purely struggling for trades. I mean, there's spots where they should at least, they could get the first kill, deny a trade at all. That's not happening. paiN are getting all those first kills. Sometimes they're getting too many multis. And again, they walked away from the A site with no information, no man advantage, no map control, and went into what was obviously going to be a B exec. That wasn't even an early flank. It was just a flank that they knew they'd get away with. Like, this is too much. You know, it's not, NQZ plays well here, but like, there's 3 people approaching. Like, 2 kills max, not 2.5.
Definitely felt like there was no real protocol to deal with something like that.
Yeah.
You just kind of came at it. Eventually somebody's going to win the fight, and that is true, but after 250 damage done, NQZ goes down.
58% win rate in 3 map deciders this year.
Wow.
paiN.
A statistic that goes paiN's way.
That's the thing. Like, okay, they won a 2-0 versus TYLOO last time, but they were never going to do that twice, Connor.
Never tell them the odds. Here comes that pop. Sudden again with the flashes. It's enough to make it uncomfortable, but Snow keeps his head down just long enough. It is a slaughter of TYLOO on the approach.
I swear, this is killing me. Their flashes are so good, and yet they are never finding the entry.
No. Right there to jump on it.
They've consistently caught the first offender blind every single time an exec has come through, and they never get that kill.
And this time there's that 3rd piece in support, right? We see DGT come out with the kill on attacker. Snow, actually, who has been first contact often, waits an extra second before climbing over the barrel, gets MongolZ down. And so just kind of changing it up a little bit. paiN.
Yeah, their spacing and their scaling does need some, maybe it's, and I think it's good some days and bad some days. First vitality was definitely sharper.
Just feels like there's really good footwork from paiN in this boxing match at the moment. Spot from over the smoke. Will find an opening kill, but at what cost? It's G and Mercury low as that AK exchanges hands. And I feel like with the confidence that's been growing, NQZ will continue to push this angle slowly but surely.
Yeah, they just left Snow on B, and now there's just no long control.
And not one person wants to stick around to watch that flank.
I guess they like look at their guns, right? They're like, we don't even have a full buy here. Yeah, let's take that.
Mercury's flash finds the player on site at least. Davideus throws himself in, and there's Jam Young with the AK. But DGT will peel back, not fast enough. Stuck around for a nade and offers up Jamyoung a double. NQZ maintains long control, but man advantage for TYLOO. Oof, dude, playing dangerous games, but that's fine. Jamyoung comes up with a third and a boost over top of the smoke to hold for the kinds of aggressions that paiN have been taking on their terms. Can't forget about that. First victim is a choice to fight around the sides of Fountain. And that fight gives a gun over as they follow forward.
Don't give him an extra kill. This is more expensive for you, TYLOO.
7 rounds into this T side, they find their first, and it wasn't even with a full buy. Just enough to pull that one off.
Fortunately, how it goes sometimes. And oh, they lose another player.
Really?
Oh, that's unfortunate. I think he could have saved in
B for sure.
Yeah. Didn't get out of there early enough. And that can be a sign that your spacing and your trading aren't good. If you're winning on the ecos, where you're the most carefree and you will just hold W, everybody getting onto his site, swarming a lot better, you're just trying to keep the same energy for your full buys. It's just harder to do because you don't have guns that you can run and shoot with.
And more to lose.
Yeah, and more to lose. It's definitely a mental thing, but...
Oh, BigUzera has been kind of flirting around with...
Oh, nice job with the boost. That's so good.
Beautiful stuff from NQZ, and right back to reality. paiN, they will still catch BigUzera, which is what I thought, you know, TYLOO were hoping to get. Just posting G inside of connector, waiting for BigUzera to make that move. It's wild to me BigUzera still goes for it in a 5v3. Not the opening gambit, but just really trying to send them packing.
He knew G was there?
No, I suppose that's the reason.
And this actually works out pretty well. Jamyoung tucked himself nicely into the spot early. The double push out of Con.
Yeah, but still kind of throwing caution to the wind. You know, you got to be careful if you're paiN here. You could be giving over another round to TYLOO. This was a 5 versus 3 where you could have sat on sites.
Snow's in a really good spot. The thing is, and they're going the long way around to B. Actually, got to love this from TYLOO. paiN, they play together really often. But even if they don't come, you know, down Con, Snow can get to B very quickly. So you can't really take that away from him. Looks like now he's pushing up. They seem to be confused as if there's some huge gap towards A, but there obviously wasn't. And now they're actually burning a lot of time.
TYLOO start to run it.
Yeah, TYLOO have to start going, actually.
Have to just come in quickly. They've got a few pieces of utility to give them a little more to work with. Snow jumping out from connector now.
He's got a nade. He's got a nade. There's time. You need to plant.
Oh my god. Just getting it down. A second to spare, and great damage from Snow. Not only off of the nade, but then the wall bang to boot. Jamyoung never gets a chance to help out. Missed incendiary from heaven, but Mercury's gotten off site.
Let's see if this works. I mean, he has to take a risk for something. He needs a headshot, an off angle to work with.
And NQZ starts to stomp as he slides down. Tech9's going to finish this one off. And so what started as a comfortable 5 versus 3 gets whittled down to a 2v2, and yet paiN still succeeds, 7-1.
And Snow did such a fantastic job of coaxing him into that shot, into that spray.
It was a great opener. Awesome wall bang. That's where things started to slide back.
Man, that was so good.
Buys keep on coming for TYLOO, but these T-round attempts soon to dry up. An attacker back to being his own player down in connector. That was the first time we saw G go to support him. It does still catch BigUzera off, even in a 5v3. But don't they have the luxury of an op this round? Trying to pull out different tricks to catch any kind of forward-facing paiN play. They're slightly more passive this time around, though. It's 1 round after seeing 2 TYLOO players in connector, and BigUzera wants nothing to do with it here in round 9.
They're making enough noise. They're not going the wide way around as well. And this lower bathroom setup should be good. And because he misses, he dies. He's very deep in this spot.
Zera freed up, but that's going to draw them in. And QZ goes to a more passive angle. Big run! He goes soaring forward. And TYLOO cranking the tempo to follow through onto the ace side.
Get out! Save yourself.
They'll try to boost Avadeus over, and what do you know? It clips attacker off guard.
He's 2 health.
Jamyoung's barely standing at this point. TYLOO are trying so hard to make these rounds stick, and they may have just done enough. Snow emerging from bank.
Is he gonna read? They're both this close.
Yeah, Jamyoung stuck into the corner. Snow's more worried about Long instead, and it feels like Jamyoung's got it. Yes, sir! A second one for TYLOO as they get up into that A site by just running down Big Uzera and NQZ's bathroom setup.
It was like the day after tomorrow. Like he could just feel the tidal wave coming.
It's really the front flip that did it for me.
Yeah.
Man, paiN, honestly, they had the perfect setup for what was coming, but they changed it up 5 seconds too soon.
They didn't seem... It's kind of weird because I'm pretty sure he could hear them at Long.
100%. The flash at Long, yeah, 100%. So good on TYLOO, working hard to get these rounds on the board.
Yeah, and
that's 2.
They really don't need that many.
Man, we've played so many boosts. God, I love this map. With all the opening moves you can go for. I mean, we see TYLOO trying to go for a boost outside monster to catch the one that NQZ has already used, but it's a different boost from paiN, simultaneous in the site. NQZ now, this time, a presence in connector, is given a chance to exit. No pressure really in from party fast enough to stop him, and then another boost from inside of the B site, a different variation to keep this pressure on. 5v3 yet again for paiN. Didn't stop TYLOO from fighting back in a round similar in the past. Poor Mozia eats that flashbang. Lucky no one jumps him. He's locking horns with Snow as he takes fire damage. Yeesh, not ideal here for TYLOO.
He's feeling lucky probably he even got out of there. Not that there's any leads to figure this out. Another errant smoke comes out and G dies blind. Beautiful flash, great tactic to set up NQZ. Why take a fair fight if you don't have to?
Ooh. Knows he's close, knows there's another, but it'd be, yeah, DGT if anything that goes unaccounted for. Still a chance here for a huge multi-kill on Mercury. Yes, sir! Takes half damage on the third engagement.
He's got to run for it. He's got to run for the plant.
Oh, 4 kills, no plant.
No, he can't go that way.
Yep, not gonna happen. Saves the op instead. Huge individual showcase of skill here for Mercury, getting the first 2 kills without taking damage.
Was there a way to get the kill and go plant?
I don't think so.
No.
It's like 8 seconds.
8 seconds?
Yeah.
I think 8 seconds? You can figure it out, maybe.
Some clean shooting.
Yeah, get the bomb, and I think he could have gone plant, to be honest.
Oh, but he still spent time killing the connector guy. I'll try again in round 11 instead. Give G that op and see what they can crack open. And all of this could actually still be enough.
It could be enough.
It could be enough. It's so easy to get lulled into this idea that paiN CT side has been enough to win this game. But
it wasn't on Ancient.
Exactly. And we're talking overpass. A whole different beast.
AKA, it's never overpass.
I haven't seen that type of run boost before. Some advanced tactic, I guess.
Yeah, that's the molasses boost.
Oops. Luckily not punished. Nobody there for paiN to hold that back. Nobody's actually pushed this ladder for paiN. They'll do it 11 rounds into the game. And we'll see what Snow finds, because we've got a player coming back from Playground. Mercury stomping his way over. That op finds its mark. And that's weird because the op gets a kill on A, but they are still pretty damn convinced with the way that player was looking to run over to the B site.
Oh, he got both?
Yeah,
How
there was more to be had.
The world did he do that?
But here comes BigUzera.
Wait, he can't plant here. If he plants here, they could just lose.
Yeah. Oh, and he's not going to get away with the kill. Now, G got that kill with the op up on A about 20 seconds ago. It makes sense to lose track of him, but he stomps his way over, and now BigUzera, tucked into that corner, is just going to start the defuse. He can survive this Molotov, so he'll stick it all the way. Nicely done. BigUzera comes through with it, and paiN take a 9th.
Oh, that's a graffiti, I guess.
The bar's real low.
Just, it's been so long. Oh my God, he got both kills. Oh yeah, give him the Olaf cinematic right here. Wow.
We spoke about Pansy earlier, now we're getting the Olaf defuse. You know, there's something in the air.
Yep.
Something in the air. And it looks like we're going to end on a confident note for paiN, again trying to press their luck towards Fountain/Playground. Oof. Always trying to play. Oh, damn it.
Nice.
That is devilish.
A headshot? That's not an easy trade. Great flat. Oh, nice rifle control. But good trades back.
Still a chance with man advantage here for TYLOO.
Over this round. Whoever wins this round could win the game.
That's the thing, man. You play a little too excited if you're paiN. Big final round of the half. Let's sign up for some fights, and things were going well. But you've left yourself some work to do.
Oh. Come in from the other side. No plant just yet.
Smoke's gonna fade. Snow is ahead of this, so he's still smoked off. Dumpster player can deal with it. Snow ends up picking up a second. Health advantage attacker. Kit for Snow, looking for his third, but the gun's down to 3 bullets. Now he's gonna have to just finish this with the USP.
Oh, you should just swing him, attacker.
Oh, you've got the time here if you're Snow. You've got attacker stuck in. Swing him. Get it over with. Snow's gonna jump on top of that. 3 kills in the retake in a 2v3 disadvantage situation. It is double digits paiN and a T side ahead of them, or TYLOO go home in Hong Kong.
From my sense, a rivalry is something that tests you to your limit and shows you your limits. It's something where there's a lot of emotion because of how hard it can be to overcome the rival. There's a beauty and poetry in it because the rival is holding up the mirror to your weaknesses and they're exposing them, and that's frustrating to deal with, but then you're forced to be honest with yourself and to try to work through it and to become better. And that is what both you and your rival want. And I think that's one of the most special things about competition. I think one of the things about the Fnatic Envy rivalry that was interesting is that French and Swedish Counter-Strike, I think, was really important to CS. With Envy, you had this kind of combination of like crazy firepower and personalities, that French energy. And then you also have on the other end of it, the stoic, calm, also villains of the time in the Fnatic roster, where they didn't show us the super deep level of strategy and tactics, but they showed a mastery of how to mid-round. As well, the AWP was obviously got nerfed thanks to JW and Kenny S, and so you also had in that rivalry the best AWPers, and the 2 AWPers that understood how to play aggressively with the AWP like nobody else. But I'm thinking back to the early days of CSGO with that kind of French-Swedish rivalry. I'm thinking about that stylistic difference and how both of those teams were showing the best of CSGO in different ways. I think Liquid was very important to shaping narratives in North America because Liquid was really the first serious team in North America that showed a culture-defining change. Liquid had moments of much greater success than others. Later on, you got this addition of the Twist lineup, where eventually they did beat Astralis. This, I think, elevated all of North America along with it. It was necessary for them to do that because Astralis were showing mastery of the game in so many different levels that to compete against them was so infinitely difficult for basically anyone and everyone. And so everyone was studying Astralis, and Astralis were essentially making a student of the entire scene. And I think Liquid was one of the responses to the cultural impacts of Astralis.
Maximizing all potential in that first half of Overpass. They win the knife round, they take CT side, and they dominate with it. 10 rounds to their favor. And unfortunately, Mo, Attacker was on a receiving end of a very tough half. He was in 6 of the 12 opening deaths at map alone.
That's tough. He's just not had a good event, unfortunately. Like so many opportunities for impact, and even that last clutch was very disappointing.
What the hell?
NQZ had the second worst rating of anyone on an Overpass T side this season. So it's not just Ancient, apparently, Connor. You are bad at Overpass too.
It's just T sides. I'm working on it.
It's obviously Scrawny's twin, NQZ.
I think actually I look more like Snowzen nowadays. We established that in Bucharest.
No, who's the third? There's another Brazilian player that you look like. Who was it? There's someone else now. You took the photo. No. You took the photo in front of the TV. I took the photo of you. Sadzin. Oh, is that who you just said?
Yeah.
Oh, I heard Snow.
Maybe I said Snow. You never know with me. But I know that paiN are inside of this
you said
site.
Snow's in. You said Snow's in. Yeah, okay. Throw back.
Watch Snowzera go. Bomb planted a 5v5.
Oh, man,
Come on, TYLOO. You need this. An Attacker trying to make up for the rough first half. Can't manage a second one. He's going to get dropped. Mercury here. It's your chance to shine. And you've got these players off their bomb. Jamyoung tries to find this vertical angle.
Nice.
Perfect spot onto Snow. No kit. They're going to try to get that 10-second defuse, and they still have the time to do it. They needed that.
Oh, it had to be that shot, didn't it? What a kill. Great play from Jamyoung. Excellent patience. And this means that TYLOO are very much alive in this game.
Mercury coming out of this corner, and then Jamyoung. You don't always see these vertical frags.
No. I mean, the T's post-planning back there, the CT up in heaven. It's just not a situation that happens every day.
So the path of least resistance denied. No force buy for paiN here in the second half. TYLOO will indeed have a chance to build a buffer. It's not over till it's over.
I'm sure that 3 rounds feels a little far away now. Probably just hoping for some eco magic so they don't have to think about it.
This is TYLOO that has shown some real tenacity so far in Hong Kong. They got blown out of the water in the opening map versus Vitality. They recovered in the second with a blowout of their own.
Was that Overpass where they let them get too close on those eco rounds on A site?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was them, eh?
Yeah.
Okay. See if they learn from that.
G trying to keep them at bay, but now he's going to get stuck out here. The long player puts a pistol to his back. And MongolZ on the recovery. That could have been worse. Could have been better. Could have been worse.
Also, sometimes they have good spots, but they get jumbled.
Yes.
They don't know how to play together and
Frazzle-dazzled.
Yeah, they just get frazzled, so that's what we'll see if that changes. Another kill comes down.
Can always be the pressure of the situation, too. So right now you're not playing with a ton of pressure because you've got so little to lose.
Really?
Yeah, you know, you're already down by 7. These ones are easy, right? They're easy.
Okay. I mean, it is, if you can think like that, you're doing great.
But they let the bomb go down. And that is it. 2 deaths and a little bit of extra money for paiN to make. Not mad about it, but that's 7-round lead to 6.
See, when I played Overpass, no matter what the score is, if I win the CT pistol, I think it's over.
Just jump into conclusions, huh?
I could see the victory.
How'd that go for you?
Oh, I'm here casting.
Yep. I like the way we just caught that scoreboard coming up. A little foreshadowing. Still a blank slate in this second half, but it starts off with consecutive TYLOO round wins.
It's a first impression for paiN here on this T side. Come out strong with good ideas. Shot comes in quick, but misses the mark.
I feel like paiN have utilized every single boost they have available to them so far.
Yeah.
So many different looks on the CT side.
They both have used a lot of boost, which is, you know, if you're not boosting on this map, you're not trying. So it's good to see.
That's what Olaf said. Molly on Mercury's gonna disassemble the setup, but that's fine by him. Good headshot onto Big Uzera. Ooh, and him and MongolZ able to hang on to this. Now, that's a bit of a buns incendiary.
Kind of makes it feel like he fell back, though, and he didn't. He's just sitting
All
there.
right, all right. Selling him.
Yeah.
We'll see if NQZ bites. Clearing it. And with damage coming back out of Mercury, it is still a chance for paiN to recover this 3v5. They're going to keep that pressure up on Bathroom, slowly walking forward. Timing here to the right side. Pans out for G.
Liking the activity here from the CTs.
We need this Davideus trade, and we need somebody to go grab that bomb. If paiN are really going to pull this off.
It is time to go get it, and every other CT is peeled back. Sliver angles from MongolZ, and they're coming long. It's actually great for him.
Oh my God.
He's giving it up.
It's a bad smoke. NQZ's ahead of it.
He's giving it up.
NQZ walks right through like it's not even a problem, and now
Wait,
Jam
the
Young's
bomb's
going to
coming
be
in
in
late.
between both. Jam Young shooting NQZ in the back of the head with a flash from Attacker as well.
It was his teammate's flash. That was so good. I mean, it doesn't seem like it was totally planned. The guy who got blind was behind him, coming through a smoke. But the aim was just still fantastic there for Jam Young.
Huge opening hold from Mercury and MongolZ, and G finding that perfect timing to the player half wall.
How did that work out so well?
It's crazy that NQZ
was like in,
slips the net the same way they do.
OK Go music video.
I don't know what the hell that is.
It's great choreography.
Okay.
Go.
Well, we're dancing all right. TYLOO two-step their way in between the last remaining players of paiN and make sure that one doesn't get any scarier than it was. We got a game on our hands. The one thing I don't want to see TYLOO lose to is a bye like this, though. And it just feels in my gut that it's gonna be something like this. Flashbangs over to the B site, pressure is on, continuing to find them, and Attacker gets his double. There's MongolZ with one of his own. Standing up to the test, the tempo, and the challenge. Flashes were good out of paiN, but not good enough.
They were good. They just didn't clear right at the same time, so got their first kill, but Attacker back with 2. That's huge. Still time to make up for everything for Attacker. There's definitely been some moments that have been costly, but this half, that's all that's important now in this tournament. Their eyes are set forward on playoffs. They're trying to make sure that they can do to paiN what they did to them last map as well. Again, sort of exposed their T-side struggles.
That incendiary into playground. And getting wind of what's been going on, these constant boost plays out of paiN. They're trying to predict it. Look at this 4-player forward A setup.
So confident it wasn't coming back to B again, and it is the right pieces in the right position, but Davideus' caution up through connector pays off.
Three more CTs, a 4A setup so close by, and a little tag, another tag.
Lucky to be alive.
Whoa,
Damage
tag
goes
on
back.
him.
Jam Young finishes DGT off, and that is going to flush them down into the B site where Jam Young could still continue to thrive.
3 wall bangs. Who's getting headshotted though?
Eating the flash opens the door for the bomb to cross over. Fake once to elicit a reaction, but Jam Young doesn't bite just yet.
This play coming in slowly. Attacker again. Will he get lucky? They're gonna maybe pass by. Oh, Mercury takes down Davideus.
16 health for NQZ, certainly not ideal. Pressure's on the retake already. And that flank's coming in behind him. They don't even prioritize Monster. There's no escape here for NQZ. There's no escape for paiN at the moment. This is TYLOO racking up the rounds.
Insane set of situations in that round. 3 wall bangs. 3 wall bangs without a kill. Just so much damage dealt. All in favor of the CT side. And G staying alive for this long after getting his kill was awesome. But frustrating if you're paiN. Suddenly, paiN don't even really have a lead anymore. You've got so much money made. You have a CT side. A 3-round gap is not really an advantage on this map. So, again, despite having the start of your dreams, not winning that second pistol has made this feel miles away. paiN, they only need 3 rounds. But what does it feel like when they haven't gotten started yet?
Oh, Mercury kind of baited out into the wider fight. Connector players flood forward. G's gonna find his. No wall bang this time around. Ooh, but Davideus gets the headshot, and it's a fast scramble out of TYLOO to add another defender on this site. Through the flashes, Mozia emerges, and Jam Young's instant headshot is huge, but a peek around from the dice box is costly. And there's time for paiN to disengage here. Back into the connector, they'll play this minute on their terms.
They're taking it to the other side, but look at the HP bars.
Attacker is pushed in. They just completely write off this threat.
Man,
they're thinking this is going to be a vacant bomb site, as if everybody from TYLOO had rotated back into A, and paiN have just given a gift back over to TYLOO.
Yeah, but why would they do that?
Push in. This timing is crazy. Attacker's lost track of DGT, but he'll win the duel with a headshot. And Biguzera's 4 health versus 2 does not seem ideal.
He wanted to just close up, play safe, and now Biguzera, he could be afforded a plant, but we're talking about a guy who has 4 health to work with. And it's dire circumstances. He wants to find a way to win this round. The money's not going to feel good enough, but is there any chance?
Nade over top, dodges that at least, doesn't get the insta headshot he'd be looking for, and so TYLOO's winning ways continue.
An Attacker, another good moment for him here on this CT side.
6 rounds consecutive, TYLOO. That fight from bathrooms, costly for paiN, running into the op.
Yeah, that's sloppy. They definitely, I mean, running into the op and running into B were both moments that were like, these are incredibly obvious places for players to be on the CT side. And, I mean, sell yourself short a little bit. You didn't even really fake. All you did was run downstairs. So it's not as if you knew that the other side was going to be open. It's not as if you knew where both players were on A. That's a bit of desperation. It's a bit of rushing it. It's a bit of, let's hope they make a mistake. Not we have a great plan. And the only other kill they get on A is when they step into a molly, right? And this is where you get kind of frustrated with paiN a bit. You know, a team that can sometimes beat anyone who rises to the occasion, and then sometimes just so disappointing in what looks like, you know, a tier 2 approach to a half, when in all other circumstances, they're matching up mid-rounds and late rounds to top teams and doing such impressive stuff from a clutch perspective. Two rounds to tie. now they're trying to tighten up a ton and play super structured as they come towards A. This long play, shutdown, nice one for Big Uzera.
Letting TYLOO kind of trip over their own feet. Press into bathrooms? No, he just decides to play outside still.
It's got G behind him, actually. It's not good, not bad, I mean.
Snow doesn't buy it, though, still clears accordingly, and then DGT strikes.
All right, that works out really well. Off the pause, they play a lot more tight. It comes down to 3 individual kills, but again, TYLOO on this map, playing the A site, this is where they've actually struggled the most.
7 rounds of a T side before paiN put one on the board.
They needed to get that outside of bathrooms. You know, they need to get Banana smoked to play in front of the divider with the rifle op combo, have the molly down front bathrooms, take care of long when Big Uzera is coming up. But instead, they just tried to play open lines on all 3 choke points and just fight. And I'm not sure if they were out of utility, if they used it too quickly. But that was pretty late into the rounds with not that much pressure from paiN. And I think they definitely have found a sore spot. We saw TYLOO lose to Ecos from these positions before. Now that push looks like it's confident, but it's actually, I think, one that comes out of a bit of fear because they have 3 players on A. No one's actually pushed B, so they don't know if it's going to be a full B attack. That's overstaffing one half of the map if you don't know if it's going to be a full B attack. I think they felt they needed to push A because then they could clear stuff out and have people rotate out. But ideally, they just wait.
All right.
0 ADR and an 05 star for Jamya.
Rounds in, huh?
Now 16-5.
Here they go, TYLOO off the bomb site. These opening gambits have bode well for them. Battle the Operas on long.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's right there.
That's crazy. Got an elbow and a knee about to pop out.
Right there.
Oh, and then QZ falls back a bit.
All while Attacker also takes an aggressive angle, his through monster to find the kill onto Snow.
We're not, you know, that would have been NQZ's, right? That he would have seen him first, it feels like. He was pretty far back there in Playground. I don't know. That was close.
You know, sitting on side of the bomb sites, that's what cost TYLOO the round prior. The moment they come back into this one,
he's back.
He gets Big Uzera down.
What a big kill.
NQZ activates again, dude. This is not the first time NQZ just writes off the possibility of other players nearby, and Mercury will absolutely feast on that.
Yeah, they're kind of like shocked that there's 2 players on A.
NQZ running down into the B bomb site. Caution to the wind. NQZ running through party this round, kind of caution to the wind.
Yeah.
It's those kinds of moments that are just, you're throwing away your chance to come back into those X-Factor rounds that sometimes paiN pull off.
You know, if you feel like you don't have enough time in the end of the round, play a little faster in the beginning of the round, and then you can. But instead, you have the 1-minute push here from G. You're dying back in Playground because you haven't really done much. I think they feel out of pace all over the place. Well, here's the other benefit of having a good first half. Even if you're not great on the T side, you actually just need a couple of good entries in a round, and you could close this out. They're on 11 rounds. It feels like they're still miles away from being able to close this.
Yeah.
But they actually only need one more to get overtime, and it's kind of a brand new game. 1 round with 2 entries. 1 small mistake here from TYLOO in a game where they could not get a T side together themselves. And suddenly, paiN have done enough. It's scary for both of them.
We alluded to the difficulties of T-side on NQZ's stats. I'm very curious to how he has actually fallen off half to half on this one. Where does this half so far stack up to his average? Is he still sitting at the top of the scoreboard? but I feel like I've seen a couple of moments where he leaves a lot to be desired on the attack.
Well, it's mostly just CT kills.
Right? I just don't know exactly how many. Little run boost for him, throws the op over on long. There's going to be no contact here. They go 2 players on the opposite side of bathrooms. That is all this A site has to stand on for TYLOO.
MongolZ has got 7 frags, but he's got a flash queued that could make a difference.
Oh, but it's another one of those like very static TYLOO rounds. I find these so much less inspiring than when they make their opening fights.
Oh, that one's spotted.
Mercury lets Davideus step back into hit.
Great second flash.
Gets himself a double, and still that off yet to be revealed. But when G does fire off, it's with no kill on the other side. Long activation coming through. Player in the bomb site's lost his vision. Mozia, can you make up for it? He catches Big Uzera, but the nade's got his name on it. We go 2v2.
This one's everything.
Snow to plant the bomb. It's a fake out of the gate.
They're not biting.
Jam Young sits in that corner, and Attacker buys time, catches the headshot, and QZ with nothing. And as Snow hopes that he can find contact, down to 10 seconds. Hands on the That's the Covenant 12.
That's to get on stage. They didn't know he was there. I want to give Snow so much credit, but this just feels like yesterday for TYLOO, them versus Vitality, that impossible retake. This moment right here, it should have been dead simple. They heard him plant.
Five v3 again.
Oh, man. After this, the tactic they set up, G misses one shot and probably thinks it's still fine. My team are studs, and then this happens. Didn't even get him to have to plant again at 10 seconds or less. Snow's big moment.
Kid loves a highlight.
Yeah, he does.
Racks up another
That's
one.
the thing about paiN, man.
Yep.
They don't feel the pressure.
And like you said, once they hit 12, it's a whole new game. Attacker's gonna be under heat. Frag opens up the smoke. Yo. What do you know? Triple kill made easy by Attacker.
Absolutely beautiful.
Okay, stuffing paiN on the approach. Throwing himself to the perfect moment, taking the wind out of the sails of paiN. They just moments ago felt so good.
And I think he's just been waiting for some B-site action because the couple of times they've come here, he's stuffed them.
Wow, the struggle's not over yet, paiN. Work is set out for them. Burning the half walls, flush Attacker off. You take a swing at this though? I mean,
no point, really.
Money is not there for you.
I think it's just sometimes you need to fight a little bit, otherwise you get chased, you get hunted down too
completely
quickly.
Yeah, boxed in. Hoping you can find something else, but look at that. AK in the backdrop for Big Uzera, a bit of a parting gift for this one. TYLOO will secure that double digit off of the back of an Attacker 3K.
Oh, whoa. In jeopardy, okay. Small chance he could have died after time right here, but now they won't need to approach him. Great round Attacker. That spray was just wonderful. One of those harder than it looks moments too. Nasty.
What a deflating round for paiN. You know, it's one thing to lose another nail biter and have to play out the last two, but that round just doesn't even feel like you ever had a chance. And yet you limp into this one with real limitations. Davideus on a deagle.
Galil for a couple of these pieces of paiN. Yet that saved off from NQZ. That's what's going to try to get going. Lowest rated player on this T side for paiN throughout the year, and he takes a swing at it, falls empty-handed. Luckily for them, DGT kills Mercury at least. That's something to play with. Can Davideus get a gun somehow off of this? No, looks like not. I mean, it would have been down in connector, right? The death is on the doorway. You've got that short control, and he decides to walk away, still using just the Deeg.
That's an interesting choice, to say the least. Like,
right
it's
there.
Literally right there on a silver platter. This could even be calmed right now. And, I mean, this could be the round that matters, really.
Oh, man, we've seen G miss a few shots under pressure.
Davideus' Deagle, what can it do?
Lining it up in the back, another missed shot. That could have been it. No M4 needed. G back in with the pistol, and they are going to just press themselves into the site. Attacker and Jamyoung versus 4. Eating flashes in the process. Big Uzera gets his, and they let him get too close. paiN back on a big stage. Not seen since Austin, and this team is running out of runway to impress us at the end of 2025. But high-octane gameplay, always a guarantee.
paiN survived by the skin of their teeth, and for TYLOO, sadly sent packing. No hometown arena awaiting for them, Maui.
It's just brutal. I mean, the comeback was right there for the taking. A couple key missed shots by G, unfortunately. Fan favorite, but unfortunately not my favorite performance of his. I mean, it's so much that they had to work back to reclaim after such an abysmal T-side, and they almost did it. And they probably right now are going to sleep the worst of anybody that's watching this broadcast. I
was going to add on to that. You know, they did a really good job of selling it in that second half. I thoroughly believed that they were going to make it, you know, to at least double digits, maybe even push it to OT, but kind of the moment that snow clutch came through, and then we come into this last round for the side of paiN, yeah, it's just, I mean, that first half just, they needed a few more. They needed a few more under the belt.
It's brutal, especially because this is the same paiN team that knocked them out of Chengdu. So to lose twice in a row to the same team, I mean, to give TYLOO some credit, even though they're walking away with no victories under their belt here, they switched up the veto. It actually worked for them. They were able to win Ancient. They actually put forward a great CT side there for themselves on overpass, but just not enough runway. And I think that even though they're going to look back at the snow clutch, and they're going to look back at some of the maybe the last round there, they probably needed to do just a little bit more on the offense.
We do have TYLOO joining us. First of all, commiserations. Really gutted to see you guys exiting. Can you just run me through what's going through your head right now? What are the emotions?
我们把最后的机会都搞砸了，然后我发挥的很不是，整个系列赛发挥的都非常不好，我觉得我非常伤心，对我自己。
Okay, so he said we screwed up our last chance here. We didn't play well the whole tournament, and he's just really upset right now. Yeah.
I can imagine the emotions going through you. Can you talk to us about what is going to be happening between now and the major, your final tournament of the year?
I can answer this question. So basically, we're planning to have a short bootcamp before the major, and after Hong Kong, we'll head back, rest for a few days, and just head right to the bootcamp for the major. Yeah.
Are you bootcamping in Europe, I assume?
Yeah, Europe. Yeah.
Okay. I know it's difficult now, but I guess with the exception of the major to still come, season has been pretty rocky. You guys won Fisher, which was fantastic, but it's been hard to maintain that sort of form following that. What do you think is the reason that it hasn't really worked out the same since that event?
就Fisher以后，我们的成绩一直不是很好嘛。然后你觉得最主要原因是什么？就目前这段时间我们的成绩很差的原因是什么？
我感觉训练太少了吧，就多训练吧。我们需要更努力。
He just said we just need more practice and work a lot harder. Yeah.
Well, thank you guys so much for your words as always. Best of luck as we do move forward to that Budapest major. We'll let you get on your way. Yeah, just purely heartbreaking scenes coming out of TYLOO because it's so close, right? We look at both of the matches, the fact that they won a map versus Vitality, the fact that it came so close here as well. Close just doesn't cut it, and you can see exactly how much disappointment that there is in this camp when you miss out on 2 opportunities to play in front of a home crowd.
It's super gutting for TYLOO. Also the fact how they do it. I mean, I think it actually came down to the individual performance because the reads were actually correct, and it's also like when it gets tense, it's exactly when they play against Vitality. Like when they're about to close it out, when they actually have a failable situation, that is where the mistakes are mounting upon them. And we saw that today with the snow clutch. I think it was Yamyong standing on the truck. He would decide to go for that kind of peek instead of peeking on the right side. And then obviously also on the last round where they actually had the right place in the right position on the A bomb side, they just miss, you know. And that's always the tough part. Is like if you lose as a team in terms of the tactics, that's one thing. But when you lose them because your individuals are just not making the right calls or the right shots, that's something where what can we do different?
Yeah, and I feel like talking about the individuals, I mean, mentioning just G's name right now feels just like he captured so many hearts at the Austin Major, and this was an opportunity for him to kind of, at least towards the tail end of the season, find something for him and TYLOO. But man, I'm just going to be completely blunt. I mean, the missed shots there towards the A side, the one actually in bathrooms against Snow that kicked off Snow's ridiculous clutch, and also towards the tail end there, not missing the divider player in Davideus as he swung with the deagle. I mean, it's never really down to just one person. Obviously, there was a poor T side, but those are the moments that you're gonna just never forget.
On the flip side, if we're looking at paiN, of course, they have finally made it back to an arena playoffs, a big arena at that. Does this result give you much faith, though, moving forward? Because the competition only gets tougher from here on out.
I feel like it's not really too much of a hot take to say the road probably ends here for paiN, given that they're going to be up against some world beater elite competition. But it's a good sign for them to get some wins under their belt. They were looking to buy a win earlier in the season. Like, they went on some crazy loss streaks earlier. They had so many group stage exits. So for them to actually at least get in front of a crowd again, that can remind them, because like they said, you know, there was a lot of pressure on them to recreate the performance that they had for themselves at Austin. And yes, this is a different scale of tournament, but they are getting in front of an audience. That's not something they felt for quite some time. And so hopefully that can actually just give them some wind in their sails, even though it's off the back of one victory. They don't care that it's off the back of one victory. They're going to play like it is the major playoffs too. And
it's like, I think it's a much needed experience also because this type of matches is something that they can actually face at the majors. These type of teams is teams that are going to be going up against in a couple of weeks. So to get this one on the bill is good. Sure, getting the arena experience is also important for a team like that haven't gotten that much, because it is a very much different environment. But to paiN to go up against these elite teams now is only going to get more tough, and they obviously have to find something out of the sleeves to actually have a rightful chance.
Well, either way, we can take a look at the group standings as we are coming to the twilight hours of the group stage here at Blast Rivals Hong Kong. Unfortunately, as you may have just seen, a couple of TYLOO heads departing the studio as they do meet their end here in Group B. Let's take a look at the playoffs bracket, though, because we can see how this quarterfinals and subsequent semifinals are going to be shaping up. That's going to be paiN versus paiN UA. Okay,
wait, that changes things.
That's what we didn't expect.
Actually, that changes things. I didn't remember the bracket off the top of my head, but no, that's actually, now thinking about it, they can really build some serious momentum. I like paiN UA. They've been bringing some real heat so far at this event, but that game becomes a coin flip immediately for me.
Oh yeah, it's another coin flip coming into this one, and I think we've seen some good stuff out of paiN UA. I think that was probably one of the biggest question marks coming in, because we haven't seen them that much. It's been a while since they've attended tournaments, but they've shown some great shapes. I think they pushed Falcons today, and paiN now also getting through these tough matchups, now jumping into the effects of a quarterfinal like this, there's a chance of them making semifinals.
Yeah, well, we've got to find out the final 2 teams that are going to be filling up that playoffs bracket. That comes down to such a treat to be rounding out this group stage. It's a rematch, Vitality versus FURIA, after this.
MongolZ is definitely one of the best helpers right now.
He is really good, and he has really good teammates around him.
Yeah, I think actually with the year MongolZ has had, he probably is a top 5 helper.
If he keeps going for what he does with FURIA right now, I think probably he can join. He could be in top 5 helper.
I think it was either FURIA or he was going to go somewhere else. He was not going to stay in Tier 2. He was going to go to a Tier 1 team for sure.
Bringing MongolZ to the team, my first goal was not to intoxicate too much his own play style with my ideas.
He's good individually, better than Fallen was last couple of years, I would say.
The amount of output he can put against the best uppers attests that he is one of the best uppers right now.
He's also like a stylish player, I would say. Like he's trying to make aggressive moves time to time. This play style is really fits the what people like in terms of open.
But the guy is just that good from the get-go, you know. Like, and I knew that from the moment I practiced against him.
Hong Kong. It is another wild win. Vitality showing up in Hong Kong with a statement. That close to playoffs. Vitality locking a chance at revenge versus FURIA.
What was a grand final just 4 days ago at IEM Chengdu. Now we get a rematch here in Hong Kong. Of course, the stakes are different. Both of these teams already made it through to playoffs, but Dupree, I'm sure you can attest to this very fact. The prospect of revenge for Vitality, that's going to be getting their pulses racing, right?
100%, and Vitality is looking to take down FURIA, not only for this event, but they also just want to cement that that was maybe a one-time off, you know, that they cannot just go in and dominate the way it. Obviously, the veto was one of the things that caught us off guard the most. They let Ancient go in a map that both teams are banning out, and Vitality, for some reason, decided to go gamble in that kind of final. It's something that we are still left with some unanswered questions. Obviously, it's about Vitality maybe gambling it out, trying to test out the map pool, maybe coming into the major. It's a map they played a little bit, but obviously Vitality took a gamble, and now we're back to a little bit of a normal.
I feel like Vitality going into it probably thought that it was just going to be the 5th map, that nobody was going to touch it, and that they would supposedly or hopefully win in 3 or 4 and not have to even worry about it. But to FURIA's credit, I mean, it was a gutsy pick to go for it. Really huge win for them, and kicked them off with that extra bit of momentum.
I think it might be a little bit of a disclaimer here. I think it was the other way around. I think Vitality actually chose to pick an Ancient, right? I'm pretty sure in that series. Am I going crazy?
No, I think FURIA.
Oh, okay.
I think FURIA
picked it. Chicken, pretty much.
Yeah. Either way, that was a best of 5, though. So that was a very different dynamic, I guess, when you say talking about some of these picks. Should we run what the veto is now
Let's get
for this best of 3? Do you anticipate the Ancient coming through?
No shot. No shot. There's no shot. No way. Yeah, okay. Vitality banned it immediately. They go with one of their more tried and tested picks of Nuke there. And then we get FURIA actually getting onto Overpass, which has really been their bread and butter. What is it, 11 map win streak for them, or is it 12? Either way, it's double digits. It's clearly they're the best team in the world on.
Yeah.
It looks more normal this way around. You know, this is also obviously the best of 3. I think hopefully Vitality learned some things. Sure, they were testing things out, but looking at the map here, it's more stable. It's more what we're used to. It's comfortable for both teams, but obviously Vitality is having a grudge against FURIA when it comes to these video processes because of Train and Overpass being such good maps for the team.
Well, let's get some thoughts on this video from both sides of the equation ahead of this series. But I do want to ask you about Nuke, because that's the map you chose to ban last time around. How prepared are you to be facing Vitality on this?
We're very prepared. We played it yesterday against paiN. Had been a while since we played it, but we did some adjustments that we feel like is the best option for us to play today against them, between those two and Nuke. I feel like Nuke, we can have a leverage starting city side. So we prepared a lot of things based on our match from yesterday. It was good that we played against paiN because they gave us confidence. Even though we lost, they gave us confidence that we can play it because now we know what we need to work on. And then we did that. We worked on those flaws for today's game, and let's see how it goes.
You do get to play Nuke this time around. Obviously, the map that FURIA banned out last time in that best of 5. Does that give you a more comfortable start to this rematch?
Yeah, I mean, of course, whenever you're starting on that map pick and a map that we always feel really comfortable on, obviously it gives that sense of like just confidence going into the best of 3 straight away. But we know they have a strong map pool anyway. And for us, I think we've shown throughout the year it doesn't really matter which order the maps come in, or even if we have a strong start on the map 1, we just know that any team so far have been able to bounce back. Like even look at yesterday, we dominate on TYLOO's map pick and then fall to them on the second. So we know we just have to make sure that we stay consistent throughout the best of 3, and hopefully we can get a good start today.
Okay, so how much of a difference do you think it's going to make for the Vitality side that they have this Nuke at their disposal?
Oh, it's mega. It's a massive difference maker. In fact, I might even say that I would just say that Vitality, I don't know if I want to say it's the favorites, but it gives them the best chance that they possibly could have now in the series, because going back to ESL Pro League, quarterfinals, decider map, it was Vitality winning over FURIA 13-7 there. They had a ridiculous CT side. They have a lot in tow when it comes to this map. It's one of their most comfortable. I'd say part of the reason their streak was so strong is off of the back of this map.
Well, either way, it is time to get this rematch started once again. It's FURIA versus Vitality.
Woo, we got a big one here. Obviously, stakes not as high as they have been recently and not as high as they could be moving forward in this event, but it is still to determine semis or quarters between the two teams. And you know there's a little bit of a grudge match going on. Nobody has been able to beat Vitality 3-0 in a best of 5. So they've got to kind of get themselves up, dust themselves off, and take a swing back at FURIA 1 week later. Launder's veto has things skewed ever so slightly more towards Vitality's favor, perhaps, but even that still remains a question.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. These are two teams that could actually win the major. This is a matchup where they know they want to learn a little bit. They also want to be able to like win as easily as they can, so they don't show as much stuff as they need to. You know, getting to the semis could just mean winning the event. You don't know what you're going to draw in quarters. Vitality's form definitely forcing FURIA's right now. I think they'll play better because it's FURIA. It's a team they had to take very seriously in that best of 5 and just lost, even though the 3 maps they played were close. So there's a lot of different things coming into this. We'll find out what kind of game we're about to get. What I'm scared of is that Vitality are going to be flat, even though they have a good veto, even though they have a good a matchup they know really well. I'm less scared about that for FURIA for some reason, so we'll see. It's like Molodor gets 2 times better every single event he plays.
Yeah, this creature is growing
rapidly.
We don't know if anybody's going to be able to stop him. Kindar tucking in on site. We've got that push through the squeaky door. ZywOo with first blood in the series. Mezzi doubles down, and that's going to clear out Heaven, but Fallen somehow cheats his way back into the round with that kill. Ooh, lack of cover there. Allowed K-Serato to have a chance. Didn't get the kill, but by God, he had the chance. Apex's nade will kill his counterpart in Fallen, and a very comfortable looking post plant here for Vitality. Now, obviously, in that pregame interview, Sid just kind of saying like, yeah, even though we lost versus paiN on Nuke, we gained a bit of confidence. And any confidence gained by FURIA, loss or not, you've got to think that the confidence of Vitality took a dent last night. I mean, they got blown out of the water on this map by TYLOO.
Yeah, I mean, it took a confident a hit for me. I mean, I'm looking at this game and I'm thinking,
like,
ooh, yesterday. Yeah.
Demolished. What was it, 13-4?
Yeah, it was their second worst Nuke game numerically, and I think they had a couple of the worst rounds they played all year. We've watched every Vitality game this year. They had some real stinkers, running out of time and things like that you would see from, you know, scared opponents that are facing Vitality, not from Vitality themselves. So also the comms, right? I mean, Apex going, okay, we need to do, and then just kind of almost
losing steam.
Yeah, just not really having a lot of faith in the team. And so, listen, it's a team that's won so much, competed deep into lots of tournaments, have every excuse and reason to be tired on par with any other roster, and they still made that grand final versus FURIA. Their still average result is incredible. But yes, they're not exactly the same beast right now, despite the results still being good. Great.
So MongolZ hits the dirt in round 2, and then there's a pause. Not wanting to show his hand just yet. Yikinder still sitting on secret. We got Fallen up here in heaven. Who's going to get that next contact? That's the question at 45 seconds.
And I love this spot because it's like exactly far enough. You one-shot headshot them, and you're tucked, and you have to peek.
Putting the pressure on Vitality to make a move at 30. Oh, Kindar.
Wow, what
beautiful headshot.
Now they might make another mistake in heaven after that.
Almost felt like he just bent that bullet around the corner. Flamesy worried. Fallen picks it up. Force buy working out. 15 seconds to this clock, and you're still worried about Yikinder towards secret. They are just getting pulled apart by pistols. Yikinder hits another headshot, and it is Rops into a clutch, but he will not find the time to go kill Yikinder.
Gotta go save.
Saving the AK's all he's got. Vitality hit the instant speed bump.
Damn, nice shot, Yikinder. I mean, nice shots between him and Fallen, to be honest. Yikinder's first Deagle shot looked like he could have missed it, to be honest. He let this one go really quickly, and it was so precise. And then Fallen played that spot up in heaven beautifully. Oh. Whoa.
Well then.
Yeah, not easy peaks. Well, this is kind of what I was scared of for Vitality.
Yep. Yeah, I think you painted this picture beautifully, and then it came together disastrously for one side of this equation. One of two teams to beat Vitality in a best of 5, the only to do it 3-0. But, you know, even FURIA, humble in their victory, did state, like, a couple of round differences. You look at the score lines in that BO5 Grand
extremely
Finals.
close.
Super close, and they're not acting as if it wasn't. They were confident and should take pride in a 3-0 win. But they know, and to put space between you and Vitality would be to just beat them in a game like tonight's. A little bit of repetition in this outcome would go a long way for FURIA's confidence in the head-to-head, but they will lose one player in Yikinder on the secret stairs. So quick revenge from the Desert Eagle, kills of 1 round to go.
This is kind of weird because the bomb, they're not ready to go ramp just yet, so they might come back up the vent. I'm not exactly sure if they're going to fake lower and just run it up, but still trying to milk this one a touch. But with Zywoo going down, now that might be forced up to make a decision. Oh,
down goes the bomb. Yuri gets both Mezzy and Apex.
I see, they were just trying to sneak down the vent.
And Flamesy tries to get away with it, but smoke doesn't cover him. He ends up looking a bit foolish on that, and Yuri's just farming frags up here on the A floor. Rops never got that bomb back. Time's gonna fizzle out here, and it's gonna be Vitality down to the 2-1 FURIA start. Better not die after time. I wonder if they come and swing this.
I don't mean to overreact, but it's moments like that you just, a few months ago, you just didn't see ever. You just didn't see him ever. Here it even looks like no one told Flamesy the guy was top hut.
Also, just like, where is Apex there? If you are going to go out through the door, right, you'd think the second player comes with you. It's the only thing you have to look at, right? The only place where anybody could stop it.
They just needed the bomb to go down the vent. Apex could have stayed at the vent.
Okay.
And
Just wanted to stay tucked in, sure.
Yeah. I think he maybe didn't want to have to peek if he didn't need to.
I mean, this game's going to come down to fine margins like that. Still two of the world's best. Locking horns on the highway to semifinals. Okay.
It's descent in the camp.
Is it? No, I thought that was a wallbang from CT's.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah.
Wow. Bomb spotted. Just
don't lose it up there.
Yeah.
It's worst case scenario. Trying to flush Apex down. Glock's coming through with a bit of damage, but bit of damage. Not going to be damn near enough. Rops, 1 kill for the road. This AK just keeps on getting saved. What he hasn't had is any damn money. Finally gets a bit of injection of cash, but at what cost? This is FURIA to a lickety-split 3-1 start. Apex, the sacrificial lamb. Again, money kind of gets played against you. Tech9 on the field, while FURIA's money grows. What you don't want after the nature of that 3-0 loss is blowout maps in this series.
Yeah, that's... Unfortunately, I think that's like just the main goal. It's kind of like what FURIA said about the confidence they got playing close on Nuke yesterday.
Yeah, versus paiN. Losing against paiN on Nuke gave them confidence. The Vitality chased the same thing, but it's just a scary thought that Vitality could succumb to that kind of philosophy. This is Vitality in 2025 after all. And again, not to overreact.
Yeah, this feels... I mean, FURIA right now feel like Vitality before Paris, right? When they won Rio, and they just picked up so much steam right before the event. Nice kill here, Mezzy. In control side at 50 seconds, and I think it's a little scary for Fallen. He's like, wait, what's going on now?
MongolZ reveals himself. Yeesh. Burns down to 32. Mezzy's going to drop to csgo. Big moment here for Yakinder. And as he pops up with a double on ZywOo, it is so clean. You could not have asked for a better Yakinder solo hold on B.
I thought he left liquid, but that was wet.
Perfectly positioned, perfectly executed. The insta-kill on ZywOo.
Yeah, man. Man, I mean, splitting up the praise on this team is genuinely difficult because there's so many stories. There's csgo, there's MongolZ, who's brand new, and, you know, it's fun to talk about him all the time as a rookie. But Yakinder, like the bounce back and the rifle work that he's putting up, it's a new guy.
I mean, we're talking about an individual who had one of the greatest drop-offs of all time in Counter-Strike.
It's one of the fastest come-ups, greatest drop-offs, got a documentary about how bad he was. Didn't win a LAN for his whole career until like 3 weeks ago. Now he's won 3 of them.
And is considered to be one of the major favorites.
Life comes at you fast.
Yeah, Vitality about to find that out as they try to slam their way into A, but it is an AK momentarily for Rops. Not allowed to hold on to that one for long. Neither is Apex. MongolZ is starting to gear up, and FURIA starting to put an early gap between them and this Vitality challenge.
You win 3 of them or 2 of them? I was just saying numbers for fun, but then I'm like, wait a second.
Hey, man.
I can't even remember how many LANs Yakinder's won. He's won so many.
I love making shit up.
3 of them.
Fissure,
Right,
Thunderpick,
Chengdu, yeah.
Chengdu.
That's insane.
And they don't want to just win a few events. That was the quote.
Nice shot. What a flick. Wow.
ZywOo down to a 2-7 start tonight.
Oh, the first one wasn't good enough.
Hot-handed MongolZ.
Brother.
And from the corner here, Yakindar's got FlameZ queued up. csgo's nade drops him 4 versus 2 for FURIA in a gun round. Vitality had to wait to get their hands on. And then over towards the ramp room, they get cleaned up.
What a beatdown.
Mezzi's been trying to keep the hopes high and will continue to do so. Halfway through this 1 versus 4, bomb possession, though, is going to belong to Yakindar. He will sit on this thing like a mother hen. Mezzi wants to take him to the chicken shop. What is the route? Ladder or door? Gonna keep it simple as Yakindar tucks back into the spawn. And Yakindar with a quick reposition there just to finish it off, so no hope for Mezzi halfway through that clutch.
Oh, they're just walking over them. They're sitting on $13,000 each. Look at the players on your screen. They don't even look like a challenge to FURIA right now. I mean, it's unbelievable, these shots.
I mean, there's a part of me that just kind of boggles my mind. Vitality gets slammed by TYLOO yesterday. Slammed on Nuke 1 day ago. And then that's going to be the pick that you get versus FURIA. And I understand it's obviously Ancient didn't work back in Chengdu. Maybe you're thinking that was the wrong call. We'll get back into it. But, man, yesterday was a warning sign of what was to come. So far, this has been nothing but a beatdown.
It's still a map that they have to rely on in their veto.
Of course.
But yeah, it's not a coincidence that yesterday was so rough.
MongolZ again. This is ZywOo getting pulled out of every single round early on. FlameZ's pistol will collect a kill. It's a gun picked up at a fast-moving Vitality to take this up into the upper hit. Yuri along the wall goes down. And with 2 players sliding into sight now, almost over facing main. Heaven player doesn't give the cover. Now Mezzi's out here on a silver platter trying to go wide on main. Nice tap into Yakindar. Dropping downwards. Lobby control here for csgo. And an op inbound in MongolZ.
They're both going to face Mezzi. Mezzi, is he going to hit the most amazing shot right now? That's the question.
Nice swing from FlameZ. And there's Mezzi. This was one where they get more with less.
That's huge for FlameZ. He needed to be able to come out in front of that. Otherwise, Mezzi's aim would have been incredibly displaced. He saves it here. Nice shots between them both.
He also kicks it off, getting that Tech 9 kill towards ramp. Getting that fast-moving attack in through Heaven. And it's one where Yuri goes down with nothing on A.
I like them trying to catch fire here with a timeout, and immediately after just narrowly winning a round, figuring out how to build on it. We saw that Xtaz was speaking in a lot of generalities in some of his tack pauses. It wasn't strategic, but it also felt like that was the right moment for it. You know, when sometimes when you hear that, it's like, well, you got other, you know, tactically you guys are a little sloppy. Vitality have an immense playbook, a deep playbook, and so, you know, such a great map pool. It literally can't be about that. I'm not surprised. MongolZ has the highest rate of taking duels against the opposing opper. Wow. Normally you don't want to put queen versus queen, right? You want to use them to pick off pawns. Oh, and
Think of it.
There it is. I mean, it's well timed, but it's also, he did it last round. He's doing it this time. It makes sense.
ZywOo has effectively been a non-factor in this game.
That's kind of incredible.
Doesn't matter which position he tries to start his rounds with, this guy's getting slammed. And Mezzi into the 1 versus 5, just when Vitality start to have some kind of hope. Is it all instead of false prophet?
That is such an illuminating stat, though. Really good one. Just the idea that you're playing that high risk CS and you're clearly also winning these duels. And now we're talking about FURIA, who are consistently facing elite competition. He's playing against MongolZ, he's playing against Shiro, he's playing against ZywOo. Wow. No, that's wow.
Crazy.
ZywOo, a rookie of the year himself. I'm sure Game can respect Game right now. You'd have nothing to say for that, right? That's, you know, sometimes you see a head-to-head graphic and you're like, yeah, but who cares because they don't actually go head-to-head.
Right.
Yeah,
you're beaten up
moment,
here too.
You die like that, you got no teammates to blame. You just got outdone.
Slammed.
Not an easy shot either.
And it's not even some top performing moment here for MongolZ, just a very clean execution of ZywOo. Not the first to do it so far this half. 7-2 CT lead for FURIA on Vitality's pick. Whoa. Molly's onto the A floor. Robs versus csgo. All while FlamZ puts on the pressure towards Hell. MongolZ is going to have to reposition. He was just moments ago on that ladder, but he'll dive back, real far back. What sort of opening here could be had by FlamZ? Garage contact made by Yakindart. Fallen getting into the lobby. Flank is massive. Yakindart slides down, but they kind of throw off the possibility of FlamZ being that close. Fallen's in an interesting spot.
Wait, he's gonna get spotted? No, he doesn't.
Finds timing. Robs just checked his flank, but Fallen avoids that timing, comes through with an advantage on a blind side, and Apex wants to join up with the other two players here towards Hell.
Made so much noise now.
That is Apex
20
with
seconds,
the
they have
bomb.
to go lower. Oh, it's too late.
MongolZ leans back, clips two of the players off, forces FlamZ to double back and grab bomb, and now you're going to be trying to transition downstairs to join up with ZywOo.
Okay, no one's down here.
There's
ZywOo
a
has
chance.
Control side.
Just enough for the plant. ZywOo catching contact over towards that secret play, but there are reinforcements inbound. Reposition for FlamZ. ZywOo climbing up into the rafters as FURIA go all in control. Swinging the doors and keeping ZywOo distracted. He will find contact on the panel. Reads the double peek, but doesn't get his second kill. And so FlamZ, 2 kills deep, only 3 on the round. And normally 3 would be enough, but not versus this FURIA.
Damn, they actually had that. And I said too late. It wasn't even close to too late. They actually had enough time to do that. They even were able to survive 2 deaths as they were coming down. So just a solid call in emergency circumstance, getting up to ramp. MongolZ does the best he can. ZywOo was very close to getting a 2K here. Look at this. Damage into the feet somehow. I think he falls off the railing and doesn't find it. It's just the kind of game where FURIA are coming out ahead on these close trades where in other circumstances you think Vitality you're just going to lock it down. At the end of the day right now, ZywOo's 3-10.
And opening deaths were one thing. I think that's why that stat line gets so stacked up, but that was a moment where his multi-kill potential doesn't get realized. And the potential was right there for the taking.
Yeah, it was.
csgo versus Apex in a moment. And a lot of people were asking what it would have looked like back in Chengdu had Nuke been played. And now we get a bit of an answer, but is this just all dogpiling after that best-of-5 loss?
You know, see, this is why we played Ancient.
Easy for MongolZ.
Oh. Okay.
ZywOo gets the return at the very least, but you've still got players pressing into this. Apex takes a bunch of damage out of Yakindart, who goes back in and loses to Vitality's IGL. Now they're gonna, again, try to steamroll this one down into the B site. Scramble here from Fallen. Utility goes beyond him.
Ooh, interesting gap, actually.
He slides into a curious position, but they're coming at this from 3 different angles, and ZywOo now does get that multi-kill going. And it comes with control of this lower bomb site. Better late than never, Vitality. A 3rd round to be taken with what should be an easy close. Should be. Yuri confirms both players down here, makes sound on the ladder, and they're not even going to take a swing at it.
Letting this one go. They've got enough money to drop for everybody else, so even though they've got a lot of money on themselves, makes sense to think about this last round, I suppose.
Rack up some frags on the exit. Could still wind up limiting what they've got. There it is.
So it's a great half so far for FURIA, but I guess if Vitality come out with one more, it's still somewhat competitive, and it's much better for Apex for ZywOo in this game. Just seeing him on the board with a multi-kill. Another tag on ZywOo. I mean, there he goes again. It's incredible because you're going after like the most efficient player in history, trying to go head to head versus him on these opening kills and getting those kills.
It's just something that feels like it's not sustainable, but half is running out. ZywOo collects at least the one multi-kill last round. It's a man advantage here for Vitality again. Dropping a smoke behind them so that MongolZ can take a forward angle. Oh, but Rox just got off it.
Shadow.
Beautiful stuff here from MongolZ. Pieces together the response to equalize this 4v4. Apex comes through on main. Good timing over K-Serrato. And now it's MongolZ again into the kill feed to FURIA's favor. Plays out from heaven. Still another rebuttal and a frag placed well. Challenge from main though. Fallen comes through. And with still MongolZ up above, it's him versus Mezzi. Health advantage to the brim. And he will close this. A much needed 4th round on Vitality's attack.
I'm not feeling too well. At least, was I good to you? Yeah, you were. You were. Do you think I was a good leader? I prefer art, to be honest. Work of art, you said? Yeah, work of art. Gabriel, you're a symbol for Brazil, CS. Without you, there is no me, there is no SK, there is no luminosity. Oh, man. That takes me back.
Gabriel, you are so much more than all those who came before you. You played with fire in your heart and tricks in your sleeve. The whole world knew to listen when Fallen and his all were in the clutch.
Then it was all worth it.
I'd give anything to have you back, my friend.
What the hell is this?
Bro, you just died, bro.
No. It wasn't me. That was Bad Fallen.
Yeah! Bad Fallen, really?
Yeah, and I'm Good Fallen.
Okay.
I left you a friend, I came back as a prophet. I went far and beyond.
All right.
I saw everything. Now I know what I need to do to win next major.
Please tell me.
First, we need a better helper.
Okay, who?
I got us MongolZ.
Molotov? Motoboy? Who is this guy?
Calm down, wait. I also revived the top 10 rifle in the world.
Cold Zero, let's go.
You wish, kid. Yekindar.
Oh boy, Bad Fallen, please come back.
Yakindar is off to the races, folks, but not as up there as the 4 successful opening duels for MongolZ. Launders constantly picking Vitality apart before they ever had a chance at getting on site.
I mean, that was...
What a half.
He is kind of just like in his own lane right now because the pickoffs on Silo and everything, like there's nothing...
Boys, we fought for every round.
Yes, we keep fucking fighting, boys. That's the key thing. We got 4 rounds and it's fucking good. Okay, it was better.
Yeah,
it was fucked on some rounds, but we kept fighting. So keep
yeah,
it.
that's why we had good plans and I think we're good.
It's always messy, eh?
I love it when it's messy.
Yeah.
Ooh, here comes the attack, though. Not going to give them a chance to catch their breath. Great recovery for the second kill on ZywOo.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, quad kill for the Berettas.
There's a new sheriff in town.
No! For the ace. You want it? Come get it.
Rootin', tootin', shootin', ZywOo.
That second kill as well, dude. It looked like things were going to get away from him. Handles those pistols like an O'Driscoll.
Let's go, boys. I'm on your side. Thank you, mate. You're alone, Shark.
Well then. Off of the back of a Mezzy kind of pep talk too. That is what we're looking for. Yeah, rolling the ZywOo ads. Let's go.
I want everything he's got. Stat.
Oh, not a bad way for ZywOo to double his kills, huh?
Asking for the Jack Harlow at the barber next week.
Smoke in front of him. This could be another one of those sudden pops, though. Everybody else has got to be on their toes. There's only one ZywOo in the server. Find the weak links. Jump out into the ramp's going to cost Fallen. Apex slides down. He'll tap MongolZ out of this one. All good. Vitality stepping up to the challenge as the support system's inbound for the lower hold. And now we're talking about a FURIA who have gotten nothing at all in these last 2 rounds.
After a pistol performance like that, they're probably just mirroring the moment. You know, they're trying to enjoy it, even though it's against them.
Nice!
Can't help but take it in, unless you want to take a pause. You're not going to do that on an eco. You don't want to give away that little bit of pride. Maybe they win the round without the ace, you know, but you know they're just so happy about it that suddenly they've got their mood back. And that's just another thing that you have to defeat in order to win the game. Maybe it's a chance now for Vitality. X Factor's always been a criticism, at least for me, for ZywOo, but over time, he's gotten stronger and stronger in that department. And this is a moment where they needed it, for sure.
Fallen trying to do whatever he can to get that scout damage in. Unleash these pistols beyond it, but no dice. Not yet. Just looking for a strong recovery even within this one map if you are Vitality. There was a moment there we were talking about this game like it was over. Felt like FURIA could do no wrong. 2 rounds at the end of the first half. 2 rounds already to kick this one off. A potential now 5-round streak coming out for Vitality. The recovery is in full effect. Gun rounds yet to come. But at least we've got a game.
Yeah, not just that. You can't go 2 full ecos without getting kills. And last round they had better guns to try. So now they got to try to come up with something. Man, Queserado's shoulders peaks, dude. You know, when you're in Brazil and everyone's favorite player is coldzera, of course you're going to have amazing shoulder peaks for generations.
Sure. Forever and always. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 until ZywOo gets here and saves it.
Treating him like Tarek over here. Speak.
And ultimately didn't get anything for it. So here we go. First gun round of Furia's T-side. 5-round streak for Vitality across the end of their attack. And now strong start to the defense. Let's watch MongolZ work. Funny, this is the exact angle where ZywOo got his head taken off.
Yeah, he's like, it's no problem for me on this spot.
But ZywOo doesn't have an op to challenge this one. So feels like the best way to avoid it will be to simply not take that fight.
That is so unfortunate though, huh? Because, you know, if you're picking on that angle, you think it's because you don't think it's that good of an angle. But if he's playing it too, it's kind of implying, you know, it could have been played better.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
You could have been holding a little differently.
Oof. Finding a certain vacancy here over towards the ramp.
That's a sore spot for sure. And Rops is going to have his help cut off, but okay, Flamesy has vent control, so he'll get down. But it just shows you how actually weak the buy is right now. I mean, everyone's low on utility, but Furia definitely still have a little bit more to work with on the guns. They slowly come downstairs. No other CTs via vent. Props is starting to get suspicious. His upper, actually, I think.
Whoa, he's gonna get caught trying to get back into his position.
Wow, they outplayed him.
Furia jump it with 20 seconds on that clock. At least they do cut off Yukindar, and we're gonna get a challenge here from Flamesy. Emerges onto the Opper. That's gonna frazzle everybody else, but the bomb plant commits. Doors busted. You've got 3 Furia players stuck on this floor, and the pressure remains high. Great damage coming out of Flamesy. A kill and assists across it, coming back out of that same smoke for second servings.
And is the Apex 2K as well? Wow. I wonder, I mean, with the smokes coming in control side, did Rops know he was getting in front of the zigzag, or did he actually think this could have been a fake to upper? I'm not exactly sure. Cute little push from Flamesy out of control side, catches MongolZ off guard.
And then beautiful that he doesn't overstay his welcome, but gets back into the smoke to let Apex take a bit of contact, and then obviously sets up Apex with all that damage that Flamesy does. He gets 2 frags to himself and 2 assists. All he had was that MP9, and Rops goes down with nothing. So if you think about who had to do what at that B site, that's a big moment for Flamesy. Ties this game at 8-all. 6-round streak, Vitality. Now we're gaming. Kindar on his own. My God.
He's fast. That was awesome. But there's still a big garage player. He wouldn't be ready for this. That's easy for ZywOo. He was just here guarding Silo, top mini, making sure no lurks would take place. It's kind of perfect, but it's ramp that's wide open. Ooh. And no shot in this time.
Didn't expect that, and there's no one to be found. You had Robs all the way over towards Secret Stairs, taking that position from ZywOo. They were not ready for that kind of timing. Not the ramp peek from ZywOo, and not this B rotate either. Good on Furia to just slice right down into this post plant with a man advantage on top of that one. So we can identify this ramp to B hit being problematic now 2 rounds in a row. And it doesn't feel like Flamesy's going to get away with that antic trying to push out from control this time. But they're still close enough, and Mezzy had a kit. We'll be able to hold on to it because they're going to cut off their losses. This is Vitality losing control of lower.
I really love that, man. I mean, like, tell me what other team is even trying tempo like that. That play outside before they start the round. No one's even doing that. No. Furia are finding a way to get space without having to invest tons of money every round into wall smokes or fakes or squeaky mini pressure or whatever it is. somehow on a map that they're not even totally comfortable on, they still find a way to stand out. And they're somehow stealing ramp so many times here. Yeah, there's no way to deny. Apex is out there with ZywOo and Big Garage.
Yeah. There's
not 2 players at ramp. And in fact, there was none.
ZywOo's going to start this round on ramp instead. Robs takes up the position in Garage. And Apex just going to try to not die. Hopefully at the start of this one, but a lot of bodies outside from Yakindar being entirely alone 1 round ago to now 4 players kicking it off. And they're going to take it to Secret to make it over, bomb included. FURIA is starting to find a weakness on this map. A concentrated effort again to take this lower site.
They've shoved themselves into all these different positions, sort of like outposts, where they're putting a lot of pressure on the CTs to make the right choice.
Whoa.
And right now, this makes the rotations even way harder. Rops feels he needs to move somewhere, but he can't do it exactly just yet. MongolZ, however, he's actually just going to run by right into this. His feet could be seen, but he's far back enough.
Yuri, though, thinking that he's got the jump on this Garage play. Rob's now concerned about Secret.
He thinks he's faked this, but Yuri's already out to the right.
And this is going to blindside Robs, but Yuri still needs to hit the tough shot. Easy. Finds the headshot and will get himself up into heaven. This is going to put pressure on Mezzi. Oh, again, it is just Yuri. 1 bullet needed.
That's wild.
Right between the eyes. There's a ton of damage across the board here for FURIA, but finding round wins and finding kills across this map, that's 3 players who haven't even had a chance to shoot back.
That's such a filthy default. Like,
gross.
I mean, they had so many ways to win, and that was showcased by the fact that MongolZ even dies getting caught off guard. Them getting the kill down lower meant they had the option of threatening it, which meant that Vitality were scared about it. Ooh, and even though some more damage comes in, they don't get the kill.
They're going to put all their effort into getting ZywOo's off down.
Wow.
4 players survive here for FURIA. Just when you thought Vitality's streak had them back in this game, they tie up and then instantly lose control with back-to-back FURIA round wins.
Right here, it's a full default. There is no commitment lower. They're still ready outside, ready to lurk, lots of time remaining. Put themselves in tons of great spot, have way more information than Vitality think they do. Robs thinks he fakes them out and runs to the right side of Big Garage. Yuri's already wrapping him and going to hell in the same breath. There are levels to FURIA, and it's not just MongolZ, it's not just Yakindar.
Let's go, boys. Let's fucking go, okay? Mathieu, you're on that side. À l'intérieur d'or.
Trying to pull away from this game. Yeah, give us that op again. ZywOo back outside. You know, they move ZywOo over towards ramp to try to stop what was that problematic approach to B. And then look, FURIA just start hitting Secret down to B instead. So feels like ZywOo finally had his game going, and then they've eluded him for a couple of these rounds. Not this time. Oof. Sees that one coming, gets a warning sign. As Yuri shows himself. Yakindar into Garage. Apex gonna back into it as if he didn't think about the threat. And now MongolZ is on the hunt trying to find ZywOo posting up on top of Redbox.
Oh, he's got such a watchful eye on this. Side of Unbreakable, he's gonna peek some point. But when?
Ooh, Yakindar slips by. ZywOo, though, feels it coming. Goes in for it and regains man advantage. K-Serato's got to be careful. Gets clipped climbing down the ladder as we get an active Vitality in the lobby as well. And this is just going to force FURIA's hands to take a look downstairs. MongolZ leads the charge.
The only thing they have going for them is they're in Secret, and they know the next rotation would be Vent. Vitality been super light on ramp in general. Oh, that shot's missed. That was actually a chance if he didn't.
Flimesy just sliding out through the vent and Fallen able to get the trade back.
But this is an occupied bomb site with Rops over towards Dark. A desperate attempt here in the final 15 seconds out of Fallen, even if it is just for the save.
Yeah, you got to appreciate him not actually going for that. You got the Molotov op right beneath his feet. Oh, and he's sticking around. But they can't safely approach. 1 round game. Solid multi again for ZywOo. They were hunting him down. They were trying to get around his scope every time.
And it felt like they were hunting him down in the first half as well. It's why it played into such a slow start for him. But as this game has gone on, ZywOo now topping the charts for Vitality. Great recovery.
I'll just flash and pick, and then I'll only door and dip.
You're not getting Apex chirping anybody.
Right.
This
it's pretty locked
this
in.
week. Yeah, just either trying to lock in or get locked in or
double op evolution here.
Yeah. Wow.
You know, we've seen them try to throw ZywOo towards ramp with the op. Well, why not just give Rops one instead? Have him do it.
So much damage back and forth.
Nice.
And there it is.
Funny. MongolZ had that same duel head-to-head in the first half.
So it turns out he was wrong. Just don't play.
ZywOo gives him a taste of his own medicine with a 5v4 in round 20, but I can't help but feel like all that damage on the upper floor defenders is huge. Apex and FlamZ barely alive. They've been afforded a lot of space in terms of crossing over towards Secret. Doesn't feel like Vitality are going to challenge that wall. Not even with a blind spray. Can't really afford to do it with low health players, so they will give it over and FURIA skate 4 players downstairs. Man, and what's your rotate look like? Because remember, Rops is now playing an op this round, so if he comes down from ramp, if he is called into this action with very little notice, what is he going to be able to offer Apex, and what can Apex even do on his own? They are still lingering towards Secret, but bomb is on Fallen, moving over towards the single door. Op is trained on double. Fallen gets that low health Apex frag, and Queserado's starting to reopen the possibility of heading upstairs.
They have mini control. It's on Mezzy now.
10 seconds, and all of FURIA inbound lineup right there.
Oh.
And a bomb carrier that is not going to find their footing. Vitality take a ton of damage early, but the rest of the camp hang on, and we are tied again, this time at 10.
Yeah, that one's pretty hype because, you know, Mezzy gets to be the final stop, and he has been kind of a consistent feature throughout these 2 halves. ZywOo also opener on MongolZ. You know that that is a key moment. He's 1 step ahead of MongolZ for once as we switch over to this half. Now it feels like the team has come together, starting to reach the potential that we've seen from them. Tied up 10-10.
And that Rops double op, something they still don't know about. Oh no, excuse me, he clipped Yakindar down on B, so... Ooh, freebie for Apex here in a pivotal round, trying to put Vitality into a lead on Nuke. It has been elusive. MongolZ catching FlamZ. And a huge health advantage across the board, and this time FURIA just gonna crank that tempo down towards a B site.
Yeah, they know they killed their fastest vent rotation too really early. They're trying to draw some. They don't like to commit completely, right? They just want to draw people down. The whole thing about Nuke is you want to get people downstairs. Like coming back up is so difficult. Just want to make them have a regret, and you know, Vitality are being careful about this move.
All knowing the double op is still in the mix.
And the bomb's on the ground, actually.
Whoa, Fallen takes a bunch of damage just trying to get into the smoke. Not afforded a plant. Fury insta-kills ZywOo, and then Quesarado's lurk gets the better of Mezzi. 3 separate engagements all come up Furia in a critical 21st round.
They just somehow find a way to just find all these positions where the CTs get too confused. Like, that's essentially it. And it's surprising. I mean, they knew that there were Ts down lower, but because Furia didn't commit fully, they couldn't be sure. And after enough time has passed and they hadn't cleared it out, they hadn't cleared back secret, control side, or decon, the only clue they had was like that spam that Apex had on Fallen inside of that smoke. That really all just felt like a house of cards.
Could be so difficult to pin down Furia. And it feels like that round's just a prime example of it yet again. You can sense they're nearby, but a moment. And Furia pounce 3 kills all across the map, all going their way.
Yeah.
Yuri's headshot onto ZywOo, so slick. A lobby hold. And a lower frag through the windows of control.
Was the tiniest risk that did pay off for Flamesy. You only have a microscope on it because it's a 5v4 already. But obviously that doesn't mean that the round is over. Did in this case get Furia sort of back into the game though.
I will drop HN so you can do another break.
Bro, I like the idea for me and Mark going secret and go up against later.
They have been teasing it. It's sort of like the arch wrap to CT that you'd get on Inferno, coming back up the vent after going down lower on Nuke. You can't do it all the time. It takes more time than any standard split.
Oh my!
Yo! What
through red
was that?
MongolZ and Quesarado answer back. Was that glorious wallbang from ZywOo all for naught? He'll kill Quesarado over towards ramp.
What was that?
That, my friends, is lethal. Yekindar splattered on the fence.
Are you not allowed to stand there?
Oh, but Mezzi kills MongolZ in the walkout towards upper, and that is going to be Vitality's golden ticket to tie this game all at 11. Bomb will have to be picked back up. Of course, CT's never found it. But ZywOo's still sticking around here inside of the lobby. Oh, and he posts on that angle at the perfect moment.
Yeah, if you want to play passive, the game will come to you.
This is one of those games where we have got to celebrate ZywOo's ability to recover a scoreline.
We're talking about from the pistol round, dually ace, to more multis than he had in that first half. Op presence. Whatever the hell this opening kill was.
That was ZywOo with 5 frags on the first half and many opening deaths. Getting caught outside trying to climb over boxes. Getting blasted by MongolZ as he was giving overwatch from Silo. An ace in the second pistol and has yet to look in that rear view.
Please tell me his like AK barrel was in view a little bit or something. Don't tell me it was like, I know he takes the lead off and stands there every round. That was just...
I don't know, man. He looks hyped about it.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I know. I feel you. For real.
Yeah.
That's next gen.
Yekindar standing there with his knife out, just ready to get the next part of the play going.
I thought he was allowed to stand there too. I mean, he wasn't even loitering really.
Not on ZywOo's watch.
And
Game tied, low buy. I mean, that is a hell of a moment for ZywOo to get 3 kills.
And he's got this scoreline recovery. Oh, I was going to say after MongolZ has skill checked him throughout that first half, but here's him answering back.
When ZywOo goes down early, round wins come Furia's way. That was the tale of the first half. That was the tale of that opening streak, that 6-1 lead. But you've got Mezzy behind this vent, and it looks like he's gonna go unchecked. How much can he get from this?
Whoa, they're not looking at all.
Buying time, he gets a double. Third kill now distracted, Robs arrives. But with falling down beneath him is all Robs alone, and he will be found out in the open. Just after ZywOo goes big, MongolZ goes better.
He doesn't respond. He doesn't care that ZywOo has just started to ramp and gain momentum. This one for map point, MongolZ out of nowhere. Same fight, man. The ball's on this kid. The same place that ZywOo picked him off this last time. He's been up there. He shows up again. He's ready to get scrappy. Think about the mental risk that is to take it. If you died again in that spot, how foolish you'd look. No timeouts for anybody left. One final moment to speak before this last round of regulation.
Well, if you want, if you spawn from back lobby, you can be inside hut, and you can try to go out really early. If you already have.
ZywOo neutralized, Vitality neutered. Look at the money they will have to try to stave off a full-forced Furia in another 24-round game between these teams. Nuke was a what could have been in Chengdu, and it delivers here in Hong Kong. Yakindar on the hunt, finds ZywOo, revenge, baby. Catches him on the fallback through the smoke. You can run, but you can't hide from Yakindar on the kill, tucked in now behind main.
Oh, what a beast outside, man. That is terrible news for ZywOo and for Vitality, but he heard footsteps. The way he got killed last round, he deserves something like that. And he's also peeled back. There's no easy way to get this kill and a trade.
Vitality just hoping this one comes to them, but Furia, who have played outer down to secret oftentimes, this is not the setup to win this round if you're Vitality.
And if they go ramp again, they found an open ramp again.
But how hesitant are the lobby players? Losing Yakindar outside, not confirming everybody, but obviously some element of presence.
They're walking it. Man, they know it's always open. And Apex is actually going up. Apex has no idea that this has been taken. 2 downstairs.
Freeze it up. Apex get off the ladder.
Whoa.
Caught on the transition back down. If he was sat in heaven, it would have been perfect as they tried to scramble back in.
I was going to say he actually had that covered.
Hesitation and uncertainty for Vitality. It is what we saw out of the gate. It is what afforded Furia such a massive opening lead. And as ZywOo tried to tap into all of his potential, MongolZ shut him down. Yakindar in this final round is the reason this one falls apart. 24 rounds of play between these two teams yet again. And as they vie for position in the semifinals, it will be Furia to take map 1, and more importantly, to take Vitality's map pick. We know what Furia does on Overpass, and it's what comes up next.
British player. British player. How does it make you feel, man?
It's fun. It's
British
great.
player.
That's all I need to be known for.
British player. You ever get used to it?
No.
No. Cheers.
Cheers.
British player. What's Mezzy about?
In the UK, I don't know, we do this thing where you just add a Z to, like, my last name's Merriman, they just call me Mez or Meza.
Meza, yeah.
Meza. And then I changed the name because the Asimov in-game, I called it
Mesimov? Does the Asimov creator know that? No. Have you told anyone that? No. Chicken shot first. Cheers to that. Cheers. There we go. Can you do American accent? I don't. Can you just say like? Can you just say what this is? Bottled water. I'm letting you in the country. Thank you. You got through. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. When's Asia going to be the #1? Asia #1? Yeah, you think Asia can be #1? Yeah? You ready for some long flights? I'm not a fan of the long flights. What's your least favorite part of the job? The flights. What are you gonna do after you retire? Maybe go to an office job or something. An office job, yeah. Really? Yeah. Use my degree that I spent so much money on. What's your degree? Accounting and finance. Can you do Canadian taxes? I can try. Ask Grok. Grok, ChatGPT. ChatGPT is my best friend. Your best friend? Mm-hmm. Even more than Flamesy. He introduced me to this best friend. Why did he? What did he ask? Just advice, emotional support. ChatGPT has it helped. What's the point in having Jack, our performance coach, when you have ChatGPT? I think he did a great job with Flamesy. That's kind of scary. I heard about that. It's taken over. They can't take my job though, right? What do you do? I talk. You might be fine. Would you ever talk one day? Could I pay well? We'll talk about it later. Okay. Maybe you replace your job with ChatGPT. I replace my job with you. Where does that leave you? Why would I do that? It doesn't pay that well. Where does this rank? Out of 10, what do you give this? This would be a 9 out of 10. Where would you rank your daughter's birth? A 10 out of 10, for sure. Where would you rank your wife? You can't use numbers you've already used. 11 out of 10. 11 out of 10, smart man. He's gonna last a long time. She told me well. Nice. Okay. 10 wasn't good enough before. I think I feel closer to you. I'm feeling that energy as well. You wanna do it again? I would love to. Cheers, brother. Cheers.
We all wondered what Nuke could have been at IM Chengdu in that grand final. Turns out another 13-11 victory for FURIA. The full 24 rounds once again required Mari and some incredible individual heroics coming out of FURIA.
I'm glad we waited, because I think that this is a huge victory for FURIA in the sense that it feels like, looking at that veto at Chengdu, why didn't Vitality bring out the nuke? Well, I mean, obviously it was banned, but if in terms of just like, what would have happened is more what I actually was thinking there. It's just like, if FURIA can beat them on nuke, like, is this team not the favorite for the major now? Like, I know it's just a game for placement right now in terms of the semifinal, but I'm getting way too excited about FURIA when I see them pull off victories like this, because what I saw at Pro League was so much worse than this. So this team is improving, and they already are hitting such a high for themselves.
I also believe that Jäger yesterday said that Nuke was one of the maps I wouldn't say they didn't feel comfortable on, but that they still had to work on something that was still in their agenda of fixing before the major. And, you know, they just took down Vitality, a map that Vitality seems to be thriving on. And, you know, Yakinda was probably one of the main reasons to why they actually did that. It is so good to just see Yakinda jump back and to become and deliver this kind of high-stake counter-strike that he can just really put out there. I think Yakinda, as a player, has just come back into the form that we want to see from him and what we expect from him. And the amount of space this guy gets, not only playing the CT side, playing aggressive upside yard, but also on the T side to make these rotations happen constantly. And also just the way that he understands now that he doesn't fall into this pocket of always going for another kill and another kill. He always, like, he's started to understand when his visiting time is.
I'm so glad you bring that up, because I feel like the big aspect of Yakindar rejoining this FURIA lineup is at the beginning, there was some limit testing where I feel like he was maybe pushing a little bit too much, but Chengdu, what I saw today, he'll get that kill, then he just waits. Then he just postures, plays to punish. If Vitality want to then push into his position, he's ready for those reswings, whereas sometimes it just felt like he always thought he had to be the aggressor.
It's like the presence of him. One thing is he gets a kill. That's one thing. The other thing is that as soon as he gets the presence out there, they want to take him down because they know how vital he is to the success of FURIA. And you can just see how FURIA understood with the rotations that Robs was always leaving ramp like they had done their preparations. Robs was literally leaving ramp multiple times, and that gave FURIA the space they needed to close out the rounds. A majority of the rounds, it was literally just FURIA getting one kill, waiting it out, waiting for Vitality to make some kind of aggressive play, and they would just win out the rounds, but just holding their crosses on ankles.
We got to give props to MongolZ as well, truly starting where he ended back in that Chengdu Grand Final, MVP of that event as well. And I love that we get this kind of shot cam as well, because he's just so fast. The reactions are literally second to none for MongolZ.
It's ridiculous. I mean, he's in a rarefied air already, just 5 months after joining FURIA. He is already taking down world elite oppers like m0NESY, like ZywOo. We get another case in point example. I love the stat that V-Trams brought up during the match, that he takes the most op duels of all of the oppers, and yet he's still performing at such a ridiculously high level. The little mini game that occurred throughout this with him back and forth with ZywOo as well, like, he looked fantastic. The way he's peeking the angles, the way he's holding for ZywOo's peaks. Like, sure, ZywOo gets him some of the time, but MongolZ's impact is so undisputed at this point.
Like, he single-handedly just beat down ZywOo multiple times. You know, the amount of times he would actually be in the right position, taking down ZywOo, giving, like, if FURIA could just take out ZywOo, if he could like equalize and put him out the equation, they would have such a big round-winning success here. And I think MongolZ, one thing is that he goes for these op fights. He's really feeling it. The thing is, like, whenever he gets these kills, it's not like he wants to try and get more. He's really good at just going back, holding an angle, make sure that his rifle is covered, make sure that they can get the space that he just created by getting the first kill. So it's a full package, and taking down ZywOo, that is definitely something.
Okay, shout out to ZywOo for resuscitating himself coming into that second half, because first half wasn't great, but then we get into that second pistol debris, and what happens?
Well, this is a great example to why you want to drop dualies for ZywOo, and it's actually something that took turn on our team when we all had to find someone that would actually drop in the dualies. I mean, this is just a display of pure skill. I mean, the first kill is what it is. The second one, that's what saved the entire round, because if he doesn't get this kill onto MongolZ, he would literally just be eliminated, and he just ends up getting an ace. You know, he was actually not present on the server throughout the T side, but then he just decides to go in, have the dualies, gets an ace, and what better way to bring back a player like ZywOo up giving him his ace?
The second kill is such ridiculous spray control with the dualies. Like, the tracking, you know, holding the crosshair lower than the player as he's swinging. I mean, understanding the gun to that degree is just something that, I mean, like, ZywOo is the best duelie player ever. I don't think there's anybody that's ever really been close. Like, Rez had a nice little, like, month or 6 months at it one time, but, like, I'm seeing ZywOo do this for, like, 5 years straight now.
It's like one of the secrets to his success with the dualies is that he just shoots so fast. That was literally like the one thing that we were most impressed with him using duels in Vitality. That's the fact that he could press the mouse so goddamn fast.
That was obviously key for, you know, Vitality trying to bolster a fight back into this one, to making it an incredibly close affair. But let's take a look at some of the T rounds brought out from FURIA. You've got a couple that you want to put under the microscope. What's the story in these?
Well, I mean, I feel like what was kind of ridiculous about the last matchup is how poor FURIA's T-side went at ESL Pro League. Like, they only got two rounds there. So to see the rounds that they put together back-to-back off of kind of individual aggression, the way that they're able to take some of the space away. First one up we had was 17, and I mean, this starts with Yakindar, but just the way that FURIA then take all of this space away from Vitality, like Dupree already said, the fact that they know that Robs is going to vacate the ramp. Like, they use all of this space to such great effect, and then are able to convert off of that space so well.
But that's like the whole key to it. You know, Yakindar getting so much space. Again, round 18 coming in here. Once again, it's going to be Yakindar trying to get this space out. He actually goes to search for Secret. He actually spots Apex jumping here, but actually gets the second kill. And from here on, it is just, again, they literally just wait. Sure, he does get an equalizer here from the Garrison, but now they know that that ramp is vacated, and now they just need to puzzle things together. Yuri hits an incredible shot coming up ladder, and at this point, just scrambling things together and winning out the round.
I think 18 is the one that's more impressive to me, because it's the way that they were all the way down lower, or Yakindar was, then they peel all the way back. Yuri, while Yakindar is like peeking the garage, then swings to get that hell control. Like, they do so much in sync that it's so difficult to get all of those pieces lined up every single time.
It's like the communication on FURIA has also just stepped up tremendously. I mean, that was one of my worrying signs when I got to hear of this lineup at first. You know, we did hear that MongolZ would have some help from Yakindar understanding these things, but it just seems like, and Nuke is a really hard map to rotate on. It's a hard map to understand where you have your teammates all the time, but it's just good to see that they can also do this. Sure, maybe this was, I wouldn't say it's a one thing out, but they definitely showcase that they can also play nuke.
That was also just such a disgusting shot from Yuri. And that wasn't in isolation as well. I love that we got to see him really coming alive on that T side, because in the grand final of Chengdu as well, he was so instrumental for his team in so many moments.
Yeah, the second Fang of FURIA. I mean, Yuri in this T side was just so demonstrative in terms of just being able to find the openers. He's like the second guy behind Yekindar oftentimes. The shots that he was hitting with such precision with the AK opened things up. I mean, it was such a luxury for Fallen when Yuri's taking a guy out on the other side of the map. Then that's going to open up some of the rotations. And on top of it, didn't really have the best individual game for himself, but for Fallen to always be able to piece it together, it continues to wow me, because, I mean, Nuke was not really a big part of their runs back in 2016 with the LGSK lineups. Like, occasionally it was even played, but really it's just he's reinvented himself as a leader, and his ability in the macro to just control everything. I'm sure there's great contributions from his teammates, but it's so great.
Yeah, but it's just great to see Yuri playing like this. You know, for me, it really doesn't matter if he has like the stats that backs up him having a great performance, but the kills that he ended up getting, not only this one, but also in the previous matches we've seen, it just has high impact. And that is, you know, that is all that matters in it. It doesn't matter if you get 10 kills or 20 kills, as long as those 10 kills actually has the impact. And multiple times he would take down ZywOo in like some kind of mid-round situation, and that just gives you so much freedom on the team.
Yeah, mentioning taking down ZywOo, I think it was Connor who mentioned it during the cast. It felt like towards the tail end of that map, as soon as you got that opener onto ZywOo, that was kind of the round collapsing for Vitality. Was there anything else that you could see that was kind of giving them a pain point, and why we're not maybe into an overtime here?
I just feel the way that FURIA consistently converted upon their advantages. Sometimes you take ramp space, for example, and I've seen teams just sometimes vacate it completely, sometimes they push into hell, but they just caught so many good timings, and maybe that's a little bit on Vitality. Like, one time Apex was on the ramp, sometimes there's players just not in position because they don't know, and I think that's what Fallen always does so well, and I think we're going to see so much of that on Overpass, all of the maps really. Fallen he keeps the opponents in the dark so often.
Yeah, especially keeping them in the dark is what stood out to me, because there was a lot of occasions where they got a lot of map control, and they would just sit and wait for like 30 seconds. Yeah. And then eventually, like there's 25 seconds left, then someone's going to be like, okay, we actually don't know where they are, we're going to start searching. And then if that guy actually pushes into the angle of FURIA waiting, then you know that he's actually actively searching for information, and then they can scale upon that. And it's extremely hard to play against when you go up against a team that plays so slow in these type of situations, because you're always kept in the dark.
Just to wrap up this first map, what was the story and the conversation between Yekindar and FlamZ then? Because we've been singing the praise of Yekindar for really good reason. Do you feel like the numbers, they stacked up to each other at all?
I feel like Yekindar ran away with this game as an individual. FlamZ had a couple nice moments. He made that one great incision towards the lower bomb site when FURIA was taking B, and then he slips through the smoke, gets Molodoy, keeps the round alive. In fact, actually, they win that kind of round, but I'd say Yekindar was way more impactful. I mean, he was getting opener. He got 2 openers on ZywOo at least in the second half, which ended up being converted into round victories. So much more fearless in terms of the space that he was taking. FlamZ, a little bit more of a supportive element on Nuke, where he just doesn't get to dictate as much.
It just really feels like Yekindar is the one who sets himself up, or at least communicates what he wants to do. Like, this is the play that I want to be going for. I can almost guarantee you that the plays when he wanted to go aggressive outside fast onto T-Red and just swinging, I think that's probably something he calls himself. Whereas I think FlamZ is more of you know, the soldier of Apex. Like, he's the one that tells him what to do. Like, I think this is the opening. And I think Yekindar just, the way that he also dictates the pace and how they want to approach rounds is very instrumental for FURIA. And that, I think, is maybe the difference.
I think we've got time for a few quick thoughts on Overpass. Of course, the map that FURIA ended out that grand finals run with, of course, it took the full 24 rounds as well. It was super competitive. That's why I'm so excited for this one, and I'm really intrigued to see what changes, if any, Vitality have had the time to make.
They got to look back at their T side primarily. I feel like CT side, they did a decent job, but T side overall just didn't get quite the openers. I mean, Molodoy and Yekindar were on a tear, so it was very hard to push them back consistently. And I guess that's kind of the thorn in the side of a Vitality chance to equalize the series here, is that when they switch that T side, if they don't have 10 rounds in their back pocket, I just feel like FURIA can set up this wall, because it's ridiculous. What kind of B defense has K-Serrato and Yuri? It's already ridiculous. Fallen's just orchestrating everything going on across the map, and then Molodoy and Yekindar, like, they just give you no quarter. If you want to take any space, you got to use all of your utility, or they're just going to beam you right in the face.
I think when it comes to Overpass, it's a map that's sort of tricky, specifically because you have to get a lot of A control, like a lot of space onto the A bomb side before you can actually make some kind of commitment. And obviously you're going up against Yekindar and Molodoy on that side, and Last time it felt like Vitality went for more of a default kind of approach to it. They want to get the space. It wouldn't surprise me to see Vitality being a little bit more, making a little bit of a default is fake towards A, then rotating back to B, hitting the B bomb side a little bit more. I think Apex was pretty stubborn coming on to the A bomb side. I think there's a big change that needs to be made for him to get more rounds.
Do you think we're going to 3? Is there the potential?
I think this is a great opportunity for Vitality to end the Furia streak on this map, but no, I think Furia actually, I almost feel like Furia got unlucky on a handful of the rounds in the Chengdu final, and they could have won that one more handily themselves, and I feel like their execution today is damn near flawless.
I mean, the stats talks for Furia winning 2-0 here. I think there's a case where Vitality can do it if they get the groove going in the beginning of the game, specifically if they actually can get the right kind of executes going.
Well, Furia already 1-0 up and taking a step towards the semi-final here in Hong Kong. Their map pick lays in wait. It's overpass in a few short minutes.
Ooh, they've got their work set out for them now. It is overpass for Vitality, or here's a very bleak picture. The loser of this game has to open up a quarterfinals match versus Spirit. Beat Spirit, go on to play Falcons. And then move forward for revenge versus whoever wins this game.
That's a lot.
If Vitality are about to lose to a Furia, who are a map up by way of 13-11 over on their own map pick, and we know the damage they do on overpass, then if Vitality want to live and win in Hong Kong, it is Spirit, Falcons, and Furia again.
I mean, it would be a better story, but I think you're going to take the easier run any day of the week. And
I would.
So you could do it here in a quiet studio environment, not have to worry about that side of the bracket. That sounds treacherous, man. But this one's not coming free either.
No.
I mean, Vitality tried their hardest on Nuke. Getting to 11 rounds, I think, was representative of where their form's at right now. There were some good rounds in there, but FURIA were just better overall for more of the game. If Vitality were in peak condition, I think they'll win, but that's also Nuke, right? That's a map that they should be like, their B game should be able to take down a team like FURIA, but just not right now, obviously. We're looking at FURIA in rare form.
It was an 8-4 CT side last time they played Overpass to Vitality to start it.
It's got to be 10-2 today.
Still lost. FURIA pieced together a 9-round CT half and won it in regulation. But ZywOo's been given a lot of space here towards long. Ooh, does get found. These Berettas pieced together an ace back on Nuke.
There a new sheriff in town.
2 kills, all he finds this time as Yakindar retrieves that bomb. Will have cover offered by Optimus, and it's all in Vitality on the retake. 2 players out from Bank as Apex goes running outwards. He's working with a nade in a moment, but he's losing teammates.
They're just stuck.
Trying to put that smoke on bomb at some point. Optimus gonna get cleared. Apex comes through with frags. Third one demanded of him as Fallen's got the Berettas off ZywOo's body, and Apex will stick the landing. 10-second defuse demanded of Apex, and it's not a problem because he did all of that himself.
He had to grind that one out, and getting out from behind Dice was probably the most difficult part. Once he did that, he had a bit more freedom. So there's really no one like ZywOo when it comes to getting multis on dualies. An ace on the last map, 2K here. And now it's the hard road on the T side. That was very, very close. But it's what Vitality needed to make this game even competitive. It's going to be interesting to see this and the difference between FURIA and then paiN and TYLOO when it comes to what a good T side looks like.
You're saying we didn't get good T sides earlier?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. It was just so plainly obvious. I didn't even realize it could be sarcastic.
Right.
It was undeniably terrible.
Fun though.
Yeah, I loved it. Didn't mean to make that sound bad, but both teams did well on CT for the most part. Until the series of very unfortunate events.
Scoped over top. That half wall is dangerous. M4. Robs and ZywOo combining.
I feel like I haven't seen Robs get a multi-kill in days.
Oh, there's one for you.
Yeah, I'm trying to see that here on Overpass.
Pieces together 2 off the A4. Ooh, nice kill, Yakindar, dude. His headshot timings have been so quick.
Yeah.
Gonna try to keep that pressure up as bomb is trying to work its way through bathrooms.
He actually knows that you're just gonna
They're
peel
giving
all
him
the
a
way
lot
back.
of phase. Yeah, he's playing ahead of the flashes. Pouncing on Apex. Forces Flamesy to come out, but he's giving csgo a chance at this clutch. That MP9's gonna have to get reloaded, so it's a USP on Flamesy. He swaps out at least to the AK-47. csgo knows he's being wrapped around. Starts to turn attention over.
He's taking his time with it.
Oh, but it's Mezzy to find the headshot as that smoke fades, and Flamesy coming through, just keeping the pressure on in that one. And, you know, same for Yakindar, has to be said. Gets the ball rolling from long, opens a door for the clutch, but csgo just can't piece it together.
Would you ever use another team's mouse pad if you were playing against them? Would that be kind of a weird, like,
oh, you mean
in your head, like use the Vitality mouse pad, you're on FURIA?
Yeah, okay, sure. Kind of got my hands all over him type deal.
Yeah.
But I would like flip the logo upside down
top
or
frag
something.
with their own mouse pad on them type of thing?
Sure.
Yeah. But I feel like that's got to come into the psychological warfare meta at some point.
I would use any mouse pad except for Mattis's.
Oh, the treasure map?
No offense. Although he has gotten a new one.
Yeah. Here we go. Oh, okay. I thought this was the start of many
Nice
multis.
Apex. Good wall bang from inside of the B site, making sure Fallen can't get away. Give him the shakes. It's all Yakindar wants, a prized possession. Yakindar.
You just alley-ooped yourself with that.
It's a master at work. Vitality going for the long push, but no test being offered at FURIA in this B approach. Everybody get behind the M4. MongolZ double flash to set this up. But Vitality off of Apex's push have stacked this site accordingly. Well-earned stack. And a good challenge from Flamesy. Mezzy, easy cleanup.
Right.
So Vitality step up to the plate there. They knew exactly what was coming their way by way of information gathering out of Apex. See no resistance on long. Stack that B site and hold.
The round that FURIA have been waiting for. Establishing shot on rifles here. That 1v1 from Apex, 2 completed conversions to follow.
Well timed, Robs doesn't get away with the kill, but damn near did. He'll finish off MongolZ instead, and that was good damage on Fallen to kick it off.
That's a sweet trade from Yakinder. But still, yeah. Hefty amount of damage done. Fallen's out here bleeding out, 12 HP. Push coming in from Apex. Could be madness, could be genius. I kind of like it though, past a minute if they're not going to go long.
Yeah, with ZywOo still sticking around in bathrooms, I think it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, okay. Oh.
No, they come back to check it, but he wins the duel versus Yuri.
And
so
just walks away.
Good on Apex. Fallen still sticking around, that bomb on the ground, so Apex wants to fight for this.
Nice.
And he will get himself a second kill here in round 4. Vitality still yet to give up anything to FURIA just yet.
Yeah, he was real slick with it there.
And Yakindar off to the save.
You think they find him?
Yes.
You cheated. Okay, you cheated.
Just taking my time, man.
Yeah.
Miss what now?
What?
Apex cussing.
Oh.
He's cussing. Pardon your French, sir. Oof. All right.
What was that word he used the other day?
Not gonna say it.
Custard or something?
Custard.
Poutine?
Something like that.
Yeah, it's poutine, I think.
Second AK around Yakindar is interesting.
Cacerado is the best overpass player on Earth. We've just got word.
This year.
Ever.
Whoa. Whoa, Rob's gonna back up into it.
71.
1 health.
He got away.
1 health.
Keep
Rob
running,
escapes.
son.
You got to make something happen in this round if you're FURIA. You came in with an investment on MongolZ. Yakindar short, he had to save, but putting a second AK in this equation.
Fun part about having 1 HP. Oh, you can do anything and nobody can get mad at you. ZywOo, it's not often you see him get caught off in a spot like that. And it's still kind of early. I mean, they could hit the side or switch back. Apex is looking to get aggro. he doesn't really believe that it's going to be A. The boost is going to get caught for sure. MongolZ, he knows now that the other player's here.
Dude, a second time
Apex is
MongolZ
dead.
gets away with a kill like that. Apex, like you said, dead, doomed, done for. CT's trying to give him a smoke to work out, but you've already got that barrel pressed against Dumpster. I believe it was spotted. Oh,
yeah, what a bait.
Good pickup, FlamZ.
But now they know that both players are here. It's unlikely they can even try the retake.
Okay, 5 rounds in, FURIA break through, and it's
so
not the
weird.
saved AK, but it's the second AK-47 that seemingly catches Vitality off guard.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy they even gave him chances to find those kills so easily. Again, ZywOo just getting caught jumping around on the site. That just never happens. Only MongolZ could conjure something up like that right now.
I think part of it might have been just the fact that you had Yakindar, the one player who saved, confirming the AK further back. And then you let MongolZ kind of operate 15, 20 feet ahead. I agree, it's an unlikely case where ZywOo gets caught off guard. Not every day you see that, but MongolZ ends up catching 2 off guard. Knocks out
3
the bottom
actually,
of the
because yeah, he knows after this boost that they're all here. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like it's looking a little wishy-washy. Careful on the approach. Won't let ZywOo have this op shot for free.
Gotta be careful with this one. They just keep jumbling around, csgo and Fallen. Oh, Rops leaves a lot to be desired with that one. But Yakindar gets over aggressive. And ZywOo takes it right back. Looks like csgo's gonna get blindsided here by the Mezzi push.
No, come
like
on.
it, didn't it?
It did.
How cautious will they be about this approach?
Well, this one's for sure. Okay.
Oh my God, dude, back and forth goes the attention of FlamZ. ZywOo trying to join up top connector. Fallen just on a silver platter now.
He won't peek the, did he get spotted? No,
Nope.
he didn't.
ZywOo gets around the corner. Well played to maintain the edge here in the 6th round of play with bomb possession now at his feet as well.
This is ludicrous knowing that he's seen the bomb already.
Trying to go deeper. Just missed the timing. Dude, this round had some wild timings.
Is csgo going to go down con, allow MongolZ to pick the bomb up? They're just not even going to try it, eh?
Yeah, no effort on it.
They actually could have gone A, but they wouldn't know that till now.
Oh, boy.
Now it's just go try to find ZywOo wherever he could be.
Oh, boy. 3 seconds.
Okay, is there any chance?
They're going to swing. Oh, that was close. A couple seconds to go, maybe, but csgo dying after time can be critical. Whew, that round was sketchy. That one was weird.
Damn. csgo actually has a real chance to maybe get a lucky kill and ends up risking a lot, dying after time. It's sort of massive for their economy.
Yeah, Fallen doesn't know how close he was to not getting caught by that.
Yeah. How'd he even get there?
It was while Fallen was fighting the players on the doorway. ZywOo used it not to peek in and kill him, but just to cross. Slid right by. Like Fallen's doing right now on long. Ooh.
Oh.
Rob sees what you're up to.
I love when they do that, though. They try to cheat first. They steal bases. You know, that's what FURIA do some rounds. Instead of operating standard or going all in, they don't do that all the time either. They just got lots of different tempos, which is nice. Just allows you to get more creative on other parts of the map during the round. This is such a key checkpoint. You know, they just want to get rid of you so bad, but approaching is difficult.
All this while, of course, Bomb's sitting itself outside of the B site, so FlamZ starting to slowly peel closer and closer towards A, when in reality, we know where FURIA are headed.
They're gonna make contact. They're trying to fake this A hit. I mean, yeah, this is gonna work.
Right? Looks like it.
He got away. That's perfect.
Jump cross back, FlamZ towards Graffiti, the only line of defense down towards this B site where Bomb is very much committed. Gonna give themselves a smoke to work with. We see this scramble out of Vitality to try to keep the pressure up. No way to stop the plant as Yuri gets his hands off it. We go 5v5 in the retake. Already CT's trying to climb over top of the bomb site. FlamZ down with nothing. Menzi's answer is a little bit late and the Opera's getting close. ZywOo swapping out to the Desert Eagle. Yuri's got control and FURIA just sold that so well.
I mean, like, you can't tell me that this team is just their players. Fallen calling this round is perfect. His style is all over the way that this team plays. And him finding that outpost early, calling around his information, never giving up the op kill, knowing that it's so hard to push and clear him out, and having his team end up going B. Yeah, they didn't take the info. He made the perfect amount of presence to make that believable that it could be an A play. There were no CTs inside of bathrooms. And it all started by getting there quickly, early into the round. That allowed them to walk back and do that B play slowly.
One of my favorite things about this head-to-head is just the evolution of Apex as an in-game leader. We all started praising him, and rightly so, in his evolution. But Fallen has come back with new form and new pieces to remind the modern IGL that there are layers to this. And I love the way you put it. They steal bases, just enough space to sell all of that. And you see how beautifully it all comes together. This round kicks off with the 2 kills towards B, Bomb in tow, so pretty simple. FURIA find the contact off of K-Serato's kills. And it's gonna be a third on this T side already. Three was all they needed in the last outing on Overpass versus Vitality. 4 is what they got. Still plenty of time to put the hurt on Vitality tonight. You know, we talk about teams and how they get just so crumped up on this T side. How Overpass is the bane of so many on the attack, and yet Fallen, and he's been calling on T side Overpass for ages.
Yeah, if you're a good team on Overpass, if you're one of the greatest IGLs in Overpass history, you know, the Rain copied Fur. You know, that's where this all started, was with Fallen as an IGL on Overpass. Then the map doesn't feel cramped. The map doesn't feel that difficult on T side, and he has a YouTube video you can go watch. It's with English subtitles explaining how to play the map.
From what year?
All-time class. That was 10 years ago. Yeah, still up though.
And still relevant in the modern age.
Yeah.
You can go watch that video, or you can just watch this clinic that they're putting on right now. Keep it coming as the economic limitations of Vitality show their heads again. Double rifle here in round 9. FlamZ, one of the two, and they're getting close. Yakindar almost inviting him to go for this peek. And he will, happily. FlamZ catching first blood on the fallback immediately, and we start to see ZywOo press his luck down through the bathrooms. Would love to grab Yakindar's gun. Fallen trying to keep eyes on it. Careful with those shadows. Well-timed boost.
Beautiful.
We just caught FlamZ getting the kill on K-Serrato as Yuri brings it back.
Yeah, they know that he was over here at A.
And that second rifle started the round on Rops' back. He is going to get this flank going, but it is already FURIA taking a real look at this A site. They understand they're being boxed in. Flamesy's found himself a third, and 3 is all he's going to get. Fast flank, and Rops hits the headshot. Dealing with MongolZ's off. Here comes Yuri, not prioritizing plant, but going for the frag. A fake plant, and now Mezzi knows that he's got him scared.
He's going to go through it, right?
Yeah, but is it a bit too late?
He's coming in carefully. Surely still
Yuri
gets it.
was there on a silver platter. Mezzi still gets the better of the timing, and 2 rifles for Vitality is enough.
Maybe the more unlikely spot for him to come through, especially after Rops dies there in bathrooms. No second player spotted. A nice attempt, but, well, I mean, a really good round here for Vitality, especially for the perspective of Flamesy. And he just enough patience to... He doesn't respond to that first bit of spam that comes out. Doesn't participate in what is sort of like, hey, come fight me, sort of aggression there inside of bathrooms. And then he like teleports over to B for a boost kill in short B, and is the reason they even try that A hit. They've used all their timeouts?
That doesn't feel right.
No, that can't be right.
You on 5-7, Matthew?
We haven't been sitting here that long, have we?
I don't think so. Kind of lost in the spectacle, I have to admit, but 6 timeouts and 9 rounds of play. All while FURIA shoot for that 4th. And 5th. And maybe 6th. Yuri not being shy about this connector play as we finally get both teams back onto full guns. Going through it, Yakinder?
Wow, he kind of knows that they're not going to put pressure on it. He's still ready to get out, and he's right.
Here comes more flashes, but he's ahead of them. Good spam through the smoke. He confirms it, tries to fire back. Tough one to find. Mezzi inside of that, trying to get both these players done for. Fallen finds the headshot. MongolZ catching the second. It is Apex a bit late to this as they rotate down into it. And still with eyes on the flank, FURIA sink their teeth into B. How confident was Yakindar on Monster this round?
He knows all his protocols so well, and he's always tip of the spear. He knows how to get out. They trust all the nades they throw, and also the fact that Vitality aren't putting that much pressure back into him. You see how confident he was that there wasn't even anyone right side Monster as he was coming out? Such a strong read on the setup, getting up to the pillar.
And shut up Fallen for finding the headshot through the smoke.
Yeah.
Felt like it was going to be Mezzi's chance to stuff them right there.
Yeah.
At least one half of the attack.
It seemed like that was going to be a little bit of a closer situation, but no.
So there's 4.
I mean, the best time to kill T's is in the choke point, you know, not when they get out. And here they let them out.
Fix the timeouts.
Oh, yeah.
Now the question is, did Vitality fix their setups?
This is feeling like a critical moment with the amount of money and Vitality needing to get at least an 8-4 on the CT side. But with that last round, I'm sure they feel really threatened right now. The Kinder got out too easily. Now they're really doubling up on Monster's side. Probably it's a pragmatic decision for sure.
Boy, good damage on FlamZ. Mezzy, though, able to lock that down. And so Monster gets shut off this time around. Vitality definitely standing on enough, but MongolZ comes through that smoke.
He's just going to do this by himself. Bombs in front of him.
Why not? Eats the flash. That's why you don't. Triple kill for Mezzy's MP9 is huge here for the Behold.
I mean, this is salvageable still. CTs have to be careful. They've got this molly on Apex. That's something. Will they read barrels in this position? No.
Pops up. Yuri gets the return frag, and of the players left standing, he's the one that's got the most health for this.
Just don't let Yuri clutch.
He has got separate 1v1s. If he peeks into Apex first before going for the plant, oof, but he starts to disengage, worried about the flank, and that gives time for Apex to go for the reposition. That's going to end this round.
Okay.
Apex was far more exposed when he was standing at the top of the ramp. Solid stuff for Mezzy.
Yeah, solid stuff for Mezzy, and just keen, like good positioning, like the fact they answered their problem from last round, got in front of this monster smoke, used a close range MP9 to its maximum potential. It follows that FURIA want to try to do something similar. It worked so well last round. But still, FURIA have a bye.
Yeah, they've kept this threat alive the entire half. Just gonna let ZywOo take top con contact. Already seen a well-timed boost from Vitality to peel players off this part of the map, but you're not going to find csgo this time.
Tucked, totally. I think it's completely open. They actually might make a bad decision because of that.
They start to scramble upstairs, but it is still FURIA getting closer towards A. Winds up being good info because csgo leaves. ZywOo floating around front bath, supported from behind. Apex actually gets killed. He got clipped. MongolZ catching that somehow off of Long, and now Rob's trying to dodge the damage on the dice box. ZywOo missed chance, turns it around onto Yuri, and he's got a little more space to fight. It gets ripped from his hands. FlamZ tries to rotate up through the smoke.
Did Apex jump spot?
Yes.
It was, again, he did that?
He jumped behind the APC. You can see the X in there on that smoke.
We need to see that.
And MongolZ sits there. We might have to wait until we come back from the break because this is Mezzy with a desperate 1v4 ahead of him. An even better scoreline on this T side than what they needed to win last time. 5 rounds for FURIA, hard fought as they will topple Mezzy's clutch attempt. Insta replay, we got it.
Oh my.
Comes flying into MongolZ's screen and gets punished. That's what kicked off the follow-through. A 4-0 start for Vitality, and it's only 3 more rounds after the fact. 15 to the clock. It's another close call coming out of FURIA in round 11. Op finds the pit kill. Somebody's got to clear Brolin out of this corner. And here comes Zershin sprinting in through the Moto smoke to send the curveball through.
He can plant.
Again.
He can plant.
Again. Just enough time. 1v3 queued up for MongolZ. Him versus Torzy. And he looks the wrong direction. Does he get wind of it?
Oh,
it's
he must have
right there
spotted.
for the peak, but MongolZ's still hiding, and Torzy doesn't know. He gives up the info, takes the no-scope to the chest.
Round number 18, FURIA. 5 kills away from the big stage at the Moody Center. They just need to complete this round, and it starts well. csgo has slaughtered Flammus as he tries to burst through the smoke here. Nice jump up, but csgo's still out there. That M4 doing all the work. It's a massive quad kill. And he already had he almost had the ace earlier. This time he's going to try and see if he can really complete it, and he gets it.
You said Fallen's been quiet on Inferno. Well, he can't afford to be quiet here in round 22. Do they do a contact? Is it really going to be just dry? It is into the orb. cello activates if he's necessary. Now the nade does chip damage, but still that bomb is under their control. And Fallen steps up, delivers what his team need him most. A triple kill on the orb. Down goes Rek on A, and the job is done. The round is won, 11-11. I know what Furia are wishing for. Another one of them from Fallen. 4 kills in the round.
Take a look. Nothing that he can see, but if he continues on this journey, he could have caught them off guard. MongolZ, though, all the wiser. Here's Yakindar stomping towards him. Yo, it leaves a lot to be desired. Magazine's
They are
empty.
trading him.
You get Matt.
No, they are trading him.
Sunpai's found a kill as well towards A. MongolZ able to get one.
3 on 5. MongolZ must. And now, get the 4K. There's one.
3 kills to his name. Bomb to be scooped up. 25 seconds to pull this off. And a single bullet out of this USP, and Sunpai's is down. MongolZ keeps 5 bullets in the magazine, despite all the time he could have reloaded. Makes it all the harder. 4 shots, 4 health.
This is a crazy play. Sunpai's looking for him to go, what, up above?
No kit here for Sunpai's either. He's wasting critical time on this, but he does manage to get out. Another missed shot here from MongolZ. The last shot closes pistol. It's a nervous sign if you are Vitality, letting a round like that one slip. But we know what Furia does when it comes to overpass, and that tends to be win. So yet another moment where they improve on their T side. 5 rounds to their name as they'll swap over. That's the kind of T side that actually gives you so much more breathing room if you don't happen to win CT Pistol.
Yeah, 100%. Man, what are we going to get this game? It's, you know, it's not even as, like, Vitality needed more CT rounds last time, but they have a bit more data. We know they can play randomly well on T side. We know how top tier this team can be at their peak, and they want this versus Furia today. We've already brought out how difficult the bracket's going to be if they can't find this win.
Oh,
okay.
Beautiful kickoff for Rops with the double kill. Thing is, nothing behind it just yet. That's obviously Rops, right? Rops does his own thing, and so you are not buying that it is this B commitment just yet. You see a bunch of bodies approaching over towards Long, including the bomb. So that's going to bring Fallen upstairs at 1:10. And instead of shying away from it, I like that Yakindar starts to get active. If you're going to win a 3v5, it's going to be by making moves like this. He drops the bomb carrier. They come in with a flash. It'll be recovered. Good thing they went with the flash, because Yakindar was ready to rock somebody else's head off. And now MongolZ getting crazy, running up into connector for a second.
He's actually killing the clock because he thinks that they think he's doing something ridiculous and speeding up too much. Now they're going to make it up towards A. MongolZ is going to slowly walk back to go towards the A site.
Worried about somebody having pushed through B, not the case.
They're still looking for his flank. It's not there.
Fallen has been found. Bomb will be planted safely. And it's MongolZ a bit late to this party. Loud step gives him away. Ooh. Doesn't have a kit. Does have a smoke. Good gush. That's going to be Zyru to put it over the line. And so, again, Vitality take a pistol on the T side. Huge opening for them. 7 rounds of a CT side, but you grow that lead now by winning pistol. It's
just the sheer number of second rounds and a half, though, that FURIA can manage to win
Yeah.
with forces. You've always got to be worried about that stat when you play versus FURIA.
It's so nuts that in a year where, you know, you've got Kioske coming into the scene and with so much hype and also delivering in his big matches, that MongolZ is the rookie of the year. You know, he's just getting more impressive every single time you watch him play. He's already got so much range as a player, man.
USP is trying to get the jump on ZywOo, but you don't really get the jump on ZywOo ever. Nicely done. Money made by the other two. All 5 players stand. Perfect conversion of the pistol. But that's because FURIA didn't come through with the force. It's all about getting the CT side going early.
It's the best Brazilian opper since Fallen.
What was his name to the locals?
Danilo.
Danilo.
And Mario sitting beside him. That's what I hear, that this lineup is all Brazilian. Kaboom versus Titan. In documented history, Fallen is 152 to 129 head-to-head against Apex. Wow, that's fun. That's so many games. My goodness. Oh, wow. The AK. Oh, nice. Caught it. Man, an AK from that range is like 20% accurate. Nuts stuff. Oh, what? Excuse me?
My MAC-10 doesn't do that, dude.
Is this a real round?
My MAC-10 doesn't do that. Your MAC-10 do that?
No refunds, no.
Okay.
Oh, you just can't get rid of him.
I could sit here and praise Robs for that opening tap. Like you said, the AK and accuracy. He makes up for it, finds the headshot, laser beams Yuri on the fallback. I don't know if I want to celebrate what Flamesy got up to. I'll recognize it happened. Jumping K-Serrato headshot. Sure thing, pal. Well, first gun round, not what FURIA were hoping for. MongolZ, no save allowed on this one.
That would have been an awkward spot to drop the bomb, actually. And maybe they should just go plant, though, together before there's any other chance
we go.
of a kill going wrong. 5 alive here by Vitality. They quickly get to 10.
And a free op as well. Apex picking it up off MongolZ's corpse.
They're all happy. They're smiling.
Honestly, fantastic start. 7-round half, pistol, 2-0 start, win the first gun round. You're now sitting pretty 10-5.
The Lion does not concern himself with flying MAC-10s. Wow.
Yes, Lunders?
There are some beastly shots getting hit in this game.
Well, one of them comes from K-Serrato. He's got Flamesy lined up as well. Ooh, there wasn't everything to work with this round, but there are still looming threats, especially this MP9 and connector. Oh, he slams it onto Mezzi. Feeling like they've got to get this going. FURIA start to take the aggression into Con.
Is he going to get spotted? Yes, he is.
Apex tries to go for the recovery, but you've got Yakindar here to rock them. Beretta's in hand for ZywOo. He is 1 kill deep in this 1v3.
Man. All right.
Minute.
And this is when ZywOo can do his best work, but here's another closer coming up behind him. ZywOo looking up, but they just need to lock the back door, really. And then it's just going to be on Fallen. They can fast flank A if they want to. K-Serrato's assuming that he's left. Or maybe that, you know, if he was going to go A, he would have had to. This does give ZywOo a chance, but it's, I don't know if towards, I thought the best thing he could do, next level read, would be back up the ladder and then around to B, but how could he know?
It's going to be versus Fallen, and it's a headshot. Here we go, Furia, feeling like a bit of a caged beast this round, I think.
Just too solid, man. I mean, that good option coverage and very hard to figure it out past this point. It's all about Yakinder this round, actually. Like, what a nice shot from Rops.
Okay, Serrata too, kind of these two frags.
That's true. That's true.
It's both of them, that's for damn sure. You know, in the first moment where Furia kind of feel like they've got to make a move, the moves they make pay off. So sure, it's double digits, but that's an excellent way for Furia to get guns back in hand, op included for MongolZ.
Oh,
job.
Hinder's down. And MongolZ, we haven't watched from his POV, but he's struggled these last 2 kills, right? He's just got outdone. Either missed a shot or out op.
Quiet on the approach as bomb sits outside of B. I don't know, still feels like Furia believe in this eventual
why
A
are they
hit.
right? Why are they right? Oh, no, they're not. Okay. Just going back, I was like, man, there's no way they figured this out, too. Just sitting here on the A site.
Shit, man, how do they know?
How do they do it?
How do they know it coming A?
How do they conjure this up?
But the rotation's downstairs in time, and MongolZ picks up that one lurk through the bathrooms.
Man. Yeah, they have beat them here.
They are putting it in place. They do indeed know. How do they know? How do they know? They figured it out. 10 seconds to the clock. Fallen body blocks on smoke. The kills are coming through, but Fallen's cross paths.
You can't deny the timing. There's just no
Rops
time
is covering.
left. Oh!
Just enough. Rops gets just enough. MongolZ up from heaven, secures a second kill. We thought Fallen had that, but Rops with just enough.
Wow, that's so key. And it's because they were blocking each other in the smoke for just long enough that he knew something was up.
MongolZ still taking a sniff at this. Doesn't have a kit.
Yeah, no. Doesn't look like there's any chance he's going to be able to win this. Wow, Vitality picked this round up. And that's even with the full force, the rotations coming in. Everyone in pretty good spots, but it's really Rops who saves the day.
Critical coverage on that smoke, or else Fallen stops the bomb plant.
It had disaster written all over it, and I was getting kind of worried that this was just going to be a round that end up lost to time for Vitality.
It's feeling bleak for Furia's CT side suddenly. But that is the beast that is Overpass. Not horrendous, though. Still a comfortable looking 5-round lead for Vitality. Reason to believe that this T side can just push it over the line. The most successful CT endeavors for Furia have been the ones where they let themselves off the leash. Kindar floating around bathrooms on his own. Now MongolZ moves up. They wanted maybe just that extra layer down towards B out of the start. But Vitality are taking their time here in round 18.
Whoa, spotted.
Oh, big time. That's a lead. I mean, it kind of depends how the CTs, you know, want to approach this, but they can be careful. Now it looks like they see them.
Indar wins that fight. Flashbang onto the Oh, wild blind.
Come on, man.
Wild blind. What felt like the last bullet in that magazine. csgo given a gift.
That's Overpass's finest.
No way.
Is that what you have to be able to do to be the best?
Highest rated Overpass player of the year. csgo. And now at 30 seconds, Vitality could just try to throw this one out. You've got limitations on a couple players economically, but there's many players here for Furia, and even an MP9 is indeed enough. Damage done by Fallen earlier on softens him up. We're talking 4 players alive for Furia, and this is a Vitality that is still yet to secure that much-needed 12th.
Man, tough to say what's to come. I mean, we've seen some key elements of successful rounds here from Vitality that start with they take out Yakinder first. Here they couldn't do that. They've out-opped MongolZ. He's kind of avoided danger this time around, but, you know, unlike with other games, when a CT gets on their feet that you feel a comeback is going to take place, it doesn't really necessarily feel like that right now. Vitality have done some of the most difficult things already in taking out the Opper, taking out the A Rifler, finding a win on a B exec.
ZywOo, hot challenge here, and it works. Fallen gonna get peeled off the B side as Rops looks to take an immediate look into the side as well.
That's sweet.
And now there's pressure off Rops to try to get that opening kill. His position becomes all the more valuable, but he tries to make his move, and MongolZ finds him out from heaven. That was a solo Rops decision.
And this kill with this push is actually massive. Yakinder had to be so careful before that frag went down, but now it's actually back on Vitality to, like, get their advantage back somehow. And now the flank's coming in. This could just be a dead round if Yakinder doesn't, you know, overplay the situation. And I know he wants to push, but he also just wants to be careful and ensure that he isn't going to give up a rotation back. Yeah, it seems like he's picked the perfect speed here.
Here's that stomping around on Apex. Here's that utility is going to be raising the alarms on B. Everybody else rotates down. It's a double graffiti play between MongolZ and Yuri.
Trying to psych him out. Should he take the kill?
He will, with a quick execution of Apex, cuts off 1/2 of this attack from Vitality.
They could run it back up. They're 3 on short.
Yeah, there's still that opening if they do decide to depart.
I mean, there's actually no reason not to, because going forward, it's obviously silly at this point.
They're going to run this. They're going to take that gamble to rotate up into an A site that is vacant for the taking. Yakindar's going to kill Flamesy in the process, so there's damage done, sure, but they didn't stop this bomb from going down. Retakes on Furia. Vitality for their 12th has ZywOo at half health on the hunt. Oh, it is right there, but MongolZ takes his sweet time. And now ZywOo concerned about the flank. Plenty of kits to go around. Frag grenades to finish off ZywOo if needed. They're just going to wait for this dumpster smoke to fade out first. And there's no additional smokes for Vitality to keep this retake at bay. ZywOo, 4 kills needed. Not going to find anything other than the one. It is MongolZ to come through with a double. And that was shutting down Rops as he approached the B bomb site and making sure ZywOo's clutch can't come to fruition either.
Yeah, it would have had to been the opening and the closing for ZywOo. Close to impossible, but a good kill back from MongolZ after the great pick from ZywOo into Monster to kick this off. And Yakinder again, just another great move. The longer he stays alive in the round, the odds of Furia winning just they shoot up. Appreciate a high opening attempt rate here for ZywOo.
Yeah, it's an attempt rate, though, not a success rate. We go back to Nuke and think about all the times he got dominated outside.
but he will keep trying as he did this round, only to die again.
Another key moment for Yakinder, and he will be taking openings too. Also, it's going to be rifled to op sometimes. But even with 13 HP, it's actually a massive success to pull this off and get away. This round could be a real money builder. Might be too difficult for Vitality to win. Maybe, maybe not. Kind of comes down to, I think, Apex more than anyone else. What kind of rounds are you going to call here? Just got to squeeze this one dry.
Always active, though. Just getting into the short control. They actually start falling back. Oh, bloodbath. Again, quesoRotto, wild blind, picks up a total monster stoppage. Him and Fallen, dude, look at that. They knew what they were locking in. They had just gone to the short side. That's the kind of look that says, yeah, I know you know, we knew.
He's not seeing anything.
Locked in with that decision and positioning. quesoRotto now topping the charts off of that 4K. Triple mowdown into the USP finish.
He's eating these flashes like they taste good and still getting the kills.
Come on, man. Flash was good. The timing from quesoRotto. Look at this. Killers. Cold-blooded killers.
Lots going into this round for Vitality, and if not, it's probably going to be tied.
It's another group up outside of the B site, but it's also another B stack start. Is it to Furia's favor? Fallen dodging flashes, trying to sign up for damage. Only one kill between him and quesoRotto. Doesn't go as well as it did one round ago. Off up in heaven, loses its angle. And Yuri takes half of his health in exchange for the frag on Rops. But we're still talking about a low health Mezzi, and the fact that Yuri finds Sanctuary in this position is unreal.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Oh, bomb's kind of planted on. Just there behind the sandbag, not exposed though.
ZywOo doubles back into the fight. This is a very critical 2 versus 2. To secure that 12th, ZywOo forced back away from the pillar. And Mezzi just trying to keep his head tucked down. As that op shot rings out, Yuri wounded even further. Retake's coming, and they don't know about Mezzi. He will find his 3rd of the round, but now it's him versus MongolZ. MongolZ gets popped. And it is Mezzi with the quad from the bottom of the board to give Vitality a little bit of space.
A double entry and the closer out of Mezzi. All the work in the world. Nasty.
Mezzi with no hesitation into this spot as well, gets the double kill, and then as everything's unfolding behind him, dives into a position that he knows has value, as that retake was inevitably inbound. But just because 12's on the board doesn't mean MongolZ nor FURIA will stop the heat. Right back into opening moves. Again, I feel like sometimes FURIA make their magic happen when they feel like they are caged
Come
in.
on.
This was a CT side that wasn't even going to have much to stand on if not for them taking initiative. Well, the moment Vitality get their 12th, it is FURIA to make moves once more, sitting pretty 5v2.
Getting smoked at the steps at a minute 15 after a round like that. It's as if it never happened.
Kinder's already breathing down your neck with the playground setup. No matter what you try to do to wiggle out of this one, Vitality, you better just hope you move forward with the guns.
Oh.
Make that singular now. Only Rops.
Yeah, might even... Ooh, I don't even know if he wants to try to stay alive with this many players close by.
Yeah,
they're sending the troops at him, man.
Inbound, Yakindar.
They will get here in time.
Soon to have 2 more coming up from that T-spawn. Shadow advantage for Rops. All he wants to do is hang on to this corner. Is that too much to ask for?
No, okay, he gets away. Dude, MongolZ just taking out ZywOo casually. Again, with their back against the wall. He spent most of this game with a negative KD, but doesn't play like it. It's recovered now. Goes deep on ZywOo again. What's that kill matrix looking like, man? His head-to-head's feeling one-sided. It's not quite, you know, Nyx versus Nico or anything, but...
Kindar's not going to give any space for free. Trying to get that 1 AK into the mix, but not going to happen. Mezzi's P250 finding a couple victims. Don't tell me it's the 1v5 now. He's got to double back to bomb, and MongolZ and Yuri are actually splitting up in terms of the A defense. But he's not going to prioritize getting that bomb just yet. Needs another kill, and Fallen down here, mere inches off that duel. Mezzi doubles back. MongolZ locked in on this bomb, holding onto the angle, gets found out. Headshot comes through from Mezzi. Valiant effort, considering everybody else went down with nothing. From 2 P250 kills into the M4 Dink, and yet again, we go 24 rounds. This head-to-head delivers.
You know, I don't think they had to dig deep to make this comeback. They know what they can do. I think Vitality did extremely well to get their 12. They won in a variety of different ways, plus on a half buy, like a little bit of X factor, some structure, some good tactics. They had a mix of everything. But FURIA know how to play their CT advantages. They never changed up on playing confidently. Yakinder stuck to his guns. I think he's been the most impressive part of the second half. He started off by taking a few deaths early, but then kept pushing for his kills. And the more aggressive options you take early on in a half, the more time you kill in future rounds when they know you could push. He's getting quite aggro here. Flamesy could really make a difference. Wow, Yakinder takes him out first.
Good trade. Mezzi with impact again. Little dice jump. Utility to play. 50 seconds on that clock.
All right, I just had a broccoli.
Smoke chucked over and still just playing with the nades. Just enough to keep him at bay. We're talking the final 30 seconds of regulation, and Fallen makes a brave move. When you think of all the times there was body stack behind that site, how many times there was 3 players trying to burst down, and Fallen decides to walk right through it. It is what is going to bolster this A site. It is what could damn well secure FURIA OT.
They haven't even organized this attack yet.
15 seconds.
You gotta go now.
Vitality are gonna scramble their asses into this A site with 5 seconds to spare. All while Fallen has already secured so much info. Vitality are falling flat on their own faces. What causes this to fall apart in round 24?
Wow. There was no pressure back. They weren't even blocking this A site. They wanted them to come forward into it because Fallen had got that key information over on B. they just got heady about it, man. I think they really psyched themselves out, and it's just not, you know, going to OT is one thing. They could have maybe closed here if they got all these hard kills, but it's the fashion in which they enter OT. Terrible note to do it on. Look at Xtaz.
Can't believe it.
Seeing Vitality lose the time is like the worst thing.
It's a scary sign.
You don't see them lose the time. And they have like 4 or 5 times this week.
Whoa. Play continues. And that gives FURIA a lot of room to breathe.
And they don't stop.
No, they don't. It's when they've done their best rounds is when they've signed up for early fights. Yakindar, though, this time goes down empty-handed. Still 23-19. Awesome score to push this game this far. But MongolZ's on the prowl.
And this bomb's just going back to B. This full push is going to work out again. They're just boiling with confidence at the moment.
I mean, we've seen solid holds between csgo and Fallen. We've also seen them go down with only 1 frag between both. Feels like this is going to have to be one of those glorious moments for Fallen.
Smoke's a little bit behind them. If they're going to flash this, they need to do it now.
Oh, Mezzi's already outside of the pipes. Fallen presses into him. csgo waits for short, clean entry out of Rops, but Yuri's gone unnoticed. Oh, Yuri's gone unnoticed, hiding behind that body. Things get a little bit more weird. And it's a long road for MongolZ to get back into this site. Yuri gonna have to do this on his own with a reload. Surely they just pounce him, but he comes out with another. Yuri on his own.
And don't back up into MongolZ, otherwise this gets very weird.
AK in hand now, Robs over towards the short side. They are so fixated on Yuri, but Mezzi doubles back with the presence of mind of that secondary threat and still the utility over the top of short. Robs just keeps this awkward. Yuri on a quarter health, toppled over by Mezzi. What a valiant effort. When Fallen and csgo go down with nothing, you think that B site's dry.
Yeah, he does a great job of delaying and trying to multiply his presence and spacing out his utility and his gunfights. Dude, ZywOo again. MongolZ takes him out. But this one's all about Mezzi, right? It's the entries again. It's the close again. 20 and 16 for him. Can't believe how quickly they called out FURIA last round. Getting to B. I mean, Vitality, and it looks like they're doing it again. It seems like despite all this, Vitality are still getting some pretty miraculous entries, as you should be able to see with the players they've got. But how long does that keep up? You know, over a longer time frame. If FURIA still have the better info.
Oh,
nice kill, Mezzi, man. Yeah, that's also nice.
He was finding his groove as this game's gone on.
Here's a part-time opper Fallen. That's his 8th kill.
It's the Rops chase, but no overcommitment here. A lot of weight on MongolZ's shoulders as the solo A piece here for FURIA.
Yeah, I mean,
Fallen back to the same angle that's already net him a kill, but he walks right into Rops. MongolZ time to answer up close. No. Second for him.
He's alone.
Okay, on his own, so be it. A triple out of MongolZ prowling the streets. What a nuisance for Vitality. Who needs teammates? That's a truth nuke.
That's ridiculous. And he started by taking out ZywOo. I think this is the 4th round in a row.
Fallen gets that 1 op kill from down on the B site. Starts to push Vitality towards A, and you'd think, why push towards where you only have 1 piece? Because the 1 piece is MongolZ. Point blank, no problem.
Nope. No teammate behind him on Dice. No one flashing, no one holding long for him. just him showing us what makes Overpass so op-friendly, but like in the hardest way possible. Moving like he's elite when he just entered Tier 1.
Rob's trying to do everything in his bag of tricks to get that op shot to miss as well. The jump in through the half wall. Giving him the shoulder spot. None of it does he bite down on. And we've praised MongolZ for that in the past. Doesn't bite and doesn't pull the trigger until he has a genuine chance at being lethal. And those kills coming all too often for Vitality's liking. Tied at 13. But MongolZ is going to be found out by Robs, tucked into the corner here. Jump spotting that wall was his teammates, and well, they had false confidence to send their star out to his death. And Robs repositions, no damage.
Not a single point of damage.
Still haven't dealt with him whatsoever.
All right, well, this will be an easier time to take a MongolZ dying on that search. That was a high-risk maneuver.
What if they rotate everybody up in time?
Oh, but they're not coming to the outside of bathrooms, actually. This allows for the...
They double back to clear it. There we go. Just making sure Vitality making their moves in through the A site. And it looks like who has more odds of holding A? MongolZ alone or the rest of Furia one round later?
Yeah.
They fall on their face this time, and that is a solid T side coming out of Vitality. You know, again, MongolZ trying to steal the show with his individual heroics. But 2 rounds of a T side in overtime. And having the presence of mind to double back, make sure there is nobody tucked along that wall.
Yeah, I'm shocked they did that.
Good on Flamesy to make sure that they don't skip any steps. 14-13 lead, Vitality.
Wonder if they saw him somehow. They had so many guys on it, but either way, they didn't come in from the outside of bathrooms. Good, they cleared it. Furia are 9-1 in their last 10 overtimes. What a stat. MongolZ takes out ZywOo again. I'm not kidding. I think that is 5 rounds in a row.
Well, except the last one when he died first.
When they've gone head-to-head.
Okay. Yeah.
Last 5 head-to-heads.
Just keep it coming. You've got this stack outside. Oh, the flash was good, but Mezzy has been so solid at trying to keep Vitality's hopes alive. You know, when ZywOo's going down to the head-to-head that you mentioned, at least Mezzy's giving you something to be proud of. Apex tries to get off site as Rops is scrambling down towards B to help. Oh, they're right there, and csgo gets popped. Fallen's not going to waste that chance to trade. Rops' op holds the line. Plenty of time for Furia to milk this.
They smoked it, and they're just going to walk through it. They're making it feel like it's going to be a B play, or they're just going to come back to it.
Fallen so devilish with the amount of times he heads up here to try to sell fakes on A.
Man, this is kind of wild. I don't know. Do they know? They know about Rops' op. So if they get confirmed position from this scout, the B plant comes in.
Just feels like
if there's no one here, MongolZ comes back. But it's actually one situation where you kind of love that they split up. And look at the lead that he gets.
Fallen, how far
he's
does he
going to
press
push through it. Uh-oh, that actually puts things in jeopardy now.
Oh, man, 6 seconds. Rops is just going to be able to spam you off the bomb. Rops is going to spam it. Oh, man.
Oh, that was such a big mistake from Fallen.
Oh, man.
All he had to do was make sure that the bomb could get planted. And up until that moment, the fact that he went there early without MongolZ was really smart.
But it was hiding in the corner.
That was
and then walking into dumpster.
I mean, you just need to make sure that he can plant. That's it. Oops.
Yeah. Yeah. So Vitality, 2 more map points. Making them work for this one.
Yes.
There it is, head-to-head. This map, the head-to-head MongolZ 8.
It's a 7-0 streak.
Wow, you were right. Good call.
It's a 7-0 streak, and Vitality are still winning.
Just keep it coming. I think a testament to Mezzi's impact as this game's gone on. And sprinkling a Rob's clutch. Here he is again.
Hey.
Stepping up to the plate, killing csgo, giving Vitality one of the best chances yet that they could ask to close this map. 16th round right there for the taking. Puts the squeeze on FURIA. And you know that Monster's already cleared out because Mezzi went on that solo expedition, so leaving Apex up here on this perch is kind of perfect. You are confident that you can hold on to this boost at least for another 20 seconds longer. The MongolZ ZywOo head-to-head brewing. Robs regains vision with the kill. ZywOo's going to announce that the op is on the line, and MongolZ not going to shy away from this head-to-head. Why would he? Takes down Robs in the process. And now ZywOo's on high alert as Yakindar comes out through that bathroom smoke. Nade goes beyond him. ZywOo's going to find the kill, sure, but that lets Yakindar get ever closer. Found out by FlamZ. And it may not have been the fastest road, but this is still Vitality to seemingly survive the test. MongolZ has won this head-to-head one too many times for Vitality's liking, but versus 3 players on this site, FlamZ gets his, and this series pushed to Inferno. It is Vitality pushed to their limits, and yet our game for the semis goes on.
He can't see a thing, they're right in front, defusing the bomb, the smoke, oh my god! Dupree taking 2 and falling back, going for the shot, and you gotta be kidding me! Dupree winning the round!
Hi, my name is Dupree, I'm a 5-time major champion, and I was part of the Astralis era. In the beginning with Astralis, no, it was with any other startup. Remember the first shirt iteration we had, which is like a plain black shirt with this star that was printed on top. Just feeling that this was our own was something that actually mattered a lot to us. We were proud of what we had already created, and now it's more about we wanted and needed to get the results right to get it where we wanted it to. It really fast got pretty big in my opinion. It rose to become something that's more of a subculture back in Denmark. You could go and ask anyone on the streets in Denmark and they would know what Astralis was. And maybe they didn't like specifically in detail know what it was about, but they've heard the name before. It just blew into proportions that we never expected. I think for any Counter-Strike player that are playing this game competitively, it's about making a name for yourself. That's where the major comes in really handy. I think like the dream of winning one is what everyone wants to achieve inside Counter-Strike. But getting there obviously takes a lot of hard work and also some luck and everything. But when I first started playing Counter-Strike, I wanted to win my major. And if I could just win one major, then I would be very satisfied. Getting to the point where I feel like the team back in the days with Astralis that was capable of winning a major was like a really good feeling. You would go into the tournament and you would feel that we actually have the capabilities of winning this tournament. That felt really good. We went in that grand final, you know, I think we were obviously playing against Virtus Pro in that grand final. You know, we were playing against some really experienced guys from the time. And for us to go up against these kind of legends, it kind of fueled us in a way that we want to go out and prove that we can also do this, you know. And then, you know, getting to the point where you need one more round. I believe that we had 15 seconds of free time and Clay would say like, guys, let's just do the exact same as we just did, like let's catch them off guard. And you could just feel that everyone in the team was on the same page. Everyone felt that this was that right call, you know, everyone believed in it. There was so much chaos, like it was just like people just getting killed left and right, but it was just like one frag at a time, and you can see in the kill feed like we were getting closer and closer and closer, and then that final kill, which I believe I got when I hit that last Tech 9 headshot on test, that was like crazy. Like the feeling is just like we jumped up and threw our headsets off. All of a sudden, I found myself in a position where I had actually achieved that dream of winning the major.
The unstoppable force versus the immovable object. What was a 12-map win streak for the side of FURIA brought to an end by Vitality. And once again, we have so much to be diving into. This was just such a world-class game of Counter-Strike once more.
Once again, a whirlwind. I'm so glad we're getting to see these teams face off once again. I mean, that game, Vitality, they're able to right their wrongs, so many moments. I felt like at one point, FURIA, they started gaining all the momentum at the end of regulation. Felt like they're just going to clean it out in overtime, but actually Vitality, they shifted into yet another gear, show what they're capable of, and yeah, that's that championship resiliency.
It had it all. Like, it had the clutches, it had the individual moments, we had the flanks, we had like the mind games from the in-game leaders, had it all, and that's what makes our job so interesting, and also hopefully what makes it interesting for you viewers at home.
We've got so much to be diving into, so I think we should just get right to it. I think we should maybe remove the first half of play because we were so curious about what Vitality would bring in terms of changes to that T side. What did we see right off the bat with that one?
I mean, I think the thing that stood out to me the most is obviously that the rematch is this one, and in Chengdu, Apex was very stubborn in towards scoring the A bomb side. I think this time around it was a lot more towards the B one. I feel like in general they wanted to get a lot of space, and even in this first fire round, we can see Robs pulling up some of a gimmick play. This is a typical play where you actually counter him by doing this, and then you have Flamesy coming out, just getting that space so fast, not allowing FURIA to have this kind of space that they really thrive having.
Even when Vitality vacated the A side of the map, unfortunately for FURIA's sake, other than maybe one Yakindar push, it's just that they couldn't get the most mileage out of it. You know, sometimes if you have an op that's just the solo A player, he can't really get a flank off. Like MongolZ sometimes knew there's no A pressure whatsoever, that Vitality are setting up for the B play, but he just couldn't quite get out the flank or anything like that. Whereas if you have a rifle in that case, you know, he can do so much like Yakindar does.
And it was the fact that we were coming into that second half with Vitality having, I believe, one round less than they actually earned back in Chengdu. So this is like great props to them for having the mental resilience to come onto the by far harder side of Overpass.
100%. The change had to come on the T side, and that's also where we did see the biggest change, because I feel like them getting 7 rounds here and 8 in Chengdu was in theory enough. I think that where they fell flat in Chengdu, that was specifically the T side. So it's good to see that they actually thought about that, and that's what we talked about coming into this game, that you have to have someone going and changing something tactically, and that's what Vitality did here. Like, they knew that last time we couldn't get any space on the A bomb side, we were really getting shut down. Now we wanted to go towards the B bomb side, and there was occasions that Vitality went back to the A bomb side, but they still lost. So it's just good to see that the adaptation is there.
Should we take a look at another B hit from Vitality, but maybe from the perspective of Fallen in this one? Because round 17, oh my god, like, I winced seeing this. This is so unlucky.
I know, this is so unfortunate. The information was actually really strong for the FURIA side here. Fallen tries to play right around the smoke, and he knows that these Vitality players want to come in on him, and he couldn't get a great angle, and he knows that he's going to be flanked from the Monster players, and he can't hold 2 angles at once, so he decides to dive into the smoke, but the coverage is just too good. Rops was aware that he tucked into the smoke, so when Fallen tries to come out once again, tries to stop the bomb planter, Rops is there to cover it. It's one of those moments where it's damned if you do, damned if you don't, and unfortunately for Fallen, neither option was going to ever be good.
The play itself from Vitality was really strong. What gave it away was that MongolZ got Flamesy so fast, because if MongolZ wouldn't have had that forward position actually killing Flames to the fast, calling it a fake, then they wouldn't have had actually put down the smoke. They probably wouldn't have had the rotation coming in, and that made Vitality look like a fool. When they were standing behind the smoke, so like, okay, they know we're actually coming B, but they had to power through it. Fallen tries to go for this kind of sneaky play, but the cover from Ross was just insane.
Should we just run this B site simulator one more time? Because round 21, like, let's give all credit due to FURIA. They really battle for this one, but it comes down to Mezi with a beautiful clutch.
Yeah, of course. I feel like Vitality started picking on Fallen just a little bit in this one, so he's unable to get one. csgo gets the trade, but Mezi gets the double. So not only does Mezi get the double entry on this one, such fine margins as this round is breaking down, like the Molly almost burning Yuri there, but Mezzi in the pit, this is just masterful. The kill he gets here onto MongolZ is just instantaneous. Like, he can't even react. He can't even react to that.
If I'm not mistaken, I think MongolZ hit his table after getting that shot. I feel like that was exactly the moment that we hit his table. And you know, the play here from Vitality it's just a spawn caller. It actually reminds me of one of the plays that we used to be running on Overpass as well, where you actually, you have to pop up the monster smoke and go for these type of flashes. And it comes in 2 waves. The first wave is actually you go inside monster. The second one is when you've actually taken control of monster area, you want to get the pillar flash, and you can just hear how direct their communication was.
Yeah, one guy I would totally give credit to for Vitality in this one, unsung hero, because didn't really show up on the scoreboard. Apex's flashes outside out monster were so good almost every single time. Even the one round where csgo got a triple kill, he was completely blind. So that Apex was doing his job as an in-game leader, as someone that's throwing supporting utility for the side of Vitality. And it actually worked. He powered through a lot of those smokes.
And he had to do more work coming into that overtime because FURIA did manage to be pushing it that way. I think we should take a look at round 28 because this is where ROPS really comes alive. What was the tale of this round, which was ultimately kind of final nail in the coffin?
I mean, obviously, ROPS is just so smart, and he just once again showcases it. I mean, maybe this is a little bit of a question play from FURIA that they want to split up in this given situation, that they give him 1v1s. I mean, I think the idea from Fallen to go here onto the A-bombs is just to clear it out. I think he does perfectly well. The issue is that when he tucks into this corner, he decides to go searching CTs to get more space and gets killed. And at this point, MongolZ is left in a situation where he has to plant the bomb. ROPS picks up the AK and just gets a kill for the smoke. You know, it's such a high IQ play because the position that ROPS takes in spawn maybe doesn't make much sense to the normal viewer. The thing is that he sits in that position where no one is going to expect it. The thing is, if there's going to be a flank from B that's going to go out and clear A from that side, that's exactly why they're not going to expect him.
It's ridiculous. I mean, I give all the props to ROPS. I mean, I at the moment, I was kind of thinking, oh no, Fallen, don't push that.
Yeah.
But it's just like, ROPS even being there is the more ridiculous aspect to that moment. It's just standing on that ledge. It's just, who does that? I don't really see many people play out a 1v2 and just decides to tuck right there. It's just a stroke of genius.
It's super confident from him. Mezzi also looking incredibly confident in this map as well. You highlighted him yesterday when we were talking about kind of the fallout after Chengdu. Mezzi not really looking so hot, along with a lot of supportive elements for Vitality. But yeah, great to see him back in form.
Oh, Mezzi stepped up like crazy in this one. This is one of the best maps I've seen from him for a minute. I mean, actually, that being said, Chengdu Grand Finals, he did have 1 or 2 kind of good performances, but this was just lights out. Every time he's supposed to get a kill, he gets 2. Every time he's in a late round situation, he's clutching it out for Vitality. As a supportive element, I mean, he's doing hard rolls. He's getting a lot of mileage out of those positions, and the thoroughness, okay, like to clear MongolZ in that late round situation, the presence of mind is there for him. I feel like sometimes you're just gonna tunnel vision, and also every time we hear the comms, Mezzi he's an emotional leader for this team, and I feel like they desperately need that. Like, he is so on top of making sure that everybody's on the same page. So it shows that his time with Fnatic, when he was the in-game leader of that team, like they need some secondary caller, and he's the perfect answer for that.
If Mezzi can bring this every single time they play, I think it just heightens Vitality to a new level. And he said in his own interview that it's up to the individual players to actually bring them back to where they're supposed to be. And I think he's awfully delivering what he's supposed to do, not only with the communication, but he's also being so stellar in his performance, like the kills, but also his decision making. And maybe he doesn't get the flashy kills, but he gets the kill that's very impactful.
Yeah, we've got Inferno now to be settling the score of which team will be progressing through to the semi-final here in Hong Kong. Once again, it's a map that we saw go down in that grand final. It was the only map that was actually 13-10 instead of 13-11. So I'm expecting a very close affair once again. How much is it going to matter, Maui, when we're looking at the knife and the starting sites for this one? Do you kind of favor either side starting on any particular area of Inferno?
I feel like both of the teams were pretty even throughout both of those. I mean, I'm not really going to go here and say that the knife is going to determine this one. What I think is more so going to matter is the A-site defense for Vitality, because it's an issue where I'd never bring it up. Okay, you got ZywOo, you got ROPS. Like, why am I even talking about it? Well, in that grand final, it was a porous defense. I mean, ZywOo got ran down on those short side hits that were quick from FURIA. ROPS was actually a traffic cone in PID on halls. I mean, he was, for whatever reason, he just did not show up in that matchup. He was giving up kills to MongolZ way earlier than you would expect, and today he seems a lot more focused. That clutch in particular is where it really feels like a switch has flipped for ROPS, and now he's totally engaged in this series. And so I don't expect him to be as weak of a piece as he was in the Chengdu Grand Finals.
For the FURIA side, I think it's mainly going to come down to Yakinda and Banana and also Yuri playing that pit area. I think those are like the pillar stones of their Inferno. And I also believe that, or at least I hope so, that Vital has learned a little bit from their game against TYLOO yesterday. I feel that looked very shaky, not necessarily with the way they approached it as individual, but as a team with all the gambles and all the decision making. It looked like a team that actually didn't believe too much in their own game plan. And I hope that now going into a game like FURIA, a team that they maybe have a little bit of better idea how to play, that they can actually settle down on a good game plan.
I know Inferno can be a bit more of a complicated one when we're talking about the AWP v AWP equation, but where are we looking with both MongolZ and ZywOo in this one?
Yeah, I mean, it's a map where both players like to play the AWP. You know, ZywOo is probably one of the guys that wants to pick up the AWP the most, especially going into the banner, getting boosted over the logs, trying to get some picks there and lift. But MongolZ at the same time, he also wants to get picks down mid. You know, it's the same thing for both players. They are very happy to try and get that first pick getting from the get-go, and it's going to be a brawl for them. I think that it's going to be very open to see who's going to take the fight.
Yeah, MongolZ was really impressive in Chengdu, just getting boosted, like you mentioned, the way he was getting picks onto Apex. I feel like one guy that in particular I'm going to be really keeping my eye on is that he's been great at calling so far, but he was obviously a hindrance in their chances to win. Like, Apex has to make sure that he mitigates the chances of him actually falling to MongolZ, because I mean, the picks that he was getting sometimes, they were gifts. And if you're getting those kinds of opportunities, then it just frees everything up for Fallen as he's calling in the mid round. And we've seen that he's incredibly capable in 4v4s, 3v3s at making the right decision.
Where do we think this one is going to be lying then? Either way, we're going to see both of these teams guaranteed in playoffs, but who's getting that semi-final spot? What do you think?
I think we're going to be looking back again who can adapt the most, honestly. I think Vitality has the bigger chance of adapting the best here. So.
I agree. I feel like Rops is going to clean up his defenses towards A, Apex is going to give up less deaths towards B, and without those kinds of opportunities and gifts, then it's going to be a lot harder for Fallen and FURIA, who are probably right now thinking we should be able to take this. We've proven that we can take this, but like I said, also the team that lost is always going to try a little bit harder in the rematch.
Well, either way, it is time to get our final map of the group stage underway, but not before we head things to a very short break indeed. When we return, it's Inferno to decide who is going through to the semi-finals here in Hong Kong.
This head-to-head certainly evolving into quite a grudge match. Add it to the tally, the stacked pile that is 13-11s, 13-11s, now overtime game.
At least Vitality won a map.
Ah, that is true.
That's the first step.
They have gone and done it, picking up a map over top of FURIA, a team that has got their number as of late. And like Freya just mentioned right before the desk wrapped that point, back in Chengdu, this was that 13-10, the most lopsided score in this head-to-head, a 13-10. Launders.
I know FURIA are new to winning, so it's not improper to actually cheer against them, but maybe the best possible result leading up to the end of the season is Vitality beating them here. Who knows what happens in playoffs?
Sure.
But just so that it's not a beatdown, right? Because we're kind of doubting Vitality right now. They look a little bit sketchy. But they played close here and they won that last map, and that was overpass. That was the more unlikely finish for them to be able to pull off. Pretty impressive that they did that on T side, and honestly, just gonna go ahead and give a lot of credit to Mezzi for stepping up like crazy in the series, whether it was nuke or overpass, win or loss. And again, the stat was MongolZ out op ZywOo 7 rounds in a row in head-to-head, and Vitality still ended up winning.
Yep.
ZywOo was the first death to MongolZ every single one of those last rounds, and they still won because of Mezzi.
Because of Mezzi. Making those aggressive plays out through the monster.
Also, I'll just say I have never seen anyone have such a lopsided performance versus ZywOo head-to-head ever, I think ever. Can't name a single player that's ever done that. That's just gone to pick him when he's opping that many times in one game. I don't think I've ever seen it ever.
You telling me that this rookie from Kazakhstan out of nowhere that joins a Brazilian core is suddenly elevating himself to a point where he can compete in a head-to-head essence like that versus ZywOo, Launders?
Yeah, like he's like
one of one.
He's like simple right now. Like he's playing like CSGO simple. He's like just as aggressive, but also consistent. It's incredibly brave the way he's going after ZywOo.
Sure.
He's going after him.
Yeah.
He doesn't even have to do that.
No, he wants a piece of it. Wants that curly hair on a stick. Back on overpass, he had it, but Inferno's a whole other beast. Apex,
he doesn't know that he's...
Dude, Apex
he doesn't even know.
Way too comfortable at the moment.
No, he just thought he's walking away chill. Nope, they know exactly what's happening.
Okay, that's like an old French man who has the confidence to cross a 6-lane street.
I don't know that reference.
Just moseying through the road like there's not an... hello? MongolZ buys his time, but then ZywOo gets the better of him.
That's the first time that he's killed him in about...
Streak is over.
40 minutes.
Well, about time ZywOo got one. But just because they get the one doesn't mean they're going to get the round. FURIA taking the pistol over. This is something that FURIA didn't have going for them on overpass, in fact. Wild that we talk about an overpass victory in overtime where it was Vitality that had both pistol rounds fully converted CT and T side.
Yes,
we still went to OT, and then, as you mentioned, this MongolZ domination over top of ZywOo pulled out of the hat by Mezzi, I would argue.
Yeah, it was by yeah, that's right. It's the pistols that even did it. The one thing they did that was cool. Wow. What?
What? Wait, no.
He did that before he passed the pillar.
Was that before the...
Damn.
One more time? It's like that bullet's before the pillar as he... What is that? What?
He didn't even react.
What is that?
He didn't even react. That's wild.
We're allowed to do that?
That's the best overpass player in the world, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. Apex is saying, shit, they're throwing frags. As his own nade bounces into his face. Oh. Listen, it's not been a perfect Vitality. That much we can say.
Yeah.
But it doesn't need to be a perfect Vitality to still win.
Especially if you win both pistols and convert them.
No, they don't have that
As he
luxury.
gets double entries and closes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what else though. I don't think anyone else really stood out that much though. I mean, really, Robs didn't really stand
Robs
out
had
that
a couple
much.
nice closes, but not all the time.
Not like he used to.
You
know what I mean? Flamesy?
Who?
Yeah. So. Oh, that was all the UK right there, that game.
Gave him the beans. Wow. Very little resistance offered up thus far. Got to be careful about that Rops M4. And maybe just ZywOo's Desert Eagle. Missed on the second chance. Mezzy into the pit as the other pistols approach on this mid-flank. Rops' M4. Remember, M4 in play on Arch side as Apex connects one as well. That is 3 players for Vitality to come in big so far with pistols. There's the rifle. Strikes while it's hot. MongolZ to the 1v2. Pinch between them. Apex gets the headshot and Vitality rob one back.
Nice job, Apex.
That is what we're looking for Vitality. X factor across the board. That is 3 separate pistols prevailing.
Okay. It's a great first shot from ZywOo, and okay, I mean, it's impressive that Vitality can win the pistol, convert both on overpass, but there were no denials like this from FURIA.
Nice shot with the good guys.
They go again. How come ZywOo's prize is just a little MP9?
That's all he needs. I wouldn't be surprised to see him holding an angle with the Deagle again after that first shot. Oh, 2 mollies come back the other way. Kind of poking the bear on Banana at the moment. But good interruptive utility being offered over here by Apex. Keeping the pressure on with the flashes and the frags, but don't get pounced on, brother. There we go.
Oh, caught out. That's just perfect. Oh, he's not done yet. He's actually just won the round.
Oh,
he just won. That's the 1 AK that FURIA have. Now they get 2 upgrades. No chance for a retake. 1 round. 2 kills on players he couldn't see.
I'm just saying, between the fountain shot, when he just somehow skims that bullet into oranges, and now these.
Yeah.
Somebody check that computer. I mean, 1 through the smoke? Okay. Both?
Okay.
I'm still thinking about that Glock shot on Apex in the pistol. How does he do it?
Men have so many hangups.
How? Wow.
No, okay. I was like, don't let him die. The MP9 protected at all costs.
Yeah, he trusted you, Robs. And that
That
trust
never
pays
even
off.
turned around. Like, what?
Oh, wow. Disgusting. Gonna be given
He's in the padded room right now.
Gonna be giving Apex night terrors.
That's tough. That's tough because even if just one of them lives, they can at least like make it a.
Oh, not again! I mean, how does that even work?
Dude, they're on 600 plus hertz.
That's true.
That was basically easy.
That's true. Yeah, that opening pistol kill brought to you by ROG.
Are they going to Arch? Because that'd be a problem. ZywOo getting hit down at 4 HP through the smoke. Caserado, are you done yet?
It's only round 4.
No. No. Uh-oh, careful, careful. Careful with the jump spots. Last time they just walked in and killed you.
I think you would have learned your lesson after MongolZ clipped him on the jump up back on overpass. Always have to be careful, but right now MongolZ doesn't have his op, so he's a little less scary. Not a lot less, but a little less. Nades over the top, 4 players strong. Ahead of the smokes as well, so Queserato liked his odds.
Molly.
Flamesy puts him down, double kill for Flamesy. There's the boost activation out of Mezzy to make the difference. Man advantage established off that one as Fallen is real low. And if he goes for the bomb plant, Yekindar are nowhere to be found. So just going for the money?
This is actually fine. Yekindar, he's
What
got
if he
2 players to
catches
cut
both?
off. Yeah.
He hears them both. Caught out in the opens, a low health Zywoo next. Oh, now he's got to run over to that B site as fast as you can, Yekindar. Sprint.
He's got to go underpass. He's got to walk.
Mezzy has already been found out towards this B site early on. Run, brother.
I guess he's fine. It's planted for him.
He's got to get over here as Mezzy's on top of it. Mezzy's just going to stick this. Frag grenade comes through. Mezzy's going to stick it all the way, and Yekindar plays it down to perfection. Huge moment for Yekindar, getting those 2 kills in mid.
Wow.
The ball's on Fallen. In a locked-in one-on-one. Banks on Yekindar going big, and it works. You know, I think there's a couple instances of moments like that where Fallen has full faith in his teammates. And I think back to
He has full faith in his teammates.
when you go back on Overpass and he walks that bomb. Unfortunately, it's the round where Molidoy is killed by Rops in the 1v2. But like the alternative was Fallen dies on A and it's just Molidoy clutch out B site.
You know, something to give credit to certain IGLs in history. You'd think it'd be easy to call for superstars, but it's actually really difficult. You're matching all these egos. Fallen has had an amazing track record of playing with the best, biggest superstars in Brazil and maximizing all of their skill at the same time, including his own. Peaking at number 2 for himself. And when Molidoy joined the team, he said, oh, hold on, let's see if this gets a little bit weird. Should be fine. Flamesy, he keeps on jumping.
He's got to stop doing that.
It's the flying MAC-10, the flying Deagle. Okay, but when Molidoy joined the team, he said, you know, like, I'm going to learn from him, and I'm not going to try to impose my ideas. As someone who is literally giving up the role to see what someone else can do in this new game with more talent. So the secret to playing with superstars is trust.
Let them be what they are, stars of the show.
Glaive said similar things, even playing with new players, no matter how good they are, if they've got fresh ideas to bring in.
Well,
what?
That makes sense.
Okay, all right, yeah. So there it is. 2 jumping kills, I think, so far this series. The most airborne kills this season. 25. That's a lot.
Man.
He saw the wing emoji that they added, and oh.
He's like a plague. Airborne.
Oh, okay. Thank you for just like immediately spelling it out.
Ooh. Here he was about to try to take up that angle, but now has to pay the price in health. Man advantage. As Flamesy hangs on for dear life at 13 HP. I say hangs on for dear life like he's not still just spamming smokes down bottom banana. Full confidence alongside Apex, and this is why 5v3 established off that one, and Vitality fighting tooth and nail for the second CT round win.
Maybe just the tooth for now. It's actually looking chill. This will already be a save here for FURIA. He who wins banana wins Inferno.
A wise man once said.
Yeah.
But he who plays Inferno has already lost.
Is bananas.
Yeah. Damn it, that was so much better. Shit.
I like corrected it. Is bananas.
Apples and bananas. Yeah, it feels like you have to take the fight to Furia at the moment. You got to kind of box him in a little bit. They're like Tasmanian devils, you know? You got to put them in a space where they can't really get spinning.
they make like the dirt whirlwinds in real life?
With the speed of which MongolZ peaks, yeah. Yeah, I bet he does. Again, gotta run the risks, so we're boosting FlamZ over to try to just send that damage down range. Apex with a new wave of utility keeps chucking it down, but there's nobody really there for FURIA.
Yeah, it's this interesting thing where it's only a minute. There's still lots of time. They can play FURIA if they want to, but if Apex is going to be smoking car and giving up banana, and they're fine coming to check it out, this is still more of a problem for Vitality, I think. But
off the flash, FlamZ goes.
Oh, not too bad. Bomb spotted. But they still have options here. I mean, Apex has got to be nervous, even if there's so many players clearly still over on A. We've got that half lead off from ZywOo playing in CT.
Down to 20 seconds as csgo arrives. Smoke over the top for Moto. Chance for Mezzi to shine here, but it's just a bit of chip damage, not as much as he would have wanted. And denied vision is ZywOo over towards Library. Robs and Mezzi gotta do it all, and instead they will do nothing.
Wow, the plant, they actually scored that?
Wow, just in time. FURIA just battered down into this A site, and unfortunately for Vitality, 2 anchors in position, neither one delivers.
That's impressive work. You know, they went to a pretty tough site right there with the crossfire in place, a third player, and they still managed it.
Starting to get scary.
Not too shabby. Yeah.
5-2 T side.
5-2 T side. Yeah, but man, I gotta ask you, who's the favorite, right?
I think it's FURIA.
Yeah, I mean, it is FURIA.
Terrorists win.
But actually, I do think the odds favorite was Vitality in this best of 3 for some reason. But any sane guy that's been watching, who watched Vitality play yesterday.
It's because the public's not ready to accept our new Brazilian overlords.
Yeah, Danilo and Mario.
And Gabriel. Our savior.
Yeah, he just dropped the Steam frame.
It's a Gaben joke.
If you think this game's amazing, you could try watching it in VR in the new... What's the headset called?
Steam frame.
That's the frame?
I think so.
Oh, okay. Damn it. I thought that was the computer.
No, that's the box.
No machine. There is
Sponge?
no box. Steam sponge.
Well, Steam is a money sponge. My favorite one. No damage sponge this round. Dodging that damage on Banana is FlamZ, playing more passive. Of all the rounds to peel back a little bit, maybe a good thing, because FURIA came at this one with a certain ferociousness. A ferociousness not seen for a few rounds, as FlamZ and Apex were allowed to do their thing, but this is a sudden pop. FlamZ's gonna have to drop util and hope that he lines it up. Good headshot bound on Yuri. Considering how this just went from 0 to 100.
That's so good. Oh, could he? Oh, almost found that.
Planted behind the fountain pillar. Trying to dodge that spam. Man advantage for the retake here. Vitality taking a look at it. Everybody coming in from CT spawn.
No kits. No kits.
Nope.
They got to think about this very carefully.
Incendiary smoke. Nice piece of util out of Mezzi. Perfectly dunking it on csgo.
But no kits.
Bomb's already way past the halfway point. This is going to get sketchy. They got to go now. Coffin hold inbound. They've already emerged to the site. It's a good cover for Mezzi over top.
There's no time, right?
Got to get on that bomb, and they now realize there is no time for this.
No one told them.
It had to be somebody instantly out from Coffins if that was ever going to happen. It's costly, but it's FURIA nonetheless.
Yeah, they're fine with that. They're the ones in the lead. Lots of rounds being won recently. They're smiling about it. 3 players get away saving. That's fine. They came in with no kits. Five players with no kits is like a basketball player with no shoes. You could still play, but not that good.
Again, FlamZ taking at it.
Oh,
wow.
It's in the name.
Great damage. Lets the fire finish it off, and what do you know? FURIA, who had just fought into Banana 1 round ago, met no resistance. They go back a round later, and FlamZ essentially wins it on his own. So those are the duels that were going Vitality's way earlier. And so far, if they put presence on Banana, they tend to walk away with those rounds. A little cashy utility here for the CTs to double back for.
It feels like they give up a lot more gaps than they realize. FlamZ 1.4 KD defending B this year. That's impressive. Versus full buys as well.
Yeah, versus full buys. Buddy just did it with a FAMAS.
Yeah, I mean, it's a spot he's played his whole career since OG days, maybe even endpoint days.
Trying to get that reaction out of Vitality. You'll get it. Util being burned here by Apex. We hit 20 seconds. MongolZ just put that scope down. Apex gonna flash his way through it. Trying to get into this fight, but it's just fallen to get the better of him. And as Mezzi locks into second orange, time is of the essence. If ever you're gonna plant this, falling just enough time. No way he gets Mezzi out of there. And covered by MongolZ all the while.
There's one HE coming into this.
Pushing away from Banana, the flank is inbound, already climbing over the car. This is FlamZ low. MongolZ up close, misses the timing on it, and now Fallen is doomed. Good trade out from ZywOo, still effective. 3 frags for the way of FURIA and the bomb plant, keeping Vitality on their toes, considering that started 5v3.
Yeah, for a round that shouldn't have come close. It's always got to feel good. So third one put on the board for Vitality. Some pretty zany situations taking place. And it was this Coffin's flash setup.
Hell of an effort for Fallen to get back into that one.
FlamZ's got the jumping kills. He's also got the really good smoke spams.
Yes.
And like when you talk about jumping, you think of the half wall, jumping up on oranges. The job is you're always on call, very stressed out all the time, have to deal with a lot of chaos when you're playing B, and that's kind of exactly what FlamZ thrives in. Two of them laying down the utility damage. Just like Vitality not needing ZywOo last game, FURIA don't seem to need MongolZ this game.
Gonna try to challenge through again. If FlamZ's not on Banana, they like their odds, but Apex, they have met their maker this time. Trying to